Hello everybody, this is GamerGar and welcome to a 100-day Stardew Valley Marathon. This video is a compilation of all 100-day videos that have been completed thus far. The main purpose for this video is to provide one super video for people who love 100-day content. So sit back, relax, have yourself a nice cup of tea and enjoy the lovely 100 Stardew Valley Challenge videos. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you soon. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley and tried to obtain the golden clock. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar and welcome back to another Stardew Valley video. In this video we have 100 days to obtain 10 million gold and purchase the golden clock from the wizard. This challenge is going to take everything I have, including all of the tips and tricks I have learned in the past year of playing this game. So let's jump into this super intensive challenge and let's have some fun. Day number 1, probably the most important day in the whole challenge. It was all about getting set up as quickly as possible. So I planted the parsnips, watered them and ran around the whole map to get as many forageables as possible, as we were going to utilise the tea sapling strategy in this challenge. I also spent all my money on parsnip seeds in order to try to boost my farming level as quickly as possible. I also found lots of spring onions as well, which was really lucky. Not only could I sell these for lots of money, but it was good forageable XP. Day number 2, I started by cutting down some trees just to make some chests, but I also needed tons of wood for this challenge. I got the fish rod off Willy and I just spent the rest of the day putting up some fish. The lake area is a great place to get fish if you want good fishing XP and money. I then made some spring wild seeds using the forageables that I had collected, managed to make 20. Day 3 was of course the rainy day, spent all day fishing again. The more catfish I got the better, because catfish sell for really nice money. I bought the fiberglass rod off Willy and some trout soup to increase the odds of myself successfully catching catfish, because the catfish can be quite troublesome sometimes. I also got some really nice stuff in the treasure chests, such as coal and also some other bits and bobs of minerals. Level 5 fishing at the end of today. I went with the fisher. Fish were 25% more. That was a no-brainer. I got super lucky on day 4. The Neptune's glaive with a diamond. Couldn't ask for better luck than that. This time going into the mines will be a breeze, as this weapon will make very short work of starter enemies. Day 5 I get the first batch of parsnips, and there's a lot of parsnips here from the initial free parsnips and the ones I purchased off Pierre. So I'm going to harvest all these. Combine these with the money I currently have from fishing, I'll be able to get some nice upgrades. So off into Pierre and get the backpack upgrade. That was badly needed. And I spent the rest of my money on potatoes. 192 potatoes right there. Why did I buy so much? Because this is a 10 million challenge. The best way to make loads of money in this game is to make as much money as you can in spring. It took me the whole day to plant the potatoes and water them up, but it is going to be worth it. Not only would I get tons of profits with the potatoes, but I'm also going to get lots of farming XP. So day 6 went to the community centre, completed the spring bundle, and I got some free spring seeds, 30 of them in total, which was really nice. Planted those straight away. Went into the mines here, and I got an ambushed floor, but I had the Neptune's glaive. These slimes stood no chance against me. Easy combat XP right here. Sometimes the green slimes can drop some real nice stuff as well. I made it down to floor 10, got the leather boots. First armor upgrade, pretty nice. If I see little copper clusters like this, to preserve energy I'll try to make a cherry bomb. You do need copper ore to make a cherry bomb, but just a few pieces. And normally it's worth it when it comes to clusters. So I got down into the dark levels, made my way through those, down into floor 40, got the slingshot. Thrown that away because I don't use it. I spent the rest of the day fishing. Day number 9, it was a rainy day, thank God, didn't have to water the potatoes. I did however get my first batch of spring forageables. Picked all those up and I'm going to process those now into more spring wild seeds. Went to Clint as well, upgraded the pickaxe to a copper pickaxe. It just means getting down to the middle and latter floors in the mines will be much easier. Did some fishing today, got some shads. Looking for catfish though, the more catfish the better. Day 10 we start, like we start most days, watering the crops, watering the forageables. This takes up several hours of the day, but it will be worth it in the end when we can sell all these beautiful crops. I also went to the lake and I did some more fishing because I needed more money, especially for the strawberries that were coming up in a few days. Day 11 I could finally harvest the potatoes. Look at the amount of XP I'm going to get from this. I got up to level 5 farming from getting all these potatoes, which is great. Went to Clint as well, got my copper pickaxe back off Clint. And this time I'm going to give him the axe to upgrade to a copper axe, because this challenge is primarily going to come down to wood and fibre. Back down to the mines, and I got some copper ores here on the middle section, which is rare. It's really nice when you get that. Copper is needed for almost everything in the game. Tappers, for example, kegs. Got the crystal dagger, thrown that away. Day 12, Demetrius pays me a visit. Going with the mushrooms, of course, because the mushrooms spawn every day, so it's just more money in my pocket. Do some fishing here. The bullheads and the largemouth basses sell for quite the money. Day 13, strawberry day. But before we get to strawberries, time to harvest all the lovely spring wild seeds. These of course will be turned into tea saplings later on. So once I finish with those, I go to the Easter event here, and I spent all my money on strawberries. Look at the amount of strawberries I can get. 306 strawberries. We are going to make some serious profits by the end of this season. It's going to set us up nicely for summer. So I won the Easter event. Pick up the straw hat. This will be my first hat that I'm going to get in this challenge. The hats are pretty nice, but the primary reason I come here is for the strawberries. You know, the event is just an add-on. Back down into the mines, super lucky, got myself a diamond. I'll keep a few of those for triple shot espressos for Salt Cavern runs later on. I also made it down to the bottom floors, got the firewalker boots, which is pretty nice. So I was getting close to level 100. The obsidian edge is level 90, so we're getting there. I also went to Clint, got my copper axe today, which was great. I also gave Caroline the daffodil. Finally, after talking to her, I got her to 2 hearts, which means I could enter her sunroom and I could learn the overpowered tea sapling recipe. So upon entering the sunroom, Caroline will give you a couple of options you can select. You know, it doesn't matter which option you select, she will give you the recipe the next day for the tea sapling. To make a tea sapling, you just need some wood, some fibre, and you just need some wild seeds of any season. So, pretty interesting scene here. When I'm alone with relaxing tea, my mind is empty and free to wander. Such a weird scene. I wonder if it means anything. Level 100 here. Got the old star drop, which was really nice. Anything that increases my maximum energy is welcome at this stage. Got level 5 mining. We're going with the miner, plus 1 ore per vein, and we're going to go with the fighter, 10% extra attack power. I had 110 tea saplings today from the fibre that I've generated so far. This was day 16. Sell those, that's 55,000 gold in the bag. Went to Morris, of course, because we're going to Georgia route. Got the old Georgia membership there. It was raining today as well, so, you know, normally as a rule of thumb, if it's raining, we get catfish because they sell for great money. I had 60,000 gold today, primarily from tea saplings. I got a mushroom floor today in the mines, which was really lucky. Mostly red mushrooms, but that was okay because it was the foraging XP that I was looking for anyway. And I could just sell the red mushrooms for money. I went down to the bottom of the mines, floor 120. I got the skull key, which means I can now do skull cavern runs once I unlock the desert. Speaking of which, went back to Morris, paid 40 grand, got the bus unlocked, which means I can do skull cavern runs now. I also got Clint to process all these geodes. Sell most of the materials, of course, to make some extra money. The goal now was to save up enough to buy tons of starfruit, because they're just broken when it comes to making starfruit wine and selling the wine for tons of money. So we're going to get Clint to upgrade our pickaxe to a steel pickaxe. For me, that's the minimum requirement for Skull Cavern Run, because the steel pickaxe will just two-shot any of the nodes inside. So I got level 5 foraging. We're going to go with Gatherer at the moment, chance for double harvest. That is super profitable, especially if you're going for tea saplings. And it was another rainy day on day 19, so we spent the day fishing. The more catfish, the better. Level 9 fishing, we're really getting there with the fishing. Once we get level 10 fishing, we can go for the legend. 7,000 gold today from selling fish. That wasn't bad, to be honest, for a day of fishing. Got my steel pickaxe back off Clint on day 20 here. And I gave him another tool to upgrade straight away. I gave him the axe to upgrade to a steel axe. That way, I could get rid of all the wood on my farm to make for more space. I fixed the bridge as well so I could access to more forageables to increase my foraging XP even further. So, main reason for this, I wanted to push foraging level 7 as quickly as possible so I could make 3 fertilizers. because I can tell you right now from experience, trees run out very, very fast in Stardew Valley, especially if you're farming wood. Spent a good portion of the day clearing up everything on the farm, but primarily I wanted level 6 mining, which is why I started mining these rocks so I could make regular bombs. That comes in super handy in Skull Cavern, because all you need to make regular bombs is iron ore and coal. Day 21, the first batch of strawberries. Over 300 strawberries to harvest. This not only was going to level me up so I can make quality sprinklers, but it was going to make huge profits. Got the last backpack upgrade. Definitely need that for Skull Cavern runs, so I was happy enough with that upgrade today. Day 21, time to buy some stuff off the merchant. Got some staircases because it was Sunday and I had some jades. Also got a spicy eel and I got a triple shot espresso. So that is the minimum requirements met for a good successful Skull Cavern run, hopefully. So today I was aiming for floor 25 because if you get floor 25 for the first time, Mr. Key will send you 10,000 gold in the mail, and that is a really nice amount of money to have going into summer. Got lucky with the holes today, got down a good few levels, and I made it past level 25, which is great. Now I know you can't see the levels here because the day is blocking out the screen, but I don't get down too far today. I do get super lucky though, and I get a prismatic shard off one of the iridium nodes there. So before the day ended, I left and I converted the prismatic shard into a galaxy sword, which will be the primary weapon of this challenge. It's not a bad weapon at all. 45, almost 46,000 gold today from selling strawberries. I made tons of quality sprinklers from the resources I got from the Skull Cavern. Also got my steel axe back off Clint. I was super happy with that. No more upgrades for now. With the steel axe, I can get rid of the large tree stumps and the regular tree stumps all around the farm. This actually gives pretty nice foraging XP too. 25 foraging XP per stump destroyed, plus hardwood, which is always a bonus. Day 23, I get my 10,000 gold from Mr. Key, and we spend a day running around getting forageables. Look at all this lovely iridium. I'm going to sell all those bars eventually. I'm going to get tons of money for those. It's time for another upgrade. We're going to go with the gold axe, because wood just becomes so important. Back into Skull Cavern, of course. The more iridium I can get, the more money I can make. And I want to get tons of money together for the starfruit come summer. Level 7 foraging, that means 3 fertilizers. Level 7 combat. So I make a little tree farm here on my farm. And I'm going to put tappers on all those trees for oak resins for kegs later on. I also spend the rest of the day fishing. The more fish I get now, the better. Wanted to try to push level 10 fishing as quickly as possible. Today was day 25 and this is going to be the last strawberry harvest. Pick up all the strawberries and I make a path around my fertilized trees. This means getting the oak resins later on will be super easy because no debris will spawn around the trees. So paths are super important, especially for the setup I was going for. Went back to Clint on day 25, got my gold axe, and I spent the rest of the day fishing because I needed more money. Largemouth basses are pretty good, especially if you can get iridium largemouth basses. Level 10 fishing, of course we'll go with angler, fish worth more money, and we're back into the mines. So I was waiting for a rainy day for the go with the legend. I made more wild spring seeds, gonna hold on to those, convert those into tea saplings. If I put it down on the ground now, they would be wasted because I wouldn't have enough time to grow them before summer hits. I spent a huge portion of today cutting down trees because I needed wood to make tea saplings. Also had to go off the legend here. I failed it a few times, but I eventually win. So I needed to upgrade my fishing gear. I needed the trap bobber. The regular fiberglass rod wasn't gonna cut it. So I purchased some trout soup, purchased some trap bobbers, and I also purchased the iridium rod so I could use the trap bobber tackle. Time for round 2. The legend is a ferociously hard fish to catch. It's definitely one of the hardest fishes to catch in the game. But I did succeed eventually. Now this was the 3rd try. I didn't show the 2nd attempt, but I decided to show the successful one. And I got it eventually. That must have went on for about 4 minutes in real life to capture that. You know, I kept getting close, then it spun all over the place and my progress almost went back down to 0. But I will get almost 11,000 gold for that legend. The last day of spring, it was time to prepare for starfruit. 388 starfruit seeds ready to go for summer. I was so happy with that. Is that enough though to make 10 million gold by the end of the year? At that time, I thought it was. Maybe it is. We'll find out. So the great thing about strawberries is that you don't have to re-hoe the ground when you transition from spring to summer. You just have to side away all the dead strawberry seeds and you can just plant the star fruits then in their place, no problem at all. Obviously, if you can't unlock the desert, you know, by the time you get to summer, melons would be the way to go. So I cut down more trees today, needed tons more wood, so important. And fibre, of course. I got access to the bathhouse area here, so I got all the fibre up here that the area had to offer, and I also cut down every single tree up here in the bathhouse area. This is also a great area to make tree farms actually, because not a whole lot of NPCs come up here, you know. I also went back down to Socialite Forest, cleared out all the trees around the forest, and day 32 we're going into the Skull Cavern. So I got a huge cluster of gold ores here. I'll show things like this because it's pretty cool when you get big clusters like this. Gold ore is always welcome, of course. It means I can make more sprinklers, and I was going to need hundreds of sprinklers, you know, for the amount of things that I'm going to end up growing in this challenge. Skull Caverns can be a dangerous place, which is why you should always come down here with plenty of healables. Those iridium bats are nasty things. Even if you have level 10 combat and loads of HP, those bats would take huge chunks of your HP away. The serpents are dangerous, but not as half as dangerous as the iridium bats. Those things are super dangerous. Day 33, I used up all of the minerals that I had collected in the Skull Cavern to purchase more power-ups from the Desert Trader. Triple shot espressos, spicy eels were always top priority, and I had a couple of bombs as well. I got an iridium sprinkler from the treasure chest. I was super happy with that. That's probably one of the best things I can ask for. Extra prismatic shards are welcome if I get 3 of those. On Thursdays I can trade them in for a magic rock candy, and that will make a Skull Cavern run very lucrative indeed. So it was getting late. I decided to stop looking for ladders and holes, focused more on getting iridium ores. I finally got level 10 mining, took the blacksmith perk, 50% more money for selling bars, and that's not just iridium bars, copper bars, iron bars, gold bars. The copper bars and iron bars don't sell for a whole lot, but the gold bars can be decent enough, especially if you have loads of them and you don't need them. I also fished up another legendary fish today. I got the crimson fish here. Doesn't sell for half as much as the legend, but it is worth a few thousand, so it's definitely worth catching. 91,000 gold today, primarily from iridium bars. 1500 gold per bar with the blacksmith perk, so worth it. That's why Skull Cavern is so important, especially early on. If you can get into it early, just keep tapping away at it. Eventually, you're going to get tons of money. I made 50 kegs today. The challenge now was to accumulate enough materials to make another 50 kegs when those tappers are ready in a few days. So, huge amount of trees were going to be needed. I also got Robin to make a shed here to store the kegs in, because I didn't want to place them all over the place. Not at the moment anyway, you know. I wanted to keep things tidy. So, we're going to upgrade the pickaxe today. We're going to go with the gold pickaxe. Eventually, we'll max out the tools. But I decided to go with the gold pickaxe because I needed my axe to cut down trees to get wood. So we're back in Cindersap Forest. Any sort of trees that I see just get cut down straight away. Back to Morris too, because I have lots of money. This time we are going to go with the minecarts because I wanted to get the fast travel. So floor 81 in the mines is hands down the best place you can go to farm fibre. And I spend days here farming fibre in this challenge. I spend many days coming down here farming fibre, and there's loads of reasons for it. The first reason, of course, is that I need to make more tea saplings. Tea saplings are great for huge bursts of money. Need tons of fibre for that. Went to the desert too, more trees in the desert, cut down all the trees in the desert, but I didn't stop there. I made a huge giant tree farm in the desert. I also made tree fertilizer, and you need fibre for tree fertilizer, so fibre is super important. I got my gold pickaxe back off Clint. The next thing I did was go to Robin to upgrade the shed from a regular shed to a big shed, and the reason for this is that I could just simply put more cakes inside it, because by the time it comes to the end of this challenge, we're going to have hundreds and hundreds of cakes. Rainy day, it was back to fishing, but I decided to fish down in the beach area because it was summer and the beach area is more profitable than the lake area in summer. Got some battery packs too. I'm going to keep those for iridium sprinklers later on. So I got this, believe it or not, on floor 17. Look at all the iridium. I mean, it's just so rare to get huge clusters of it like that, especially on the earlier floors. I also got 2 prismatic shards from it as well, so super lucky 32 iridium ores. I also got the dark cowboy hat, and I decided to put that on just to kind of change my appearance up a bit, make myself look a bit more interesting. So, I was running around Skull Cavern in style. How many hats could I collect on this challenge? I already had the dark one. Maybe I get lucky and get the red one eventually and the blue one. So look at this, day number 39. Look at all these lovely summer forageables. Great thing about summer forageables, you only need 3 summer forageables to make summer wild seeds. So we're probably going to end up with thousands of summer wild seeds by the time we're finished with this. All of these forageables will be converted into wild seeds. There's 640 right there. And this is just the start of it. I spend the whole day hoeing up the ground, putting down iridium sprinklers, and planting more summer wild seeds. And by the time we're finished with summer, we're going to have thousands of these things. We're going to make so many tea saplings. It's going to make the Barista challenge look like a cakewalk. The time and energy used to plant all these seeds is going to be worth it in the end, because tea saplings sell for 500 gold a piece. And I'm going to end up making thousands of tea saplings. So if I want to make 10 million gold, I need to use every money making tip and trick in the book. We all know about starfruit wine. We're also using the iridium bars, we're using the tea saplings, we're using everything at our disposal to make as much money as possible. I needed access to the Statue of Uncertainty to change up my professions to maximise profit, so I gave Clint all my lovely geodes to process, and then we're going to give all these into Gunther, including the super lucky prismatic shard that I just got there as well. So the more artifacts I give into Gunther, the closer I get to getting access to the swords, so I can access the statue to switch up my professions whenever I need to. Of course, I went back down to floor 81, spent the rest of the day farming up fibre on day 40 here, so I can make more tea saplings, so I can make more tree fertilizers. Gunther visited me the next day. He gave me the key to the swords, which was super handy. I can now go down and use the statue to swap up professions on the go. I also got more batteries here. That means I can make more iridium sprinklers if I so wished. So all the trees grew in the desert. I spent most of the day cutting down every single one of these trees because I needed tons of wood to make more kegs. The tappers were going to be ready again very soon, so I needed thousands of wood to make a lot more kegs. Thanks to the Skull Cavern runs, I had all the copper and iron I needed. Priority here was just primarily wood. Thousands and thousands of wood needed every few days to keep up with the keg production, so I could process all of the crops before day 100 to get that lovely 10 million gold. I gave my character a little break by the end of day 41, then decided there was more to do, so we went back to Stardew Valley and I started putting the kegs down in the big shed to get them ready for the first starfruit process. So these kegs hadn't processed anything yet. The first batch of starfruits were going to go into this shed, and I had enough kegs to, I'd say, fill up 75% of the big shed. Day 42, the first starfruit harvest begun. This was going to get me straight up to level 10 farming. And when you get level 10 farming, I could choose between agriculturist or artisan. Once all of the starfruits were harvested, I went straight into the big shed and I filled up the kegs as quickly as possible. So each of these starfruits will turn into a starfruit wine. Now it does take a good 6 days for the conversion to happen, but it is going to be so worth it. The profit that you make from the starfruit wine is crazy. Huge profits. Not as good as ancient fruit, but it's definitely a top tier fruit. Halfway through summer, I buy more starfruit seeds. 541 starfruit seeds, thank you very much. I'm going to plant all of those. I also had to hoe more of the ground up to make room for more starfruit seeds. That took the majority of the day because I had to water those as well. But that will pay off eventually when I get to sell the wine. So I'm going to pick agriculturist. All crops grow 10% faster. I can very easily switch back into artisan when I decide to sell all the wine. For now, the wine can just accumulate. And it's only the 15th of summer, so it's not like I needed money anytime soon. I already had the starfruits planted on the farm. In the Skull Cavern here now, day 43, we're getting lots of ores, gold, copper, iron, iridium. We're also getting diamonds, rubies, emeralds, amethysts. Everything we need to make a good profit. Day 44, more battery packs for us. That means more iridium sprinklers. I also had tons of iridium ores to process into iridium bars. Most of it will be sold, some of it will be kept for iridium sprinklers, as you only need one iridium bar, along with some other basic stuff such as a gold bar and a battery pack to make an iridium sprinkler. Caught the mutant carp, get a few grand for that. Spent a good bit of day fishing too. And I also got more hats down in the Skull Cavern. That was the blue hat, which was great. So now I had the dark cowboy hat, I had the red cowboy hat, and the blue cowboy hat. What else are we going to get? Level 10 combat, very nice. Went with Brood, 15% more damage. And of course, we're going to process all our lovely iridium ores back into iridium bars to make even more money. What do we do with all the money? Why, get another upgrade of course, this time the bridge upgrade. This means I get access to quarry. I got a magic rock candy today because it was Thursday and I had the prismatic shards to do so. More fishing today, the more fish I got the better. Any extra stuff in the fishing treasure chests was also a bonus. Look at all the money I made today. Most of the money came from iridium bars, but we made a decent bit from fishing as well. Day 47, and look at this. What you're seeing here is just a thing of beauty. Unfortunately, I didn't realise that I needed sprinklers for the very top, so I had to water those manually for the next 3 days. But the rest of it was done. And with all these summer forageables, I was going to be able to make thousands of summer wild seeds, which means thousands of tea saplings. So I made 2 full stacks, almost 2 full stacks of summer wild seeds, 1 full stack plus 581. But why stop there? If I wanted to make 10 million gold, I had to think big. I had to use everything this game gave me, use up all the land, all the farm. So I refilled the patch with more summer wild seeds, but I also made an extra patch which took me the rest of the day and planted more summer wild seeds. What I was going to get back from this was going to be thousands and thousands of summer wild seeds and probably a maxed out foraging skill. So it was time to get the greenhouse update this time, and I was going to fill up the greenhouse more than likely with starfruit. I also got level 10 foraging, go with the botanist. The botanist makes it really useful when you're picking up hundreds or thousands of forageables because they're all iridium quality. They stack up quite nicely for you. The first batch of starfruits were done, so I'm going to get all the lovely starfruit wine. I'm not going to sell it though because I do not have the artisan profession. Instead, I was just going to store it away and I'll sell it eventually once I respec into artisan. But for now, we were sticking with agriculturist. We were sticking with the 10% increased growth rate for the crops. I also put some kegs outside, and I decided to go into the quarry cave today. Fought my way through the haunted skulls. There's actually a 0.1% chance those haunted skulls can drop magic rock candies. It's super rare, but it is worth coming in here on most days farming those skulls because you never know. So I purchased more starfruit seeds, just enough to fill up a greenhouse. So I got those off Sandy, planted those in my greenhouse along with 6 iridium sprinklers. That was going to be another nice moneymaker for me. I got rid of all debris and trees inside the quarry. It was time to use the space here for a tree farm. What were we going to do with all these trees? It's a surprise, you'll probably find out in a couple of days. But we weren't going to cut down these trees, we had a use for these. We were however going to cut down all the trees that we were going to plant here in the desert. Hundreds of trees planted down here, so I used the remaining of my tree fertilizer so that these trees would grow super fast. I also went back to the quarry too in day 50 and I put down a path here. This makes it super easy to manage all these trees in the future because debris wouldn't grow and it wouldn't stop me from collecting things efficiently. So this path was going to save me tons of time. I also went to Pierre and I bought wheat. Great thing about wheat, it survives through summer into fall. So wheat was going to be used as a huge placeholder, which means I didn't have to re-hoe the ground in fall. That was the tactic I was using with the wheat. Plus I would make a little profit as well. So back down to floor 81, we're farming more fibre. Why are we farming fibre? Because I need more tree fertilizer and I need to make more tea saplings. Fibre, super important. It's all about fibre and wood when it comes to this challenge. Definitely the 2 most important resources, fibre and wood. The next day it was a skull cavern run. Main reason, I needed more regular materials for kegs, such as copper and iron. I also wanted gold as well, if I wanted to make regular quality sprinklers. And if I got some iridium, it was a bonus. I could just sell the iridium bars to make even more money. I did need 10 million gold after all. Look at all these forageables. This is just a thing of beauty. I was going to harvest all these. Now we were on the 25th of summer, so I couldn't plant these back down in the ground again. So I just picked them all up, turned all these back into summer wild seeds, and I'm also going to put the wheat that I purchased down here as well, so I wouldn't have to re-hoe all this when we got to fall. So this was going to save me an absolute ton of time. come fall. If I had more resources, I would have made more kegs. I could have converted the wheat into beer, but I didn't, and I had to prioritize the starfruit. So more trees have regrown in Cindersap forests. Of course, we cut them all down. And we get more oak resins today. 50 more oak resins, that means 50 more kegs I can create. Also, the last of the summer forageables have grown, so I'm going to pick up all these forageables. I'm going to put down wheat, and I'm going to turn all those forageables back into summer wild seeds. I also went to the mines just to convert the usual iridium ores into iridium bars, and we're also going back into the desert to cut down all of these trees that have regrown because I needed thousands of wood to make more kegs. That's 50 more kegs ready to go. This challenge was going to come down to processing power. The more I can process, the more money I make, the more millions I can make. I'm going to put these kegs inside the greenhouse for now, and I go back inside the big shed as well that night, and I just end up getting more starfruit wine, filling the kegs back up, regular starfruit, so I can make even more money. Am I going to sell this starfruit wine? Not at the moment, because we have to remember we still don't have the artisan profession. Up until now, of course. It's time to respec. We're going with artisan now, which means 40% more for the wine. I also reselected foraging, so I went with forester and lumberjack so I could get more wood. So day 27, look at all our lovely starfruits. This was the last batch of starfruits. We're going to harvest all these, and look how much I made today. Almost 800,000 gold. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's a small amount, but it was a start in the right direction. I'm making another small tree farm down here, but I'm just going to put tappers on these trees so I can get more oak resin, so I can increase my keg output, which means I can increase my processing power. Back to the desert, of course. We're cutting down more trees. We need more wood so we can make more kegs. I sound like a broken record player at this rate. So, it's the first day of fall. We're going to visit Pierre, and we're going to purchase thousands, yes, you heard me right, thousands of pumpkins. There's the first full stack of pumpkins, and here's the second full stack of pumpkins. That's almost 2,000 pumpkins right there. Will that be enough? Will that allow us to make 10 million? We'll know soon enough. I might as well get the last upgrade here so I can go over to Ginger Island, so I just got the panning upgrade. Will I use the pan? No. Go to Poxy's channel if you want to see people use pans. We'll stick to the Skull Caverns. So, I got rid of all this wheat. Now, I'm just going to sell the wheat and the hay because I just didn't have the kegs to process that wheat into beer. Even though the profit margins were great, I had to prioritise the starfruits. I made over 200,000 gold today from selling tea saplings. Look at all that lovely money. I also got access to special orders quests. I took Robin's resource rush. She wanted 1,000 pieces of stone. Why not? We get to keep the stone for ourselves, and we needed stone anyway. So, into the greenhouse today, day number 59, and look at all this lovely starfruit. We're going to harvest all this starfruit, and to replace it, I put down pumpkin seeds because I had spare. I had lots of spares. So, the wheat on the main patch was ready, day 59. This was the 3rd of fall. I'm going to scythe away all this and replace it with pumpkin seeds. This was going to take me the whole day to do, but it will be worth it because when all these pumpkins fully grow, I was going to make tons of money through processing. The bottom patch was also finished, so I scythed away all the hay down here as well. I had nice iridium sprinklers set up, and it was going to be more pumpkin seeds down here. That night, back into the big shed, more starfruit wine was ready. It's amazing how quickly the 6 days comes around, especially when you're grinding intensely every single day. 441,000 gold there for selling the wine. I also got a surprise party here from Morris & Co. Thanks so much, Morris. They will award me with a nice Georgia machine, free Georgia Cola every day for me. I also got Robin to upgrade another shed to a big shed so I could put in more kegs. I also started a fire up in the bathhouse area so I could get more wood later on, because wood, as you know, is needed every couple of days to keep up with the kegs. Back down to floor 81 in the mines to get fibre, also to get stone as well, but primarily just to get fibre. Main reason this time wasn't for tea saplings, but it was for tree fertilizer because wood was just way more important. Time for the respec. Back to agriculturist, all crops grow 10% faster. So because I had that perk now active, I wasn't going to be selling anything anytime soon. I would just accumulate all of the wines that I got. I also had over 1 million gold, so I didn't need to sell anything anyway. So the boat to Ginger Island was fixed, but before I went, I decided to make sure everything was squared up on the farm before I went over to Ginger Island to claim all the resources it had. Now, I'm not going to show much of the golden walnut connections on this, I'm just going to show the highlights. So I got some golden walnuts, I fixed up the farmhouse, which means I could access the Ginger Island farm. What I was going to do with this farm, you'll find out soon, but I ended up using all of the farm space here so I can make some huge profits. Went into the volcano dungeon to see if I could pick up some power-ups. This is a great place for stone, coal and other resources. I also got a deluxe pirate hat out of the chest, I was super happy with that. And I made it to the top of the volcano, so I got a free prismatic shard. The next day I went to Clint. It was time to get a tool upgrade. This time we're going to upgrade the axe to an iridium axe. Also back to floor 81 in the mines to get, you guessed it, more fibre. It was time for another special orders quest. We're going to go with Robin's project, 80 hardwood for Robin, no problem at all. And it was time to fish up the legendary anglerfish. This is one of the easier legendary fishes, but it will sell for a few thousand gold, so why not? Got some super cucumbers as well. The big shed was ready. More starfruit wine for us. This will accumulate into the hundreds. I wonder if we will make 10 million gold by the end of this challenge. It's going to be a close one. Back to Clint, day 66, I got my lovely iridium axe. I could basically two-shot trees now with this. And I got him to upgrade my pickaxe to an iridium pickaxe so I could be more efficient in future Scott Cavern runs. All of the trees in the bathhouse area have fully grown. Cut down all these trees for the wood so I can make more kegs, of course. So I was a good portion of the day cutting down trees. This challenge primarily is just getting fibre, cutting down trees and making kegs. You know, that's what you do if you want to make huge amounts of money. Try to accumulate as much wood as possible and just make sure you have as many crops as possible on your farm. And as many kegs as possible. Into the secret woods, of course, gonna get all this lovely hardwood for Robin. Any slimes to get in my way get a swift death. So, look at the quarry now. What are we gonna do with all this maple syrup? We are gonna make bee houses, and those bee houses are gonna produce fairy rose honey. I'm gonna show you in the next few days a giant fairy rose honey farm. I got my iridium pickaxe back off Clint. I also bought some fairy seeds off Pierre because we need these to make fairy rose honey. And the Ginger Island farm was going to be a fairy rose honey farm. Great thing about Ginger Island, regardless of the season, the fairy roses will be okay on Ginger Island, which means I can get fairy rose honey every few days for eternity. But because it was a 100-day challenge, I needed to put those bee houses down as quickly as possible. So my new oak resin farm was ready to go. Got those oak resins. I also went into the greenhouse and got some starfruit wine inside here as well. So as you can see, it's all starting to come together. I put down some kegs here too in the quarry because I had so many kegs now I was running out of space. Needed to find other places to put them. Quarry is a great place to put down kegs. I also put down some flooring too so debris wouldn't damage my kegs. Look at all my pumpkins. I have so many pumpkins. I even got lucky, I got a few mutated pumpkins. The giant pumpkins will give me a lot of crops. So I harvested all the pumpkins today. This was going to take me the majority of the day because there was so many pumpkins. There was thousands of pumpkins to harvest. I also had to process all these into pumpkin juice using kegs. Now they're not as profitable as starfruit, but we were in fall not summer, so pumpkins are the next best thing you can get your hands on when it comes to processing stuff in fall. It was time for another special orders quest, so we're just going to go with rock rejuvenation here just to get some more money because we had tons of minerals anyway from the Skull Cavern runs. I also did the quest to get access to the magic ink so I could use the wizard's terminal to hopefully make the golden clock later on. So I got all the fibre that was down in the mutant bug lair and I picked up the dark talisman. It was back to the regular mines and we were processing bars. Iron bars of course for kegs and copper bars. Also went to the desert as well, cut down more trees so I can make more kegs. It's all about the kegs. So once all these trees were cut down, it was all about putting down the seeds again to make more tree farms. It's all about keeping the tree farms active so you can get more wood. Day 72, look at all our beautiful pumpkins. It's just a thing of beauty looking at all these lovely pumpkins. Got a few giant crops as well, which was really nice. I also got second place in the Stardew Valley Fair, 500 star tokens. We gambled all those on green until I had enough star tokens to get a star drop. Now, I actually wasn't going to come to the fair at all. I was going to spend the day cutting down trees, but I decided that the maximum energy was in fact worth my time. So, the next day, made more cakes, put them down in the shed here, just to fill up the shed. More processing power for us, more production of starfruit wine. This time, we were onto pumpkins. Oh, I also picked up the magical ink too, just so I could access to the wizard's terminal, so I can make the golden clock in the future. Speaking of the golden clock, let's take a look. 10 million gold for the gold clock. Prevents debris from appearing on your farm, keeps fences from decaying. Is that perk worth 10 million gold? Absolutely not. But it is quite the flex to say that you can get a gold clock within 100 days of playing this game, especially when you start from scratch. Day 74, we are getting more oak resins. That means, of course, more kegs for us. We are going to need thousands of kegs because we had thousands of crops. I put more kegs out here, where the bus area is. This is a real nice place to put processing machines because it's right next to your farm. The kegs up in the quarry were also ready, so I got all of the starfruit wine from these and replaced them with pumpkins. I had thousands of pumpkins I had to get through. You know the drill by now, we had to get more fibre to make more tree fertilizer, and any excess we could make some more sneaky tea saplings and sell those for bursts of money if we needed them. So I was finished with the maple syrups. I was happy with the amount of bee houses that I made, so I got rid of the tappers, cut down all these trees for extra wood. The great thing about putting down the path was that I could just put down more seeds here, make another tree farm, and they would be protected from debris, making future tree farms super easy to make. Look at all the tea saplings I'm going to make right now. 560 tea saplings. This primarily came from days of cutting down trees and farming fibre on floor 81. 280,000 gold I was going to get from that. Back over to Ginger Island, and I was going to cut down every single tree this island had to offer. No tree was safe from my axe. If I saw a tree, it got cut down. Simple as. I wasn't super interested in the key secret walnut room or any of the quests. I just wanted access to the trees and the farm to grow more stuff to make more money on Ginger Island for this challenge. So it was more processing today. Day 77, we're almost there now with this challenge. I had 1.4 million gold. I wasn't really spending that because I didn't really need to. I had tons of pumpkins planted on the farm. It was just a matter of how fast we can process everything that we have now at this stage. So kegs were priority 1, which means wood, copper ore and iron ore were materials that I needed constantly. If I got low on copper and iron, it was off to the Skull Cavern. If I needed to make more tree farms for wood, it was floor 81 farm and fibre. Speaking of Skull Cavern, back down we go to get more materials. Any materials that I got were used. Gold, copper, iron, stone were all put to use. Were all super important materials, of course. More iridium ore we got, the better, of course. We could sell the iridium bars, get more money. Prismatic shards were a bonus as well. Day 79, and look at us go. We've got kegs all over the place now. Processing pumpkins into pumpkin juice. I took a fragment of the past special orders quest here. This quest becomes trivial when you can access Ginger Island because the dig site here has tons of bone fragments on it. And you get almost 100 bone fragments from blowing open all these nodes. It's very close to completing the quest here, but I was short a few. I also got the hot Java ring inside the volcano. I was super excited for this. This means that when I slay monsters, they would drop either a coffee or a triple shot espresso drink. It's probably one of the most overpowered rings in the game in my opinion. So I needed a few more bone fragments. I just went down here into the 70s, killed some skeletons to complete that quest. That was another few thousand gold in the bag for me. So I deposited that inside Gunther's place for some handy money. So you just had to throw them in here into the box. 100 bone fragments, thank you very much. And the reward, of course, was 3,500 gold. In the grand scheme of things, a small amount of money, but I would take any money given to me at this stage to beat the challenge for 10 million gold. Day 80, back to Cindersap Forest. Some trees have regrown. Cut those down straight away. Day 81, look at all our lovely pumpkins. We even got a lot of giant pumpkins this time, which was really good. I was thinking about leaving the pumpkins there because they would look really cool in winter, but I decided not to. Got rid of all the pumpkins because I needed every single crop I could get my hands on for money. 10 million gold. More trees have resurfaced in the quarry. cut down all those trees, planted more seeds, the cycle continues, a new tree farm, rinse and repeat, just keep the wood production up, which means we can keep the keg production up. Look at all the honey over here in Ginger Island, tons of fairy rose honey. Each fairy rose honey combined with the artisan perk sells for I think 680 gold. That is crazy. So 680 gold for each of these honeys, that was going to amass to a huge profit, absolutely huge. So I was going to respec back to artisan soon to sell all this stuff, but I kept up with the agriculturist for now because I didn't need to sell stuff straight away. I also have to bear in mind that the next season is winter, can't grow any crops in winter, so there was no rush respecing anyway. On Ginger Island I was cutting on the rest of the trees. This was the last batch of pumpkins. It's 27th of fall, day 83. Loads of pumpkins here, even a few giant pumpkins. I was so happy with this. Harvested all these lovely pumpkins, broke open a giant pumpkin. It's so satisfying actually to hit those giant crops with an axe. I put more kegs over here, and I eventually put down more kegs here because no NPCs go there, and I also end up using the tunnel later on as well. Back to Ginger Island, more trees have resurfaced, cut down all the trees of course. Any coconuts or things like that drop, I just sell those in the shipping bin. I did another volcano dungeon run, I got the soul sapper ring. Not great for in-game at all, you know, because when you get to the end-game, energy just isn't the problem. Day 85, it's the first of winter. The sprinklers were now useless, so I just pickaxed up all the sprinklers. I'm just going to sell these for money, because it's just extra money for me. It was also Krobus' birthday today. I found him running around the bushes. He gave me a magnifying glass, thank you very much Krobus. I can now pick up those secret letters off the ground. More starfruits inside the greenhouse, going to collect all the starfruits, convert those into starfruit wines. I also had to bear in mind that I only had 16 days in winter, so I had to really watch how long something took to process, because the starfruit took 6 days. I respec'd back to artisan because I wanted to start preparing myself to sell all of these artisan goods. 40% is just too good to pass up. Back to Ginger Island, look at all the lovely honey that I was going to get. Fairy rose honey galore. Got Robin to make another shed of course. Just put another big shed down there because I had more kegs coming up. I put more kegs down here, just outside of the tunnel. Look at all the kegs I had now. I also went inside the tunnel and I had a few more kegs placed inside here. And any more kegs I got in the future, we're going to go into the shed. Any excess will just go inside the tunnel. Back to the mines, we are processing iridium ores into iridium bars. Each iridium bar has for 1500 gold, so it's definitely worth it. And of course, back to floor 81 to farm more fibre. And you can probably guess by now the reason we needed more fibre is because we needed more tree fertilizers, and I also wanted to make more tea saplings if I needed extra money to make the 10 million gold. Back to Robin, and this time it was to get the big shed upgrade, so we definitely got that. Now bear in mind it was 550 wood for a big shed upgrade. That's a lot of wood, but I decided to go with it because the sheds were handy for storage space. I filled the sheds up with kegs. The challenge here now was trying to process all of the pumpkins before the 16th. I still had a lot of pumpkins left to process. I also went to Ginger Island to got more honey. So for the most part, winter is basically just me running around, processing things, collecting things, and just cutting down a few trees if they pop up so I can get more wood to make more kegs. I was looking for more fibre as well, so I decided to try out the mutant bug layer. There actually wasn't a whole lot of fibre down here, which was unfortunate. But I did get some coffees from killing the enemies down here, so it wasn't that bad. Back to floor 81, more fibre, more tree fertilizers, more tea saplings, the usual story. This is what a 10 million challenge looks like. It is a serious fibre and wood grind. Serious grind. Actually went to sleep that night dreaming about trees. I decided not to sell bits and pieces until the very end. I was going to sell everything in a huge bulk at the end just to see how much money that we actually accumulate all at once. So day 91 we were closing in on the challenge completion date, and it was more processing. We had accumulated tons of kegs, more trees have grown in the quarry. The great thing about tree fertilizer is that winter will not stop it from activating. Trees will still grow in winter if used with tree fertilizer. I was going to make more kegs using this wood because I still had a good few days before the 16th to process more crops into wine. I just wasn't too sure at this time if I was going to get through all of the pumpkins that I had accumulated, because there was a lot of pumpkins there to get through. And each keg, it took almost 4 days to process one pumpkin into a pumpkin juice, and it took 6 days to process a starfruit into a starfruit wine, which is why it's so important to get hundreds of cakes. So I decided to take a break from the grinding, and I did the fishing event here, won a few things. I mean, obviously I could have done a skull carving run or something, you know, better with my time, but I actually needed a break. I felt like my character needed a break as well. But after the event, it was back to floor 81 to grind more fibre. I mean, if I was reincarnated as floor 81, I'd be so thankful right now that I had a visitor every couple of days, you know? So, look at all the fibre and wood that I had accumulated. Let's see how many tea saplings I can make. Boom, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. 925 tea saplings. Thanks to all the tree farms that we grown, all of the times we visited for 81 to get the fibre that it had. Back to Ginger Island, day 94, to get more fairy rose honey. We were now closing in on the end of our challenge. It's very exciting at this stage in the game to see if you're going to beat the challenge or not. At this stage, I didn't know if I was going to beat the challenge or not, because I hadn't sold anything yet. Everything was just accumulating inside a chest. All of these pumpkin juices were just going into a chest. All of the starfruit wines were going into a chest. The honey was going into a chest. The iridium bars were going into a chest. Now, obviously my money has gradually increased every few days, but that's just selling other bits and bobs that I wasn't really accumulating. Skull Cavern, look what I get, an auto petter. Unfortunately, I didn't get an auto petter when I did my chicken farmer challenge, but it gave me an auto petter for this challenge, because the game knows that I didn't have any animals on the farm. So if you watch there closely, I actually got my first rabbit's foot off a serpent. It is a super rare drop, but it's nice to get. What was I going to do with that rabbit's foot? I was going to sell it, of course. I wasn't going to give it to any of the villagers. I needed all the money I could get. So I was finished with the greenhouse, in terms of this challenge anyway. So I got my pickaxe, picked up all of the iridium sprinklers, just going to sell all these, because every little bit counts. I also processed the rest of my iridium ores into bars to sell as well. Day 97. Are we going to make it? Are we going to make 10 million gold within 100 days? Is it even possible to have 10 million gold on hand within the first 100 days of this game? We're going to find out very soon. I've been wanting to do this challenge for quite some time. The reason why I decided to do it now is because I felt like I had accumulated enough experience from playing this game a lot to attempt a min-max challenge like this. Also bear in mind that many day resets were done. There were many a day where I didn't do Great Skull Cavern runs, so I reset the day, redid the Skull Cavern until I was happy with the results. Despite the fact that there were super lucky days, sometimes you can get super lucky days and you could do horrendously bad in Skull Cavern. It just doesn't give you the holes that you need. So this challenge took me weeks to make. Weeks. So day 99, the second last day, I was finishing up here in the mines, just getting the last of the iridium bars. These are all the goods we're going to sell. Honey, wines, tea saplings, other bits and bobs, regular wood, regular stone, and 665 pumpkins that I didn't get to process because I didn't have enough cakes. Let's go to sleep and see if we beat the challenge. We've 1.7 million gold at the moment. We made a total of 7.6 million gold. Did we get to 10 million gold? Can we purchase the gold clock within 100 days? Let's press OK and find out. Unfortunately, I didn't make it. I had 9.3 million gold. I needed 10 million to get the gold clock. I did make over 10 million gold, but I didn't have it on hand, which means I failed the challenge. Is it possible to make 10 million gold and to purchase the gold clock within 100 days? It is. There are things I could have done. There are things I could have adjusted to get more money. I could have, for example, put the bee houses somewhere else on Ginger Island and used the actual farmland to make more starfruit and convert those into starfruit wine. If I'd done that, I'm pretty sure I would have completed the challenge. Despite the fact that I failed, I still had a great time doing this run, and I hope you enjoyed watching this video. It was a very grindy video, but the point I wanted to make was that if you have the knowledge and if you get the luck, you can make millions of gold in this game very early. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley as a slime rancher. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome back to another Stardew Valley video. The main goal for this challenge is to fill up the farm with as many slime hutches as possible and to get as many slime variations as possible. To make this happen, we need to travel the whole breadth of the land and acquire as many different types of slime eggs that we can get our hands on, including the tiger slime eggs over on Ginger Island and the black slimes that you can get from the witch. To make this challenge even more entertaining and intensive for myself, we are going to incorporate a few extra challenges. The first being to achieve all Monster Hunter eradication goals, the second to achieve over 1 million gold, and the third to obtain the Infinity Blade. This challenge took hundreds of hours to make, so if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, hit that subscribe button, I greatly appreciate it. The GamerGar Discord server is now open, the link is in the description, so if you have Discord yourself, jump on in, I'd love to see you there. So let's jump straight into the challenge, and let's have some fun. Day 1 of our epic slime farming adventure begins with planting the parsnips, making a chest of course, and scavenging the land for lovely forageables, because we're going to use those to make tons of money later on in the game. So as you can see here, we're going to spend all our money on parsnip seeds. You've noticed Pierre looks a bit different, so do all the town folks in this game. That's just a visual mod if you're wondering. Mods will be in the description. Day number 2 of course is a day of fishing. We are going to fish until we flop, sell all the fish for tons of money, which is our usual money making strategy, and this will be the primary strategy in spring to make tons of money to get the ball rolling on this challenge. Clint paid us a visit on day number 3 because we fished up some copper ore on the previous day, so he's going to give us the schematics there to build a furnace, which we'll need later on. We also go to Willie, sell some fish, purchase the great fiberglass rod, and spend the rest of day number 3 fishing. The reason why it's so important to fish on a rainy day, especially in spring, is to get catfish, because they sell for lots and lots of money. We're also going to visit Caroline and we're going to work on her with daffodils so we can learn the tea sap recipe later on, and that will be a great source of income as well, so we can get the ball rolling with slime hutches. So the main tactic of this challenge is to get the slime hutches built as quickly as possible. To make that happen, we need money. Best way to get money in spring is through crops, tea saplings and fish, hands down. If we can make it into the Skull Cavern early and get iridium bars, that will be a bonus. So I purchased 249 potatoes off Pierre today on day number 5. It took me the whole day to plant and water those, but it will be absolutely worth it in the next few days when I sell those. Day number 6, we're going down into the mines. The goal here is to get down as far as possible so we can get to floor 100, get that lovely star drop, but also so we can access the rest of the resources the mines has to offer, such as iron and gold and the occasional mineral or two, for example jades and diamonds. So day number 7, we get a rainy day. Super lucky today, I don't have to water the potatoes, thank God. There's a lot of potatoes there. If it wasn't raining, it would take me a lot of hours to get that done. Straight back into the mines, and we're going down as quickly as we possibly can. We're now in the middle section, and there we stop. We're going to go straight back to Clint and sell him some items just to get over the 2000 gold mark so we can get our first tool upgrade, which will be the pickaxe to a copper pickaxe, and that will probably get us through the rest of the mines without too much hassle. So because today is raining, we are going to fish until we flop again. The more fish we get, the more money we are going to get. We also get another rainy day on day number 8, so we take full advantage of that and fish also. It is finally on to day number 9, and it is time to collect all the lovely spring forageables. These spring forageables will be converted back into spring wild seeds, and eventually they will be converted into tea saplings for some huge profits. We get the copper pickaxe off Clint. It's time to go straight back into the mines and make some progress. Slaying 500 dust sprites will reward us with a burglar ring, so if I see dust sprites I will prioritise those and try to kill those straight away. So we get it down to floor 50, and then we treat ourselves to a nice community centre bundle on day number 10 here by giving in 4 spring forageables. We get back 30 spring wild seeds, plant those straight away. We're blessed with rainy days this time around, so I can't believe how lucky I'm getting with rainy days. We spend the rest of day 10 fishing so we can get our hands on more money. Anything we get from the treasures is also welcome. Demetrius also visits us on day 11. We're going to go with the mushroom cave because mushrooms are a lot more profitable, and the mushrooms also help with energy and health when we start doing some serious Skull Cavern runs later on. Look at all these lovely potatoes. We are going to pick up all these potatoes, we are going to sell these and make a huge profit, which isn't too shabby at all for the start of spring. We also do even more fishing today, and I got some jades there, super lucky. Level 5 farming, we're going to go with tiller of course. Level 6 farming, we can now make quality sprinklers. So it's back down into the mines. We're on floor 76, we're making great progress. Got a ruby there, which is really nice. Made it down to floor 80, and I got some nice firewalker boots, which is a very nice boot upgrade for me. So the problem here now is inventory slots. I needed a backpack upgrade, and I needed it now. So we got level 5 mining. We're going to go with the miner, of course, plus 1 ore per vein. I sold the potatoes today because I wanted to wait for the 10% farming perk to activate before I sold the crops to make 10% more money. Day number 13, we are just watering wild spring seeds. Once that's finished, back into the mines. Progress down to floor 100. That gives us our first star drop of the challenge. Not only will it replenish our energy, but it will also increase our maximum energy. We also get level 5 combat, and on day 14 it is straight into Georgia to get the bus upgrade 40,000 gold. We also get a backpack upgrade 2,000 gold, but why stop there? We had some money left over, so we get the second backpack upgrade as well, which gives us access to all slots in the game. So I made it down to floor 120 as well, and I got the skull key. We can now do skull cavern runs, so we're not even halfway through spring yet. So we're doing very well in terms of general progress. So day number 15, we are going to begin by watering our lovely spring wild seeds. Just 2 days left on those. I also pay a visit to the desert to get some triple shot espressos, get some spicy eels. We are now ready for a skull cavern run. The main goal of today is just to get to floor 25 so we can get 10,000 gold off key. The more gold we get, the bigger progress we can do. I got super lucky here on floor 38. I got a red slime egg. I was super happy with that because I needed those eggs to use in the slime hutches later on once I start building those. And what you're going to find is that when the slime hutches do start, they will spring up very quickly. Prismatic shard as well, which is pretty nice. Got that from an iridium vein. That was only on floor 41, so super lucky there. On floor 49, I got even luckier and another red slime egg inside the treasure chest. I couldn't ask for better than that. To get 2 slime eggs in one day. Those slime eggs, of course, were not going to be sold. They were going to be kept for slime incubation. I got a prismatic shard as well from another treasure room. Today was just one of those days. It was a super lucky day for myself. So before the day finished, I converted 1 prismatic shard into a galaxy sword, and I'll keep the other one then for use later on. Robin on day 16, it was time to build the first of many slime hutches. Now the slime hutch counter begins. You will see, on general, 1 slime hutch built every few days. The farm will be filled up to the top with slime hutches. I also get Clint to break open a ton of geodes here, and the reason why I do this is because I want to get access to the swords, to the Statue of Uncertainty to use it later on. We finally get access to Caroline's lovely sunroom from giving her so many daffodils. She'll send us on a lovely recipe for the tea saplings the next day. The rest of today was spent cutting down trees for 2 reasons. Number 1, for wood, and for number 2, to free up space for slime hutches. 10,000 gold from Mr. Key for making a plus 425, and the tea saplings from Caroline. We were off to a magnificent start, and we're only still in spring. We were doing so well. Look at all these lovely spring forageables. We were going to pick up all these. We're going to convert these into wild spring seeds, and we're going to further convert these into tea saplings. That's where the wood comes into play. 52 tea saplings right there. That's going to sell for a ton of money. Straight back into the regular mines. Now what we're looking for here are dust sprites, because I wanted to complete dust sprite monster eradication goal as quickly as possible to get the burglar ring. Because if you have the burglar ring, if a slime does drop a slime egg, there's a chance you can get double slime eggs, and that's going to save me a lot of time and resources. Marlon visits me today because the slime hutch has been built. He gives me a free green slime egg, which is great. All slime hutches come with a free slime incubator, which is really handy. Plus 4 troughs. Now we can set up sprinklers for those troughs eventually, but for now, we're just going to have to water it manually. It was time for another slime hutch to be placed. That will be built in a few days, and of course we're going to go back to the Great Morris, and this time we're going to get the minecarts because I wanted to fast travel between areas in the game so I could save time. I also go to Clint. I get my steel pickaxe back off him, which is great. Straight back into the mines, we're farming more dust sprites, and this will continue until we have 500 dust sprites killed. If we come across regular slimes or other enemies, of course we'll kill them too, because it all counts at the end. Day 19 begins with clearing up some more space on the farm, and then we're going straight back into regular mines, and we're looking for slimes, but more importantly we're looking for the dust sprites. The burglar ring is worth the time effort. Great thing about dust sprites is that most of the time they appear in large numbers, so getting the kill count to 500 isn't that bad. Our first green slime has been born, so I fill up the troughs straight away with water. But it will need a mate so it can start making babies, so our slimes can multiply, which means we can get slime balls. That in turn will give us slime, and then we can use that slime to make more slime eggs, and this cycle just goes round infinitely. Eventually we will make loads of money off slime eggs, and of course we get Robin to build us, yes, another slime hutch. Back to Clint for a lovely copper axe, thank you very much Clint. And this time, because we had the copper axe, we could get rid of all the lovely small tree stumps around the farm, making more space for future slime hutches. At the end of the day, we get level 5 foraging, so we go with Gather, which is a chance to get double foraged items, which is really good. Back down into the regular mines on day 21, and we are slaying more lovely dust sprites. So the great thing about this is not only are we getting coal, which we need to smelt tons and tons of bars, but we're also getting slimes as well, and we're getting other monsters along the way, so the monster eradication goals won't be too difficult to complete when we get into the later part of the game. So another slime hutch has been built. This time I'm going to put in a red slime egg, which I got from the Skull Caverns, and that will breed red slimes in that room. We're also going to get Robin to build, yes, another slime hutch. How many slime hutches will we have by the end of the challenge? We get the gold pickaxe back off Clint, which is really good. And we're going to go to Morris and we're going to get the bridge repair done so we can get into the quarry and access the resources there. We finally defeat 500 dust sprites. We get the burglaring. This means farming slime eggs will be a little bit better. Just got 2 green slime eggs there, which is great. Now slimes only have a 1% chance to drop a slime egg, so sometimes you're going to end up massacring hundreds of slimes only to get 1 slime egg. So day 23 we're in the Skull Cavern, but we're not looking to get down as deep as possible. We were prioritising slimes today because we wanted to get the 1000 slime kill count done so we get the slime charmer ring. But at the same time we were also hunting for purple slime eggs. Emily visited us the next day and she's going to give us access to her sewing machine because we picked up some cloth in the Skull Cavern. And we were going to venture into the quarry, so the first thing we're going to do is blow up all of these resources and collect them. Once this is done, we're going to go straight into the quarry cave and we're going to grab the golden scythe. These floating skulls also drop really good items such as rings, and if you're super lucky they can also drop magic rock candies. Once we're finished with the quarry, we're going straight back into the Skull Cavern and we are farming slimes. These big slimes are perfect to get up the slime kill count because sometimes a big slime can drop loads of little regular slimes that you can kill. There's also a chance they can drop purple slime eggs now that we have slime hutches on the farm. So we're getting Robin to build another slime hutch, which is great, and if you're wondering where we're getting all our money, it's from primarily selling iridium bars. We get a steel axe off Clint today, we're going to go with another upgrade. This time we just go with the panning. We don't actually pan in this challenge, I'm just getting these upgrades so I can get access to Ginger Island as quickly as possible. I did however need a lot more money, so I did a little bit of fishing, and on day 26 I'm going straight back into the Skull Cavern to slay more slimes. Ambush rooms like this are absolutely perfect because they're filled up to the top with slimes. I was getting the occasional diamond, which was great. We also went to Robin and we're going for another slime hutch. We're going to put that on the farm, right up the top left there. Once we're finished with that, we are going to smelt more iridium into iridium bars to sell for money, and we're also going to make some bombs. And I made a load of bombs here because I had so much coal from killing dust sprites, and I had some iron ores as well, just from doing the occasional mines and the Skull Cavern. Straight back down into the Skull Cavern itself to slay even more slimes. What's really cool about the burglar ring as well is that if you slay the big slimes that have pink cakes inside, there's a chance you can get double pink cake. And pink cake is really good for giving you back health and energy. Level 10 mining, we're going to go with blacksmith, bars are worth 50% more, and there is a large slime that had pink cakes. We just got 2 pink cakes back there, which was so nice. That's what I love about the burglar rig, it just gives you double of almost every sort of drop you can get from a monster. So more diamonds today, followed by a purple slime egg, praise the Lord. It took me hundreds of slimes to kill to actually get that purple slime egg. So that was going straight into a slime incubator right there. Time to get another slime hutch off Robin, so we're going to place this one just underneath the greenhouse there. So right now we do have a lot of slime hutches on the farm, but we are not even close to how many we're going to have by the end of this video. Not even close by a long shot. The rest of the day is spent clearing up resources on the farm to make space for future slime hutches because there will be a lot. Back to Morris, of course, we have a lot of gold from selling iridium bars. We're going to go with the final upgrade, the greenhouse. This means we can now cross over to Ginger Island once a few tasks have been met. We're also going to go with an upgrade here with Clint, get him to upgrade the axe and gold axe. just so I can cut down trees a lot faster. So this time we are smelting quartz into refined quartz because we need that to make more slime hutches. Day 31, a lovely visit from Evelyn. She's going to give us the garden pot because we unlocked the greenhouse. She is not the big surprise for today. Straight after Evelyn, we get another visit from Gunther, and we wanted a visit from him for ages. Gunther is going to give us the key to the sewers, which means we can go down and access the Statue of Uncertainty and swap around our professions to maximize resources gained every single day. I made loads of lightning rods today because tomorrow was a stormy day and I needed battery packs to get over to Ginger Island. I got Robin to make yet another slime hutch, put that one up there close to the greenhouse as well. Eventually we'll work our way down with those. I also got a super surprise party from Morris & Co today. Look at them go. Look how great they look with all their lovely Joja caps on. And they got Morris then with the bow tie. I was going to get a lovely Joja machine off them. So I started farming floor 86 here on day 31 because it's an ambush floor. Great thing about ambush floors, they will remain the same for the whole day, so I can very easily farm this floor for the whole day. This means I can get my kill count up on slimes super fast. There's also a chance I can get red slime eggs from killing those slimes as well. I finally get my iridium pickaxe off Clint on day 32, super happy with that. That was the last of the pickaxe upgrades. Once I got that, it was straight off into the skull cavern and we were killing more slimes. Of course, if we got some slime eggs, it was great. I also got the occasional iridium bar, which was nice as well, because those things sell for 1500 gold a pop. Day 33, look at all the battery packs I got. It was time for another slime hutch. This time, we're working downwards, so this is going to the bottom of the farm. So I had my steel axe, time to get into the secret woods to get some hardwood because I needed hardwood, a lot more hardwood, to get access to Ginger Island. So today is spent just breaking open all of the hardwood stubs, then we're going straight back into the regular mines and we're farming red slimes. Red slime eggs is a bonus of course, but primarily we're just after the kill count for 1000 slimes to get the slime charmer ring. So it's time to fix up Willie's boat. We have the resources and this will bring us over to Ginger Island. Ginger Island has an absolute ton of resources on it that we can use to make this challenge go a little bit smoother. Once all the materials have been given, we're going straight back into the skull cavern to kill some slimes. I just got super lucky there as well. I got another purple slime egg. Iridium bars are welcome, diamonds are welcome. The burglary increases the odds of all these lovely slimes dropping great loot. That purple slime egg is going to go straight into a slime incubator. And then at day 35 we are going over to Ginger Island. So the goal here isn't to get all of the golden walnuts. We just want to get 100 so we can access Key's secret walnut room. So we can start farming up galaxy souls to get the infinity blade, which is one of the main challenges of this 100 day video. So I just got enough golden walnuts today to get this house built. That means I now have a Ginger Island farm. We won't be really using that farm. The main goals here are just getting this Key secret walnut room and also farming these tiger slimes for tiger slime eggs. Now there is only a 1% chance these tiger slimes will drop an egg, and these tiger slimes don't appear in great numbers, so it could potentially take us quite some time to actually get the tiger slime egg that we need. But it's okay because in the meantime we're still getting other resources that are coming in super handy. For example, cinder shards that we can use to enchant weapons. That is the Crusader enchant for our galaxy sword. So I didn't have enough stone to get a slime hutch, which means I had to buy some off Robin to get her to build the next slime hutch because it does require a lot of stone. And that's going on the farm right there. Once that's built, we're straight back over to Ginger Island farming more tiger slimes because I was committed to getting the tiger slime egg as quickly as possible. Even though they weren't dropping the tiger slime egg for me, they were dropping other great stuff that I could sell, such as mango saplings, diamonds and rare minerals, which was really cool. So I put 3 rubies into this galaxy sword, increasing its base attack power, meaning the slimes will die a lot faster now, so I can get through the content a lot faster. I got the Dragon 2 cutlass in a chest today. I was considering swapping my main weapon to that, but decided not to because I will have an infinity blade eventually. I finally got the kill count for slimes. It was day 40, time to get my lovely slime charmer ring. Also got the vampire ring too from killing bats. So I was just customizing the slime hutch today. The reason why I put flooring down in that area is so that slime eggs don't appear there. They only appear in areas that don't have flooring. It just makes it easier to collect the slime balls when you're going in. because eventually we're going to have tons of slime hutches, so slime ball collection will take a full day. So this time we're going visiting Krobus, but the main reason we're visiting Krobus is to get the wicked statue recipe. Eventually we will get to Star Drop off him, but for now we needed the money for future slime hutches, because slime hutches are expensive. The main reason you put this statue in a slime hutch is to prevent the witch from turning those slimes into black slimes. We will however leave one slime hutch without a statue, so that hopefully the witch will convert those slimes into black slimes later on. So it was back to Ginger Island, and this time I tried the pylon puzzle, and it took me a few goes, but I'm actually slowly but surely getting better at this puzzle. Eventually I done it and I got awarded with 3 more golden walnuts. That means I was getting closer to Key's secret walnut room. I had a lot of taro tubers planted from all the tiger slimes I've been killing, so I decided to plant those and harvest those in hopes to get more golden walnuts from pulling them up. I also rescued Professor Snail to get access to his artifact hunting quest, because I needed to get the golden walnuts from that to get into Key's secret walnut room. The rest of the day was spent in the volcano dungeon. Day number 44, it was time to get all of the lovely battery packs that the storm had generated the day before. This time we were getting a shed from Robin because I needed a place where I could put slime egg presses which make eggs, because eventually we're going to end up getting hundreds and hundreds of slime on a daily basis, and the slime eggs were going to be a great source of income for the latter part of the challenge. It was also time to start decorating the farm as well, so I started putting down some paths. Back into the Skull Cavern, and I was killing more slimes primarily to try to get more purple slime eggs. Eventually eggs gotten from felled slimes won't go into slime incubators. I'll just sell them and make huge amounts of money from them, because slime eggs do sell for a lot of money. Having the slime charmer equipped, it was a lifesaver. It means I didn't have to fear the damage that these slimes do anymore, because some of these slimes, especially the red, purple and tiger slimes, can dish out some serious damage if you let them. So we're back in the regular mines today, primarily farming stone. That night I just smelled some bars as well for iridium because I needed some money because my funds were getting a bit low. Day 47 we are back to Robin, and this time we are going to get the big shed upgrade, followed by decorating the farm, which took me the whole day because I want to make the slime rancher farm look really nice when the challenge is finished. This means I needed lots of wood and lots of stone to make the paths that were required. Let me know when the challenge ends if you liked the slime hutch farm or not. I appreciate the comment. So it was back into the volcano dungeon on day number 48, and we were still looking for tiger slime eggs. Could we get one today? No, we didn't. It is super rare. There's only a 1% chance a slime will drop an egg, so we're going to have to do more farming in that volcano dungeon to get one. Because we have to remember one of the challenges are to get all slime variations. That includes the tiger slime. We will need at least 2 tiger slime eggs. If we're lucky, that give us a male and a female, so they'll start breeding up babies for us. Robin will make us another slime hutch, of course, and this time I'm going to put loads of crystallariums into the big shed. These crystallariums, however, are going to generate something that you won't expect. So I was back to Ginger Island today, unlocked the beach so I could get access to more areas to get more golden walnuts, so I could access Key's secret walnut room, which we just accessed here, which was great. Now we could take on the key quests, which will give us back key gems so we can purchase some real nice items. We're going to go with Key's Prismatic Grange because that awards the most gems, 35 gems in total. For the blue items, I just went with the Judge Cola. I had all the other items needed as well to complete the quest except the red items. To fix that, I just made some cherry bombs using the copper ores and coal that I had. And I had tons of copper ore from all the dungeon crawls that I've been doing. Back into the volcano cave today, and there we go, 2 tiger slime eggs from a slime thanks to the burglar ring, which was absolutely magnificent. They sell for 8,000 gold a pop. They are rare, but we weren't going to sell them. Oh no, we were going to incubate these and start a tiger slime family back on Stardew Valley. So I was super happy with this. It was a super rare find, and all we're missing now to complete the slime variety challenge is the black slimes. So these crystallariums are generating fire quartz. Reason for this, we need tons and tons of fire quartz to make slime egg presses. So as we can see here, I was able to make 20 slime egg presses using coal, fire quartz and battery packs. So they are quite expensive to make, but they are worth it because we need these to convert slime into slime eggs. So look at all the slime eggs we have today. This is the first slime hutch we put down. We've got lots of slimes in here now from our slimes breeding with each other. And we can convert 100 slime into a slime egg using a slime egg press. So as you can see as well, I have a lot of iridium sprinklers now put down inside of the slime hutches. That means I don't have to water those traps every single day. The sprinklers will do the job for me. So day 52, we're going back into the Skull Cavern, and I got super lucky there. Got a purple slime egg. I will incubate that the next day. I also got some prismatic shards today as well, so I'm super happy with that. All of these ambush rooms that I got were considered a blessing because it meant a possibility for more purple slime eggs for me, and I just got another one right there, so that was a great day indeed. I got Robin to build me, yes, another slime hutch. This is going to the bottom right hand side of the farm. Day 53, look at all these lovely fire quartz, but more importantly, look at all our fabulous slime eggs. Green being the most common, then blue, then red, then purple. These slime egg presses will not generate tiger slime eggs. You can only get those from killing tiger slimes over on Ginger Island. I got the Dark Talisman today just to start the quest for the magic link with the wizard. I also went back to Krobus too, and I purchased a lovely star drop off him because maximum energy is always a great thing. It also means I can do a lot more on the farm, or I can gather a lot more resources without having to tuck into food. I also got the magical ink as well. I'm going to give that to the wizard now, which will activate his magical terminal, and this means I can use it later on if I have the money to get things such as warp obelisks. The rest of the day was spent putting slime into slime egg presses. Day 55, we get Robin to make us another slime hutch. How many more slime hutches can we fit on this farm? I also got Clint to upgrade my axe as well. We're going for the gold axe so we can cut down trees faster. So these lovely slime balls that the slimes are making are becoming more common now because the slime hutches are becoming more active. It was the last day of summer. We're getting through the challenge. We're more than halfway there. We're going to finish out the last day by just going to this event here, which is the Moonlight Jellies. Other than that, today was primarily spent cutting down trees to get wood, and it was just processing iridium ores. It was also collecting slime balls from all of the slime hutches because there's a lot of slime hutches now on the farm. Day 57 is the first of autumn, and look at all these lovely slime eggs that we get. We also get our gold axe back off Clint, which is great. And we're going to pick up a key quest. We're going to go for 4 precious stones. We just have to find 4 prismatic shards. Easy enough. We spend a lot of money today on bombs from the dwarf, and we are straight back down into the Skull Cavern. So what we're going for now are more monster eradication goals and iridium ore, of course, to make more money. Day 58, we are smelting ores into bars. I'm also going to make some slime incubators using iridium bars and slime. That's 23 incubators right there. I have a big plan for those incubators. More prismatic shards in the Skull Cavern. I got super lucky. I also put on a treasure chest. We also get access to the special quest board as well. We're going to go with tropical fish here from Willy. And because we had some money left over, I treated myself to an iridium rod, a trap bobber, and some bait. So I had to fish up 5 lionfish, 5 blue discus, and 5 stingray, which took me almost 2 full days to do. But I needed to do it because I was coming to the end of my tether when it comes to the Skull Cavern runs. It was a nice change of pace. Day 61, it was back to the slime hutches. Look at all the slime balls here. This is a slime hutch filled up to the top with slime balls. Look at all the slime I'm going to get back here. I'm going to get back hundreds of slime from these. Back into the shed, of course, and our lovely slime egg presses are good to go. So I'm going to sell all those eggs, make loads of money. So I made crystal floors now today, and I can make those because you just need refined quartz to make those, and I had hundreds of refined quartz. I also made more stone walkway floors as well, so I can decorate the farm even further, make it look nice. So what I'm doing with the slime incubators are I'm putting them outside because I want to have slimes outside as well as inside the slime hutches. Now slimes that are created outside will not generate slime balls. Oh, I'm just doing it for the purposes of having a cool looking slime rancher farm. There's only so many slime hutches you can fit on your farm, unfortunately. So I'm going to fill up all these slime incubators with green slime eggs because the green ones are just so common. They're one of the most common eggs you'll come across, especially if you use the slime egg presses. We're back in the Skull Cavern, and of course we're killing monsters that we see for monster eradication goals. The rock crab is of no exception, of course. I get a crystallarium here inside a treasure floor. I'm so happy with this. I also put the furnaces inside the mines because I needed space inside my farm, you know, for slimes and for more slime hutches to come. So I just wanted to show a really funny scene here. This is the straw version of Maru. She goes into the change room and she comes out a human version. So if the person who made the mod watches this video, that's something that you might address. It was time for another key quest. We're going to go with 4 precious stones because it's a super fast one to complete, because I had so many prismatic shards from doing so many Skull Cavern runs. I also spent some time today decorating the farm. I'm just going to speed up the game here a little bit just to show you what the farm looks like at the moment. So I thought to myself it looks pretty good, but let me know in the comments if you like the style that this farm is taking on. So day 65, I'm just bringing the prismatic stones back to complete that quest. That's giving me more key gems to work with. I had enough to purchase 2 galaxy souls, but not enough to purchase a third. I needed just a few more key gems to get the 3rd galaxy soul, so I could upgrade my galaxy sword to an infinity blade. So I made more slime egg presses, and I also going to go to the mines here as well, get some more iridium bars to make more slime incubators, because I wanted to put more slime incubators on the farm to have even more slimes appear outside. So I'm going to put these little incubation zones all over the farm. Now I could have put a slime hutch here as well, but I thought the farm would look a bit boring if it was just stacked up to the top with slime hutches. I thought this would make it look a little bit more interesting. So I get more slime eggs today from our lovely slime egg presses, and primarily with the green slime eggs, we're going to use those for the incubators because the green ones are just so common. Back down into the Skull Caverns, of course, and this time our priority are just monsters for the monster eradication goals. So we're going for serpents, we're going for rock crabs, we're going for mummies, of course. All of those monsters are on the kill list for us. Any sort of iridium ores that we get, we'll smelt those into bars. With the bars we have a choice where we can sell them if we need money, or we can just convert them back into slime incubators if we want more slimes to appear outside of the farm. So day number 67, and as you can see now, a trend is starting to form where every few days we go into the slime hutches and get the slime balls, get the slime, put into slime egg presses, rinse and repeat. So I'm going to go to Clint today. I'm going to blow all my money on coal because I'm struggling on coal a big time, and I need that coal to make more slime egg presses. I also needed it to smelt more bars to make more money. I got super lucky today. The witch finally visited the farm and she spewed her magic on the slime hutch that didn't have the wicked statue, so those slimes will now become black slimes, and eventually they will start mating and baby black slimes will enter the scene. So the variety challenge for the slimes is now complete. We now had one of every slime in the game inside our lovely Slime Rancher farm. All that was left was to just make the farm look great, get the infinity blade, and make over 1 million gold. And if you take a look at all the eggs we're getting now, it looks like we're going to achieve all those goals. So eventually we're not going to be putting these slime eggs into the slime incubators, we're just going to be selling them to make some money. And when that happens, you'll see firsthand just how profitable these slime hutches can be. As you can see there, when I woke up, I got huge list of notifications on the left hand side of my screen. These notifications were that some slimes were born and some slimes escaped. So unfortunately the farm can only hold a certain amount of slimes every single day. It will automatically release slimes at the end of a day, so the game doesn't overload when it comes to internal processing power. So day number 70, we're getting there, we're almost finished with the challenge. The trend continues of farming slime to get slime eggs. So because we have so many slime hutches now on the farm, this process is getting more and more lengthy because there's just so many more slime eggs to get. And because we're getting so much slime, we have to make more slime egg presses to keep up with the demand for slime eggs. So here is another incubation zone, and we're also going to do the same with the greenhouse here as well. We're going to make this another slime incubation zone, fill this up with slime incubators, and this is going to be a slime greenhouse. And this is what it looks like. This is our lovely slime greenhouse. This is going to be a full-on slime rancher farm, including the greenhouse. I also spent a great majority of resources and time doing up the Ginger Island farm. I want to have a huge slime farm over here, the biggest slime farm you have ever seen. It was time for more key quests. We're going for Keys Hungry Challenge. We have to make it to floor 100 without eating any foods. For the Stardew Valley Fair, I thought it'd be a good idea to put my slime eggs and other dungeon crawling items into the Grange display, but it didn't work out the way I hoped for, and I only got 3rd place. That didn't really matter because I just gambled them all on green and got the star tokens I needed to get the star drop. So today is always a great day to get your hands on a star drop, even if you don't get a great place. When it comes to the Grange display, you can always just gamble on green until you get the star tokens you need. Back to Robin, of course, day 73. But this time it wasn't to get stone for slime hutches, it was to get stone for staircases. I wanted to get as many staircases as possible so I could complete Keys Hungry challenge. I also went into the shed and I got all these lovely fire quartz, replaced them with jades so I can trade those in on Sundays for even more staircases for future Skull Cavern runs. The rest of the day was spent just running through all of the slime hutches and all the slime balls, putting those into the slime egg presses to get back other slime eggs to sell. I had 82 staircases. Was it enough? Let's find out. Day 74, we're going for Keys Hungry challenge. So I took some damage here as well, you know, but what's great about Keys Hungry challenge is that sometimes the big slimes can drop hearts when you kill them and you get back health. Just got a Monster Hunter eradication goal there for the rock crabs, super happy with that. A purple slime egg from a chest, super happy with that. And of course I made it to floor 100, so I got the prize of the key gems. So I went back to Ginger Island on day 75 and I had to remove my slime farm because the slimes just weren't staying on the Ginger Island farm. They all disappeared after the night. That was a huge waste of time and resources. I did, however, get the Infinity Blade, which was really nice. That is another goal completed. Yes, so we're going really well in terms of the goals. Day 76, we're going to get more jades, we're going to get more slime eggs. Look at all these beautiful slime eggs that we're getting. It's just fabulous. What are we going to do with these slime eggs? We're going to sell some and we're going to keep some. So I feel sorry for Pam standing by the bus every day on her own. We're going to set her up with her very own slime family. I'm going to make some slime incubators, going to fill these up with all different sorts of slimes. I also made some slime incubation zones in the actual Pelican Town itself so that the slimes can interact with the Stardew Valley population, and who knows, maybe they can even learn some English. Maybe people can coexist with the slimes, we can all live in peace. If the dwarves and the void people can do it, maybe the humans and the slimes can do it too. Let's find out. Day 77, we are getting there with the challenge. So I also picked up a quest here now to get some ginger. I needed 100 ginger in total to complete the special orders quest. So I spent a great deal of time on Ginger Island getting ginger. Day 79 is the usual, getting slime eggs, going through all the slime hutches, getting as much slime as possible, putting it back into the slime egg presses to get back more slime eggs. And as you can see, the slime eggs sell for magnificent amounts of money. Look at the purple slime egg, it sells for 5,000 gold. The green slime egg, which is the most common one, that sells for 1,000 gold. That's more than a diamond. So slime eggs can get you tons of money. So our lovely horse is ready to go, or should I say slime. Yes, this is a giant slime we are riding around in. Look at it go. Called the slime Rimmeroo. And if you don't know where that name comes from, don't worry about it. Back to Ginger Island, we completed yet another puzzle, more golden walnuts for us. And we're back on the hunt again for ginger. We need 100 in total, so any ginger we do see, we hop out of the ground straight away. Back to the volcano, of course, to see if we can get more tiger slime eggs. And day 81 begins with the usual slime maintenance. Once the slime maintenance is done with, we're back over on Ginger Island to farm more ginger. So what we're looking for now are shadow brutes and shadow shamans, because we wanted to get the kill count for those. So we were going to farm those for the next couple of days, just to complete the last few monster eradication goals that we needed. The black slimes were multiplying, which was great. They did start off with just 2. Now there's a whole family of them, which is great to see. Those black slimes will get bigger and bigger until there's a total of 20, because each slime hutch can hold a total of 20 slimes. So I was back down into the mines day 83, and again we were looking for more shadow people. So shadow shamans, shadow brutes were all on the menu, and the great thing about this is that they were also dropping really good items. Just got a prismatic shard there off one of them, which was super rare, also super nice of course. Look at all of these slime eggs that we're getting. We're going to make tons of money. 107 staircases ready to go as well. If we ever decide to get another quest from Key, the Hungry Challenge for example would be super easy to do now. Almost 140,000 gold made today from primarily selling slime eggs, which is really good. So this time we're going to go with Key's Cuisine, ship 100,000 gold worth of freshly cooked items. To make this work I needed Robin to upgrade my house so I could actually cook items. And I also had the hot Java ring, so enemies that I slayed had a chance to drop coffee or triple shot espressos. There's the Monster Hunter goal for the Void people, super happy with that. One step closer to getting the Monster Slayer Hero achievement. So today was the usual slime egg presses, getting the slime eggs. This time I was hunting down skeletons. I needed to kill skeletons for another Monster Hunter goal, so they were on the menu. But more importantly, the skeletons also dropped coffee when I killed them, so that was really good as well. I got the triple shot espresso recipe off Gus. I was going to use that to complete Key's Cuisine quest. So I'm at 180 triple shot espressos today. That would get me a lot of money, but not enough to complete the quest. I still needed to make more. So it was down into the mines, and I decided that to farm the insects down here on this level would be the quickest way to go about it, because each insect had a chance to drop a coffee or a triple shot espresso. I was also going for monster eradication goals as well, so that was the goal done for insects, which was great. I now needed to get the doggies up, so I was now hunting for the doggies as well. So day 89 we're smelting bars, and once we're finished smelting with the bars, we're going to have a look at the quests. Robin wants 80 hardwood. That's simple to do now because we have access to Ginger Island, so I just cut down all of the Ginger Island hardwood trees to complete that quest, no problem at all. Also went back into the secret woods and I got the hardwood inside there as well. Day 90 we're getting more lovely slime eggs, so we're going to sell all those. I also completed Robin's quest for the hardwood. Oh, if you're wondering, I also failed the Ginger Island quest for ginger because I just couldn't get enough. So I had 8 days left to cook up more triple shot espressos. I was back to the mines to see if I can get more coffees to convert into triple shot espressos. The hot Java ring has to be one of the most overpowered rings in the game because it gives coffee drinks when you slay enemies, which is just fantastic. So we were slaying more enemies, and the great thing about the insects is that there is a chance that the insects can actually drop ancient seeds, you know, which you need to grow ancient fruits. So that was the Monster Slayer goal for the dinosaurs completed, so we were getting there. The best way to handle this monster eradication goal is to just fight the dinosaurs whenever you get a room like that, because you don't need to kill too many to complete the goal. I made it down to floor 100 today, and I got this special scene from Key where he gives me a drink that I can take that increases my health by 25. This is only possible when you unlock that quest from a secret note, and you get that from the magnifying glass. So I finally met over the 1,000,000 gold. I treated myself to a desert obelisk. This way I didn't have to use any more warp totems to go to the desert. I could just go there now whenever I pleased. So the goal to make over the 1,000,000 gold has been completed. But why stop there? Let's try to make as much money as possible. As we can see here as well, we completed all of the monster eradication goals for all the enemies in the game. So that is another goal completed, which was great. I believe that's all the goals now that we've set out in this game as completed, which was fantastic. I also spoke to Gil and I got tons of rewards there from completing monster eradication goals, including the Napalm ring, which is a really good ring for slaying tons of enemies at once. The Napalm ring will make an enemy explode when defeated. If an enemy that explodes kills another enemy, that enemy will also explode, which means you can chain up huge explosions. You have to be super careful with the Napalm ring though, especially if you're inside a slime hutch, that if you destroy one of your slimes with a Napalm ring, you will destroy all of your structures, especially if there's loads of slimes there. So I made even more money today from selling slime eggs. Day 95, and the usual trend continues in the farm, but this time look what I'm doing. I'm putting slime incubators around Pelican Time because I want more slimes to be integrated in with the people of Stardew Valley. Also treated myself to a lovely iridium breastplate just to spruce things up a little bit because I had the helmet from the Monster Hunter goals. Now I really looked the part. Back into the volcano dungeon to get more resources to sell, to get more money. I was really hoping for the tiger slime egg because they were so rare. But I made it to the top again. I combined my hot Java ring with a Napalm ring, so that's a nice combination. Look at all the black slimes I have now. I have tons of them, and they're generating loads of slime eggs for me, which is really nice. So I'm going to get all the slime here. These are going to go into the slime egg presses. Look at all the egg presses we have now. We have loads of them. Look at all the eggs we're going to get back on day 98. We were going to sell all these eggs to make an absolute fortune. Now most of them are just green eggs, but if you get the odd red or purple, you get a lot of money for that too. Day 98, and I decided to go back into Pelican Town, try to get these slimes to follow me so I could spread them all over the map so they can start talking to people. Slimes will greet NPCs when they actually get into their range, which is really funny. So if that does happen, I will try to capture that and show it to you. So I had enough money assembled again to get another obelisk. I just went with the earth obelisk. I was hoping to get another 1 million to get the island obelisk, but I didn't have the bananas anyway, so I wouldn't have been able to get that regardless. Day 100, we finally made it. The 100-day challenge is over. Look at all the slimes in Pelican Town. Look at how peaceful they are. Can people live in harmony with slimes? Of course they can. Slimes aren't the most fearsome creature. Just look at them right now. All these slimes want is a good hug. As we can see, I'm not taking any damage. So I just wanted to show you one of the slime pens here. And this is basically an accumulation of putting in tons and tons of slime eggs on a daily basis. As we can see, there are now hundreds of slimes inside here. This is what happens when you destroy hundreds of slimes with a napalm ring. The game will actually freeze because the game just can't process all of the information that's going on at the moment. So the game will unfreeze now in a second, and you will see this area basically disintegrate, just like that. I thought that was pretty cool. I was also curious to see would I get many slime eggs by killing all of these slimes, and unfortunately I didn't. I just got a small handful of slime eggs. I honestly thought I'd get a lot more, but I just got a small few. So this is the Slime Rancher Challenge finished with. The main reason I wanted to do this challenge is because I wanted to show people how profitable slime hutches can be. Now it did take a while for the operation to get up and running, but slime eggs are not to be underestimated. They can sell for huge money. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley, but as a fisherman. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome back to another video of Stardew Valley. For today's video, we are going to be playing through 100 in-game days. Let's see how much money we can make as a fisherman in this game. Mods are in the description, and membership is now active on the GamerGar channel. So if you want to support me further, click on the link in the description. So let's get straight into this video, and let's have some fun. Day number 1 as a fisherman. General rule of thumb, we can only sell fishing related items. So we're going to cut down some trees here. We're going to make our usual chest. We're going to plant our crops. We can't sell those crops, but we can certainly eat them and use them for energy. We will scour the beach. Any sort of beach forageables we can sell. We can hand artifacts into Gunther as well, of course. And for the rest of the day, we are actually focusing on stone because we want to make as much fish ponds as possible in this playthrough. Day number 2, we finally get our lovely fishing rod from Willy, and we're going to pull up as much fish as possible. We're also going to hand in those glass shards into Gunther. We're going to complete that quest, get a couple of 100 gold. We're then going to go back to Willy and purchase a training rod to try to boost our level up to 2 so we can get the fiberglass rod. So we're going to spend the rest of day number 2 pulling fish up out of the water. I do eventually move up to the lake area, and I start fishing up here as well, because this is the most profitable area to fish in spring. So by the end of day number 2, we get level 3 in fishing. I can now make crab pots, which will come in super handy later on in the game because we're going to be making hundreds of crab pots. 1926 gold. There was a diamond in there as well that came out of a fishing treasure chest. So day number 3 begins with me selling some stuff here to Willy. I now get the fiberglass rod. I'm going to get some trout soup, and we are going to go catfish hunting. So the rule of thumb for spring is if it's a rainy day, we will use that day to fish because catfish are absolutely worth it. Catfish are tough to pull out of the water, but as your fishing skill increases, the catfish get a little bit easier. With fishing level 4, we can now make recycling machines. We also get fishing level 5, and we're going to go with tapper because I want to start making crab pots as quickly as possible, and the reduced resource cost will certainly come in handy. I'm also focusing on Linus here. I want to push him to 4 hearts. so I can get the wild bait recipe, which means there's a chance I can pull 2 fish up out of the water. I'm also going to treat myself to a backpack upgrade as well on day number 4. That is badly needed because we're going to be doing lots of fishing. We will give Gunther artifacts and minerals whenever we get the chance to, and for the rest of the day we are going to do some more fishing up by the lake because the mines haven't opened yet and there isn't much else to do at the moment. We do get fishing level 6 and we can now make the fish net. This is a mod. This works the same way as a crab pot, except it has a chance to get you actual fish instead of crabs and periwinkles and things like that. Day number 5 kicks off with me getting level 1 in farming. I also get some cookies here, which is magnificent, down into the mines, and the main strategy here is to get down as deep as quickly as possible. We do make it to level 10 and there's still a lot left in the day, which is good, so we will go further. We do fight a boss slime here and get a wood club, which is a huge weapon upgrade. The next day Clint pays us a visit and he is going to give us the schematics to make some furnaces, which are going to come in super handy. And I'm going to give Linus a yam here, which he loves. That was gotten from a defeated Dougie. Dougies, on the rare occasion, can drop yams. While I do prioritise staircases and try to get down as quickly as possible, if I do see the odd copper nodes, iron nodes or gold nodes, I will get those so I can start upgrading tools much earlier rather than later. I also need copper and wood to make crab pots. So we get down into the 40s and we stop there, and we're going to go for a pickaxe upgrade now with Clint here the next day before we continue further in the mines. We get a rainy day on day 7 here, which is great, so we can use today to pull up lots and lots of fish. I also fish in the beach area too, so I can get the eel, which I need if I want to capture all of the fish in the game. So one of the main goals in this video is to capture all of the fish in the game. To do that, we're going to have to fish in all different places with all different weather conditions. We're going to go to Robin here and we are going to get her to build our very first fish pond, and there will be plenty of fish ponds that will be built on this farm. You're not going to believe it. By the time we get to day 100, there's going to be tons of fish ponds, and they do come in super handy. So on day number 9, I'm going to make a fish net and I'm going to place this in the farm, and I'm hoping that it will get fish in the farm for me. If it does, I can fill up this pond with fish nets that will be coming super handy. To make a fish net, I just need some iron bars and some fibre. The challenge to mass produce them will actually be fibre and not iron bars. I do get my copper pickaxe off Clint today, which is great. I will, however, give him an axe to upgrade right now because I'm going to need tons of wood in this playthrough, so I am going to prioritise the axe and the pickaxe in terms of utility tools. I spent the rest of the day in the mines, just getting down through it as quickly as I can. Getting all the iron ore is super beneficial at the moment because I can make more of those fishing nets, and if I can make hundreds of those, it will be very interesting to see how much fish I can actually get every single day. So I'm just going to put some oysters into a pond here because they actually have a very good chance in generating seaweed. That will make future ponds much easier to make with Robin because each pond requires 5 seaweed, 5 green algae and 200 stone, and normally when it comes to making those ponds, especially every few days, the challenge is seaweed. So I'm back down into the mines in day 10, and it's great when you get copper clusters like this, especially in the middle tier. Copper is something you need all the time, and I say it now in my videos because it's just so true. I do get a wood mallet weapon here. I'm super happy with that. I will swap out my iron edge for that because it's a hammer type weapon, and hammer type weapons are so great. A few levels later I fight a boss slime and it actually drops a much better weapon. It drops the lead rod, so I swapped it out straight away. It's nice weapon upgrades today. Day 11 begins with a copper axe, but we're not finished there. We're going to give Clint another tool to upgrade. This time we'll give him the copper pickaxe. Can upgrade that to a steel pickaxe. It just means getting down to level 120 will be much easier. Because it's a rainy day, we're going to spend the day pulling up catfish. This is our primary source of income at the moment, because any other day we're just in the mines getting resources. I put some clay into our lovely oyster fish pond there to keep those oysters happy, and it also means that their population grows. I spend the rest of the day just cutting down trees because I'm going to need thousands and thousands of wood for the type of farm that I'm going to build. It is going to be the ultimate Fisherman farm. The great thing about cutting down tons of trees is you can use the seeds to make field snacks, and the field snacks are actually really good for energy. So if you focus on cutting down one different type of tree every time, you can accumulate tons of field snacks, which means you can go for almost a whole day and constantly cut down trees. So you probably noticed the NPCs look a little bit different in this video. This is thanks to the mod called Stardew Valley. If you're interested in the mods in this video, they're all in the description below, just so you know. I also win the Easter event and I end up getting the lovely straw hat, which is great. The next day I go back to Clint, get my steel pickaxe, so I'm doing really well at the moment in terms of tool upgrade. I got a chub there as well off the fishing net, which was really cool, so I will try to make a lot more of those and place them all over the place, which will make me a lot more money in the process. So we're back down into the mines again, and you'll probably see a trend forming here where if it's a rainy day we fish, if it's not, we're in the mines and we're farming minerals. We're going to need so much minerals for this challenge. So I just got a diamond there, which is great. I can't actually sell that, but I can trade that in for the triple shot espresso if I decide to do skull cavern runs later on. Like at level 5 mining, I will go with miner because I need all the ores that I can get. Geologist isn't that great for me with this particular challenge. Another rainy day on day number 15. I'm just getting blessed with rainy days, and I spend the whole day putting up more catfish. Demetrius visits me today, and he will give me an option between the mushroom or the bat cave. I'll go with the mushrooms because they're really good for energy and health, and the mushrooms respawn every single day. So that was a no-brainer for me. Robin will make me another fish pond. This is the second fish pond now, and there's going to be a lot more to come. And we're back in the mines now on day 16, another diamond, which is great. That's more or less a triple shot espresso in the bag for me later on. And I found a room here filled up with crates. I love getting these types of rooms. A Yeti tooth came out of one of the crates there, which is great, so I'm going to pick that up straight away. That will be my new primary weapon. I finally make it down to floor 100 on day number 16, which isn't too shabby. Grab the star drop. Star drops are great for restoring energy, and it will also increase my maximum energy as well. Day 17, we are smelting ores into gold bars, and we're also going to visit Gunther as well. Give him more artifacts. There's a reason why I want to get down to Krobus as quickly as possible. You'll find out later on in the video why I want to get down to him so badly. We get a steel axe off Clint, but for now we're going to get him to process some geodes to get even more minerals and artifacts, so we can give the Gunther to get down to our lovely Krobus friend. I do have a lot of copper bars and sap, so I do make a couple of trap bobbers and I sell those to get some money because it's a fishing related item. And I spend the rest of the day up in the lake pulling up more fish. If I get bubbles like this, it's amazing because it means I can get a lot more fish in a short span of time. The next day I put some quartz into a fishing pond here. The oysters are looking super happy. I also push an eel into the fishing pond just below the oysters, so that'll become an eel fishing pond. And that's going to give me back eel roe in a couple of days as well, which is great. So we're back down into the mines, making my way down to floor 120 to get the skull key. And that is more or less the mines finished with. I will come back here occasionally to get more ores and whatnot. So we're smelting copper ores today into copper bars because we're going to need tons and tons of crab pots. I make a load of crab pots here now because I just need wooden copper bars to make them. I end up making 8, which isn't too shabby at all, and I'm going to make a ton of bait as well because I'm going to need bait to fill up these crab pots to make sure they function every single day. It's also worth mentioning too that you also need bait to put into the fish nets, otherwise they won't work. So for the rest of the day we are going to pull up more fish because I need money. If I want to make progression in this game, we are going to Georgia route of course, I will need tons of money. And there's only so much I can get from these crab pots. So day 20, we're really getting through it now. I decided to fix the bridge. I'm over in the tide pool area now. I'm going to pick up all these forageables. I can sell these if I wish. And I'm going to make a lot of recycling machines today as well. These recycling machines come in so handy. They are magnificent for converting trash into useful items that I can sell. Anything that comes out of these recycling machines, I can sell no problem at all. So we're back down into the mines, and the focus now is stone, copper and bug meat. These are things that are needed all the time, and if I see fibre, I'll pick it up as well because fibre is always needed for stuff. So day number 21 begins with smelting more ores into bars. I'm going to make some treasure hunters here because I have a lot of gold bars. I'm going to sell these for extra money because I really want to push progression now as early as I possibly can. If I can complete all the Georgia bundles early on, it means I can go over to Ginger Island and we can have some pretty good fun over there. I'll also spend the rest of the day cutting down trees here too so I can make more crab pots. So basically wood and copper bars is what I'm primarily aiming for, and I'm trying to fill up the whole map with crab pots. Wait till you see all the crab pots by the end of the video. There's going to be tons of them. And fish nets. Crab pots and fish nets. So I'm getting lots of great things from the crab pots. I'm getting periwinkles. Even the trash is handy because some of the trash can be converted into great stuff. We're back up in the lake area today now, pulling up more fish. 8,622 gold from selling fishing tackles, fish, and a few pieces of roe, which isn't too bad at all. That figure will gradually increase. The more crab pots we put down, the better fishing gear we get, the more ponds we have down on the farm, so it will steadily increase day on day. Day number 22, we are collecting all our lovely resources from our crab pots. The next thing we're going to do is go back up to the lake, of course, and we're going to do more fishing because we need more money, and this is the only viable way that we can get tons of money at the moment. I'm going to show you some killer fishing combos that are on in this video that will change the way you play this game forever when it comes to fishing. You're going to love fishing by the end of this video. So I get fishing level 10, I'm going to go with Lore Master. Crab pots no longer require bait. This means I won't have to farm bug meat all the time. If crab pots give trash, it doesn't matter, I can just recycle it. Today we are going to have a serious battle with legendary fish, so to prepare we need to get the best rod the game has to offer, the iridium rod. Give it a trap bobber, give it some bait, and off we go to fight the legend. This was the first attempt, but by God did it take a long time. This is sped up 6 times just to show you in real life how long it actually took to pull this monster out of the water. Every time I got close to capturing this beast of a fish, my progress bar just went straight down to the bottom. Then I had to focus really hard to get the progress bar back up again. Eventually I succeeded and I pulled up the legend after a ferocious battle. But it was worth it. The legend sells for a great amount of money. So we are cutting down more trees today. More wood is required. I do make a legend trophy, which is a mod by the way. You can make trophies from the legendary fishes that you catch. You just need the legendary fish itself and some wood. So I can now hang this trophy up in my house. The only downfall is that I couldn't sell it and make a huge profit. But trophy is a really cool decoration and it does last forever. And the money that I'm losing out on today won't really affect me in the grand scheme of things. Day number 24, we are back getting all the resources from our lovely crab pots. And we're also going to use the recycling machines as well. I've got tons of trash here now that I can put into these recycling machines. All of this refined quartz I'm getting back I can sell. The wood is going to come in super handy. The coal is going to come in super handy. It's going to save me a lot of time and effort when it comes to gathering those resources in the long run. So you might not get back tons of coal or wood, but it all makes a difference. And we're still working on Linus. He's on 3 hearts now at the moment. Once we get him to 4, he'll give us the wild bait, and that will potentially double our fish intake on fishing days. I'm putting down more fishing nets as well to increase my raw fish production. And we are finally going to go to the Georgia Mart. We are going to get our lovely Georgia membership, 5,000 gold. Thank you very much, Morris. Don't we all just love Morris? I do. What about you? We're back down into the mines, but we're fishing in the mines today. So I'm going for ghost fish. More importantly, I'm going for stonefish. They sell for really nice money. Unfortunately, it is a super rare fish. So the next day, we're back in the mines, but we're getting fibre this time. We also want slime. We also want bug meat. We want stone. We want copper. Basically, we want the resources that the starter level of the mines gives you. So we're going to be up here a lot, grinding out these materials to get the most out of the 100 days. So I throw a frozen geode into the eel pond there because they were looking for a frozen geode for whatever reason. And that is the eels super happy. Back tomorrow, so it is time for the first serious upgrade. It is the bus upgrade, which means we can now access the desert the next day. So we can do skull cavern runs if we wish. So we're going up to the lake here and I get a carp, a largemouth bass, and I get a chub, which is absolutely magnificent, well worth the pieces of bait that I'm putting into these fishing nets. This is a cool little scene here of Strawman fixing up the bus here so we can use it the next day for the desert. So we give Linus a daffodil today, but he is still on 3 out of 10 hearts. He should be on 4 hearts very soon. And we're going back to Robin, and yes, you guessed it, it is another fish pond that we're going to put on the farm. So we're going to go to the desert today. All my diamonds will be traded in for triple shot espressos, rubies will be traded in for spicy eels, and the goal today is to get down to level 25, because if we do that, Mr. Key will send us 10,000 gold in the mail, which is absolutely amazing. So we fall 3 levels, we make it to level 25, this is actually level 25 right now, bust open the barrels, no lucky ring unfortunately. I seem to be really lucky as of late in terms of getting lucky rings out of barrels, but none today. But not to worry, because tomorrow we will have a mail from Mr. Key challenging us to get to level 25, and the day after he will give us 10,000 gold in the mail, which is great. So I'm hoeing up the ground today. It is now the first day of summer. I'm going to plant these free melon seeds I got from Gunther and a starfruit seed, because I just realised that I need farming level 4 to make preserve bins if I'm going to process the raw into aged raw and sell that for a profit. So I do need to plant some crops and get up my farming level. Spend the rest of the day cutting down trees. There's still plenty of resources left on the farm that can be harvested, such as fibre, stone and lots of wood. So I should prioritise all this before I venture forward into Cindersap Forest and grind up all the resources there. The Forester perk is no brainer, which means more wood for us, and we're now going to make a ton of crab pots from all the resources we have been collecting. 32 crab pots in total ready to go. Also 10,000 gold for Mr. Key for getting to floor 25 in the Skull Cavern. It's such a lovely reward, and it's not that hard to even get down to floor 25. You can, if you're a total noob, you can easily do it if you have a full day and you have some decent supplies. You know, it's not impossible at all to do that on the first attempt. So we're going to get all the summer exclusive fish, including the ferociously hard octopus, which is a true legendary fish of summer. Speaking of legendary fishes, it was time to take on the legendary summer fish himself, the crimson fish, and we pulled that one up no problem. So instead of converting that directly into a trophy, I actually bought a crimson fish trophy off Willy. Strangely enough, it did not consume my original crimson fish, which means I could sell it and keep the trophy, which was great. Unfortunately, I did not notice when I got the legend, but I do know it now going forward when it comes to using this mod to its maximum effect. So we are watering crops today. We're not doing too much farming. That's because we're a fisherman, not a farmer, but we do need to do a little bit of farming to get those preserve bins. I do put an octopus into a fish pond, so we will have an octopus fish pond, and we're doing more fishing down in the beach. The reason why I'm going to fish primarily on the beach in summer, because it's more profitable to fish in the beach in summer than it is to fish up in the lake. So I'm going to make more fish nets today, 8 in total, and I'm going to put those down in the beach area. Hopefully they'll be able to get me some great things like super cucumbers and octopus and things like that. Robin will of course make us another fish pond, and these are all the fish nets now that I've placed. A lot more will be placed eventually. So to give back great things, this is day number 32 and I got back a puffer fish. I'm getting back super cucumbers, I'm getting back tuna, I'm getting back really good things indeed. I do get back the occasional trash, but that's okay because I've got loads of recycling bins that can turn that trash around, no problem at all. Look at all the lovely crab pots here now. There's a ton of crab pots here now at the moment, and I'm getting back crayfish, I'm getting back snails, I'm getting back loads of great stuff. I fished up a dorado today. It's a super rare fish, so I'm happy to get it early in summer rather than later, because if you leave that thing till later it can be very stressful to get it because it is super rare. You could fish for the whole day and not see a single one of those fish. So it's back to Clint, and he is processing more geodes for us. We will primarily get minerals back from this, and look at all the things we have given to Gunther already. We are getting closer and closer to getting the key to the swords now, and we can go down and talk to lovely Krobus. I do treat myself to a backpack upgrade inside Piers, and that is all of the backpack slots unlocked. Then we're going to go to Robin the next day, and it is going to be another, you guessed it, fish pond. We're going to have a huge fish pond farm. That'll be the 5th fish pond that Robin will build for us. So that exclamation mark there, if you're wondering, is for wild bait. We cannot make that yet, so the oysters will have to wait for us to learn that and make it. We will, however, go with a gold pickaxe upgrade today, and now the time has finally come where Linus will share his secrets to wild bait with us. Not only does wild bait give you a chance to get double the fish when you pull it up, but it also increases the fishing bite rate chance by a few percentage as well. And all you need to make it is fibre, bug meat and slime, all basic resources, but it can be hard to mass produce because fibre is unfortunately not infinite, not yet anyway. It is raining today, so we do take advantage of this and get the sturgeon. Then we go back into the mines and we're going to get the ice pip here now, which we also need for our fish collection. I just pulled up 2 ice pip there with the wild bait. That was really nice. Then it was down to floor 100 with the ferociously difficult lava eel, and that actually sells for a real nice amount of money, so I do try to fish up a good few of these today to make a decent profit. Day 35, we're back to Clint. We get our lovely gold pickaxe. Thank you very much, Clint. It's time to upgrade another tool. This time it'll be our axe, upgraded to a gold axe. We're going to visit the lovely Gus today. Doesn't he just look fabulous? Every time I see him, I get a really bad craving for a good glass of orange juice, but hey, that's just me. We do buy salads off him today. We need those for Skull Cavern. But we're not going to go to Skull Cavern today, we're just getting prepared for it. We're going to go into the regular mines today, and we're going to get some lovely copper ores. The next day we go into Skull Cavern, and I end up fighting a huge army of zombies here. And I do try to blow them all up together, I'm just too slow when it comes to the bombs, and a few resurrect before that can happen, but I still get a lot of combat XP from it. What I'm primarily looking for today is a prismatic shard, and yes, I do get one, praise the Lord. I can now get a lovely galaxy sword, and that is one of the strongest weapons in the game. Pre-Ginger Island, of course. It is day number 37, and we have just so many ores to work with. It is going to be a beautiful day of smelting, processing trash, and of course, getting Robin to build us, yes, another fabulous fish pond. Even on Tuesdays, her day off, we still managed to get her. We also go back to Clint, we get our gold axe, but we're not finished with Clint. Oh no, he is going to process more geodes for us because we are very close now to getting the key to the swords and getting down to Krobus and looking at his lovely special wares. So it is time to donate more items to the museum, and this should do the job. Hopefully Gunther now will visit us over the next few days. He's going to give us that key. I do have tons of ores that I'm going to smelt into bars. I make 24 more crab pots. I'm going to put them here in this area, which is the river area. That's going to get us back lots more goodies. Look at all the crab pots we have now. Eventually this whole area will be covered with just crab pots. And even if most of the crab pots have trash, it's okay, because trash can be converted into lovely valuable resources. So we're doing more fishing today on day number 38, and I pulled up a red mullet there, and there's still a few fish that I actually need. But look at here, the good news, day 39, Gunther finally visits us. He will give us the key to the swords, thank God. We can now go down and visit Krobus. So the lava eel fish pond wanted fire quartz, and the sturgeon fish pond wanted a diamond. Expensive resources indeed, but that didn't matter much to us because we couldn't directly sell those anyway. It was down to the Statue of Uncertainty. It was time to change up the fishing profession. I was going to have a little bit of fun today. I put a pufferfish into the luau. The government came along to have a taste. Look how hilarious the straw version of the governor looks. Now let's get a look at him after he tastes this lovely soup. After I put a nice fresh pufferfish into it, he turns green and he says it's vile. I think I'm going to get sick, and after ruining the whole day for everyone. So we're going to go with the fisher perk and now with the angler perk. That means fish are going to sell for a lot more money. It does mean we will have to put bait into the crab pots, but that's okay. Robin will build us another fish pond, and we're going to fill up all the crab pots now with bait. The reason why we need to do this is because I want to push Ginger Island, so I want to sell fish at their maximum cost. I don't mind too much having to put bait into all these crab pots because of the amount of resources I'm getting back. So it does definitely make a difference. These oysters and shrimps don't sell for a whole lot on their own, but when you stack up loads of them, it does make a pretty big difference when it comes to your wallet. I do spend a great deal of time today just doing general fishing to get as much money as possible. Pulling up double tunas is very nice. If I can get super cucumbers that are on, that would be a huge bonus. Day 41, I pull up some melons here in the hope to get more farming XP. I don't get a whole lot though. I do, however, have enough money now to get another upgrade. I'm going to go with the bridge upgrade. This will give me access to the quarry cave, and to the lovely golden site. So we got a rainy day today, and we are going to pull up the red snapper. I needed that for my fish collection. I also got a diamond inside a treasure chest, which is great. Love getting those. And it was also time to fish up the mutant carp, which is another legendary fish. So that one's easy enough, not too challenging at all. I actually love the model there with the new mod I'm using when it comes to the fish models. And if you're interested in the fish models, the mods are in the description. And the reason why I keep saying that is because I always get at least 2 or 3 comments from people asking, what mod is that? So just check out the description to see the mods that are used. Day 42, I'm getting all the blueberries, but I'm only farming level 2. I'm going to have to do something soon to push my farming up to level 4. I will get the minecart upgrade today. That will unlock fast travel for me. And we will get Robin to make, yes, another fish pond. Poor Robin and the fish ponds. She must be sick to death of making fish ponds for us. But that's her job and she's getting paid. So happy days for everyone. I get the relaxed fit pants today from these floaty skulls, which is nice. I actually put that on. I swap out the farmer's trousers for it because I think it's a cool pants. Who doesn't like nice, relaxed clothing, huh? So I make it to the end of the quarry cave. I get the golden sight. Yay for me. Teleport out of the cave, and now It is time to look at the power of these recycling machines. 3 pieces of cloth in total, and cloth does sell for quite the hefty number. That's going to give us some really nice profits there. And we're going to fill up all of these lovely fishing nets again with more bait, collect all the fish. I do give Sam a piece of bait by accident, he wasn't too impressed. The same thing happened with Vincent, but I'm sure I'll get over it in the next couple of days. It's not like we need to build relationships with them anyway. Here is another cool scene of lovely strawmen fix up the fast travel system for us. Day 43, we are going back to Clint's and we're going to get to upgrade the watering can this time to a copper watering can. Ginger Island is around the corner, so I would like to go there with some decent upgraded tools. We're back in the regular mines, we're farming fibre, and we're looking for the usual stone, copper and bug meat as well for our usual farming activities. All these grubs are great, especially when you get them in large packs, because they drop tons and tons of bug meat. If I had a burglar ring it would be better, but alas I do not, so we just have to make the best with what we got. So by the end of the day we're just getting all of the lovely resources from these crab pots. And day 44, we are back to the lovely Morris. This time we'll go with the panning upgrade, 20,000 gold down the sink. However, we will get the ability to pan. So because it's a rainy day, Krobus sells a seed here called a damp wheat seed. This is a mod, you can't actually get this from the original game. These seeds will grow into something special and they only take 4 days to grow. So let's find out in the next couple of days what they're actually going to grow into. And we do more fishing today. What's new? So I make loads of treasure hunters. These require gold bars. They do however sell for 250 gold a pop. So we're going to sell loads of those because we need a lot more money. And here is another cool scene of the lovely Georgia Strawman fixing up the mine area for us. We make 23,000 gold by the end of today from primarily fishing tackles and lots of fish. Day number 45. And you can see the seeds I've planted on the ground. You probably won't be able to tell what they look like, but you will be able to tell in a few days. It's a crazy mod. I get the copper watering can off Clint, but we're going to give him the hoe this time to upgrade. That'll get us back a copper hoe. Willie teaches us the art of panning. And panning is a really useful function in this game. It is one of the ways you can get your hands on the lucky ring, which is one of the best rings you can actually get because it gives you a permanent increase to luck. So I see Linus today, but more importantly I see a panning point. I go down to pan. You notice that I have the pan on my head. I can actually wear it as a hat, which is super useful. When I got down to the panning point it disappeared, so boo-hoo I suppose. But not to worry, the day goes on and we are pulling up more fish from these crab pots and fish nets. What a glorious day of fishing it is. I made more recycling machines because I have so many crab pots. There's a huge back order of trash that has to be processed, so I need more recycling machines to make more profit. Getting all this iron, stone and coal is an absolute godsend, especially the coal. It's saving me so much time. Day number 46, we've got 38,000 gold and we have one upgrade left to get. That is the greenhouse for 35,000 gold. We will absolutely get that. We can now go to Ginger Island, but first we have to assemble the mats to fix up the boat. 200 hardwood is required. And we have about 150 hardwood now at the moment. Maybe a little bit more from the stuff I got inside the mines there from hitting open the crates and whatnot. But a few days of farming the hardwood in the secret woods here will be enough for us to fix the hull of the boat. And here is another cool cutscene of the lovely Georgia Strawman fixing up the greenhouse for me. So we're back to Robin today and we are going to get her to build, yes, another fish pond for us. There's tons of fish ponds now on the farm. We also get this lovely scene here where Morris and Co give us a real nice party, and we also going to get a really cool Georgia machine which generates 1 Georgia cola every single day for completing all of the Georgia bundles. Now that is something you don't get for going the community centre route. All you get is just a trophy that does absolutely nothing, and that's why the Georgia route is way better than the community centre route. But if you disagree, let me know in the comments. It's an argument you won't win, trust me. So our lovely seeds have grown into tuna. That's right. We are pulling tuna up out of the ground and getting farming XP for it. Also, look at all the tuna we get for each seed. These seeds are totally overpowered. They only take 4 days to grow. And I've gotten over 100 pieces of tuna. Over 15,000 gold worth of tuna. Willie is not going to believe us. So I'm going to sell all this tuna. This is going to give me a ton of gold, which means future upgrades will be simple to get. We're also going to go back to Krobus here. I've got 7,187 gold ready to go, and use that money to buy more of these lovely damp wheat seeds. Unfortunately, I can only get these off Krobus on rainy days. You will not have them on regular days. So we're now in the greenhouse. I'm going to hoe up this whole area. I'm going to put the damp seeds inside there. And I'm also going to make more fish nets, put them down on the beach, back to the secret woods, and we are farming more lovely hardwood. Look at all the fish ponds that are on our farm now. I also put down some lightning rods at the moment to get battery packs, because I need 5 battery packs to fix up the boat for Willy. Now we only have a copper watering can, but it will suffice, and you'd be amazed how quickly you can actually water the entirety of the greenhouse with this. We don't have sprinklers yet, our farming level isn't high enough. I do get lucky though, and I do eventually get a few in the Skull Cavern, and you can buy some off Krobus too on Fridays if you're really desperate. So because I've completed all of the Georgia bundles, I can now go into the Mutant Bug Lair and I can get the Dark Talisman. And I can also fish up a Slime Jack here as well, which is needed for the fish collection. And this is probably one of the only times you can fish and get attacked by monsters at the same time. I do go into the Witch's Lair as well, and I fish up some Void Salmon. I also fish up a Void Mayonnaise, and I give that to the Goblin. This is the straw version of the Goblin, or Henchman I should say. I call him the Goblin, but technically he's called Henchman. He takes the Void Mayonnaise, runs into the Witch's hut, we follow, he's nowhere to be seen, but the magical link is ours, which means we can now access the Wizard's magical terminal. That means we can get the likes of obelisks and gold clocks and whatnot later on if we actually accumulate money to get those. I wonder how much money we will get by the end of this video. So we have all the resources gathered, we're halfway through the run and we now have access to Ginger Island. We do have to pay 1,000 gold to get over, but that's okay because fishing is profitable. I do fish up the wood skip here, which is also needed for the fishing collection, and I go to the desert and I get the sandfish here as well. Shortly after a ferocious battle, I fish up a scorpion carp, which is a very difficult catch indeed. So I'm going to put a slime jack into a fish pond here. Now, great thing about slime jacks, there's a chance they can give you back lots and lots of slime from a fish pond, which is really cool. Date number 51, we pay our 1,000 gold. That will give us access to Willy's boat. Thus, on to Ginger Island we go. Lots of secrets await us in Ginger Island. So what we primarily want here is to collect 100 golden walnuts as quickly as possible to get access to Key's secret walnut room. Thankfully, I know the location of all golden walnuts from getting them so many times. If you're looking for a decent guide on where to find all 120 golden walnuts, check out my golden walnut guide. It is a comprehensive guide that will actually show you the location of each one and how to get it. So, after a whole day of hunting down golden walnuts, we get our first major upgrade on Ginger Island, which is the Ginger Island farm. Back on our regular farm though, all of our lovely tuna crops are ready, so we're going to harvest all these. We now have a farming level 4, which means we can now make preserve jars, thank God. So we can now start processing our raw into aged raw, so we can make some decent profits there. Look at all the tuna we have now. We've got stacks of the stuff, over 100,000 gold worth of tuna. Have you ever seen so much tuna in your life? I haven't. The mod is absolutely crazy. I can't remember off the top of my head what the mod is actually called, but I will have it in the description of this video. All of the mods will be there, including their links, so you know where to go on Nexus mods to get them. So I'm going to sell all the tuna to Willy directly. That has probably made his day. And what's very interesting here is that I purchased the sturgeon here for 200 gold each off Krobus, but I can sell these sturgeon for a profit. They sell for 300 gold a piece, so I'm making 100 gold per sturgeon. So thank you very much, Krobus. It's very rare when that happens in this game. So I'm going to get more damp wheat seeds off Krobus, just enough however to fill up the greenhouse. I don't want to go too crazy on them because they only take 4 days to grow. They are extremely overpowered. The next day, we finally go into the volcano dungeon, and lots of goodies to be had here. Now, these lava enemies can be quite challenging, but just have your wits about you, hit them a few times and they will evaporate before you. I do get a phoenix ring and a few more golden walnuts, which means I'm one step closer to getting into Key's secret walnut room. And the phoenix ring is super handy, so basically it'll revive you once per day. I do get a prismatic shard here as well, which means I can now upgrade some tools and make them way better. The goal was to enchant our tools. I enchanted the fishing rod here and I got the master enchant, which gives me a +1 to my fishing skill, which is really good. And primarily I was just looking for cinder shards as well to upgrade more tools going forward, and I was looking for golden walnuts. I spent the whole day of 54 fishing up lava eels in the volcano because they are super common in the volcano. And if you're really good at fishing, you can make some serious profits from this area. This is hands down the best zone in the game to fish and make profits. Come up here with a trap bobbers and wild bait and you'll come out with hundreds of thousands of gold every single day for pulling up these lava eels. It's just so overpowered. This is why end game fishing can be very lucrative. I caught 45 lava eels today, all gold star quality for 70,875 gold, and that's not even a good day. That was actually below average on what you can actually get if you get more luck with the wild bait. Day number 55, we are going to get more resources on the farm. So we're going to get all the stone, all the fibre, all of the wood because we need it. We need more fish ponds, we need more trap bobbers, we need more of everything for our fishing journey. We will get Robin to make another fish pond. So here is another huge batch of tunas. We're going to pick all these up. I'm also going to pick all of these up in the greenhouse as well. So we have got some serious profits underway. First we get the profits from all the lava eels, and now we are going to get some serious profits from those tunas. So we're back down in the regular mines, and what we're aiming for here is stone, because I'm running really low on stone because Robin is constantly giving us fish pond upgrades all the time. We finally make it to the end of summer, and look how good the visuals look here. So we have the lovely event with the jellies, and we also have the visual fish mod as well. That's the last time we're going to sell those tuna crops in this game because they're just too overpowered. Day 57, we're now into fall. It's time for another legendary battle. This one, however, is quite the pushover. The angler, one of the easier legendary fishes. We also get the salmon as well, but why stop there? We needed more fish like the tiger trout to be added to our fishing collection. One step closer to getting the star drop off Willy. So we're now off to Clint, but we're not here for upgrades today. No, we are here for coal. Lots and lots of coal, because you need coal to make preserve jars. 8 pieces of coal for 1 preserve jar. So I wanted to make as much preserve jars as possible. I had 14 there, but I ran out of stone. So I had to go grind more basic resources to make more preserve jars. Fortunately, you can purchase stone and wood off Robin, and I had tons of gold to spare. So I went back to Clint. This time I'm going to upgrade a tool, and he will upgrade my pickaxe to an iridium pickaxe. It was Tuesday, so I just caught Robin in time to purchase loads of stone and wood off her so I can make a lot more preserve jars. So I got a full stack of stone, I also got a full stack of wood, and that should sort out my preserve jar needs for quite some time. So I'm just going to put them all there over on the right. I was thinking about getting a shed, but I said I didn't really need to at the moment because I had tons of space on the farm. So I got to see cucumber today, super happy with that. We also had access to special orders quests. I'm going with prismatic jelly to get the monster musk. That means farming bug meat down the line will become super easy because I can just take a monster musk and go to town on the bugs. So this is the prismatic slime. He did take quite a few hits to kill, but we got him eventually. It did take us a whole day to find him from spamming room number 5. But it was worth it because the monster musk is really good when it comes to monster loot. So look at all this lovely edge roll we're collecting. We do of course go back to Robin, but this time it's a house upgrade because I want to be able to convert fish that don't sell for a whole lot of money into sashimi. I can make a decent profit that way. It was back to Ginger Island. The hunt was on for more golden walnuts. You can get a maximum of 5 from breaking open those mussels there on the beach. You can also get a maximum of 5 by fishing, and you can get 3 here from doing this pylon puzzle, which took me a good few attempts. Day 61, went into the volcano cave. You can get a maximum of 5 from mining, 5 from the chest, 5 from killing enemies. So there's loads you can get. I also got the dragon scale boots, strongest defense boots in the game. I also merged together a phoenix ring with the magnet ring just to free up a ring slot so I could put something else there in the future. I fixed up the resort area, which means I can now access a new zone in Ginger Island. This particular zone houses a fish known as the stingray, which we need for our lovely fish collection. And that is the stingray caught right there, one step closer to getting that lovely star drop off Willy. I also fish up the blue discus, and I also got the lionfish earlier as well, just didn't have the footage to show that. But the lionfish is pretty common in the beach area of Ginger Island, super common fish indeed. So I made more fishing nets, and I'm going to put them all along the beach here on Stardew Valley. And I also get my iridium axe back off Clint, super happy with that. I'm now going to give Clint a watering can to upgrade to a steel watering can. I also fish up the walleye that day because it was raining. I went up to the lake and got the walleye, so that's another fish that I needed. I also got the midnight carp, which is a nighttime fish, hence its name, midnight carp. You don't, however, have to wait until midnight to get it. You can get it a few hours before midnight. I did a couple of more fish pond quests today, collected some roe, back to Robin, of course, the usual story. We're going to get her to upgrade our farm with another lovely fish pond. Look at all the lovely fish we're getting back from these nets today. We're getting sea cucumbers, red snappers, albacores, sardines. It's just such a lovely mod, and I think it's a great balance to the game. Definitely makes fishing a little bit more interesting. We do respec fishing, however. We're going to go with Lore Master again. Crab pots no longer require bait. Why are we doing this? Because I don't really need a whole lot of money at the moment, and I'm sick to death of putting bait into the crab pots. Simple enough, right? So I get Clint to upgrade my watering can again to a gold one. That'll take a couple of days. Back down into the regular version of the mines, and we're just getting some iron ores here now at the moment. We're killing bugs for bug meat as well, and we're just getting stone and fibre along the way, just the usual resources. So I put a load of bug meat into the slime jack pond today. That will level up those guys, and I get my first dose of caviar, which is gotten from sturgeon roe. Caviar sells for 500 gold a pop, but it can sell for more if you have the artisan profession. I do not, because my fishing level is not 10 at the moment. I will take the biome balance special orders quest from Demetrius. I need to get 20 ocean fish. I did test the fishing nets to see if this would count towards the quest. Unfortunately, it does not. I would have to fish them up the good old hard way. But not to worry, I did have some wild bait, which meant sometimes I get double fish, which means the quest didn't take as long as I thought it would. Only 1500 gold for quest completion, but the true reward will be selling the fish that I actually caught. Look at all these lovely fish ponds. They're generating more roe by the day, which is really good. I can now start to make some decent money from selling all of the aged roe. So it was back to Robin again, and it was another fish pond. So the trend continues. The more fish ponds we get, the more money we can make. Think of it as a huge fishing investment in fish ponds. And I'm smelting more bars, as per usual, copper bars, so I can make lovely crab pots. And I'm cutting down more trees because we need wood and copper bars to make crab pots. And Cindersap Forest had tons of trees on it, so why not? I spent the whole day cutting down trees here. With my iridium axe, it only took a few swings to fell these trees, so it actually didn't take me that long at all to massacre all the trees in Cindersap Forest. So all of the new crab pots I made, I'm going to put around the big lake here in Cindersap Forest. And I also made some fishing nets as well that I put all around the lake too. If there was a mod that could automate the collection of these materials, I probably would have used it, because it gets real old real fast when you have to spend half the day every single day to collect all of the resources out of the crab pots and the fishing nets. It gets quite boring, to be perfectly honest with you. But it was a fisherman challenge, so we had to suck it up and get on with it. I made some sashimi today from fish that didn't sell for a whole lot of money, so I'll be able to make a profit that way too. Sashimi is actually really good too as a healing food. You can even bring it into the Skull Cavern with you. I purchased a ton of bombs off the dwarf today. Doesn't the straw version just look so adorable? Speaking of straw versions, Gus for me takes the cake when it comes to cuteness. You can't beat the straw version of Gus. Back down into the Skull Caverns, and it was a great day. I got tons of iridium bars, I got tons of prismatic shards, and I even went with the prospector perk because there was no point getting the blacksmithing perk as I wasn't selling bars to make profit, because I couldn't. But the prospector perk would come in real handy because that would give me extra coal every time I delve deep into those dungeons and start hitting open ores. So you can probably guess where I went after the preserve jars. Yep, I went up the Robin. It was time for another fish pond. So I couldn't tell you how many fish ponds are on the farm now at this rate, but there were a lot, and each one had a unique fish inside it. I got back my iridium watering can, super happy with that. It was time to start upgrading the hoe. We'll upgrade that all the way to the iridium hoe eventually. I found the wizard outside of his house today. Never seen that before in my life. I didn't even know he went outside. Maybe it's a glitch with the straw mod, maybe not. To be honest though, I don't come down here too much. I only come down to these parts if I'm going into the secret woods. and even then you probably wouldn't see him if he was standing there. So that was quite interesting, I thought. Or maybe he's just after the fish out of my crab pot, who knows. It was back to the volcano today. I was fishing up more lava eels. Today was going to be one of those days I was going to spend the whole day fishing up these lava eels because I needed more money. I wanted to get certain upgrades done before day 100. It was now day 70, so we had to get the ball rolling in terms of profits. Fishing up double lava eels like that is just marvellous. I mean, that's 3,000 gold right there in the pocket when you fish up double lava eels. I made a nice profit today, 56,480 gold. Wasn't the best day, but it wasn't bad either. Went to Robin again. This time we were going to get a slime hutch because wild bait requires slime. So I thought to myself, well, if I can knock the slime on the head, I would only have to worry about the fibre and of course the bug meat. So I got the community cleanup quest today. Speaking of fibre, this would basically more or less give you infinite fibre because you get so much fibre from the fibre seeds. So I picked that quest up straight away. The good news was that the trash you got from the crab pots counted towards gathering the trash pieces for Linus's special orders quest, which was great. Any leftover trash I needed, I just put out of an empty fishing pool here. So I got some driftwood there, that completed the quest. So you only get 500 gold for quest completion, but the real prize will be delivered to you via mail the next day. It will be a recipe to make a fibre seed. You don't even have to water these, you just have to make them, plant them, protect them with a scarecrow, and within a couple of days you will have hundreds if not thousands of fibre. So I went to the Stardew Valley Fair today and I had quite the assortment of items. I had high quality fish, I had high quality bars, I had cloth, I had caviar, I had quite the collection of goods. Spoke to Mayor Lewis, I was hoping for first place. Let's see what placement I get. Lo and behold, I get first place. I'm awarded with 1,000 star tokens. What do I do with those? The best thing to do is just to gamble them on green and keep gambling on green until you have enough to purchase all of the items from the lovely store. So I start with Star Drop, I get the fedora hat as well, and I move on out of here in style. I get my steel hoe off Clint on day 73, and I planted the fibre seeds on my farm here. I made a nice little patch here for them. I don't have to water them, which is great. I just have to plant them, put down a scarecrow, and they are good to go. I'll be able to harvest those in a couple of days with my scythe. I get loads of age draw off of the reserve bins, which is great, and I move all of my furnaces inside the house here. So I smelt all my bars now indoors. I also plant some mahogany trees because I really need a lot more hardwood, especially for the projects that I want to do in the next couple of days. Lots of hardwood was required. So it was back to Robin, time for another upgrade. This time it's back to the usual fish ponds, of course, the more the merrier. We're also back to Clint. It's time to upgrade our hoe to a gold hoe, and we're going back to the secret woods and we're just hitting up on some tree stumps, getting some hardwood. We also go to the desert. I get a magic rock candy. Unfortunately, I actually forget I have this. I don't end up using it. But I did have the prismatic shards to spare, so I said why not. Spent the rest of the day cutting open trees, getting some wood. So lots of iridium bars here. They will come in handy later on, especially for upgrades and whatnot. And I put fertilizer on all these new mahogany seeds because I needed just so much hardwood to make the machines that I wanted. So I get a lot more golden walnuts off the frog because the melon and the wheat have fully grown. That was a total of 10 more walnuts in the pocket. There was also lots of hardwood on the Ginger Island farm, so I took the time today to gather all that up, and that made a huge difference in terms of my hardwood goals. Day 76, the days come around so fast. It was back to Robin, and it was time to get her to build me another fish pond. Then it was back to Clint, usual story, got my gold hoe. I give that back to him straight away and get him to upgrade that to the iridium hoe, but first it was time to break open a golden coconut and get a golden walnut. Then it was time to upgrade the hoe to the iridium hoe. I'll have that back in a couple of days. So these were all our fish ponds at the moment. The void salmons wanted a void egg. I didn't have chickens, but you can buy one off Krobus, no problem, for 5,000 gold. The blue discuses wanted taro roots, which means that if I wanted to complete that quest, I'd have to grow some taro tubers over on the Ginger Island farm. And I also got a red slime egg from the Skull Cavern, so I just put it into the slime incubator here. That will start a little slime family. Hopefully, if I get a male slime, they can start breeding with each other. Back over on Ginger Island, it was time to access the dig site, and it was time to access Professor Snail's chain quest of finding artifacts. It was then back into the volcano dungeon, And I was just primarily looking for resources in general. The chests were great. I got a soul sapper ring. Not much good to me at the moment though, since energy isn't really a problem anymore. But there was lots of ores to be gotten. Gold ores, iron ores, copper ores, they were all on the table. Upgraded my galaxy sword 3 times with the ruby to increase its total attack power. Then I gave it a prismatic shard that got the crusader enchant. Couldn't have asked for anything better. By far one of the best enchants in the game when it comes to combat. I also got the reaching enchant for my iridium watering can, so it can now reach a lot further. Because my hoe has been upgraded, I had to blow the ground open to plant crops instead of hoe it open. But the regular bombs did the job just fine. Planted all of my taro tubers. I'll be able to harvest these in a couple of days and get taro roots. I can even get up to 5 golden walnuts from pulling up crops out of the ground, so it was a win-win scenario. I'm going to go to Tropical Fish Special Orders quest here from Willy, because it's a fishing quest and because the prize is really good. It's a really nice fish tank you get. I purchased a void egg off Crow's for 5,000 gold, and I also got some more golden walnuts over in Ginger Island. Figured out the puzzle here for the gem birds. I got 5 more golden walnuts from that. And I also fished up some blue discuses now tonight too, because I wanted to finish off the tropical fish quest as quickly as possible. Speaking on the quest, the next day I managed to finish it by fishing up the 5 stingrays that were needed. My reward, 2,500 gold, but the big prize would come the next day in the mail from Willy. Headed back over to my regular Stardew Valley farm, filling up some preserve jars here with the usual roe to get back aged roe and caviar. All this will be sold for a pretty decent profit. Day 80, the fibre seeds were ready. It was time to take out the scythe and get all that lovely fibre. I was going to get back hundreds, if not thousands of fibre from all of this. That was the first batch. I had a second batch growing up here, so happy days. Once I collected all the fibre, I checked my mail and got the deluxe fish tank off Willy. It's a really big fish tank, but it looks really cool. You can put any sort of fish into this. You can put seaweed into this. You can make it look really nice. I put sea urchins in here and gave them hats because I think they look super cute with the hats. I had the frog hat, the straw hat, I had the fedora from the event, and I had a hat that I got from killing a slime over on Ginger Island. So it was time to finally make some worm bins. I needed hardwood, gold, iron and fibre to make these. That's why I needed to assemble so much hardwood. These bins would mitigate the cost and time needed to constantly grind bug meat for bait to fill up all the crab pots and the fish nets. They'd make a huge difference on a daily basis. Speaking of fish nets, I made 14 more. I'm going to put these down over in the beach area, so I'm going to get more fish on a daily basis, which means more profits for me. Look at all the fish that I could collect. It was crazy. I made 64 more sashimis here from low quality fish that didn't sell for a whole lot of money. And I also threw all of these tunas away back into the water. Demetrius will have a stroke. I suppose we can expect an overpopulation quest from him in the next couple of weeks, asking us to fish up some tuna. We'd be the culprit. Or maybe Krobus is the culprit, because maybe he throws seeds into the water and that's why these overpopulation quests arise. So who is the enemy here? Myself or Krobus? I'm going to blame Krobus. I did make some wild bait, however. Probably one of the most overpowered items in the game when it comes to fishing, of course. Respect my fishing professions again. Back to angler, and it was going to be the whole day fishing up lava eels to make some serious money. Let's see how many lava eels I can fish up today. So sometimes you get trashed, which is unfortunate, but the majority of times when you get a hit, it will be a lava eel up in the volcano dungeon. I'm at 100,800 gold today from lava eels. I caught 64 lava eels, which was pretty good. That's the power of endgame fishing right there. The next day was the same. It was going to be a whole day of fishing up lava eels because I needed a ton of money and I didn't want to rely on the broken tuna crops. So I got 78 lava eels today, 75,600 gold. So it does vary quite a bit depending on how lucky you get with the wild bait. But on a fairly decent lucky day, you can get anywhere from 100,000 gold upwards. Look at all the fish ponds we had now. It was day 84 and we had tons of fish ponds on the farm. Each fish pond had a different fish inside. Of course, to maximise profits, you could just fill them all up with lava eels. That would make you the most money hands down. But for this fishing challenge, I wanted there to be a bit of a variety of fish. So I got more hardwood, then it was back to robbing it. Yes, it was another fish pond. I made 47,000 gold today just from selling lots and lots of aged raw, fishing tackles, things like that. So it was a nice chunk of money made. The aged raw really came true. The next day I went over to Ginger Island to harvest all of the lovely taro roots, and I got a couple of golden walnuts by doing this as well. So much so, I was able to get into Key's secret walnut room and take on one of his quests. I'm going to go with Key's cuisine. Because I had so much fish, it would be easy to make sashimi and sell that. I just had to ship 100,000 gold worth of food. So, it was time to get cracking on the quest. I did give the taro roots to our lovely blue discuses, so they're going to level up from that. And it was time to finally harvest all of these lovely crab pots. And all of the fish I was going to get from these crab pots, regardless of how much they would sell for, would be converted into sashimi. But not just any sashimi, fresh sashimi, because it was for the quest. That's how the game differentiates between freshly cooked items and items you've cooked before the quest. It will put the fresh word before the name. Spend the rest of the day pulling up fish that I need. We're in winter now, so I got the perch, the lingcod and the squid today, all needed for the fishing collection of course. All that was left was the glacier fish, which is a legendary fish, and the 3 submarine minigame fish, which is the spookfish, the blobfish and the midnight squid. So it was time for another fishing respec. We're going to go with mariner, which means that the crab pots will now always generate fish, they won't generate trash. This will speed up the Keys special orders quest because it will give me back more fish on a daily basis. So we were doing lots of respecing in terms of the Fisherman tree, but that's a good thing because it just goes to show how structured and varied the fishing actually is in this game, and how many useful perks they are. With some professions, generally people just choose one perk and they kind of ignore the rest. Look at the foraging tree for example. Who on earth chooses the profession at the end where it shows you where the forageables are on the map? Nobody. That's just my opinion though. I suppose I better sit down and brace for a comment now in the next few days from someone saying, actually I use that perk, it's great. So we just did a legendary battle today. We got the glacier fish one step closer to catching all of the fish in the game. All that was left were just the minigame fish. I made more crab pots today just to speed up Key's special walnut room quest. Look at all the fish nets we had now in the lake. This lake was now fully encircled with fish nets and crab pots. I made loads more sashimi today, 196 in total. All that's going into a fridge and it will be sold together eventually. Couple of slime balls today. I made the slime hutch too late in the challenge. I should have made it earlier to benefit a lot more from the slime balls. But I did manage to make 55 more wild bait, so that's better than nothing I suppose. Time to motor on. Day number 88. Yes, we were fishing. What else would we be doing? I caught a perch today. Delighted. Got some largemouth basses. Look at all of our fishing ponds. So many. And if you're wondering why the fish jump up without a quest being completed, that's a mod. And like I said before, all the mods are in the description. Got the glacier fish trophy off Willie. Gonna hang it up in the house, and I'm also gonna buy deluxe fish tanks off him. Small fish tanks, large fish tanks, and we're gonna put all of the fish in the game into these fish tanks. I have been saving a few fish here and there for this moment, so we are gonna see a really cool room here in the greenhouse. Look at all the fish. Now this isn't all the fish in the game yet. We're still waiting for the minigame fish you can get from the submarine, so the spookfish and the blobfish and the midnight squid, but it has most of the fish there, which is really cool. Back to Krobus, and this time I was going to get the monster fireplace because it is a really cool item. And I also got the star drop because why not? I could afford it, I had the money, I fished hard, time to treat myself. That was one more star drop in the bag. But there was one star drop we wanted more than any other, and that was the one we got off Willie, and we were very close to getting that one indeed. Back to Robin today after harvesting all those lovely fishies, and this time it was to get a stables. What kind of amount are we going to have? Let's find out. You won't see it coming. So I decorated the farm today. It took the whole day to do it, but look how nice the farm looks now. The lovely path, lovely lights, everything was just nice and cozy. So I finally completed the quest today by selling all that sashimi. I made over 100,000 gold, which is really nice. So I went to a nice fishing event today and I bought loads of decorations from the NPC here. The frozen dreams, the icy rug, the winter dining table, the icy banners, the winter end table. All of these items will go into my house to make it nice and Christmassy and cozy. Because you just can't beat a nice cozy setup, can you? I also beat the fishing event today with 5 big slimy fish, and my reward was a magnet, a barbed hook, a dress spinner, and of course, a lovely hat to go with. It was time to respec yet again. Went with angler because it was time to go back to Ginger Island and fish in the best spot in the game, up at the top of the volcano. We were farming lava eels. What else would we be farming to maximise profits, of course? Sometimes it can be quite the battle, but rest assured, with an iridium rod, maxed out fishing and a trap bobber, you will more than likely succeed every time. So I had enough key gems to finally treat myself to the aquatic sanctuary. This thing was massive, and I could not wait to put it into my lovely cozy house and put some fish inside it. Day 94, I was fishing up more lava eels. Why was I going so hard in fishing? Because I wanted to get a special item for my farm. To get that item, I needed tons and tons of money. I sold lots of road today as well. It was now time to get some collectibles, because we were on day 95, nearing the end of the challenge. It was time to make the farm look as good as it can, and you can't go wrong with an iridium acropis. You need a fishing skill of 15 to pull him out of the water, but it's definitely worth it. After the wizard's terminal, what are we gonna get? It was of course the water obelisk, which can teleport us down to the beach. So for now I was gonna put it up here, but I do end up putting that in a different place in the next couple of days. So it was back to more fishing. I only had 790 gold, so I spent the whole day fishing. I would have went over to Ginger Island and fished, but I couldn't afford a ticket. I was broke. The next day, however, I did go over to Ginger Island and I did get some lovely decorations. That was the foliage print. This is the lovely squirrel figurine that we can put on our beautiful farm. And we then went to the desert and we pulled up the lovely pyramid decal. Such a nice painting. And we also got the lifesaver, which you can get from the boat area here inside Willie's house. So all these items will be put into our lovely cozy house. So it was time to get the last couple of fish. We start with the spookfish. It was then time to pull up the blobfish. And last but certainly not least, it was time for the midnight squid. And that got us the master angler achievement. All fish caught in the game. That was the main challenge of this video done. Look at my lovely cozy house. It was time to put all the fish in here on day number 99. I also put in a cucumber and a super cucumber, because there was more room left, and I put in some seaweed as well, just to give them a little bit of decoration, give them some food that they can eat to keep the fish nice, snugly and happy. Finally, we were at day 100, and let's take a look at our lovely farm. More importantly, let's eat this star drop we got from Wooly for capturing all of the fish in the game. What a challenge this was. This was the Fisherman challenge. Play 100 days by just primarily doing fishing activities. And this is our lovely mount. Look at it go. Apparently this is meant to be a Pokemon called Altaria or something. I'm probably butchering that word. Feel free to correct me in the comments. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, hit that subscribe button if you love Stardew Valley content. If you love cozy game content, I promise you, you will absolutely love this channel. Cozy game content is released on a weekly basis. Every single week there is going to be something for you on this channel. Streams are coming back, of course. The streaming software has been reinstalled. The Windows operating system has been sorted out. Let's take a look at the inside of this lovely cozy little house. This is the end product of the Fisherman house. So over here on the left I have some nice cozy little decorations. I've got all different types of fish tanks. I have my legendary trophies just up there as well. That's all the legendary fish. I have the lovely cozy monster fireplace, and I have a few decorative items that I've gotten through various regions in the game. I also made a total of 1,420,525 gold in this challenge, so it was quite the money to make, especially by just using the fishing perk. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome back to another video of Stardew Valley. For today's video I played 100 days of Stardew Valley as a florist. Let's get into the rules. So the first rule is that we can only sell flower related items. Because flowers don't sell for a whole lot of money, I'm also giving myself the ability to sell honey and to also sell seeds, but that would be the extent of it. The second rule is to complete all community development projects, unlock the theatre and make it into Ginger Island, where we will build the ultimate flower farm. So let's jump into the video and let's see how well we did. It is day number 1 and it is time to build our lovely flower farm. So the first thing we're going to do is clear up some debris around the farm, cut down a couple of trees, make a nice chest we can put all our tools into, and we are going to plant tulips. Now we had parsnips, but we sold those to Pierre. We bought tulips instead. So we're also going to run around the map today too and pick up forageables, because yes, we are allowed to sell forageables. We're also allowed to sell seeds, of course, but that'll be the extent of it. I got a lovely anchor down by the beach, so we'll give it into Gunther and get 250 gold off him, and we'll use that to buy more tulips. That's right, we're going to have a cool tulip farm in spring. Now we can also get jazz too, but we're just going to stick to tulips for now. So on day number 2, I'm going to make some lovely wild spring seeds. We're going to hoe some ground here, get it ready for the spring seeds, and these will multiply over the next couple of weeks. And this is going to be our primary money maker, because we're not going to get a whole lot of cash for tulips at the moment. We also get the fishing rod off Lovely Willy, and we're actually going to spend a great deal of time today fishing, and we're going to use all that fish for energy. Day 3 we get the rainy day, but we're actually going to use today getting wood, because we are going to need tons and tons of wood, especially if we want bee houses later on. I also run around the map today and I get some spring onions and I get some forageables if I see them as well, and I'll cut down some trees in Cindersap Forest if I have some energy left over. Level 2 in foraging there, we're looking to get level 7 for tree fertilizer as quickly as possible. And we do a bit more fishing as well, because all that fish, obviously we can't sell it, but we can certainly use it for energy. Day number 4 begins with watering our crops. Many a day will begin with watering crops, unfortunately. But it is back to fishing again to get as much fish as possible before the mines opens up. So I actually got an ancient seed, which is really lucky, but at the same time, it's kind of useless to us because we can't use it. We can't sell ancient fruit. But I'm going to plant it nonetheless because it's rare. So day number 5, we're in the mines. Got down to floor 10, I got some nice boots. I'm going to put those on. Extra defense is always greatly appreciated. Got down to floor 19 here, and I got a room here, a spiral floor with crates at the end of it. And I actually got loads of nice goodies out of the crates, but because I got swarmed by so many flies, I had to make a quick getaway. I got down to floor 24 here, and there's another room here with nice copper doors, but more importantly, look at all the crates. I broke open all the crates, and yes, I got a nice weapon upgrade. That right there is a wood club, which is a significant upgrade to the steel short sword that I'm using at the moment. So we're going to swap those out straight away. And the wood club is way better. I prefer club weapons myself anyway. So we're making our way through the mines, and it looks like we're going to get down to floor 30 before we call it a day. Floor 30 then is when you get to the dark levels, of course. Day number 7, our tulips are ready to go, so we're going to pick up all these tulips, and this should give us our level 1 in farming, which means we can make our lovely scarecrow for tomorrow. I'm going to sell all these tulips to Pierre, and I'm going to purchase more tulips off him. I should be able to get a lot more this time, so that's 83 tulips we're going to put down in the farm. So as we can see, it will multiply every couple of days because we get more money. We're going to buy more and more tulips all the time. So we're going to end up with a huge, giant flower farm. So on day 7 we're back down in the mines, and this time we're in the middle tier levels, but we still have a regular pickaxe, so it's a bit harder. Day number 8 we're back in the mines again, so I'm just trying to get down here to floor 100 as quickly as possible to get the star drop, because the star drop increases my maximum energy, and I want that upgrade as quickly as possible. On floor 49, of course, it has to give me an infested floor, so it does take quite some time to clear all the enemies out of that floor, but I do make it to floor 50, I get the Thunder Boots, so I swap those out straight away on day number 8. Day number 9, it is time to activate some of our community centre bundles. So the first thing I'm going to get is the spring forageable bundle, because that's giving me 30 free spring seeds by just putting in 4, so it's a trade-off that one cannot ignore. So once we're finished with the farming, we're back into the mines, and if we see diamonds like this, we'll break them open as quickly as possible because we get 150 mining XP for those. On day 10, it's back into the mines again. On floor 79 here now at the moment, and I almost made it to floor 80. Unfortunately, it got too late. I went unconscious. I was so close. But it's no problem, we'll get it the next day. Speaking of which, day 11, we're back in the mines again. And it's just the usual mining, farming ores. We're going to need tons of ores to build our beautiful flower farm. Day number 11, it's a rainy day, but we're going to spend today just getting forageables. We're going to cut down some trees, of course. We spend a whole day cutting down trees to get wood. The reason why we need so much wood is because I need to make tappers, I need to make bee houses. They all cost tons and tons of wood. Day 12, we are still on the lookout for more forageables because we need to get money. We need to upgrade our pickaxe to a copper pickaxe because it's just taking too many swings to break open the regular nodes inside the mines at the moment. So I gave Robin in her axe there for a nice 250 gold. And I spend a great deal of time today just cutting down trees, as per usual, getting even more wood. But also I'm getting my foraging level up as well to try to get that tree fertilizer. Day 13, we get another level up in farming, which is nice. And we get to harvest all these lovely tulips. And what I love about the tulips is that they're all different colours, so it adds a really nice aesthetic to the game. Day 13 as well, we get the lovely Easter event, and we just do it for the laughs. Abigail is the one to beat, of course, and most of the time Abigail beats us. Let's see how we done this time. Let's see if we can beat Abigail. Unfortunately, we don't. Abigail beats us again. I'm so bad at this event. Most of the time I do lose that event. But on day 14 I plant more tulips on the farm here, and it's nice that it's raining. It means that if I need to hoe extra soil, I don't have to water. Now, as you can see here, the farm is getting bigger. We've got one huge portion of land there with seeds, one huge portion with flowers. It takes hours and hours to water. That's why it's still important for me to fish and fish and fish, because I can use that fish for energy if I need it. On day 16 though, it pays off. All the forageables are now ready to be collected, so I'm going to gather all these up and I'm going to turn all these into more wild spring seeds. So that is 200 plus spring wild seeds right there, and I can make more. What do I do with those? Well, I plant them and I just hoe the ground to make more room for more. I get level 5 foraging today. We're going to go with gather, of course. Double harvest, absolutely cannot ignore that. It's a game changer. Day 17, we're looking for more forageables, but the salmon berries are also ripe on the bushes, so we're going to harvest the bushes too to get those lovely salmon berries. As we can see here now, there's daffodils all over the place as well, which is nice. All these forageables means more spring seeds for me. That means more money for me, more foraging XP for me if I want to plant them. The salmon berries come in super handy. One salmon berry on its own isn't great, but if you have hundreds of them, they can come in real handy if you need energy, if you're doing something, especially if you're in the mines. So I go to Clint today and we finally get him to upgrade our pickaxe to a copper pickaxe. I needed 2,000 gold, so I sold a couple of spring seeds to get that money together, and that'll come in really handy for us in a few days when he gives us the upgrade. Back to the farm today now, and I'm just cutting down loads of trees in the farm to accumulate wood, but also I'm going to need a space later on, because when you see the size of the flower farms you're going to have, we're going to need all the space the farm can give us. On day 19 it's more fishing for more energy, of course. And the next day, look at that, our tulips are ready to go again. We're going to harvest all these lovely tulips. So once we get farming to level 6, we can get the quality sprinkler. So we're looking to push farming as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sell all these tulips to Pierre. That puts me up to almost 3,000 gold. The next thing we're going to do, of course, is we're going to go back to Pierre and buy more tulips. The reason why I had to leave and then come back was because I didn't have enough inventory slots to fill all the tulips into. Because there's so many different colours and so many different stars. So I purchased hundreds of tulips. I got my copper pickaxe off Clint. Things were looking good for us. Day 21, and look what we have to water today. It's not going to be fun, but it is necessary to rise above this challenge of the Florist. Yes, we are going to spend the majority of today with a regular watering can, watering crops and seeds. It will pay off though. So later on that day I got into the mines and I got down to floor 90. I got the obsidian edge, which is a nice weapon upgrade indeed. And I went to see how far I can get. Now it is very late, I got an infested floor, but the obsidian edge makes the difference, of course. It does make short work of quite a lot of these enemies. The red slimes can be a big threat, especially if they hit you, but not to worry, they were no match for us. Scrolls like that drop, I tend to pick them up. If I see gold clusters like this, I will of course prioritise those, because we need gold, iron and refined quartz to make quality sprinklers. So I got the spiral floor here in floor 99, but it was also a mushroom floor. So instead of taking the early ladder, I actually went all the way down to the bottom, getting diamonds and mushrooms along the way, and crates at the very end for lots of nice prizes and goodies. Speaking of prizes and goodies, look what I got out of a crate. I got a tempered broadsword, which is a big upgrade from the obsidian edge, so it has nicer base damage. It also has a nice defensive stat as well, so we won't say no to that. And we made it to floor 100, day 22. We get our lovely star drop. This increases our maximum energy. Day 23, look at all these spring forageables. There's hundreds of them here. We are going to pick all these up, we're going to convert them all back into spring wild seeds, and then we're going to sell them for a huge mega profit. Now, it took a long time to pick them all up, but it's going to be worth it. Let's see how many seeds we can make with this. 990 spring wild seeds from utilizing the tactic of making seeds, planting them, rinsing, repeating throughout the whole season. We're going to go to Pierre, sell him the seeds. Now we have loads of money, and it's only the 23rd. What are we going to do with all that money we have just gotten? Yes, we are going to get some upgrades for ourselves. We are going to treat ourselves to some nice upgrades. First, we're going to go to Clint, of course. We're going to get him to upgrade our axe to a copper axe. And then we're going to go back to Pierre, and we're going to get a backpack upgrade, because I totally forgot about it the first time. So it's only 2,000 gold for the first one, but it's definitely worth it, because it means we don't have to throw away half as many things. Back into the mines, and I put down a bomb here that I got from killing an enemy, and look at all that lovely gold. So if you're wondering why I'm holding on to my 30,000 gold, you will find out soon enough, but for now we need it, especially because we're getting into summer as well. So I made it down to floor 120, got the skull key. We can now enter Skull Cavern, but first we have to unlock the desert, of course. We also got level 7 foraging, so we can make tree fertilizer. That means we can make lovely tree farms, thank God. Demetrius visits us. I chose the mushrooms because I can get mushrooms every single day, and they're great for energy, especially if I get purple mushrooms. I went to the flower dance and I bought loads of stuff off Pierre because I want to have a really nice flower farm. So I bought the seasonal decor, the plants, I bought a tub of flowers, I even bought the recipe for it, I bought the rare crow from him, and I even bought 10 dandelions because I have everything else. So if I buy the 10 dandelions, that means I can make a lot more spring wild seeds. So I purchased all those. And I purchased all these decorations as well. So I spent quite a lot of money on decorations, but it will be worth it in the end because I want to make the most beautiful flower farm ever, and all the decorations will be required to make it really nice. So obviously I didn't dance with anyone there because nobody knows who I am. I'm just this stranger farmer that lives down the road. I made 57 tree fertilizer on day 25. It was time to make some nice tree farms. Now I set up some trees over here, and these are all going to have tappers on them. These will generate maple syrups, which will be used to make bee houses. So I started by putting tree fertilizers on those. I got my copper axe back off Clint as well, but we're going to give the axe straight back into him, and I'm going to get him to upgrade it to a steel axe. That means I'll be able to cut down the huge tree stumps, but that also means I'll be able to access the secret woods, and I can get the hardwood inside there as well. So I sold more stuff to Pierre, back up at 20,000 gold, and today is the 25th. Now I can't grow the tulips because they take 6 days, so we're going to leave it off instead. But that's okay, it's good to take a break from farming once in a while. We do have a huge patch of tulips planted already anyway. That'll be good to go in the next few days. Rest of the day was spent putting down tree seeds and putting tree fertilizer on those. Day 26, look at all our lovely tulips, they are ready to be harvested, and of course we will oblige. Let's see if this can bump us up to level 6 farming so we can get quality sprinklers ready for summer. And as we can see, I just got level 6 farming there, which is great. That means tomorrow, if I have the materials of course, I'll be able to prep the farm for summer. So I'll be able to make some nice quality sprinklers and get this farm all up to date for when summer comes in. So I went to the mines. I have loads of gold ore. I'm going to process all that into gold bars of course. Level 5 farming, we're going to go with tiller of course. Crops were 10% more profit for us. And level 6 farming, we can make the quality sprinkler. Back to Clint on the 27th, we got our steel axe, which is great. And this time we're going to get him to upgrade the watering can, because we will have to water on the first day of summer. And if I end up buying hundreds of crops, the job will be made a little bit easier. I also spend the rest of the day just getting rid of the big stumps around the farm because it gives a lot of hardwood, and I also wanted to clean up the farm a bit too and make more space. I also went into the secret woods here as well to get all the hardwood inside here. It's good to start collecting hardwood as early as possible too, especially for the Ginger Island unlock later. You need 200 hardwood for the hull. So I made tons of quality sprinklers today. We are now going to go back to the farm, put on all the sprinklers, and our farm is now good to go for summer. It is ready. I went to Pierre as well on the first day of summer and I bought poppy seeds off him. I can also buy spangle seeds too if I want them. and I can also get sunflower seeds. So I have a nice selection of flowers at my disposal. So I get 200 spangles, 100 poppies, and I go to the Georgia Mart because sunflower seeds are much cheaper there, and I spend the rest of my money on sunflower seeds. The great thing about sunflower seeds is that there's a very good chance when you harvest a sunflower, it'll drop a seed, so you only have to buy a batch of them once. So the rest of that day was just spent planting the seeds, and I'm going to have to water all this as well, and I'm going to have to hold the ground because a lot of it caved in when the seasons changed. So today was going to be a busy day of farming. But on day number 30 we're back down in the mines, and this time we're looking for copper. The reason why I'm looking for copper is because we want to make tappers. We need to make tons and tons of tappers. Because all our trees are going to be fully grown soon, and I need to put tappers on them so they can start generating syrups for me. So day 31 I made the tappers, going to put them on all these trees, and this will be a nice source of income as well. You know, if I don't want to make bee houses, if I just want to sell the syrups, I can do that. So I'm going to activate the summer foraging bundle. This is going to give me 30 free summer foraging seeds, summer wild seeds that I'm going to plant. And the great thing about summer wild seeds is that you only need 3 forageables to make a summer wild seed instead of the usual 4. So summer is a great time to stock up on tons of summer seeds. It's a great time to make huge amounts of money. I'm smelting iron bars today, and the thing about iron bars is that we need loads of those for bee houses. Now I just made 2 bee houses for now because I only have 2 maple syrups, but soon enough I'll have loads of maple syrups. I'll be able to make loads of bee houses. So I'm just going to put those there beside those flowers, and that was actually a mistake. I should have put them down at the bottom where the other flowers would have grown faster, but sure, look, I learned from that mistake. Day 33, it's raining, we're in the secret woods, and we are farming wood. Specifically, we're farming hardwood. The reason why I'm farming hardwood now is because I want to accumulate mahogany seeds, so later on I can grow a nice mahogany farm and get tons and tons of hardwood if I need it for something. I also got access to the Bathouse area, so we're going to use the Bathouse area for another tree farm. Now because I'm using, I think it's the Earthly Recolor mod, I can't see the seeds when they go down, so I have to be super careful where I plant these seeds to grow trees up out of the ground. But thankfully I do have the green squares on the ground that will kind of tell me when I can plant one, so there shouldn't be any issues at all. But I'll check them tomorrow just to make sure that they were planted correctly. So we're day 35, and I'm just putting down more seeds here in the farm, and these are all summer seeds of course, and this should increase the foraging skill and give us a huge profit when it is finished. So we're going to collect the rewards here. We're going to get the Dwarves Translation Guide and the Starfruit Seeds just for handing a couple of artifacts. I'll sell the Starfruit Seeds, but look at this, on day 36, yes, it has finally happened. Look at all the maple syrups. I'm going to take all these maple syrups and I'm going to convert all these into bee houses. We also got our first lot of poppies, so we're going to harvest all of these and we're going to sell these for a nice profit. So we're going to go to Pierre here now. We have some wild honey. We also have tons of poppies just for him. Look at all the money we're going to get. That puts us up to almost 20,000 gold. What are we going to do with all that? We are going to buy tons of poppies. So I'm going to start by getting one batch of poppies. So we'll start with 100 and then we'll see how much money we have after that. A poppy seed costs 100 gold, so it's 10,000 for the full batch. So that's 100 right there. I'm down to 9,285 gold. So what I decided to do was just get another batch and just invest in the flower farm. That's 192 poppies in total. There's no point holding on to the money if I'm not going to use it. So I said to myself, I'm better off to just buy as many poppies as I can, plant them, and then just reap the rewards in a few days when they can be harvested. So day 37 and the summer spangles ready to go, along with some of the sunflowers. And as we can see, the farm looks really nice. So I'm going to harvest all these. I'm going to sell these as well. The biggest challenge with the flower farm is that many of the flowers come in different colours and they also come in different qualities. So they use up an awful lot of inventory slots. Now with the sunflowers it's fine. There's literally just regular sunflower, silver star, and there's gold star sunflowers. But with other types of flowers, there's tons of different combinations. So I'm going to sell all these to Pierre, and the reason why I'm selling them to Pierre directly is because I don't want to have to wait an extra day to buy a new batch of crops. So it's faster to just sell stuff to him directly and then buy crops back straight away. we're going into the Georgia Mart to purchase a sneaky Georgia membership. And the reason why we're going the Georgia route is because it's easier to get Ginger Island unlocked, because we want to have a beautiful flower farm in Ginger Island as well, and the earlier we get to Ginger Island, the better the farm is going to look. Day 37, we're back down in the mines looking for copper, but I found a slime here with a star over his head, and these slimes normally drop really good items, so I decided to just take him out, and he dropped the lead rod, which wasn't great for me, but sometimes they can drop glow rings, and they can drop magnet rings, which is really nice as well. Day 38, it is time to harvest some of our summer wild seeds. And as we can see here now, I have the gatherer profession, so I'm getting a lot more spice berries, sweet peas and grapes than I normally would get, and I'll turn all those back into summer wild seeds. So that's 90 summer wild seeds ready to go, so I'm going to plant those straight back down in the farm. And day 39 is the luau, and I had a nice gold star summer spangle here ready to go, so I just put it into the soup just to see what kind of effect it would have. The mayor took a sip and he liked it. He didn't love it, but he liked it. Or sorry, not the mayor, the governor, who we see once a year. He liked the soup, which is good. He said it's a very pleasant soup. The produce from his valley never disappoints. So that is basically another day down. Day 40, look at all this beautiful maple syrup. We're going to harvest all this, and of course we're going to try to convert all that into bee houses. Back to the mines, look at all this iron. We're going to try to combine the iron bars with the maple syrups to make bee houses. We also need wood and coal as well. The biggest problem at the moment, believe it or not, is coal. So I made more tappers. I'm gonna attach these tappers to all these trees up at the bathhouse area. Day 41, it's raining, but look at all the bee houses we have now. We have tons of bee houses, and eventually all that honey will be specialized honey. It'll be poppy honey and sunflower honey, so it'll sell for a lot more money. Day 42, we have more lovely summer wild seeds ready to go. So we're going to harvest all these, and we're going to turn these right back into summer wild seeds, these lovely forageables. So it is time to make, yes, more quality sprinklers. So I made 8. I think I need to make more though. And the reason for this is that the farm is expanding, because I keep buying more and more flowers. I keep making more and more wild seeds. So more and more sprinklers have to be made. But that's good, because in the long run it means more profit for us, it means more money. So I put more tappers on the trees here now. That's going to give me a lot more syrups. And day 43, we have another batch of poppies ready to go. So look at all these lovely poppies that we are going to harvest. So I'm going to sell all the poppies to Pierre again, and this is going to get me loads of money. So this is going to push me right up into the 50k mark. What do we do with that? Well, we buy more poppies, of course. So I'm just going to buy 200 poppies. I'm going to leave it at 200, and I'm going to keep that money for upgrades, for community development upgrades. So this time I'm getting some poppy honey along with wild honey, which is really good. And some of the poppies will reach the bee houses over on the other side as well, here on the opposite side. So that poppy honey will sell for a lot more than wild honey. I also set up the sprinklers wrong, so I'm going to have to water, as you can see, a portion of the farm there. So we went to Clint. We're going to upgrade the hoe first of all. It's time to get some basic tools upgraded to make our lives easier, especially when you get a transition in seasons. That's when the hoe and the watering can become super important. So I was lacking wood again. Harvested loads of wood that day. Day 45, look at all our lovely flowers. We have summer wild seeds, we have sunflowers, we have summer spangles, all ready to go, ready to be harvested. Now I was super careful this time. I made sure to keep one line of summer spangles so that I could get the specialized honey. Now you don't need one flower per bee house, you know, but because I wasn't too sure of the range, I just kept the line of flowers there, just to be on the safe side. Look at all these lovely spice berries, grapes and sweet peas that I'm going to get. I wonder how many summer wild seeds I'll be able to make from these. Probably hundreds, I'd say, because we only need 3. Let's make some right now. Let's see how much we can make. 390 wild summer seeds ready to go. So what I done was I literally just used up all of the farmland I had to plant the summer wild seeds. I also got level 10 farming, so I'm just going to go with artisan so I get more for the honey. I was going to pick agriculturist so the flowers grow 10% faster, but the honey sells for a real nice amount of money. That 40% extra profit was too good to pass up. Day 46, we're back down into the mines, and this time we're farming up iron because we want to make more bee houses. So it's another day of mining. another day of smelting bars. We also go to Clint as well. We got a copper hoe off Clint, which is really nice. And we're going to talk to Clint again. This time we're going to upgrade our hoe to a steel hoe. So we're going to try to get all the stools up to steel tier now. Day 47 was spent decorating the farm, so I decided to put a pat down here, which makes looting these tappers a lot easier as well, because when you put down the pat, it means stuff doesn't grow, like seeds and little mini trees that can block your path. So on day 48, this is what the flower farm now looks like. It's got a little path that goes down through the farm, and it's got a nice path on top as well. As we can see here now, I'm getting poppy honey, summer spangle honey, and sunflower honey. So all different types of honey that would sell for all really nice amounts of money. And we spend the rest of the day just cutting down trees as per usual, because wood is something we constantly need. Especially if we want to make floors for decorating the farm, if we want to make bee houses, if we want to make tappers, we need wood for all of that. As we can see, we get the most money for the poppy honey, 532 gold, and that's not bad at all for poppy honey. Day 50, we get, yes, more summer wild seeds. Story of our lives, the summer wild seed. We're going to harvest all this. Now it is the 21st, so this will more than likely be the last harvest that we will see for summer forageables. So I'm hoping I'll be able to make an absolute ton of summer wild seeds from this. I'll sell those and then I will make an absolute ton of money in the process. Let's see how much I get. 470, which is amazing. There's also an ancient fruit there that can be harvested, but you know, I don't really bother with it because I can't really use it, but I keep it there for inspiration. So we're going to get a community development project here. We're going to go with the bus. We can access the desert. The reason why I start with the desert is because we can access Skull Cavern, so if we want to get that nice iridium ore, we have access to that through the Skull Cavern, of course. You'll also get some other nice good things in the Skull Cavern too, but more importantly, we also get access to the desert area if we want to put more tree farms up there. It's a nice space that we can use. So we get some upgrades there off Clint. Day number 50, we are back to putting poppies on the old farm. And as we can see now, day 51, the farm is much bigger. Look at all these lovely poppies ready to be harvested. So what we do here is we're going to harvest all these poppies except the ones directly opposite the bee houses, of course, because we don't want to get rid of our lovely specialized honey just yet. So I leave all those. Now again, I don't have to leave them all. I know I can just have to leave a few, but because I wasn't too sure on the range, I just left them all. But a few wouldn't make a difference anyway in terms of overall profit. As we can see, I've got 102,000 gold right now. What do we do with all this money? Well, we go to the Judge Mart and we're going to purchase tons of sunflower seeds. I mean tons. And the reason why I can get so many is because sunflowers will also survive in fall. They survive in summer and fall. So it's also a great transitional crop. If you're looking to transition your farm from summer to fall, you don't always have to use hay. You can use sunflowers. So it was another community development project of Morris, and he'll get working on that overnight, which is great. So day 52, we're at the desert, and I have some mahogany seeds, just a few though. I'll plant these in the desert along with some other regular seeds, and I'll use tree fertilizers so they'll grow very quickly. That means I can harvest those later. If I just need hardwood and regular wood, they'll be good to go for us. So we'll start making use of the lovely desert space. It was back to Morris for another community development project. So I have the bus, I have the minecarts. It was now time to unlock the quarry and use the quarry space for even more tree farms. But before we go to the quarry, look at all these summer wild seeds ready to be harvested. And this time there was a lot. There was so much, we're probably going to get over 1,000 summer wild seeds by the time we're finished harvesting all these. So let's see how much we can make. 990 wild seeds right there, and that's just the first batch. So we're going to go back to the George Martin. We're going to purchase even more sunflower seeds, and we're just doing this primarily for the transition. Eventually they will be replaced with more potent fall crops, but for now the sunflowers will do just fine. We finally get level 10 foraging. We're going to go with botanist, of course, which means everything we pick up off the ground will be of iridium quality, and we make a nice 78,000 gold primarily from selling honey and by selling other stuff as well, like poppies and things like that, and summer seeds. So it's back to Morris again for another development. This time we're just going to go with panning. We're leaving the greenhouse to last because we don't really need the greenhouse, because we're going to be taking everything over to Ginger Island later on. So I got some special nodes here in the quarry. I was hoping for the prismatic shard from one out of the two of these nodes, but unfortunately I didn't. Just got some gold ore and iridium ore. But that's okay, because at the end of the day I cleared up the whole quarry and I used it as another place where we can start a tree farm. And this is going to house a huge tree farm. I'm going to fill up this whole quarry space with trees, and I also made enough tree fertilizer as well to cover the huge area that the quarry is. Day 55 I went into the cave and I got myself the golden scythe, which is really nice for harvesting things that you need to harvest with a scythe. It's better than the regular scythe, has a better range. Back to Clint today. It is time to get the pickaxe upgraded to a steel pickaxe. And up in the bathhouse area, it seems that our tappers up here have finally activated. It was loads of oak resins. Now we're not going to make kegs, instead we're just going to sell these and make money off them. So it's just extra money in our pocket. It's just an extra source that we have that generates money for us. It might not be a whole lot of money, but it can come in handy if we're in a pinch. Day 55, it's more hardwood. And we're also back on our farm today, and we're just cutting down the rest of the trees that are on the farm to just get the rest of the wood that the farm has to offer. So as we can see here now, it's day 56. I'm getting more different types of lovely honey that we're going to sell. Sunflower honey, poppy honey, summer spangle honey. I also get to steal a pickaxe off Clint as well today, which is great. So I can now break open these huge rocks on my farm, which means more space for me to make an even bigger farm if I want to. So this time we're going to get the greenhouse, and the reason why we got the greenhouse is because it's the last update, and it just means that we can now get into Ginger Island. Because that's all the community updates unlocked. So it's now fall, and it is fairy rose time. Bear in mind that fairy rose honey is the most profitable honey in the game, and we are going to exploit that big time. So I'm going to use most of my money here and purchase tons and tons of fairy roses. I start off with 300 fairy roses. I'm going to plant those in the farm. Bear in mind I also have a lot of sunflowers on the farm as well. And I also treat myself to another backpack upgrade. I was looking at it for quite some time, and I decided to finally treat myself today and get that third inventory unlocked. So I made a little nice patch over here for my fairy roses. I hope you all like it. And this is going to be a nice cool area when all the fairy roses come to fruition, because they're all going to be different colours. It's going to be really nice. So I went back to Clint today, 59. I've got gold bars, and I wanted him to upgrade my pickaxe to a gold pickaxe. So I'm going to get Clint to upgrade all my tools down to gold tools eventually. I'm going to get the Curious Substance quested off the wizard because I wanted the mini obelisks. And I farmed ghosts for the day in the cave until I got the ectoplasm, which I gave him. That was a nice quest completed. And I also get some nice money for the quest, 2500 gold, not in the snuff at, of course, in the bag. So the next thing we're going to do now on day 60 is we are going to harvest all of these lovely sunflowers. And as we can see, there's tons of sunflowers. Best thing about sunflowers is that when we harvest them, they'll drop sunflower seeds. So I can just replant them on the ground again if I want. I won't have to go to Pierre and buy fresh sunflowers, or go to the Georgia Mart and buy sunflowers, because Pierre just rip us off. Speaking of sunflowers, look at all that lovely sunflower honey we are going to sell. So we are going to make lightning rods today because we need battery packs if we want to get to Ginger Island. We need batteries. We also need 200 hardwood, and we need 5 iridium bars. And that is the sound of mega bombs blowing up all these lovely trees in the quarry. Now I could have got my axe and I could have cut down all the trees, but it would have taken way too long. So instead I purchased a few mega bombs off the dwarf and I just blew down a few trees, but I do cut the rest of them down. There was just way too many to cut. I've been all week there cutting down trees. Day 61, I'm going to plant all these lovely power pylons. Hope for a rainy day soon. And I get my gold pickaxe off Clint. And we're going to get Clint to upgrade another tool. This time we'll go with the watering can, get the gold watering can. They will all come in really handy too for when we go Ginger Island exploring. So I purchased around 100 bombs off the dwarf today, which used up the rest of my money. I'm getting ready for Skull Cavern. I also started processing common mushrooms here in the seed makers to get back fall seeds. If you didn't know, there is your tip of the day. If you have common mushrooms, put them into a seed maker, you get back fall seeds. What did I do with the fall seeds? I planted them on the farm because this way it'll be a nice little money maker for us when we sell all these later on. Day 63, it's back to Clint. Steel watering can for us, and we're going to get him to upgrade something else as well later on. But for now, we are going to go to Gus and we are going to purchase salads off Gus for for the Skull Cavern. So that's our bombs in a bag, and that is our salads in a bag. We just needed a few more items now, and then Skull Cavern would be the next thing to do to get iridium bars to get into Ginger Island. So the day before I went to Skull Cavern, I got a triple shot espresso. I got some spicy eels by trading in some rubies. I got some warp totems to the desert by trading in omni geodes, and I also picked up a few staircases from a few jades I had lying around the place from the regular mines. I also cut down the trees as well before I left that were fully grown now to get lots more hardwood. So day 64, it was time to Skull Cavern. Now it wasn't the greatest of runs, but we just needed enough to get 5 iridium bars so we could get to Ginger Island. Now I do get a lot more than that. I actually get so much iridium that I'm able to make a lot of iridium sprinklers for Ginger Island, which is really good. I got really lucky too with holes. Now obviously I made it past 425, so I will get 10,000 gold off key the next day for doing that, which is also really nice. Day 65, it's time to upgrade the boat. 200 hardwood for the hull, 5 iridium bars for the anchor, and 5 battery packs for the ticket machine. So we'll be able to go to Ginger Island the very next day if we so wish. So also on day 65, I'm back in the mines here. I'm just smelting more bars, making gold bars this time for iridium sprinklers. And at the end of that day, we can see Willie and Robin repairing the boat that will bring us to Ginger Island. So when we get to Ginger Island, I didn't want to collect all the golden walnuts. All I wanted was enough to get into Key's secret walnut room so I can get a few items to make this run a bit more interesting. So I'm not going to show every single golden walnut on this run. If you want to see a guide on how to get all the golden walnuts, check out my golden walnut guide. You'll see a link up there at the top of the video, and that will show you where to get every single one in record time. So what I'm doing here now is just running around the island getting golden walnuts, and I'm trying to unlock my house so I can sleep here. And I just about get enough golden walnuts together on the first day to get the house done so I can sleep here tonight. The next day I went into the volcano and I got mermaid boots, which is a really nice boot upgrade for me. More defense, more immunity. So I got rid of my space boots. Welcome the mermaid boots. I would have preferred the dragon scale boots, but the mermaid boots aren't bad. I reached the forge area. I got a prismatic shard, and I'll use that later on to get a galaxy sword. I also unlocked the west side of Ginger Island here, where Professor Snail resides, and that starts his artifact hunting quest. And I went to the desert to trade in my prismatic shard for the galaxy weapon, the galaxy sword. I always feel safer with a galaxy weapon. So I got the mummified frog there by just breaking open some weeds here. And it was raining, so we have a gem bird. So that is the east gem bird, which dropped the ruby. I just need 4 more gem birds to beat that gem bird puzzle. So if we see a rainy day in Ginger Island, we'll make the most of it. I also got the fossilized spine today too for Professor Snail's quest, which was nice. So the next day I got the snake skull. I fished that up, no bother at all. And there was just a few more items I needed to finish off his artifact collection. And the reason why you should try to finish off his artifact collection as quickly as possible is the amount of golden walnuts he gives you. Day 69, look at this beautiful sunflower farm. Isn't it the most beautiful flower farm I've ever seen? 78,000 gold from selling all those beautiful sunflowers. And they're actually not too bad. 132 gold for a Ghost Star sunflower. It's nice. Best thing about it is I didn't have to buy any new sunflowers to replenish that stock because I got free seeds. Day 70, our fairy roses are good to go. And I'm going to harvest all these, of course. Sell these to Pierre for even more money. Look at all the money we have now. We are now officially rich with 256,000 gold. What do we do with all this money? Well, we buy more fairy seeds, of course. But we don't just buy a few. We buy an absolute truckload of fairy seeds. So we start with 300, but then I said, you know what, let's just go with a full stack. 999 fairy seeds. I didn't stop there though, I just kept going until I ran out of money. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plant those on our farm, but I'm also going to plant the rest of them over on Ginger Island. And when I'm finished, I am going to make huge amounts of money. Also, the fairy rose honey is nothing to snuff at. I am going to make tons of money from the fairy rose honey. Back to the mines, smelted some bars in day 71 here. Copper bars to be precise, to make more tappers. 952 gold for a fairy rose honey. I made tons of money today. Day 72, it was time for the Stardew Valley Fair. I didn't have a whole lot of stuff on me, so what I did here is I just put in one of each type of honey that I accumulated so far, along with a maple syrup and oak resin, and some flowers. And it didn't work out too bad. I got second place, 500 star tokens, which I gambled until I had enough stars to purchase everything at the Stardew Valley Fair stall, including the star drop, of course, which is why we come here, primarily for the star drop. Day 73, I took on Robin's project to get 80 hardwood off Robin. Then it was back into the volcano to get more resources. Day 74, I finally unlocked the resort, so people can visit, but more importantly, it unlocks a new section of Ginger Island for me, which is the cave area here. So I played the pirate dart game, and you can do this 3 times, and you get 3 golden walnuts in total. It gets harder each time, but it's still easy enough to do. So that was 3 more golden walnuts in the bag for me. Day 75, it was another day of lovely fairy rose honey. So this is going to be another huge profit for us. And I also went back to Ginger Island and I purchased the deluxe retaining soil recipe because I wanted to set up the greenhouse area now with deluxe retaining soil instead of sprinklers to make it look nice. I spent a whole day doing up the greenhouse. This is the end result. I hope you like it. This is our lovely Florist greenhouse. Bear in mind, the bee houses don't work in the greenhouse, of course I know that. The reason why they're in there is just for aesthetic purposes. So that is the lovely Florist greenhouse for you to enjoy. Day number 76, I got a pearl and another golden walnut over on the side of the beach. I also started mining open some mussel nodes here in the hopes to get more golden walnuts, and I got one. I also finished up Robin's quest for 80 hardwood. So that was another nice few thousand gold in the pocket. 2,000 gold, thank you very much. So it was day 77, and again, look at our lovely, beautiful sunflower farm. Have you ever seen so many sunflowers in your life? The hardest thing about this florist farm wasn't planting the crops, but it was taking it up. Because it looked so nice, I just wanted to just leave it there and look at it. But we had to move on. So, as per usual, I harvested all the sunflowers, which took me the majority of the day, and with the seeds I got out of it then, I just replanted them again. Day 78, it was back to Clint. It was time to upgrade more tools. So this time we're going to upgrade the axe to the gold axe, which makes our lives a little bit easier. And then of course we are purchasing bombs off the dwarf inside the volcano cave, because I was looking for the mummified bat. And the only way I was getting that was just literally putting bombs all over the volcano until one came out of a node. I was also collecting more golden walnuts to get access to Key's secret walnut room, which we just got access to now. I had a choice between 2 quests. Key's prismatic range is the one we were going to go with, 35 key gems, because there was no way we were going to do Key's kindness. We just weren't set up for it. I had most of the items needed for his prismatic range quest. For blue, I purchased 100 Georgia Colas. And for red, I decided to purchase 100 cherry bombs off the dwarf here in the mines. Now, it did cost me quite a lot of money, but I had money to burn. More importantly, I needed the key gems to get one specific item in total, and that was Pierre's missing stock list, which means when we get into winter, I can access all the flowers from his store. I needed 50 key gems for his missing stock list, and I had 35, so I just needed 15 more to get that. Day 80 was back to Clint to get the lovely gold axe from him, and we'll just give him another tool to upgrade here now. This time we'll give him the watering can to upgrade to a gold watering can. So I went back to the quarry today. It was time for the new quarry project. I cleared off all the debris again in the quarry. We were going to put down new machines here. Speaking of which, charcoal kilns were the first to go down, so I made 34 of those, and they are going to fix my need for coal, because I had so much wood accumulated by now. The best thing to do is just convert all the wood into coal so I can make more bee houses if I wanted to. So these are all the charcoal kilns in action, and they're all set up there in the quarry. I also planted an absolute ton of mahogany seeds, which I accumulated from cutting down trees over in Ginger Island, and I put 3 fertilizer on those, so I'm going to get tons of hardwood back from those. Day 82, look at all these beautiful fairy roses. Doesn't it look so nice? And again, the hardest thing about today is going to be pulling these fairy roses up out of the ground to sell them. I wish I could just keep them there and admire it, but we had to move on with the challenge, of course. So it was time to harvest these fairy roses and to make huge amounts of money. So it took a long time to harvest all these fairy roses, but it will be worth it, of course, because we're going to get lots of money in return. Speaking of which, 223,000 gold in the bag. Fairy roses aren't too shabby when it comes to making profits. Day 83, I went to the Halloween event here, and I purchased some decorations, and I also went through the maze as well, and I got the golden pumpkin. But the main reason I came here was just to get the decorations to make our cool little farm later on. The golden pumpkin is a nice treat. I don't actually use that. That ends up in a chest, and the chest ends up being forgotten about. Day 84, it was time to move these bee houses out of here and bring them over to Ginger Island, so our great transition begins. It was time to abandon the Stardew Valley farm and move everything over to the Ginger Island farm. It was perfect timing too, because I just got the gold hoe off Clint, and we can use the hoe to quickly pick up the bee houses, which is really nice. You can just charge up the hoe and it'll pick up all the equipment for you. So the Ginger Island farm has a ton of fairy roses on it at the moment, but it's up to us to clean that farm up and to make it look really nice. And in order for us to do that, we are going to have to sacrifice a bit of land on the Ginger Island farm. So I got Key's Prismatic Grange quest again, and I just did it very quickly just to get the key gems I needed to get Pierre's missing stock list. So that's 50 key gems, definitely worth it. We're going to hand that in to Pierre now, and that will activate his whole crop list for us, regardless of what season it is, which just makes Pierre super, super helpful. So we can now access the spring, summer and fall crops off Pierre, no problem at all. So we're going to get tulips, we're going to get poppies, we're going to get jazz, we're going to get summer spangle seeds, we're going to get sunflowers, we're going to get everything, and we're going to put them all on the Ginger Island farm to make it look really, really cool. But there was a lot of work that had to be done to the Ginger Island farm. This alone wasn't good enough for a nice florist farm. So I was going to harvest all these fairy roses, and now it was time to put down the seeds carefully in a certain order to make the farm look really nice. So it was time for the biggest challenge of this video, that is to make the ultimate florist farm on Ginger Island. So it's day number 87 and we have our work cut out for us. I also went to Robin and I purchased wood chippers, which will allow me to break down the hardwood into regular wood. I can then break down the regular wood into coal. So it was a really nice setup I had in the quarry here, using a combination of wood chippers and charcoal kennels. And I also had loads of mahogany trees growing as well, so I was going to get hundreds and hundreds of hardwood in the next few days from those trees. It was back to Mars. I had a ton of money to spend, didn't know what to do with it, so I said, you know what, Mars, here's 500,000 gold, put a movie theatre into Stardew Valley for everyone's entertainment, and Morris was super happy. Thanks a mil. Day 88, it was time to get all this beautiful hardwood. Look at all these hardwood trees. We're going to cut all these down with our lovely gold axe, and we're going to convert all that hardwood into regular wood, and then of course convert all the regular wood into coal. And this is why the quarry is such a nice place to get set up like this, because I got back loads of mahogany seeds from all the hardwood trees I cut down, so I could very easily replicate the mahogany farm again, and you could just rinse and repeat this until the cows come home. And trust me, the cows never come home. So I replanted all the seeds again, and I'll put tree fertilizer on those as well, so that in the next few days, if I need it, I can very quickly cut down those trees again. I can get hardwood, I can get regular wood, I can get coal, whatever I need I can get. I gave Leo a ticket voucher, and he seemed to know what it was, and he said he'd meet me in the movies. I didn't know, or didn't even ask him how he was going to get over to see the movies, but he got there, he met me in the theatre, and we saw the miracle of the Coal Star Ranch together. Day 89, I got the Juicy Bugs Wanted quest, and the reason why I picked up this quest was because I was coming in here anyway to get stone and to get copper, but primarily I needed stone, so I was looking for the big stone clumps to make stone flooring, because I needed to make a lot of flooring for the way I wanted my farm to look. So if I saw bugs as well, I just killed them. So I spent a whole day in the mines killing slimes and bugs and getting ores and breaking open the big stone clumps to get lots and lots of stone. So day 90 was much of the same. It was just killing bugs, getting stone, getting ores, getting minerals, Anything I saw that could be collected was indeed collected. Also, if I saw emerald nodes like this, I always pick them open because they give nice bursts of XP, which is great to get the mining up. So I was almost finished with Willie's quest. It was day number 90 here. I actually almost finished our 100-day challenge. And that was the last bug I needed to get it to 100 bug meat. So that was the quest done. Just had to drop off the bug meat there next to Willie's house. And that was the quest complete. More money in the bag for us. 3,000 gold. So, day 91, we are back on Ginger Island. And as we can see, we have loads of different types of flower crops that are now grown. I also done this little area down by the beach. This is just the start of it, of course. So as we can see here, we've got benches, we've got lamps, we've got garden pots with tea saplings growing inside. I couldn't put regular crops in the garden pots, wouldn't let me, so I just went with tea saplings. I also went to the winter event here, and I purchased a few trees of the winter star along with some other decorations. And I also did the event which I won, and I got the cool sailor's cap for getting the most fish. And I actually use that sailor's cap because I think it's a really nice cap. So I put on a sailor's cap and I put a few decorations down on my little Ginger Island project here, and this is what the area looks like now. And there's even a nice little area there on the right hand side with a snowman serving up a pina colada with a few kegs in the back. But still a lot more work was to be done. So day 94, this is the start of what our super florist farm is going to look like. But still a lot of work needs to be done to make it look pretty. So we were going to spend the whole of today putting tons of work into this farm to make it look good, to make it look organised, but more importantly to make it look pretty. So I purchased an iridium rod off Willie here on day 95. We are going to go decoration hunting. There are lots of rare decorations scattered all over Stardew Valley. Starting with the decorative trash can, of course. We pulled that one up from the fountain there, just down from the community centre. I also went into the movie theatre to play the crane game, and I got these really nice deluxe tree sets. I got 2 of those. I also got all the Junimos as well, all the different coloured Junimos. They're really nice decorations. Now you can get tons of different decorations from the crane game, but my time was limited, so I just got a few. Day 97 I got the nice Junimo statue, and I picked up the golden merluz as well, which we can add to our Ginger Island farm. I went back to Ginger Island, I pulled up the Gorman statue. Now you can actually get as many of these statues as you want, it isn't just limited to one. But for now I just got the one. I also got the squirrel figurine too, which is another really nice decorative statue that we can place anywhere we want. So we were going to put all these in our lovely Ginger Island farm to make it look really nice. So I also went to Robin here too, and I got her to construct a stables, because I wanted to use the horse over in Ginger Island to get around faster. So that's all I did in day 98. To be honest, I was just running out of stuff to do. I just wanted the challenge to be over with. So day 98, I got Robin to put his stables down. Day 99, I went into Key's secret walnut room and I purchased myself a lovely horse whistle. Now I couldn't use the whistle today because the stables wasn't ready, but I will be able to use it tomorrow. Day 100, it is the big day. I played my lovely horse flute, summoned the Pegasus horse, and it is now time to give you the grand tour of the 100-day flower farm on Ginger Island. So without further ado, let's roll on in and show you what I have done. And here we have it. This is the florist farm on Ginger Island. I really hope you like it. This was probably the most intense decorative work I have ever done. Some people might not like it, but I think in all fairness I did a pretty good job. Let me know in the comments if you like the layout of this Ginger Island farm. So as we can see, I've got the trees there from the deluxe crane game beside the shipping bin. I made a path going down through my farm with the flowers, and I put more decorations down here at the bottom as well. You can see the squirrel figurine there in the decorative trash can. I've got the gourmet frog down there by the beach. I even managed to get myself a galaxy soul that I put on the table. So this is it. This is the finale. The Super Florist Ginger Island Farm. What a challenge run this was. I really hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you like the video if you haven't done so yet. Really helps me out. And I really hope you like this challenge. If you want to see more challenges like this, also let me know in the comments. If you like my decoration skills, let me know. If you don't like my decoration skills, be honest and let me know. Let me know what you would have done if you had to make a florist farm. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley, but as a chicken farmer. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome back to another 100 day challenge Stardew Valley video. Let's jump straight into the rules and let the challenge commence. Challenge 1. To obtain a great variety of chickens, including white, brown, blue and void chickens. Challenge number 2. To make over 1 million gold by the end of the 100 days. And the final challenge. To always have Robin in action, either making a silo or a coop, or any other essential buildings that we need to make this challenge work. So there you have it, let's jump straight into the video and have some fun. Day number 1, let the chicken challenge commence. As we can see, I'm using a few new mods. My house looks really cool. Just so you know, the door on the left doesn't actually work, it's just for aesthetic purposes. I start my day off with the usual routine of cutting down trees, mining up some rocks, planting some crops and setting up a chest. Once all of these activities are done, we are then on the hunt for forageables. We're also going to go to Pierre. We're going to spend the starter money for lovely potatoes. Who doesn't like a nice potato for dinner? Next up, we're going to run our citrus forest. We're going to pick up more forageables. We just got a level up there, which is magnificent. That means we can go ahead and make wild spring seeds on day number 2. 20 wild spring seeds good to go, which will be a fantastic moneymaker later on in the game. I swing by into town, look at the help wanted poster, and we can see Lewis wants a largemouth bass, 300 gold. I wasn't going to turn that down at all. I also rubbish through the bins to see if anything useful pops out. Sometimes you'd be amazed at what you get some of these rubbish bins. Diamonds, for example, they are extremely rare, but it's always worth the old rubbish. Straight down to Willie, of course, we get the fishing rod. And we also hoe up the ground as well in hopes to get an artifact, which we did, got the lovely glass shards. We're going to give those straight into Gunther, which means 250 gold for me for a quest complete. So Gunther is happy, I am happy, and I spent the rest of the day just doing some fishing. I got bubbles up here in the lake, and I've actually got these bubbles for the entirety of the day, so I was able to get level 2 fishing no problem up here. The big challenge now was inventory management. I had a lot of fish but very few inventory slots, and I didn't think about bringing the chest up with me, and I didn't have my axe. So I constantly had to swap out fish, throw away other items, which was technically wasting money, which was unfortunate. I did head back down into town to see if I could get more money and hopefully afford the fiberglass rod today. So I gave Lewis his largemouth bass. Lewis gave me 300 gold. With that 300 gold and with the fish that I had currently accumulated, I decided to go to Winnie here to buy a fiberglass rod. Let's see if I have enough money for it. Unfortunately, I didn't. I was short by just a few hundred gold, as the fiberglass rod was 1800 gold and I only had 1548. So I just spent the rest of the day fishing, and I decided to get the fiberglass rod the next day. No problem at all. So I went back up to the lake area that night, pulled up more fish up here, and I got some nice things out of the chest. I got a lot of coal, stone and copper ores, all of course super handy materials. Day 3 we get the rainy day, so I try to capitalise on this and get as much catfish as possible. They say a nice amount of money. I got a diamond as well in the chest, so I was really happy about that. Back to Winnie, sold him a few fish. It was time to purchase the fiberglass rod. The fiberglass rod is amazing because it gives you a much better loot pool when you get those lovely fishing treasure chests. You can also attach bait to the fiberglass rod, which increases the fish bite rate. So I bought some bait, added that to my current stack, 60 pieces of bait, ready to go. Combined that with the trout soup, and I had a pretty good setup. Good enough to definitely nab a few catfish. Just like the one I caught there. That was a gold star catfish. Look at that, 300 gold, it was just so nice. Went with the Fisher perk, 25% more for fish. That was a no-brainer for me. The more money I got, the better. So I got a good burst of money there, almost 4,500 gold. It was time to start looking at wood production. It was also time to start looking at coops so we can build up our cool chicken farm. It was after Robins, and for 300 wood, 100 stone and 4,000 gold, this would get us a coop, and we were going to get lots of these. This is of course the first of many. We're also going to have cool themes for all our chickens that are going to go into these coops, so stay tuned, the challenge is on for you watchers. Give Caroline some gifts on day 4. We want to get her to 2 hearts to get those lovely tea saplings. They're going to make our life way easier. I fished for the rest of the day as well, just to get some more money. Fishing is by far one of the best ways to get money to start the game. Day 5, the parsnips were ready. Pick up all the parsnips. Now, I decided not to sell the parsnips. Instead, I was going to use those for energy we could out to the mines and things like that. watered up the crops, got cookies off the great mother. Thank you very much, mother. Those cookies will go to great use. Down into the mines. And I got to floor 10, which was nice. Got some leather boots, which was a nice defense option for myself. Put those on straight away, and it was only 11:40, so I went down deeper. Got to floor 20. I got the steel small sword. Equipped it that straight away because it was much better than the rusty sword. And I actually got a room here with loads of crates. Busted open all the crates, and look what I got. Yes, I got a beautiful club weapon. This was a huge upgrade. The wood club is a ferocious weapon, especially for starting out. It'll make quite the short work of monsters. I made it down to the dark floors, and it was 150, so it's just about time for me to pass out. And what a great day it was for the mines. I got down 30 levels in one day, so I was really happy with that progress. I got level 1 farming, which is nice. Got level 2 mining and level 1 combat. Let's go. So, day number 6. Priority is wood. Because once Robin finishes that coop, I needed to have enough wood, stone and gold for the next coop straight away. Otherwise the challenge would be forfeit. It was after Clint, of course. Instead of giving these items to Gunther, I had to sell them to Clint because I needed money for the coop. Gunther would have to wait on these artifacts for later on. At the moment, I had to prioritize money, even if that meant selling precious materials and ores that I needed for progression. Of course, fishing is always a great way as well to get money. That rare disc will sell for a few hundred gold, which does help me out a lot as well. Day number 7, it was time to harvest our lovely potatoes, and we were going to sell those, of course, to make some nice profit. I also got some gold bars as well, just getting lucky with the fishing and whatnot, and the crates and the mines, so I'm going to sell the gold bars also for some extra cash. I also went to Pierre here just to check out what he had. Just sold him potatoes because I needed money that day to not only get Robin to put a new coop on my farm, but also to get some chickens off Marty. Let the chicken theme game begin. Can you guess the theme of the current names of chickens? We are going to start with Luffy. Next up, we've got Zoro. The next chicken is Nami. The next chicken, anytime now, is Usopp. Have you figured it out? If you have, let me know in the comments. The themes will get harder, of course, to get a little bit more obscure. So you gotta keep your senses about you every time we get a batch of chickens off Marty. We're gonna cover all manner of themes in this game. It was after Robin to get another coop. This was the second coop we're gonna put on the farm. Later on we will upgrade the coops. We just couldn't afford it right now, so we had to keep getting the level 1 coops. So I got down further in the mines, got myself a nice slingshot, thrown it away because, you know, I just really have a need for it. Day 8, look at my beautiful chickens. Petted my chickens. Went to the wizard, got high off some potion, had a great time in the wizard's hut. What glorious adventures we had. Back to the community centre, and I was looking for the foraging bundle to get some handy dandy free spring seeds. And look at that, 30 free spring seeds ready to go. Well, not totally free, do have to give some forageables, but the payoff is so worth it. It was another day of cutting down trees, because wood was something that is needed constantly. Best time to get wood and stone is on the day or the day after Robin starts building a coop, so you get that ready early and then focus on the money later on. So I'm going to plant all those spring seeds now. The great thing about the spring seeds is that they don't need scarecrows. You just have to make sure they're watered every day, you know. If I get rainy days, that's a huge bonus. Not really bothered too much with extra crops, just focusing on seeds for now. I'm also giving Caroline gifts whenever I see her, so I give her the maximum of 2 gifts per week. Got her to 1 heart there, which is nice. 1 heart to go for her lovely tea sapling recipe. Then she'll probably never see us again. We're going to take her secret and run. So we're just doing some more fishing here. If I get things like emeralds and whatnot out of the chests, you know, I'll sell those straight away. So my chickens finally grew up. About 5 chickens there were, laid eggs for me. I've sold the eggs, of course. Later on, we'll convert them into mayonnaise, but for now, we're just selling the eggs for money. It's time to get Robin to make us another coop. This is the 3rd coop now that we have down, and we're on day number 10. So, look how lucky I got here. A help wanted quest. Slay 6 frost jellies for 510 gold. It's too good to pass up. Straight out into the mines. Decimated some frost jellies, and I got an easy 510 gold once I talked to Mayor Lewis. It was a no-brainer to pick it up because I was coming down there anyway to progress with the mines. Why not kill some jellies and get some money while I'm down there? That money for some people may seem like an insignificant amount, but for me it was super important as I needed money for the next coop for Robin. So I needed more money today to purchase some chickens, and I also needed some money for hay because it was going to rain the next day. The chickens weren't going to go outside to eat any of the grass. So I started selling items to vendors directly. For example, Clint with the minerals, Marnie here I could just sell her some eggs. And after all this, then it was time to purchase some chickens. Hence, let's finish out the first theme of this challenge. Can you guess what I'm talking about when I finish out these names? We got Sanji, Frankie, Robin, and Brooke. And that finishes off the first theme. Day 11, we get Robin's last axe, that's more money for us. We also get a help on the quest from Caroline, super lucky she wants a smallmouth bass. It wasn't about the money for this quest, it was about the friendship points we're going to get for completing this quest. So I made getting that fish my priority, gave that to Caroline, and that pushed her almost to 2 hearts. Which means we're definitely going to have Caroline in the bag within the next few days because we were nearing the end of the week, which means the tea saplings were right on our doorstep. So incoming, huge amounts of money very soon. So I tried to give Robin her broken axe today, but she just wouldn't take it off me. She was just too busy working, and that is what I call dedicated. Total respect to Robin there. She wouldn't even look at me to say hello. She just wanted to build that coop as quickly as possible. I also treated myself to a backpack upgrade. It was something that was badly needed for a while. So I spent what cash I had and I got that. I also made 2 mayonnaise machines. It was time to start processing these eggs into mayonnaise, which means a greater profit for me, more money for me, and that means less stress when it comes to trying to get money to afford these coops every couple of days. So it only takes 3 hours for an egg to convert it to a mayonnaise, which is great. That means you can go through multiple eggs every single day. I made a ton of field stacks from all the trees I've been cutting down, and these field stacks will come in super handy, especially when it comes to cutting down more trees in the future. Today was primarily spent on processing, just to increase my profits. I did of course want to make more mayonnaise machines, but the only thing that was stopping me was earth crystals, and I had to go back to the top tier of the mines to farm those. I did do some more fishing today, of course. Got myself some lovely catfish. 375 gold now for the gold star catfish, which was nice. The beaches visited me on day number 13 here. I told him I wanted the mushroom cave because that cave is way more profitable. I also headed on over to the Easter event, not to buy strawberries, but to crush some kids and let them know who the boss around Stardew Valley was. After a ferocious encounter, there was one clear winner, and that was myself. And as prize, I got the lovely straw hat, which I put on me immediately as I didn't have any hat slot items at the moment. Today was spent going into all my coops, picking up eggs, and processing those into mayonnaise, which would sell to make me money. The more money I had, the more options I had when it comes to placing down a regular coop or upgrading one of the existing coops to a big coop. It's also worth noting too that the more you upgrade the coops, the more features they come with. The auto feed feature being extremely handy for rainy days, but you need to upgrade your coop to get that. It was back to the lovely Robin. This time she took her axe off me and I was rewarded with 250 gold. That put me up to almost 6,700 gold. It was that time of the week again. It was time to get Robin to build us yet another coop. Put this one down beside the greenhouse, of course. So once that was done, it was back to Marnie. So I'm going to sell Marnie some eggs here because I needed just that extra bit of money to get some chickens. Didn't have enough for 4 chickens, unfortunately, so I ended up just purchasing a few, but I'll go back there later and get the rest of them. So it was time for the next chicken theme. Can you guess what this theme will be for our regular chickens? So we're going to go with Chopper, Jimmy, and Vegapunk. It was straight back into Pierre's, sold him some mayonnaise directly because I wanted to get the money to go straight back down to Marnie's so I could purchase the last chicken for today so that they'd all grow up at the same time. It just makes micromanaging that bit easier. The last chicken to finish out that theme was called Sunny. I went into Caroline's room then, and she's going to give me a recipe here. Tea sapling, this is going to make life so much easier for me. I also spent a great deal of time today cutting down more trees to get more wood, because we have to remember it's 300 wood per coop, so that was a target that I had to meet every couple of days. Now it does get easier once you upgrade the axe and whatnot, you get better resources and whatnot later on to make getting wood easier. But for now, we had our basic axe, and we just had to cut down trees the hard way. Back into the mines for progression to get the star drop, but also for stone, because we also needed 100 stone every few days as well. So when we get to the mines, we get some stone. Made some more mayonnaise machines, which was really nice. I had 4 mayonnaise machines now, which meant less time processing, more time gathering resources and making even more money. The more mayonnaise machines I had, the less time I had to go back and do refills every single day. So I went back down into the mines today. I just love getting rooms like this when they're just fitting the top of crates. 9 times out of 10 when you get this many crates you normally get something really good. And I got a small magnet ring which was nice. I also got some cave carrots and some hardwood, all coming super handy later on. So it was finally time, day 16, to pick up all these lovely forageables. And I was going to convert all of these forageables into spring wild seeds, and then of course convert these spring wild seeds into lovely tea saplings. Now, in order to make a tea sapling, you need also fibre and wood. So I had to be very careful about the wood requirement because I needed wood to get a coop set up for Robin. So it was time to upgrade some tools. Clint will work on my pickaxe, and I'll have a copper pickaxe in a few days. I also got level 5 foraging. We'll go with Forester. 25% more wood from trees was a no-brainer for the challenge I was doing. At the end of that day, I made a huge 36,000 gold, primarily from selling tea saplings. The next day it was raining, so I had to go into the coops, pet all the chickens, and I also had to get hay off Marley too so the chickens don't get cranky because they aren't going to go outside to eat the grass. I did however have a lot more mayonnaise machines, which means processing these eggs was becoming way less time consuming, which means more profits for me. Went into Marley's of course was to purchase some hay to keep the chickens happy. It was also time to purchase new chickens. Can you guess the theme? We've got Cloud, Tifa, Barrett and Aries. Most people will know what that team represents, some people might not though. It was also back to Robin for another coop to be built on our lovely farm. So because it was a rainy day, I took advantage of this fishing wise, pulled up some catfish. I also got a Judge membership because we love Georgia forever. Got my copper pickaxe off Clint, which was brilliant. Gave him another tool to upgrade straight away. This time I gave him the axe to upgrade to a copper axe. Back down into the mines, it was time to harvest more lovely ores. Also got the Tundra boots, I was happy with those. That was a booty upgrade for me. Day 19, it wasn't raining, the chickens were out and they were super happy, feasting on the lovely grass. It was back in to the coops to collect all the lovely chicken eggs. As you can see now we have loads of coops on the farm, 4 chickens in each coop, lots of eggs to collect. Back to the mines then, once the processing was finished with, once the chickens were fully happy, it was time to make some progress. So I was getting down pretty far, I'm on the 70s now, fighting some skeletons. I then went into the Georgia Mart to pay our lovely friend Barista a visit. Went with the minecart upgrades of course to get the fast travel, which means less time consumption for us, and that overall equals more profit. Went with the miner perk here, plus 1 ore per vein, that was a no-brainer for myself, as I will need lots of bars later on. Back to Robin of course, it was time to construct a new farm building. We went with another coop, because why not, more coops we have the better. Got my copper axe off Clint, but what I did was I gave the axe straight back to him after he broke up in all these geodes. I'm going to get to upgrade the axe to a steel axe. A steel axe upgrade means less energy consumption. That means I could do more in the day, no problem. It was time to get more chickens. Can you guess what theme it is this time? Nanaki, Yuffie, Katesit, Sid. I wonder where they're all from. I also paid Gus a visit today, just to purchase a couple of beers. They weren't for me however, they were for Shane. So the reason why I wanted to befriend Shane was to get access to his lovely secret blue chickens. Shane however was not the most welcoming person, and straight after I gave him his loved gift, he told me to get lost. I then had to witness the walk of shame and run out of the nearest store as quickly as possible. I took my frustration on the skeletons in the mines, and I was rewarded with a bone sword. What a turnaround for me! The bone sword is far superior to the forest sword that I got, so it was a really nice weapon upgrade to get. I also went down to floor 80 and I got the firewalker boots. I kept going because I wanted to get the star drop as quickly as possible, but before I got the star drop I decided to go back up to the top of the caves and farm some earth crystals to make more mayonnaise machines. Day 22, just to give you an overview of how many chickens are currently on the farm now at the moment. As you can see, we have a fairly sizable amount of chickens on the farm, but this isn't even scratching the surface compared to what we're going to have on day 100. So as you can see, I've got a lot more mayonnaise machines now put down inside the coop here, so I can process a lot more eggs on a 3 hourly basis. I finally get my steel axe back off Clint. I give my copper pickaxe to upgrade to a steel pickaxe just so I can get further down the mines easier. So it was back to cutting down trees, and with the steel axe it means less swings to cut the trees down, which was great. That means I can conserve a lot more energy. I'd get a lot more wood on a daily basis. I can also take out the tree stumps all around my farm, which means that grass would grow in those areas, which means more feed for my chickens. So I'm trying to leave as much grass patches as possible because all that grass will spread out over time. I also went into the secret woods here as well, and I got all the tree stumps inside here. I also wanted to get up to 200 hardwood for the Ginger Island boat repair as well for later on. So it was back to Robin, and this time it wasn't the coop we were getting. This time it was a silo, just so we could store hay inside, because every time we get the rainy days I have to go to Marnie to buy hay. Marnie's hay is very expensive, so this silo would save me tons of money. I spent a great portion of today just cutting down trees that were left over on the farm. As you can see, I have almost all the resources the farm comes with totally depleted. But it is worth it because the more space I have, the more grass I can grow, which means the more hay I can give my chickens. So it was a nice deal. Back to Marnie, time for the next chicken theme. 4 chickens this time. We've got Vincent, Jesse, Biggs, and Marley. Can you guess where they're from? After Marnie's, it was back cutting more trees. That night I also gave Shin another bear. He was actually more friendly towards me this night, maybe because the friendship has increased a little bit, so he had a little bit more respect for me. What he didn't know is that I was only interested in his secret blue chickens. Once I got his blue chickens, Shane, just like Caroline, would never see or hear from me again. So it was the flower dance the next day, and guess who adopted? That's right, it was Shane. Time to woo Shane into giving up his chicken secrets. I was prepared to go to any length to learn how he breeds those super rare blue chickens. If that meant dancing at the flower dance event, then so be it. I would be his dance partner, and I would dance until I dropped. Shane agreed to the dance, and I ran up as quickly as I could to the mayor, demanded he start the dance straight away. And was I in for a challenge? The ladies and gents of Stardew Valley are ferocious dancers. I tried my best to keep up, but could not. They were just too flexible. Maybe it's just something in the ground that they eat, but all I could do was squat up and down and make a brave smiley face to let Shane know that I was having a great time, even though I wasn't. Later on that day, I reached level 5 farming. I went straight for tiller, of course. The reason why I went for tiller is because I want to grab artisan after that, which means I can get a lot more from the mayonnaise. Rancher did sound quite nice, but the mayonnaise had to be prioritised, of course. Back down into the mines, I got a diamond, which was so nice. Look what I got here. Yes, double diamonds for me. Not only that, but double the XP. That was 300 mining XP in the space of a few minutes. It was just so good. So I made my way down the mines today pretty well. I also got a new weapon called a slammer. And the slammer is quite the weapon to get. It does crazy damage. Not only that, but you can pound the ground with it for a huge AoE devastating attack. Finally got down to floor 100 where I obtained my first star drop. I ate the star drop with great pride, and guess what it reminded me of? That's right, it reminded me of chickens. Because I was just obsessed with chickens. Level 5 combat, we're going with fighter of course, 10% more damage. So I saw some stuff today and I made a total of 8,509 gold, primarily from selling mayonnaise. Back to Robin, and guess what? That's right, it was time to get her to make another coop just for us. I lost count at this rate now, the amount of coops that I've put on the farm, but there's loads of coops there. Started smelting bars, breaking open rocks for stone of course. All this stone was going to come in handy for coops later on, and it was into the secret woods to get forageables and wood, especially hardwood. The next day it was raining. That means all the chickens retreated inside. It was okay however because I had a silo, which means I could just pull out hay and give it to the chickens without going down to Marnie's. The silo was a huge time saver and money saver for me. It was going to be a day of processing indeed. The more coops I got, the more chickens I got, the more processing that needed to be done, the less time I had to do other activities. This time I decided to upgrade my steel pickaxe to a gold pickaxe, but that didn't stop me from going back into the mines and farming fibre. I just primarily stuck to floor 81 because that's a really good floor for farming fibre, And I ended up getting loads of fibre then by just farming this floor for the whole day. Why did I want so much fibre? Why? To make more tea saplings, of course, to get more money. As we can see, sometimes when you go to floor 81 you get tons of fibre, sometimes you might not, but consistently it is a fantastic floor for fibre gathering on a daily basis. You can't go wrong with floor 81 in the mines. So once I was finished with my fibre gathering, I managed to make 82 tea saplings, and boy was I going to get lots of money for these. So I put those straight into my shipping bin, I called it a night, and I made a huge amount of money. 41,000 gold I got for the tea saplings there, and a few thousand from the mayonnaise. With all that money, I had 60,000 gold. It was time to go back to lovely Barista to get another upgrade. This time, we were going to go with the bus, of course, so we could access the Skull Cavern and get our hands on some advanced materials, such as the iridium ores, because they sell for quite a nice lot of money too. I also decided to treat myself to the last backpack upgrade for 10,000 gold. Better to get this earlier rather than later, so we don't have to think about it later on. I also purchased a few more bears off Gus to give to good old Shane to get his hearts up to learn his chicken secrets. Later on in the day, it was back to cutting down trees. I also visited Shane here as well to give him a beer. He was super happy with that. And then I spoke to him, and guess what? It was a normal conversation. Shane was becoming a lot more trusting. More so than I knew. It was only a matter of time before I could approach him about his blue chickens. I spent the rest of the day cutting down trees like a pro. With my steel axe, it only took a few swings to fell these trees. A lot more wood for me indeed. The quota was still the same, 300 wood every few days. I got level 7 foraging, the tree fertilizer would serve me well. Back to Robin, of course, it was time to bake yet another coop. It was also back to Clint, got my gold pickaxe, but I didn't stop there. It was straight back down into the mines for the space boot, level 110. Level 120 it was the skull key, which means we can now access Skull Cavern. I also visited Shane when he was working, snuck him a beer. I wouldn't tell Morris if he didn't, despite the fact that I was Morris's biggest investor. It was then a lovely Skull Cavern run, and I got lucky, got some energy tonics here inside the treasure floor, and I also got some sweet holes as well. Went down the hole, of course, got a few levels. But the big reward today was the prismatic shard, as this would give me my first galaxy weapon. This was the galaxy sword transformation, one of the strongest weapons in the game, of course. It was time for another chicken theme. Homer, Marge, Lisa and Bart. Can you guess where they're from? It's not an easy one, of course, but there might be some people that might not know those names. Of course, the next day was tree cutting. 10,000 gold from Mr. Key for making it down to level 25 of the Skull Cavern. That was greatly appreciated. Back to Robin, and this time we were going to go with the big coop because we had the money and the resources to start upgrading these basic coops to bigger coops. It was time to purchase more animals off Marty. Let's guess the theme. So we're going to go with Maggie, Santa's helper, Mr. Burns and Smithers. Spent the rest of the day cutting down trees, of course. Story of my life, what else would we do? Cutting down trees. The next day we got some coffee beans, which is really nice. Planted more coffee on the farm. I also got some lovely bars I could sell later, and I started giving artifacts to Gunther because I needed access to the sewers to get the Chrobus, to get the void eggs, to get void chickens. I also went to the Champion Cart Merchant, picked up a rare seed for the handy starfruit later on. Then it was back into Skull Cavern, and if I saw clumps of ores like this, it was always worth my time to blow them open because gold ore still had its uses as well as iron ores. I didn't get great luck today, but I kept out here primarily for stone. If I got anything else in the mix, it was considered a bonus. Iridium ore was also very welcome. This time I went for a deluxe coop upgrade, which means I now had one coop on the farm that could fit 12 chickens that also had an auto feed feature, which was super helpful for me. Also went down to the beach, repaired the bridge so I could access to the tide pools here, so I could pick up more forages off the ground to sell to make more money. Back to Marty, this time we're going to purchase a lot more chickens. This time we're going with Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura. I bet most of you won't know where those names came from. As you can see now, we've got some more mayonnaise machines put down in the old coop here. We can bang out a lot more mayonnaise on a 3-hourly basis. So it was back to cutting down trees, and we were slowly but surely making our way through all the trees in Stardew Valley. Eventually there will come a time where we will have to make tree farms. It was back to the lovely Barista today. We're going to get the bridge upgrade, of course, so we can get access to the quarry. The quarry brings loads of great resources. The primary resource being a site upgrade to the golden site. The golden site not only yields more resources per harvest, but it also has a greater range. Back to rabbit, of course, another big coop upgrade. So what we're going to do now is probably just... Oh my god, I just got the lucky ring. Oh yes, no padding for me. Sorry Poxiel, but you're on your own, my friend. The lucky ring out of a crate, that is how GamerGar does it, everyone. Such great luck right there. I was just so lucky right there. The lucky ring. The rarest ring in the game by a long mile. And it just pops out of a crate on a super unlucky day, of course. However, luck wasn't fully on my side today as I got carried away with the excitement and died. I didn't lose too much. I lost a few ores, lost a couple of bombs. So it wasn't too bad. I got to keep my lucky ring, so I was super happy about that. I'll get over the spicy eels. The next day it was back to petty chickens, picking up eggs, and turning the eggs into mayonnaise, which is what I do every single morning, of course, unless I do a skull cavern run. Then it's double production time the next day. So this is just me going into all the coops just to give you a solid indication as to the way these chickens are set up at the moment. This is our deluxe coop right now that we're looking at. As we can see, it's really big, so I might as well use the space inside to fill it up with as many mayonnaise machines as possible. So I got level up at foraging today, which is really nice. The grapes would go far, of course. Back to rabbit for another coop upgrade, and then the next naming theme begins. Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo, Shredder, Kang, Bebop, and Rocksteady. Can you guess where they're from? Then it was back to Shane, giving him more bears on the side, the job. Of course, I wouldn't tell Morris if he wouldn't. That was like a little secret between me and Shane, just to gain his trust that bit more so he could tell me the secrets to his chickens. Look at all the chicks we had on the farm now. Every morning they just pour out of the coops and eat the grass on the farm. This is why it was super important to leave as much grass on the farm as possible. Also, if I needed hay, I would side the middle of the grass, not the edges, so that it would grow back faster. There is a pro tip for you. So we're only on day 39 at the moment, and just look at the sheer amount of chickens we have. Can you imagine how many chickens we will have by the time we get to day 100? It is going to be quite the sight to behold. There is also a bonus challenge for those of you who have made it this far. Over time, I will hide a golden chicken on the farm. If you can spot where the golden chicken is, then kudos to you. So this time I was planting some more seeds in the ground, so I could make more tea saplings later on. Back into Skull Cavern on day 40. And this time, we were hunting for stone. We were also hunting for iridium ores, so we could make iridium bars, so we could sell those for tons of money. Today was a pretty good day in the Skull Cavern. I got lots of stone, lots of gold ores, lots of iron ores, and lots of iridium ores. It was another coop upgrades in Robins, and then it was a rainy day into the secret woods, of course, breaking open more tree stumps. I got lots of iridium bars here as well, so I'm going to sell all these to make a really nice profit. Thanks to that lovely profit, I was able to visit Morris the next day and get another nice upgrade for himself. I went to Paddy this time, just so I could pan around Stardew Valley. Who knows, I might get another lucky ring. Back into the mines today to farm primarily fibre and stone. Fibre being the primary resource, of course, because I wanted to make more tea saplings. I then went into the Skull Cavern on day 43 and I got a really nice hat, which I put on immediately. And it was back to farming more stone and minerals to sell to make more money. I finally got level 10 mining, and I went with the blacksmith, which means bars are worth more. Got Clint to break open a ton of geodes, which I would give to Gunther, trying to get access to the swords as quickly as possible. It was time to smelt more iridium bars on day 44, and did I have a lot of bars to smelt. Went to Clint for the good old tool upgrade. This time we're going to go with the gold axe to make cutting down trees a lot easier. Almost 84,000 gold today from selling iridium bars and other bits and bobs as well that we didn't really need. So with all that money, it was time to get Robin to do another coop upgrade to a big coop. Next up for the naming team, we had Harry, Ron, Neville Longbottom, Dumbledore, Snape. We also had McGonagall. We had Ginny. We had George, Percy. Can you guess who those characters are from? I bet most people can. It was time to get the final judge upgrade, which was of course the greenhouse. Also give Shade a bear. And of course, look at all these lovely forageables that we get to pick up. All these lovely summer forageables would be converted into tea saplings that would sell for lots more money for us, which means lots more coops and chickens for us on the farm. So with all the tea saplings I got today, I'm going to get a lot more money for that. I also got a nice surprise here from Morris and the team, and I got rewarded with a lovely Georgia Cola machine which generates one Georgia Cola every day. That's why going to Georgia is just so good. You get a free Georgia Cola every single day. Day 46 was a day of cutting down trees. Hundreds of wood was needed now for these coop upgrades. Huge demands for wood constantly. So I made 63, almost 64,000 gold today from selling tea saplings. What a day it was. Day 47 I decided to put down some power pylons just so I can get some battery packs later on so I can get into Ginger Island. It was time for another coop upgrade from Robin. Robin was basically working around the clock, poor Robin, but she was making lots of money from us. Went up into the bathhouse area and I cut down all the trees up here just to get my hands on that wood. It's also worth too that the desert has a lot of trees, so occasionally I'd go to the desert and then circle around back to just have forest, then go back into the bathhouse area because the trees do respawn over time. The Skull Cavern run today was an amazing run with prismatic shards. It was a rainy day at number 49, so we spent the whole day petting the chickens, picking up their eggs, turning the eggs into mayonnaise and selling it for a huge profit. As you can see, we've got loads of mayonnaise machines now. We also have loads of chickens that generate loads of eggs for us. Because these chickens are getting happier every time, we're getting large eggs which convert into gold star mayonnaises. Another big coop upgrade from Robin, so we're actually almost finished with the big coop upgrades now. Once this is done, we'll be looking at deluxe coops. So this time, for the next naming theme, we're going with Ash, Brock, Misty, Pikachu, Jesse, James, Coffee, and Ekans. Can you guess where they're all from? If I wasn't cutting down trees in the desert, I was wooing Shade to get his forbidden secrets. Gave another bear today, which increases friendship points for me. Only a matter of time before he would release the secrets of his blue chickens. Spent a great deal of time today processing materials, especially eggs into mayonnaise. I made some more mayonnaise machines, put them outside because they were taking up too much space inside the coop. So at the end of the day, I made a huge profit of 46,000 gold, primarily from iridium bars, some other items like sprinklers that I didn't need, and mayonnaise. I decided to take all the mayonnaise machines out of the coops and put them over here in the corner of the farm, and I put a fence around it. That way the chickens couldn't come in here and get in the way of my processing routines. So I spent a great deal of time today just processing all the eggs. Sometimes there would end up in a huge backlog of eggs, so I had to take time out of my day to just process all the eggs that I got into mayonnaise. It was also a great way to make money though. Day 53 was finally time. Shane taught me to come into his little barn where he showed me his fabulous blue chickens. Once Shane taught me the secret to make these blue chickens, I did not hesitate. I went to Robin. This time we're getting the deluxe coop update, and soon enough I'll be going to Martin to get blue chickens. I got bombs and salads today as well from Gus and the dwarf. It was time for another Skull Cavern run. But this time I was prepared. It was a super lucky day. I had loads of bombs and I had lots of healing food. I did get some prismatic shards, also some purple slime eggs which sell for quite a lot of money. And every time I got a prismatic shard, I was one step closer from getting a magic rock candy. Just 3 prismatic shards for a magic rock candy. Of course, the next day, they come around very quickly. It was back to Robin for another deluxe upgrade. I moved all my furnaces to the mines because I made quite a lot of furnaces from the copper ores and stone that had been accumulating. And I decided to convert all of my iridium ores into iridium bars. Got Clint to break open some more geodes as well today. And the earth crystals I got was a huge bonus. Got super lucky here, got a prismatic shard out of an omni geode. I was super happy with that. Then it was to Gunther to give him more artifacts in the hopes that he would give me a key to the source. I also cleared out all of the resources from the quarry and turned it into a little tree farm. The next day I got a visit from Gunther, which means I can have access to swords, I got access to void eggs. Time for the next naming theme. We have Stitch, Mystique, Sullivan, Genie, Papa Smurf, Blue, Yandu, Flick. We also have Gonzo. We have Grimjow, Sonic. I'd be very surprised if anybody could figure out what that theme is from. Nobody's going to figure that out. So I got a star drop off Krobus, spent the day cutting down some trees, and I also get level 10 farming here, so I'm going to go with Artisan, buy some starfruit seeds off Sandy of course, just so we can make some extra money on the side. We're also using the greenhouse too to its maximum effect. Starfruit wine is a great money maker after all. Another deluxe coupe from the Great Robin. I also get access to the special orders quest now, so we're going to go with the crop order. Anyone who ships 100 yams by the end of the season will be given lots of gold. So I took that request because it gives a lot of money. So I decided to start breaking open some vine eggs here. I put one vine egg into each deluxe coupe, just so I could amass huge amounts of vine chickens as quickly as possible. Day 59 was a day of processing. Look at all the mayonnaise. So I changed my professions to coop master to basically cut down the incubation time on vine chickens by half. And it was another deluxe coupe off Robin. As we can see, we have tons of chickens on the farm, including lovely blue chickens that we can now get from Marty. The tree farm has fully grown the quarry, so I spent a great deal of time today cutting down all these trees, which would give me tons of wood back. I saved the last few trees and I just put tappers on those instead, just to get some oak resins so I can make some kegs that are on it. I also put a little path around them to prevent debris from getting in my way when I'm collecting the resins. Went to the desert shredder today. I got a magic rock candy off her, which will serve me well when I go into the next Skull Cavern run. And as we can see, it's paid off greatly. I got lots of prismatic shards today, lots of iridium ores, which means tons of money. I also got lots of stone, iron and gold ores. Of course, it wouldn't be a day if we didn't go to Robin for another deluxe coupe upgrade, and we went back to the mines to smelt all of our lovely iridium bars. We were going to make huge amounts of money soon. Back to Marty, but this time it was to buy some autograbbers. It was in for the next naming theme. We're starting out with Huggy Wuggy. He just loves hugs. Next up, we have Elsa. We have Dory, Dr. Manhattan of course, Nebula, Squirtle of course, Abe Sapien, and Netiri. So, look at all the chickens we have now on our farm. They just pour out the coops. It's so funny just watching them go. Most of the coops, now a lot of them are deluxe coops. There's also a hidden challenge in this for me to put an auto grabber and an auto petter into every single one of these coops. Just so you know. It wasn't on the main challenge page. I decided to incorporate it as I was further into this playthrough. Back to Marty again. This time was to get more autograbbers because I had the money to do so. And I decided to fix up the board as well for Willy. So autograbbers are super handy because it means that all the eggs would just be stored in one place in each coop. That will make my life way easier. So we got our first Void Chicken, and we're going to go with the same theme for each Void Chicken. We're going to start with Blackbeard. Can you guess the theme when we're finished with the Void Chickens? Deluxe Coop upgrade from Robin, and we're going to go with Fragments of the Past Special Orders quest from Gunther. This will be trivial now that we can access Ginger Island. It'll be super easy to get the bone shards that we need 100 of to complete that quest. So, on Ginger Island, I run around, pick up as many golden walnuts as possible. What I'm really looking for here are resources, wood in particular. Ginger Island has tons of trees I can cut down for wood for future coop upgrades and, of course, for new coops as well. But not only that, it also has the volcano dungeon, which you can get lots of stone out of and ores. Not to mention great things from the chests. Now I got a soul sapper ring there, it's not the worst thing you can get, but from the stage we're at the moment, it's kind of useless for us. You can also get really nice enchants, and I got the Haymaker enchant here, which is super handy. That means that I can use my sword to cut down weeds, and there's a chance I can get hay back from that. I dropped some bombs here at the dig site area to get loads of bone fragments. And I just need 100 of those to complete Gunther's Special Orders quest. There was lots and lots of weeds on my Ginger Island farm. Cut all those away with the Galaxy Sword. Not only was I getting fibre, but I was also getting hay, which was going straight back to Stardew Valley. This time it was a regular coop from Robin because all the other coops were fully upgraded, deluxe coops. I also handed in the 100 bone fragments to Gunther. That was a quest complete. 3,500 gold in the bag. Next up, it was back to Marty for more autograbbers. But when we left, another Void Chicken hatched. We're going to call this one Sephiroth. We also got another Void Chicken. We're going to call this one Joffrey. So we spent the rest of the day just cutting down trees, as we usually do. Any sort of trees that respawn on Cinesap Forest or anywhere else were quickly cut down. I took a magic rock candy, it was back to Skull Cavern, and the prismatic shards were plentiful. Items like slime eggs were always great to get because you could sell those for loads of money. I passed out in style, having got hundreds of stone, hundreds of iridium ores, hundreds of iron and gold ores, and of course I would smelt into bars and sell for huge amounts of money. Back to Rabbit, of course. This time we're just going to get up to another regular coop because I wanted to increase the amount of buildings I had. I then harvested up all the yams that I got just from taking on that special orders quest a good few days ago. That was going to get me a handy profit. Look at all the mayonnaise machines I've set up now. That's a lot of mayonnaise that I could get every single day. 177,000 gold, primarily from iridium bars, the yams and the mayonnaise. This time I purchased not 3 but 4 auto petters because I could afford it. And a new void chicken hatched. What evil name will we give this one? Dr. Robotnik. Just to give you an overview of all the chickens that have accumulated on the farm thus far. I also got some battery packs too, which is really nice. I could sell those for some extra money. And the mayonnaise was also ready. Back to the volcano dungeon though, I got another stone sapper ring. Wasn't happy with that, but I did enchant my axe and I got super lucky with it. I got the shaving enchant, which means more wood from the trees for me. I was very happy with that enchant. So, I went to the Stardew Valley Fair, put in a load of great quality items, and I won first place, which is really nice. Got 1,000 star tokens for that. Gambled on green until I had enough star tokens to get the star drop and other goodies off Stardew Valley Fair merchant. Darth Vader for the next white chicken, followed by Scar. We were assembling quite a team of nasties indeed. Myers to follow up, of course, and Umbridge. Can't forget about Umbridge, can we? So I purchased more autograbbers off Marty, and the star fruits were ready to go at day 73. Picked up all the star fruits, and I'm going to convert those into starfruit wine. I'll make more kegs as I get more resins, of course. So I was literally spent the day just gathering all the artifacts from Professor Snail in the hopes to unlock his secrets, get his lovely golden walnuts, get access to Key's secret walnut room so I can get the advanced goodies. Level 10 foraging, of course, went with Lumberjack, that was a no-brainer. Purchased more auto petters off of the woman there in the Jojo Mart. Joker, Jigsaw, Danos, and of course, the Governor were all void chickens to be added to our lovely coops. Don't forget about Gus Fringe, of course. He won't forget about you. We made loads of money today from selling mayonnaise. We made 101,000 gold. Crazy money indeed. It was time to take another weekly special orders quest. We went with Gus's famous omelette. He just wanted eggs. That was the easiest quest I've done so far. Purchased more auto petters, and I just gave him a few eggs, got 3,000 gold. Super easy money. I played some Judo Kart. This is the first I've ever got to the spore level. Died horrendously to the very first section of this level. Just could not get past those mushrooms. Got past woods only to fall and die miserably. So there you go. That's my update with how good I'm getting at Judo Kart. Got a mini fridge off Gus. Couldn't use it though. House was too small. Got a deluxe coop upgrade from Robin though. And I also planted some tree fertilizers on my new ever-growing tree farm up in the quarry. Got a snake vertebrae there. Super rare. Super lucky for me. Just needed one more for Professor Snail. I'll actually get that very, very quickly. Super luck. Got Clint to break open a few golden coconuts here. Got the last artifact I needed for Professor Snail. Thus the names began. Saitama, Genos, Metal Knight, Blast, Metal Bat, Tatsumaki, Super Alloy, and King. Who do you think they all belong to? So I completed all of the fossils for Professor Snail. Lots of rewards for me. I also got another void chicken. I'm going to call that Garu. What a nice way to finish off the collection. Made more cakes, put more starfruits into those. Got some more auto petters as well to fill up the remainder of the coops. And we went to Robin for yes, another coop for Robin to put down. Pennywise, another void chicken for us. Pennywise is such a great name. So, these are all the auto grabbers set up in all the coops. As you can see, it makes life way easier to just run into each one, pick up the eggs from the auto grabbers and pick them up off the ground. I still got the farming XP for grabbing the eggs. The auto grabbers just generate the XP for me instead. So I went to the secret woods with my sweet jet berry. Got another star drop there, which was nice. I also went to the Spirit's Eve event here as well. I just picked up a golden pumpkin. I also back into the Georgia Mart, purchased more auto petters. And I also went down to Barry and I purchased an auto grabber just to put into those coops because I want an auto petter and an auto grabber in each coop. Look at all our chickens now. So many chickens, so much fluffiness, so much love. It was also a really sad day because this was the last time that I was going to get to see my lovely chickens outside. Winter was upon us and I found it really hard to go to sleep that night. I didn't want to accept the fact that my chickens were going to stay indoors for the whole season. I just couldn't bear the thought. Suddenly, I got a magnificent idea. It just hit me like a flash of lightning. What if I got my rug and slept with the chickens to keep them company in this cold, harsh weather? I fell asleep with the chickens that night. It was true friendship between farmer and chicken. The next day I woke up to find out that my chickens weren't inside. What was happening? It was winter. Where did my chickens go? I was very, very confused. I went outside only to find out that it wasn't winter. It was indeed spring. For some reason I managed to sleep through a whole season with my chickens. I could not believe it. What was even more strange was that nobody came to check on me at all for the whole season. Not even Mare Lewis. So I got another coop off Robin, of course, and when that coop was being ordered, I thought about what happened with the chickens. And I'm just going to sum the whole thing up to some sort of divine intervention. So I spent the rest of today cutting down trees. I came across this huge, lovely patch of weeds. I took so much satisfaction in just cutting that away with my sword. I also went back to Ginger Island. Lots of weeds back on the farm, cut all them down, not only to get hay, but to get fibre, which I needed badly. So I planted some taro tubers to pick up some nice taro roots. The reason why I did this was because I wanted to get some more golden walnuts to get into Key's secret walnut room. I was very close. I also summoned the frog. He checked out the melon. He gave me some golden walnuts for that. He also gave me some golden walnuts for the other fruits as well there. For example, I believe it was garlic and the wheat. Got access to a new area, which meant more golden walnuts for me. So I picked up the few that I could get. I also did a volcano dungeon run just to get some stored other resources. I also spoke to this NPC, her name is Birdie, to start the Birdie chain quest to get more golden walnuts. Basically, you have to trade up in order to get the item to give back to Birdie to get the lovely golden walnuts. And she gives you 5 in total, which is really nice. So once you're finished with Gus there, he gives you the Stardew Valley Rose. And if you know a little bit about the NPCs, it doesn't take too long to figure out who will take what off you, you know? Like, you can probably figure out the advanced TV remote is given to George, you know? George gives you an Arctic shard, you can give that to the wizard. Wizard gives you a worm, you can give that to Willy. And then, Willy being the last piece of the puzzle, will give you a pirate's locket. You can take that straight back to Birdie. Now, she doesn't appear on rainy days, so once I get a non-rainy day, I can hand that into Birdie, and I can get some golden walnuts. I also managed to complete the Gembird puzzle, and that gave me enough golden walnuts to get into Key's secret walnut room. I went with Skull Cavern Invasion for 40 key gems, and I didn't have any staircases on me, but what I did have was a load of bombs that I bought and made from iron ores and coal that I had accumulated, and I also got Robin to do another barn this time. So you're probably thinking, why a barn? You're not doing coops? There's a reason why I put another barn. It's a little bit of a surprise. We will get to that later on in the playthrough. We only have 11 days to go, so it won't take too long actually. Which was a reason for the barn. So, next up we have Huey, Billy, Starlight, Homelander, Queen Maeve, The Deep, Black Noir, A-Train, Frenchie, Stormfront, Soldier Boy. Can you guess who those characters are from? That was the next theme we had for our lovely chickens. It's quite the force of chickens we're assembling. Blew all the trees out of the quarry, collected all the wood. I did the Skull Cavern Invasion quest today because it was a super lucky day. Despite having super luck, it didn't do me well because I was still getting swarmed with enemies. But I did down a few prismatic shards and radioactive ores here and there, so it wasn't too bad. So I got lucky, came across some treasure rooms here. What am I going to get inside this chest? As you can see, I prioritise healing first because you never know. A fabulous red slime egg. Lovely. I got level 10 combat. We're going to go with brute. More damage is better. So with the few pieces of radioactive ore I got, I'm going to turn those into bars. With the key gems, I'm going to get the key to the town, which means accessing the likes of Marty and Robin will be much easier. I also did another volcano dungeon run in the hopes to get something decent. I did get something decent. I got the mermaid boots, one of the best boots in the game. I was so happy with those. So I went back to Stardew Valley, collected my bars. I'm going to sell all those for huge amounts of money. Back to Robin, we're going to upgrade the barn to the big barn. And I also hoed up an ostrich egg. So you've probably figured it out by now. The chickens need someone to look up to. They need someone to inspire them, empower them. That would be the job of the ostrich. So we're going to do the extended family key quest today. Easy 20 key gems. But we will have to prepare for this quest. We didn't do a whole lot of fishing, you know, later on in the game once we got access to the tea saplings. We kind of forgot about fishing for a while. So I had to go purchase an iridium rod. I had to enchant the rod until I got the master enchant because my fishing skill was only level 8. The master gave me a fishing skill of 9 and the trout suit gave me a fishing skill of 10. I also put a trap bobber on there as well to make these legendary fish a little bit easier to get. I also got the tropical fish special orders quest, which I'll do at Ginger Island later. So the first few legendaries are easy, but the last two are ferociously hard. The legend 2, super hard. Level 10 farming though, super happy with that. And look at all the money we get. 75,000 gold for selling bars. So next up was literally a 3-minute in real life long battle with the Glacier Fish Jr. It put up some fight, but I caught it in the end. So, time to do the special orders quest. I needed 5 lionfish, 5 blue discus, and 5 stingrays, which I pulled up out of the waters over at Ginger Island. I made 241,000 gold that day. That was from a backlog of mayonnaise, and there was some starfruit white thrown in there as well, just so you know. So I wanted to make the ostrich's barn look really comfy, because he was the only ostrich in it. So I put the aquarium inside it, and I filled it up with fish, so that when the ostrich broke up out of his egg, he'd have something to look forward to. So I spent today processing eggs. Look at all the void mayonnaise that I get back. Tons of it. Gonna sell all this for huge amounts of money. I was just living off mayonnaise here. I also went to H.M.S, and I surprised Morris by giving him 500,000 gold, the theatre upgrade. I bought some movie tickets. It was time to get some auto pedders as well. I'd go to the movies with Shane, see if I could woo him into giving me more secrets. He did like the stack I got him, but unfortunately he did not like the movie. I got some more auto-grabbers off Marty, just so the ostrich would have an easier life, because the auto-grabber would just clean up its mess. I also got some ornamental hay bales, just to make the ostrich even more comfortable again. I did the egg festival again on day 96, and guess what? I won. I destroyed those kids. This time, instead of getting a straw hat, I got 1,000 gold. I was actually pretty happy with that. 1,000 gold isn't too shabby. The ostrich has been born. We're going to call the ostrich Ned Stark. Honour and loyalty. That's what our ostrich stands for. And in this farm, the ostrich won't die for it. It'll live forever. So it's time to get another coop off Robin. And we're giving Shane more beers, of course. We got Shane up to max hearts. Will he divulge more secrets to us? Let's find out. So Shane invited me to a game. The Tunnelers were playing. He wanted me to go with him tonight. I got super excited. I got so excited that I decided to make a Tunnelers jersey using cloth and pepper poppers. Don't ask me how it works, it just works. The sewing machines in this game are magical after all. So with my Tunnelers jersey, I went to the game, but before I did, I wanted to surprise Shane with marriage. However, my house wasn't big enough to get married, so I couldn't actually marry Shane, and I moved him into the ultimate chicken farm. We did, however, see a great game with the Tunnelers. Finally, day 100, we made it. Look at all these super happy chickens. Well, they're not happy today because I wasn't keeping an eye on the silo and we ran out of hay. Because it was raining, they couldn't eat the grass. But these chickens will get over it very quickly, especially now that they have the lovely Ned Stark leading the way. Ned knows all about survival, don't you, Ned? I played 302 days of Stardew Valley, but on hardcore mode, and have attained perfection. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome to the full movie of the Stardew Valley Hardcore Perfection series. This movie includes the 100 days, 200 days and 300 days of playing Stardew Valley on hardcore mode. Channel membership is now available, so if you want to support me further, check that out on my channel page. So let's jump straight into the video and let's have some fun. The first thing we're going to look at here is the farm type. As you can see, there's loads of farms we can choose. We will, however, go with the beach farm because we cannot use sprinklers on the beach farm. This will make life much more difficult, especially for me, as I won't be able to use tons and tons of crops to make huge profits. Next up, we are going to go the community center route, and we are going to remix the bundles to make that much harder to complete the community center. We're also going to remix the rewards you get in the mines, making it a little bit more difficult to plan ahead because I won't know what's going to be in the chests. We're going to spawn monsters on the farm, and we're going to set the profit margin right down to a whopping 25%. Let's kickstart day 1. We're going to cut down some trees, make a chest, and once this chest is made, we're then going to plant those parsnips, water those up, and as per usual, we're going to run around the map to find as many forageables as possible. Once all the forageables have been attained, we will then speak to as many NPCs as we can and try to complete the introductions quest as quickly as possible to get more money from that, as we will be getting very little money from other items in the game. Day number 2, we found our first artifact. We can give that straight into Gunther. We're also picking up a quest here from Harvey. He's looking for a seaweed and he's offering 60 gold for that. We get our free fishing rod off Willy, so we're going to pull up some fish. When I sold all the fish to Willy at this stage of the game, the 25% profit margin hit me real hard, and I realised I wouldn't be able to have an explosive start in spring like I planned. It was going to take some serious grinding to make some progress on hardcore mode. I did, however, give Gunther the artifact, and I was surprised to know that the quests still give you the full amount of money. So we're going to be doing a lot of quests on this 100-day challenge. I paid Harvey a visit, gave him the seaweed. That was another quest complete, but we also get friendship points as well, so this will also be a good method to increase friendship points with the NPCs without spending too much money on items to give as gifts. The next quest was to give someone a gift. I just gave Evelyn a dandelion there, just so I can complete that quest and get another 100 gold added to the wallet. I spend the rest of the day more or less fishing. Despite the fact that fish don't give a whole lot of money right now, I still wanted to increase as much skills as possible just so I can make the most out of the run. The big challenge this season was to get access to the desert to start farming iridium ores. That was going to be very difficult with the discount set at 25%. I fished all day today because it was raining, so I can get the exclusive rainy fish such as the catfish and the eel. I got level 5 fishing, gonna go with Fisher, fish for 25% more, just to get a few more coins for the fish. Day 4, it was time for another quest. Shane wanted a carp, he was offered a 90 gold, I wasn't gonna turn that down because I needed all the money I could get. So I found Shane inside the Georgia Mart, gave him the carp, and that completed another quest, which rewarded me with a nice 90 gold in the pocket. It is a small amount of gold, but money gains in this playthrough will be very small, so we have to make the most of what we got. Day number 5, let's harvest all these lovely parsnips. Once these parsnips have been picked up, we're going to go into the mines, make our way down as quickly as possible, grabbing copper, iron and gold along the way. Once I got down to floor 10, I got these boots called work boots to give +2 defense. That wasn't too shabby at all, it was better than 0 defense. When I got down to floor 20 today, I got a magnet ring. I was actually very happy with that. I was hoping for a weapon upgrade though, because I still had the rusty sword. Not to worry though, because shortly after I busted open a crate and I managed to get the Forest sword, which has an 8 to 18 damage, which was pretty good for starting out. So super happy there with the Forest sword. I should be able to make fairly short work of enemies with that. Day 6, I went into the community centre, just a few new bundles such as the medicine bundle, the sticky bundle, 500 sap to complete that bundle. The daffodil was replaced with the spring onion for the spring foraging bundle, but that was okay because spring onions are really simple to get as well. So we are doing another quest here. George wants a quartz, 75 gold for that. We won't turn good old George down. So what's great about the discount is that despite the fact you don't get a whole lot for the crops you sell, Pierre's crops also get reduced, so they were very cheap to buy, which was great. So I purchased one of each spring crop from Pierre because I just didn't know what the future community centre bundles would have in store for me, so I decided to play it on the safe side. Back into the mines as well for the rest of the day. I got down to the dark floors, mined up a diamond there, which was really nice, and I made it down to floor 40 here, and I got the slingshot. Now I don't actually use the slingshot at all, so I just throw that away. I then leave the mines and I'll come back when I get a copper pickaxe later on, just to make the most out of the time that I have. I met some furnaces though, put those on the beach farm, smelting up some copper bars. I'm going to sell a load of fish here to Willie in the hopes to get enough money to upgrade some tools, and I did get enough money from selling all those fish. I just got over the 2000 gold needed to get my first tool upgrade off Clint. It was time to upgrade our pickaxe to a copper pickaxe so we could make faster progression in the mines. So I decided to give Mayor Lewis a birthday gift today. I didn't have anything he loved, but I did have something that he liked, which was an amethyst, and that got 2 hearts for Mayor Lewis. And that's the first birthday of this run completed. We are going for perfection, so we do need to max out all the relationships. On day 8, another quest presented itself. Gus wanted a copper bar. 180 gold for a copper bar was pretty good. So I paid Gunther a visit, gave him loads of minerals just to unlock some rewards. I got some cauliflower seeds, which I planted on the farm straight away. It's always nice to get free seeds. And I spent the rest of the day pulling up some fish, trying to level up my fishing skill so I can get more perks to make my life just a tad bit easier. I also get my pickaxe back off Clint as well, that's the copper pickaxe. I make some spring wild seeds as well, I'm going to plant those. The tea saplings won't sell for a fraction of what they normally sell for, but it's better than nothing of course. Once I finish up watering all of the seeds here, I'm going to go into the saloon, give Gus the copper bar he wanted. That makes Gus happy, but more importantly, it adds some precious money to my wallet. That's 180 gold in the bag. So we are back in the mines. I'm slaying dust sprites, getting down deeper, getting some rewards. Dust sprites will be prioritised of course, because if you kill 500 you get a nice burglar ring. Day 10 starts with a whopper of a quest from Emily. She's offering 600 gold for the catfish. We were absolutely not going to turn Emily down on that request. It was Vincent's birthday today. We gave him a daffodil, which is a light gift, and we were rewarded with 2 hearts from him, which was pretty good. Spent the rest of the day back in the mines, getting down as further as possible. I got thermal boots here on floor 50, plus 1 defense, plus 2 immunity. I decided to keep the boots I had because the boots I had gave plus 2 defense. When I got down to floor 60, I got the crystal dagger. I noticed that when I selected the dagger, it had a price on it for 200 gold, and this got me thinking, I wonder could I sell weapons to Marilyn for the price that they're actually worth. So I decided to keep the dagger and experiment later on with Marilyn in the Adventurers Guild once I got access. I gave Robin her last axe. This was going to net me another handy 250 gold in the bag. I then went to Emily, gave her the catfish, and that was going to get me a lovely 600 gold, which was so nice. I needed so much money right now to get stuff done, especially tool upgrades, and get some buildings placed on the farm to make progression easier. Marilyn did indeed give me the full price for the weapons and the boots, so I was really irritated about getting rid of those thermal boots. Should have kept them, would have got more money, but I will know going forward that if I come across weapons and footwear, to keep them and to sell them to Marilyn to make some extra money on the side. So it was back down into the mines, and what I was doing here was I was farming slime, I was also farming bug meat, and I was also farming copper ores, because I was going to make a ring called a sturdy ring, which sells for a whopping 750 gold per ring, and that was how I was going to make tons of money in spring. Because if Marilyn was giving me full whack for the weapons I found, he would surely give me full price for the rings that I made. So let's find out if this tactic is viable. If it is, then it will be a great way to get into the desert early. If I just stock up on copper, bug meat and slime, I can make tons of sturdy rings, which will make progression go a lot smoother for me. We are back on the farm. We have the bug meat, we have the slime, and we have some copper bars. It was time to make some sturdy rings. Once the rings were made, I went straight up to the Adventurers Guild, spoke to Gil, got an insect head from doing the bug monster eradication goals. Then it was straight over to Marilyn to sell him all of these lovely rings and weapons that I had. Windspire sold for 50, insect head sold for 200, and a sturdy ring sold for a whopping 750 gold per ring. This was an absolute game changer for me. This was going to be the method I was going to use to get into the desert early. I was going to mass produce rings and sell those to Marilyn to make tons of money. Down to floor 80 we picked up the Templar's blade. Is it better though than the wood mallet? I quickly checked the stats between 2 weapons and decided to keep the wood mallet because I preferred the hammer weapons anyway, and the base damage on the wood mallet was still pretty good. I took the fighter perk and the miner perk. Afterwards it was time for the lovely Easter event. So I went to Pierre here and he was selling strawberry seeds for 25 gold. Normally he sells them for 100 gold, but because the discount rates were so low, we were actually able to afford a few strawberry seeds. I only bought 25 because the strawberries weren't going to sell for a whole lot of money, and they make for really nice loved gifts as well. So I was victorious today. I was awarded with the straw hat. Day number 14, let's have a look at the quest board. Clint was looking for a leek. He was offering 180 gold for a leek. How could I say no? With the money that I assembled, I got my first backpack upgrade. That was badly needed in terms of inventory management. I also gave Haley a daffodil today because it was her birthday, so that was a few friendship points with the lovely Haley. It was time to go back into the mines. I met a bomb, blew up a ton of gold ores here. I got loads of gold back, which was great. I'm pretty sure at this stage in the game, I could use gold bars to make a lot of rings that I could sell to Marlon for some decent profits. I also got a diamond on floor 86 and 2 more diamonds on floor 89. I got super lucky with diamonds. Unfortunately, the diamonds don't sell for what they used to. Tempered broadsword on floor 90. That was a pretty nice weapon upgrade, so I swapped out my wood mallet for that. I went back to Marlon as well and I sold him the burglar shanks, 200 each, 150 for the wood mallet. So I was pretty happy with those results. On day number 15, it was back into the mines. I was very close to floor 100. When I got to floor 100, I did get the star drop, which not only refills my energy to the top, but it also increases my maximum energy. I was super happy with that. I moved my furnaces up to the mines as well, started smelting some bars. Got down to floor 110 and I got a weapon here called the Slammer. I was very happy with this. It's a super powerful weapon. Probably one of the best weapons you can get before you get into the Galaxy tier and Infinity tier weaponry. Day number 16, time for another quest. Clint was offering 360 gold just to inspect 35 copper ores. You actually get to keep the ores, which is great. Went up to Marlon too, sold him a few weapons he didn't need. And I gave Clint the copper ores at the end of the day for him to inspect. That was an easy 360 gold right there. I was very happy with that. Day number 17, look at all these lovely spring forageables. I'm going to pick up all these forageables, try to increase my foraging skill now as quickly as I can. If I can get to 3 fertilizers, I can start prepping for kegs later on as well very early. I made tons of spring seeds, couldn't convert them into tea saplings straight away though. Got Clint to upgrade my axe to a copper axe. I'll have that in a couple of days. And I was back down in the mines farming iron ore, and I was also farming dust sprites because I really wanted that burglar ring. Of course, it wouldn't be a day in the mines without getting a diamond. The trend continues. I did get a coffee bean though, so I planted that. Clint wanted to inspect more copper ores, 300 gold on delivery. How could we refuse such an easy quest? So it was back down into the mines. I was killing rock crabs, farming copper ores. If I came across slime and bug meat, it just meant more sturdy rings for me. I sold a pile more weapons to Marlon that I got from killing monsters and from hitting open barrels. So the money was starting to flow, which was nice. It was Pam's birthday today. I gave her a parsnip. I was going to buy her a beer, but there was no point getting her the beer because she loves parsnips as well, and I might as well try to save as much money as I possibly could. I also gave Clint the copper ores I mined up for inspection, and it was a handy 300 gold from him right back into the wallet. So I went back to the mines as well, and it was time to smelt more ores into bars. Day 19, another quest appeared. Willie wanted me to catch 4 herrings. I could keep the herrings too, which was great, so I could sell those for extra money. It was time to complete the spring crops bundle. The potato, the cauliflower, the parsnip, and the green bean. As a reward, got back 20 speak rows. I was very happy with that. I also completed the treasure hunters bundle because I had all the materials from the mines. And I also completed the adventures bundle because I had the mats from killing monsters. And the blacksmiths bundle. That was all bundles completed to unlock the minecarts for fast travel around Stardew Valley, which is going to save me a ton of time in the future. Once that room was completed, the Junimos appeared, showered me with praise, and then it was straight into Clint's to get my copper axe. The reason why I went for an early axe upgrade is because I wanted to start cutting down trees earlier rather than later. So I had assembled a lot of diamonds. It was time to make some rings of Yoba using diamonds, gold bars and iron bars. The ring of Yoba sells for 750 gold a pop, so it was another nice way to make some cash. I was looking to get into the desert as quickly as possible. The rings of Yoba would help me get there. I was up now on 15,570 odd gold, very happy with that. I forgot that monsters spawned on the farm, so that bat actually took me by surprise, but I one-shotted it when it got into range. Level 5 foraging, we're going to go with Gatherer. Chance for the double harvest and forage items is a no-brainer at this stage. So I bought a beer off Gus today because it was Shane's birthday and I wanted to give him a loved gift because I think Shane rocks and he deserves a beer for his hard work. 3 out of 8 hearts for Shane, another daily quest, 360 gold if we can kill 2 rock crabs for Demetrius, which would be easy enough as well. Once I fished up the 4 herrings, I had a chat with Willie here. He was pretty impressed, but more importantly, he gave me money to catch some fish that I could keep. You just couldn't ask for better than that. 120 gold in the bag from Willie, thank you very much, Willie. There was a few quests here to do. Jody wanted a cauliflower, for example, and I also had to find some invasive crab species and kill those. I went down into the later floors here to fight the lava crabs. Killed those, no problem at all. I just had to talk to Demetrius now to get my 360 gold reward. It was time to complete more bundles. I finally had the 500 sap assembled for the sticky bundle from cutting down a ton of trees. My reward was a charcoal kennel. Not too bad, especially if I needed coal later on. I also had enough stuff assembled from going to the beach all the time to finish off the crab pot bundle. My reward for that was 3 crab pots, and I actually set those up on the beach. Day 21, it's another quest. Leah wanted a red mushroom, 225 gold. Easy enough, I had tons of mushrooms from going into the mines. Doing all these quests is going to save me a ton of time in the long run, especially when it comes to accumulating friendship points. This is a very fast way to do it. The reason why I was doing so many quests is because it was actually profitable, because selling crops was just not worth the time effort at this moment in time. Day 21, I'm clearing everything from the beach farm, trees, rocks, you name it, it was going to go. So, there was a quest here, 6 red slimes, 750 gold, that was going to be prioritised. I also went to Caroline today as well, and I finally got into her sunroom from giving her daffodils all the time. I didn't show a whole lot of footage from that, but you just need 2 hearts with Caroline to get into the sunroom and she will teach you the tea sapling the next day. I also got the mushroom cave from Demetrius because mushrooms are more profitable than the bat cave. Crates do turn up on the beach farm occasionally. You can get some decent stuff in those crates. Retaining soil is handy. Sometimes you can even get coffee and triple shot espressos. Day 23, it was time to harvest the lovely cauliflowers. I also made some tea saplings here as well from the fibre, wood and spring wild seeds that I have assembled. So I'm going to sell all those today. Back down into the mines as well, of course. And I was just looking for resources in general, but more importantly, 6 red slimes were the target. Killed those, spoke to the mayor, and I got my prize money. I made even more tea saplings by the end of today, just to sell those. I also made trap bobbers, because I had some copper and sap lying around the place, so I decided to make loads of trap bobbers and sell those, see how much I'd get for those. I made almost 34,000 gold today. A trap bobber sells for 200 gold, which was absolutely amazing. They were very easy to make, I just needed sap and copper bars for those. With all the money I had assembled, it was time to unlock the desert. I actually couldn't believe I managed to unlock it in spring with the discount rate of only 25%, but we pulled it off. Day 24 went to the flower dance, got a tub of flowers, also purchased the rare crow because I needed all of those for perfection, and Haley decided to dance with me because I was working on her a lot, getting her up to the 4 hearts needed to go on the flower dance. Day 25, the strawberries we planted were ready to be harvested, so I harvested all of these lovely 25 strawberries in total. I would sell a few of those, I'll also keep a few as well as gifts. Another quest today, Elliot wanted an iron bar, 360 gold. That was a no-brainer. Couldn't go to the desert today because Pam doesn't actually work on the 25th of spring. So it was back to the regular mines. Took out my frustration on these poor dust sprites. I still needed a maximum kill count of 500 to get the burglar ring, so why not? Floor 62 was an ambush floor, so I was probably going to farm this floor for the whole day. Day number 26, it is Pierre's birthday. I just gave him a daffodil, I didn't have any loved gifts for him. I also went to the desert today. I bought some warp totems because it is very expensive for me at the moment to go to the desert, as a ticket costs 500 gold. I went down to floor 13 here though, got some energy tonics, super happy with that. The goal was to get past floor 25 to get 10,000 gold from Key on the first day inside the Skull Cavern. I made it down to floor 39, super happy with that. The slammer wasn't too great when it came to fighting the enemies, but it did the job when it got into a pinch. Gave Jordan the cauliflower, that was another 350 gold for me. I also went to Clint, I wanted him to upgrade my pickaxe to a steel pickaxe so I could do more effective Skull Cavern runs. The steel pickaxe would 2-shot the nodes, which was handy. It was Emily's birthday today. Gave her an amethyst, she was super happy with that. That got her straight up to 3 hearts with Emily. Spent the rest of the day cutting down some trees to make more space on the farm, but more importantly, to get more sap and wood. Day 28 begins with 10,000 gold from the lovely Mr. Key from getting past 425 in the Skull Cavern. Super happy with that. harvested my first few coffee beans, planted those down straight away to expand my coffee empire. Went to Robin as well today. It was time to get a farm building placed. It was a choice between the coop and the barn. It was going to be chickens or cows. Which one were we going to go with first? I decided to go with the chickens first. I'm just going to put the coop beside my farmhouse here. And I was going to get one of each coop animal to go in there just to make perfection a bit easier. I had some wood to spare, so I fixed a bridge down by the beach. George wanted me to fish up an octopus, 450 gold. An octopus is one of the hardest things you can fish up in this game. It's ferociously hard. I also went to Pierre too because it was the start of summer. And I just purchased one of each crop that he had. I also purchased a couple of saplings too to make future community centre bundles a little bit easier to complete because I went with the mushroom cave and not the bat cave. I got my steel pickaxe off Clint today. I purchased an ice cream as well. And the reason for this is for Demetrius's upcoming birthday. I also needed an ice cream for a community centre bundle. I fished up the super rare Dorado, and I also got the sturgeon as well. I needed the sturgeon for the community centre bundle. I also needed the sturgeon for caviar. So that was another bundle completed there. That was the lakefish bundle. As a reward, I got a dressed spinner, and that sells for 500 gold. I was super happy with that. Day 30, we are fishing. So I was actually looking for octopus. And I did encounter one a few times, but I failed miserably. So I just spent the rest of the day fishing just to see if I can increase my fishing skill to get a bigger fishing bar. I also wanted money to get an iridium fishing rod so I can use a trap bobber, which would give me a much higher chance to get those ferociously hard fishes. Day 31, we built a barn. I also bought a chicken here as well off Marnie. What are we going to call the chicken? What theme are we going to use? Let's call the first chicken Rick. Can you guess the theme? You'll guess it with the next coop animal for sure. Gus wanted a red snapper, 150 gold. To get a red snapper, it had to be raining on a summer day. I finished off the summer foraging bundle as well, so that was going to give me lovely 30 summer seeds ready to go. I made tons of trap bobbers today from a huge accumulation of copper bars and sap. I actually ran out of copper bars there. Back into the mines, got a diamond. Wouldn't be a day in the mines without getting one, of course. I felt like the game was teasing me with diamonds because they just sold for pennies instead of the usual 750 gold because of the discount rate that I selected. But the fishing tackles were saving the day. 500 gold for dress spinners, 200 gold each for trap bobbers. That put me up to almost 4,600 gold. So I got more coffee beans today, day 32. And I even went to Gus. I spent most of my money on salads because I wanted to do a proper Skull Cavern run and I needed some decent health food. So it was down at the Skull Cavern. Today wasn't a great day. I did come across a few iridium nodes, but not a whole lot. I was hoping for the prismatic shard, but I didn't get lucky today at all. So, day 33, it was time to smelt those bars. I made some dress spinners from cloth I got from killing mummies. Sold all those dress spinners. They sell for 500 gold a pop. So I was going to get some real nice money from that. Down to Cindersap Forest, I was cutting down some trees to get more wood, but more importantly, to get more sap, because we can make more tackle with sap and copper bars. The iridium bars didn't sell for what it used to, but they will sell for alright money later on in the game when we assemble loads of them. Made 10,000 gold today, made some money from the iridium bars, which wasn't too bad, and from the dress spinners and the trap bobbers. So the fishing tackles are just coming in so handy. Thank God they didn't get reduced in price. So I went to purchase a cow today for two reasons. Number one, I needed milk for community centre bundle. And number two, I needed cheese. Cheese is actually a really good food too for health and stamina. So that was a lovely cow added to our lovely farm. So I went with a silo today just to make feeding the animals a little bit easier. Especially if it rains, they won't go outside to eat food, so they would get cranky and I would lose friendship points with the animals. So a silo was needed. Went back to Clint and I decided to get my axe upgraded to a steel axe, so he'll have that done in a couple of days. Back down into the mines, I was farming more dust sprites. I really wanted that burglar ring, so I was getting closer to the 500 kill count that I needed. Another quest today. Clint wanted a cactus fruit, 225 gold. That was a nice easy quest because I had access to the desert. Getting the cactus fruit wouldn't be a problem at all. Down into the Skull Cavern, and today was a great day. I got lots of iridium ore. I made it down quite deep, and I even managed to nab a few prismatic shards as well, which means I'd be able to upgrade my weapon to a galaxy sword, which makes life a lot easier. smelted all those ores into bars, and I'd probably sell most of those too to make some extra money. Day 36, I got my steel axe back off Clint. Super happy with that. But we weren't finished with Clint, we had a quest to do. So we gave him the cactus fruit and we got 225 gold for that quest completion. Super happy with that. It was Gus's birthday today. I gave him a diamond because he loves those, and I had diamonds to burn because I kept going into this cavern in the mines. With my steel axe, I was able to get access to the secret woods. So I went into the secret woods, got all of the tree stumps which gave me back hardwood, and now it was time to make some processing machines. So I made a mayonnaise machine, I made a preserve jar, I also made a recycling machine as well, and I made a couple of tappers so I could start getting some resins earlier rather than later. The more resins I got, the easier it was going to be. I made some regular spinners today just using iron bars, and I sold all these. These will sell for 250 gold a piece. Not as good as the dress spinner, but I didn't have cloth, so I just had to settle for those regular spinners instead. That night I went to the desert, got my galaxy sword, so I was super happy with that. That was a huge weapon upgrade. I also got a barn upgrade on day 37, just so I could unlock more animals to add to the farm, like the goat for example. I went to Marlin too and I sold him some stuff that I got from this cavern from slaying enemies and hitting open barrels. Back down into the regular mines today, and yeah, you guessed it, it was dust sprites. And just there we completed, finally, the monster eradication goal for the dust sprites, which means we can now get our hands on the burglar ring. So Gil will have that for us. More coffee beans today. Our coffee farm is getting a lot bigger, which is great. I also got rid of all the large tree stumps on the farm, just to free up more space for future projects. It was Marnie's birthday today. I gave her a strawberry. She was super happy with that because Marnie loves strawberries. Demetrius loves strawberries as well, of course. It was time to go to my primary source of income, the Adventurers Guild. I got my burglar ring. This was going to be a game changer as this doubles a lot of the loot drops you can get from enemies. So it was time for the luau, and I had a gold star sturgeon ready to go. It's one of the best things you can put into this luau. The governor was super happy with that, but more importantly, I was going to get tons of friendship points with a lot of the NPCs around Stardew Valley. So today was a fantastic day. Day number 40, I collected some iron bars. It was time to craft some lightning rods. I made 27 lightning rods because the next day was a stormy day, and I wanted to get some battery packs just to have them lying around the place if I needed them going forward. I purchased a goat today, 4,000 gold, not bad. I placed the lightning rods around the greenhouse here. I thought it looked kind of cool. Level 10 mining finally. We're going to go with blacksmith. Metal bars worth 50% more, so I'll get a little bit more bang for my buck for those iridium bars. Day 41, I picked up some melons here, and it was time for another regular quest. Clint was looking to inspect even more copper ores. I think he has a bit of a problem when it comes to the copper ores, but we accepted it because it was money. It was Alex's birthday today, so I gave him an egg because he actually likes eggs. Didn't have any loved gifts, but that was okay. I still got 3 hearts with him. Back down into the mines to get the copper ores for Clint to inspect, but we also killed insects when we saw them for bug meat and slimes, of course, for 2 reasons. 1, for sturdy rings, and 2, for the 1000 slime monster eradication goal. I made a few more sturdy rings today, so we're going to sell those to Marlin to get some more money. So day 42, the storm was over. I got some battery packs, which is really nice, 12 in total. From going to the Skull Caverns and the Secret Woods, I finally had enough fiddlehead ferns amassed to complete the Wild Medicine bundle, which rewarded me with 2 cookout kits, which was pretty cool because I didn't have a house upgrade yet, so if I needed to cook something up, they'd come in handy. Also completed the Summer Crops bundle, got awarded with a quality sprinkler, which I couldn't actually use. That was a bit sad. So Willie wanted me to fish up 2 pikes, offering 200 gold as a reward. I wasn't going to turn that down. Spent a day fishing trying to get some pikes. Once I got 2 pikes, it would be down to Willie to get that lovely prize. I got a cool cutscene here with Haley. She lost her lovely pendant in the sand. Got that for her for some extra friendship points. Haley really appreciated my efforts, which was great. And of course, yes, you guessed it, we were going to marry Haley in this challenge. She is the wife to be. Willie was super happy with the pikes, and Clint was super happy with the copper ores. So it was easy money all around Pelican Town. So for the fishing I got 200 gold, which was really nice, and for gathering the ores I got 360 gold. It was back to Marlin. I sold him some boots I got from killing monsters, weapons from barrels, and sturdy rings that I crafted from slain enemies. Day 43 was a rainy day, so I pulled up a few more catfish just to have them handy if any quests popped up. And I also needed to get some other fish as well during the summer. The red snapper, for example, was one fish that I wanted to complete another bundle here. So that was the ocean fish bundle completed. I was rewarded with warp totems to the beach. Didn't actually use those at all. I think I just ended up selling those. Help wanted. The lovely wizard Rasmodius was offering 700 gold for killing monsters known as squid kids. They can be super rare or super common depending on your luck when you go into the mines. It wouldn't be a day in the mines without getting a diamond, of course, which I just got there. And we were hunting for some more squid kids, followed by more diamonds. Look at all the diamonds I get today. They just keep popping up. And the reason for this is because I set the profit margin to 25%, so the game knows I can't sell them to make loads of money. But what the game doesn't know is that I can forge them into rings and make loads of money. That was even more diamonds right there. So I set up some trees here, one of each, for oak resin, pine tar and maple syrup, and I put some tappers on those. Spoke to the wizard. Another 700 gold in the bag from killing those squid kids. Look at all the coffee beans I'm going to get today. Tons of coffee right now. Later on, it was milking the animals. I wasn't a fan of milking the animals. I was praying for an auto grabber come Skull Cavern time. Please God, give me an auto grabber soon. But it was time to upgrade another building, so we went with the big coop. Day 45, another quest. Rasmodius wanted our services again. He wanted us to kill 2 ghosts, offering some decent money for that. We completed the children's bundle and we got 3 battery packs as a reward. It was also Sam's birthday, so we gave him a cactus fruit because he loves those. That was nice friendship points with Sam. So I found the ghost down in the mines. That was 1 dead, and this is the 2nd ghost in the bag. Went back to the wizard. He was super happy with that. That was a nice 500 gold in the bag just for killing those 2 ghosts. Day 46, it's another quest. Elliot wanted us to fish up an octopus this time for 450 gold. So it was time to get the iridium rod. Huge investment, but it does pay off eventually because we have that rod for the rest of the Perfection series. The octopus only turns up on summer mornings, so I was too late coming down to the beach today, but that didn't stop me from taking on some of the harder fish down here. For example, the legendary crimson fish. I managed to pull that one up out of the water, and that actually sold for 703 gold, which wasn't too bad at all. So I was going to sell that for some nice money. So I got a large egg today. That was great. Incubated that just to get another chicken. I was hoping for a brown chicken, not a white chicken. If I got a white chicken, I'd more or less sell that one until I got a brown chicken. So I was doing more fishing today. I finally got the octopus after a ferocious battle. Gave that to Elliot. That was another quest completed. 450 gold in the bag for that octopus. I was super happy with that. It was Demetrius's birthday today. Gave him an ice cream because Demetrius loves ice cream. Who doesn't love ice cream in all fairness? So it was time to make more rings of Yoba. I had diamonds, I had gold bars, I had iron bars. I made loads of rings of Yoba. I'm going to sell those now to Marlon for lots and lots of money. 750 gold for each one of these rings. I was super happy with that. That was going to get me right up over the 10k mark, so I could do more upgrades, no problem on the farm. Almost 15,000 gold right there from that. Shane wanted a largemouth bass today. 300 gold for that. I wasn't going to say no. I got Robin to build a fish pond as well. 5,000 gold for the fish pond. The reason for this being is I needed a caviar, to get perfection. So I decided to get that set up now rather than worry about that later on. I gave Shane the fish, got 300 gold added to the wallet. Super happy with that. With the money I had left over, I decided to get the last backpack upgrade now. There was other stuff I could have done with the money, but I might as well just get this out of the way. So I got an ancient seed from killing enemies, and I got the recipe then off Gunther for handing them in the ancient seed. It was time to get Clint to break open some geodes so I could hand in even more artifacts to Gunther, because I wanted to get access to the sores as quickly as possible so I could get access to the resources down there. Krobus, for example. Day 49, look at all the coffee beans we are getting now. We have tons of coffee beans inside the chest, almost over 1,000. I also went to the desert, traded in my jades for staircases. That was 22 staircases ready to go. So it was back into the Skull Cavern, and I was looking for everything I could sell, to be honest. Iridium ores, prismatic shards, any sort of materials I could get my hands on I'd sell for money. I got level 10 combat, we're going to go with brute, 15% more damage. Day number 50, we were halfway through the challenge. I picked up dark boots inside the Skull Cavern. They were a huge upgrade from the work boots, so I swapped those out straight away. So I'm smelting bars today, iridium bars, with the blacksmith perk. I was actually getting some decent money for those. I also gave the dwarf an aquamarine today because it was his birthday. George wanted a flounder, 300 gold. How could I refuse? It was down to the beach to fish up a flounder. Very first catch of the day was in fact a flounder, so I went straight up to George, gave him that for another handy dandy 300 gold in the bag. Back down into the mines. Of course it wouldn't be a day in the mines if I didn't get a diamond. The game's just thrown these diamonds at me. I did make 7 crystallariums though. It was time to get some diamond processing underway. I tried to sturgeon into the fish pond as well so I can get some caviar later on. So all these crystallariums will be filled up with diamonds for now because the rings of Yoba were proven to be super valuable. Fished up a super cucumber as well on day 51 that night. Sell that for some money. I got level 10 fishing finally. Go with angler. Fish worth 50% more. It's better than fish not worth 50% more. I sold a load of stuff today, including 28 iridium bars, so I made some nice money. So Gus wanted a jade off me today, but he was offering 600 gold. That was actually pretty good. It was Willie's birthday today, so I gave him a catfish because he loves those. That was some nice friendship points accumulated with Willie. It was time to purchase a duck today because the coop had been upgraded to a big coop. And we're going to call this duck Marty. So you can probably guess the theme there for what we're going to do with the coop animals. I also paid 10,000 gold and 450 pieces of wood for a house upgrade so I can make the house a little bit bigger. I made some dress spinners as well today. They were going to sell for 500 gold a pop. Ran out of cloth though, so with the rest of the metals I just made regular spinners. A new baby chick had hatched. This was going to be the chicken that we incubated. This chicken was going to be called Bird Person. I also made a bee house because I got a maple syrup off the tapper there from the tree on the top right hand side of the farm. So that was going to be honey in a couple of days from that for a community centre bundle. I gave Gus the jade he wanted, so that was going to give me some nice money there. And it was off the Clint to get him to process 57 Omni Geos to see if I can get some decent stuff inside. But I just wanted to get down into the sewers, so I didn't mind spending some money to get all those broken open. So we are in the Skull Cavern, breaking up some ores, trying to get down as deep as possible to get some of the goodies. But to be honest, the main reason I came here a lot was I was trying to get auto petters and auto grabbers, but I wasn't getting great luck. I did get a curiosity lure though from those crates, so I sold that. Gunther visited me the next day. He gave me the key to the sewers, and then it was off to Pierre. I was going to purchase wheat here because I needed 100 wheat flour for one bundle. I wasn't going to buy 100 wheat flour because it was 100 gold for each wheat flour. Pierre was just ripping me off, so instead I decided to get some wheat and just grow it on the farm and process that into wheat flour eventually. So my house had been upgraded. It is now bigger. Now it looks much prettier. Day 55, we are watering crops. We're watering wheat. Eventually I will make a mill and I'll turn all this wheat into wheat flour for a community centre bundle. Way cheaper to do it this way, you know, rather than just buy the wheat flour directly from Pierre. The sturgeons wanted a diamond. They got it since I had diamonds to burn. It was then after Robin to make the mill. I had some cloth from the mummies, so I was able to make that mill no problem at all. So it was back into the mines. I made more rings of Yoba from the diamonds that I got, and I made more dress spinners as well. And with the rest of the bars, I made some regular spinners. This was by far the best way to get money, to get upgrades done on the farm. I didn't even want to think about the gold clock at this stage in the game. How I was going to make millions of gold with a 25% discount rate, I don't know, but it will be interesting to find out how we tackle that in the future. So look at all the lovely diamonds today on day number 56. Tons of diamonds. I got some raw off the sturgeon, put that into the preserve jar here. That's going to give me back caviar in a couple of days. Also went to the travelling cart merchant here and I purchased a rare seed just so I can get my hands on that star drop at the end of fall. And we finished up today by going to the nice event here. The Moonlight Jellies is one of my favourite events because it's just so colourful, it's so vibrant. So that finishes out summer. So we were getting there with this hardcore challenge. It was the first day of fall and it starts off by collecting lovely battery packs. And these battery packs are going to come in super handy later on if I decide to make iridium sprinklers, for example, or if I decide to make more crystallariums. So I purchased a few pumpkin seeds off Pierre because I needed a few of those for quests. I also got one of each other crop that he had just to make perfection go a little bit smoother. So it was back to the community centre. We done the fall foraging bundle and that netted us 30 fall seeds, which was really nice. I didn't actually plant those. I just sold those. I did fish up a salmon though, and I got a few other goodies as well that night. Day 58, I got a load of wheat, 100 to be exact. Put that into the mill that will be turned into wheat flour. I made 2 cheese presses as well today from the resources in the mines, so I can start converting the milk that I'm getting from the goat and the cow into cheese for community centre bundles, but also for healing food later on in the game. It comes in super handy. It was Penny's birthday today, so just for her I went out to the desert, fished up a sandfish because she absolutely loves those. I also picked up a quest here from Willie. He was looking for a copper bar, offered 180 gold, no problem. Special orders quest board has now been activated. I went with aquatic overpopulation here with Demetrius, so it was midnight carps that he wanted. Gave Penny the birthday gift, she was super happy with that. That was more friendship points with her. I also gave Willie the copper bar, that was more friendship points with him, but more importantly, more money in my pocket. Spent the rest of the evening fishing up midnight carp to do that aquatic overpopulation quest for Demetrius. So I got back 100 wheat flour, which was great. I also fished up a walleye, which I also needed for the community centre bundle. So I finally got some cheese here. That was the artisan bundle completed. I was rewarded with a cake. I was actually super happy about the cake there, because I still didn't have farming level 8. That was the quality fish bundle done there with the walleye. And I also needed the tiger trout for the river fish bundle. There was one bundle left to do, and that was the night fishing bundle, and that just required a second walleye. And that was all of the bundles completed for the fish tank, which was great. So we were getting one step closer to completing the community centre. The home cooks bundle, we needed 10 eggs, 10 milks, and 100 flour, so that was another easy bundle done. The reward there was 5 complete breakfasts, so I was super happy with that. Alex actually loves complete breakfasts, so I could always work on Alex with those. So I put some hops into the keg to make a pale ale, which I needed for a quest with Pam, and I gave Haley a rabbit's foot that I got from killing a serpent in the Skull Cavern today. I spent that night fishing up more midnight carps to complete the aquatic overpopulation quest. I only got 560 gold for completing it though, because the quest is an accumulation of what the midnight carps are actually worth. The next day we finally get our caviar. This is needed for the final bundle, but it's good to have it now just to get it out of the way. I also needed one more caviar to sell for perfection as well. So Rasmodius wanted a red mushroom for himself. He was after some gold for that. No problem, Rasmodius. Got some diamonds, and I also went for another barn upgrade. This was a deluxe barn upgrade, which means once that is done, we could get some pigs. I gave Rasmodius the red mushroom, and I also gave him a void essence to accumulate more friendship points. I also pulled up the angler legendary fish today. That sold for a nice bit of money. And I went down into the stores and I also got the mutant carp, which is another fairly easy catch. So I got the pale ale today from the keg. Also got some honey, which means we could tackle more community centre bundles. Gave Pam the pale ale, she was super happy with that. Don't know if it was a good idea to give it to her just before work though. But Pam is a responsible person, of course. Back down into the mines, and of course it wouldn't be a day in the mines if we didn't come across a diamond. Day 62, yes, Clint is looking for more copper ores. I don't know what his fascination is with the copper ores, but he's offering money, so we will take on the job, of course. Showed Clint the ores again. I mean, how much could have changed, Clint, within the last couple of days in all fairness, but we won't complain. Back down into the mines, and we were just farming slimes, farming resources in general, of course. I got a prismatic shard off a rock crab. Never got one off a rock crab before. I got one off a green slime, a blue slime, all the slimes. Never got one off a rock crab. So I was super happy with that from getting the prismatic shard off of a crab type enemy. So day 63 was a rainy day. Willie wanted me to get 4 red snappers. He was only offered 200 gold for them, but you know what? I said why not? I needed a break from the old mines. So I spent a good portion of the day pulling those red snappers up out of the ocean. And that was another nice 200 gold from Willie. I also gave him a sea cucumber that I caught as well for some extra friendship points. Day 64, look at our lovely fall forageables. Harvested all those, and of course I'll sell those. Gave Marnie some amaranth because she wanted those for her cows. That was another quest completed. Also gave her a diamond to increase friendship points so I could sneak into her room and pick up Mayor Lewis's lucky purple shorts. Today we are going with fragments of the past, and that was going to be a lovely easy quest to complete. We also give Lewis the shorts, and I was going to put him on display, but you know what? 750 gold is a bit too good to pass up, so I just gave him the shorts straight away. Back into the mines of farm skeletons. More diamonds were given, of course. But more importantly, I wanted bone fragments. I needed 100 in total to complete the quest. Skeletons can drop bone swords. They sell for 250 gold a pop. So it was totally worth coming down farming these. I also needed to kill some of these for a monster eradication goal as well. So it was basically hitting multiple birds with the one stone. Day 65, more diamonds for me. Super happy with all the diamonds I was getting. 270 gold Leah was offering for the hazelnut. I also got some wool hair from Emily in the mail. So that finished off the animal bundle. And as a reward, I got another cheese press which I put down inside the barn. I finally had the wild plums assembled for the foragers bundle. That was another bundle done. Reward was friendship, which was nice. We won't turn that down. And we also got 3 tappers as well, which was great. So it was back into the mines. We were slaying more skeletons. We were getting close now to the 100 bone fragments. Gave those into Gunther, and as a reward, we got 3,500 gold. I was super happy with that. Finally, some decent money from a quest. I came out of there with 3 bone swords in total and some glow rings and other bits and bobs. Sold all those to Marlon. Got my money up to almost 18,000. Purchased a pig today off Marley. 16,000 gold, but I needed it because I needed a truffle for a community centre bundle. Later on that day, there was another help wanted quest. 4 red slimes. The reward was 500 gold. We spent the rest of the day in the mines killing red slimes just to complete that quest. The next day, we got another quest from Harvey to get a catfish. He was offering 600 gold. We also gave Jodie rabbit's foot here as well because it was her birthday. That got us straight up to 4 out of 10 hearts with Jodie. I also spoke to Lewis about the red slimes, and that gave me 500 gold for that. Super happy there. And we gave Harvey his catfish, which was even more money in the bag. Back down to the mines, and I was slaying more slimes, more void spirits for primarily monster eradication goals, which I just completed one there for the void spirits. Super happy there. 500 gold been offered from Rasmodius to slay 2 more ghosts, so we'll take him up on the offer. I also gave Hayley a bouquet today, just to speed up the old relationship process, because we wanted to marry Hayley as quickly as possible. I purchased a void egg off Krobus to put a void chicken into the coop. Back down into the mines on day 68. Wouldn't be a day in the mines without getting the diamond, of course. Super lucky here. Floor 56 was an ambush floor, so I could farm this floor for the whole day if I wanted to accumulate kill counts and slimes. It was time to finish off the dye bundle by putting in an amaranth. We were now one step closer to completing the community centre. As a reward, we got a seed maker, which is pretty nice. It was Abigail's birthday today. We gave her an amethyst, of course, because she loves those. More friendship points with the lovely Abigail. It was time to smelt tons and tons of copper bars, because I wanted to make tons of tappers. Later on that day, I went back into the Skull Cavern, and when I got to the first floor, tons of serpents came out of nowhere and tried to ruin my day. However, I had the Galaxy Sword. I was in good hands. Once I killed all these serpents, I did pick up a red cabbage seed, which was pretty rare. That is a year 2 crop. I got an infested floor around with dinosaurs. I actually killed all these dinosaurs just for monster eradication goals. Day 71 and something super weird happened on my farm. My fully matured sheep turned blue. I had no idea how this happened, as I have no mods to my knowledge that make my sheep blue, so I shared it to see what happens, and it turned white again. So I'm going to need to keep an eye on that sheep and make sure it doesn't turn blue again. So I finally finished off the fall crops bundle. I was getting closer to unlocking the greenhouse. There's one bundle left. Got another bee house, which was nice. It was time to cook up some stuff for some bundles. I cooked up a fried egg, and I also cooked up a mackie roll because I purchased some rice off Pierre in his shop. I already had the fish and the seaweed to make the rest of it. I made some tree fertilizers as well today. It was time to set up some decent tree farms. Back up to the mines, and I made 49 tappers in total. I do make more later on. It was day 72, time for the Stardew Valley Fair. I was pretty confident with the items I put into the display, but I only got 3rd place. That didn't matter though, because I just gambled on my star tokens on green. Once I had enough star tokens acquired, I purchased the Rare Crow, and I also purchased the Star Drop, which increases my maximum energy again, which was pretty nice. Day 73, look at all the seeds that I've put down here. I'm going to put tree fertilizer on all these. I'm also going to put some pathing down, so that debris doesn't grow between these seeds to make my life difficult. I also give Marnie a diamond because it was her birthday today, and she loves diamonds, so that's 6 out of 10 hearts with Marnie. Lots of rewards off guild today, including the Slime Charmer ring. I was super happy with that. I also got some other good stuff too. I equipped the mask. I thought the mask was pretty cool. I also equipped the Slime Charmer ring, so I was happy with my ring outputs at the moment. Almost 13,000 gold made today from primarily selling iridium bars. You can't really see it there, but it's just primarily iridium bars and some diamonds. Another chicken hatch, we're going to call this one Summer. And this is a void chicken. So we had a white, a brown, a void chicken, and a duck in our lovely coop at the moment. All we were missing was a rabbit and a dinosaur to complete the collection. I did have a dinosaur egg from killing those dinosaurs in the Skull Cavern though, so I decided to incubate that next. That will take almost 12 days to incubate, but it'll be worth it because we can start making some dinosaur mayonnaise then, which we'll need for the bundle down the road. So I was off to Robin. This time it was to get a coop upgrade to Deluxe Coop. It was also time for more quests. Yes, finally Emily was offering 2,250 gold for the diamond. I was so happy with this. This is the best quest you can get from this daily quest board. I ran straight into the saloon, gave Emily the diamond, and that was a whopping 2,200 gold right there for that. I was so happy with that. Finally, my luck was starting to pay off. My sheep turned blue again today. It was so weird. I thought it was hilarious. I don't know why it was blue. Double checked my mods folder. No mods in there to enable blue sheep. If somebody knows what's going on, please tell me. Is there a chance you can get blue sheep in this game if you purchase a sheep from Marnie? Please let me know in the comments. As far as my knowledge goes, there isn't. All sheep are white. Did I get a rare mutation? Who knows? So I completed the chef's bundle, got myself a pink cake. I then got invited over to Jodie's, was told to bring a largemouth bass, thrown that on the ground for Sam to pick up. Jodie thought it was hilarious, and I had a good night with the family. The next day I went to Gus and I purchased a spaghetti because Robin loves spaghetti and it was her birthday today. So I gave Robin a spaghetti and that got me a lot of friendship points with Robin, which was great. Went to the Secret Woods then. It was time to harvest more hardwood because the day to go into Ginger Island was coming up and I needed 200 hardwood to repair the hull for the ship. So it was time to accumulate that now. Day 78, another special orders quest was available. I was going to go with Gus's famous omelette because I had tons of chickens and ducks now and white chickens that generate eggs. That was going to be an easy one. I could finally complete the rare crops bundle because my ancient fruit had finally grown. As a reward, I got a preserve jar. I was kind of salty about that because it was an ancient fruit that I sacrificed, but what can you do? So, I had loads of eggs accumulated, put those into Gus's fridge. That did not complete the quest though. In order to complete the quest, I also had to gather 24 eggs. So, that was going to take me a few days to get done. But it would be worth it at the end. So I did the maths and I realised that making treasure hunters and spinners would be far more profitable than using the same resources to make rings of Yoba. So I did just that. I made treasure hunters and I made spinners. If I had cloth, I would have made dress spinners, but I didn't have a whole lot of cloth, so it was just regular spinners. So from now on, I would just sell the diamonds the way they are. Any materials left over would be converted into dress spinners. If it didn't have the cloth, just regular spinners. And if I had gold bars, I could just use those to make treasure hunter tackles and sell those, and that paid off tremendously, netting me a huge profit here of 16,365 gold. Day 79, look at my magnificent tree farm. I had a tapper for every single one of these trees. There was 100 trees here in total that were going to generate oak resins for me, because I figured that if I was going to get this gold clock later on, the way to do it would have been ancient fruit and star fruit, so kegs would have been the way to go. I also got some omni geodes here for my sturgeons. They're very picky indeed, but the sturgeon pool is getting bigger. Clint wanted a topaz today, thank God. I was getting a bit worried about him there for a second. If he asked for more copper ore, I would have recommended him to Harvey, you know. So I went to Marnie's today. It was time to get some animals, and this time it was the rabbit. 8,000 gold. It was expensive for us, definitely, but we needed the rabbit. Main reason being, the rabbit generates wool and also generates the rabbit's foot, which is a universal loved gift for most of the NPCs. We call the rabbit Bet. So I used all my money today on day 80 to purchase starfruits. Got 116 starfruits, and we're going to set those up in the greenhouse. So instead of wasting time hoeing up the ground, I just put down some mega bombs just to blow open some patches, and I'll just use the hoe then just to fill out the rest of it. So this is a huge time saver, definitely worth it in my opinion. I put down quality sprinklers followed by starfruit. I then went to the Secret Woods with my sweet gem berry and I got my lovely star drop. Another star drop in the bag. I was super happy with that. Willie wanted an earth crystal from the help wanted quests, so I obliged. Went to the old marina to finally get the mermaid pendant, but I couldn't afford it. I was short a few hundred gold. So I sold a few things to Willie here, but that wasn't enough. I had to sacrifice something big. Went to Clint and I sold him one of my prismatic shards. That was going for 500 gold plus 2 amethysts. It just got me over the 5,000 mark. Went back to the old marina and I purchased the mermaid pendant. I just didn't know the next time I was going to get a rainy day. And I didn't have any rain totems and it doesn't rain in winter. So it was now or never. Haley of course said yes. It was time to get married and Haley would set everything up in 3 days, which was amazing. So I went to Willie, gave me his rock crystal. That was another quest complete. More money from the lovely Willie. Thank you very much, Willie. 150 gold in the bag. Put me back up to 645 gold. We were just so poor right now. So this time I decided to replace the diamonds with jades. Made a huge mistake here. I should have pickaxed the diamonds out of the crystallariums, then put in the jades. But it was too late and I wasn't going to do a day reset because I decided against it when I started this challenge. Any mistakes I made, I would simply have to live with them. So that night it was off to the Halloween event. I was going to get the rare crow but I couldn't afford it, so I just settled with the jack-o'-lantern recipe instead for 2,000 gold. I'd have to come back next year and pick up that rare crow and make sure that I could afford it next year. I also got the golden pumpkin and I'll actually use that to give someone as a gift later on. Maybe for someone's birthday. Day 84, I finally got married. I was so happy. Me and Haley for life. A lot of people don't like Haley, but if you give her a chance, she turns out to be a pretty interesting character. It's time for another quest. This time it was 4 chubs. The art of fishing for Willie. We would oblige, of course. 200 gold for us, no problem at all. Spent a good portion of the day trying to fish up 4 chubs. They weren't as common as I thought they were, which was unfortunate. So it did take me quite some time to get those chubs all fished up for Willie. I finally got it done. It took me the bones of a whole day, which was a bummer. Definitely wasn't worth doing in terms of time consumption for 200 gold. Next up, I had a choice between Prismatic Jelly and Pierre's Prime Produce. Went with Prismatic Jelly. Also completed the Winter Foraging Bundle, and I got 30 winter seeds back for that. More importantly, we just finished the remixed community center. I was super happy with that. It was actually the first time I think I completed a remixed community center run. So I was super happy with that. Back into the mines, we had a target, the prismatic slime. I found it on floor 9. I was super lucky with that. It takes quite the number of hits to destroy. But because I had the burglaring, something really interesting happens when I do kill it. It actually dropped 2 prismatic jellies. Now, the second prismatic jelly I believe is useless, but you can always put it on display because it actually looks really cool. I gave the prismatic jelly to the wizard and he was super happy with that. How much did I get for completing that quest? 5,000 gold. Absolutely magnificent. I really needed that. I also got a really cool cutscene here for completing the community center, so that was another big challenge done. It was another quest today, 3 pike this time from Willie. He was offering 300 gold. I said, why not? The quests were getting a bit stale now for me. They weren't giving me as much money as I needed. Fished up a squid as well, and I'm probably going to calm down with those daily quests because I have other areas of the game I can go to now to kind of get better money. So I gave Willie the squid, and as a reward, I was given 800 gold for that, which wasn't too shabby at all. I also got 2,500 gold on the next day from Pierre for completing the community center. Followed up by Monster Musk from the wizard, which makes monster eradication goals super easy. Pierre also sent me a notice to say he's now open 7 days a week. And Robin sent me a lovely 50 wood in the mail, super happy about that. Also collected some jades from the crystallariums, and then this happened. A new baby lizard has hatched. What are we going to call this one? We're going to call this one Jerry. So we now had the collection done. We had the white chicken, the brown chicken, the white chicken, the rabbit, the dinosaur, and the duck. We could of course go for the brown and the golden chickens later, but we had all the primary animals that we could get at the moment. So after a ferocious battle today, I finally fished up the glacier fish. Also went into the mutant bug lair, and I picked up the dark talisman. Did a bit of fishing here too, just for the fishing collection. I pulled up the slime jack from this place, which is a unique fish to this location. It was time for another quest where Asmodeus wanted us to kill 2 more ghosts, offering 500 gold. Why not? Look at our lovely oak resin farm now. This is going to be 100 oak resins in total added to our inventory, which means if we had the mats, we could make 100 kegs, and when we finally collect our star fruits, we could turn those into starfruit wines. So I was also back into the mines. We were looking for ghosts just to get that quest done. The next day it was another quest from Harvey. This time he wanted an aquamarine, 540 gold, why not? It was finally time to go to Ginger Island. 5 iridium bars for the anchor, 5 battery packs for the machine and 200 hardwood for the hull. Would repair this boat for us. We just had to go to sleep and we could go to Ginger Island the next day if we so wished. I also paid a visit to the quarry cave here just to get my hands on that gold scythe, because why not? It was a tool upgrade from the regular scythe. It does have a greater reach, does more damage, and it gives you back more stuff per swing. I also went outside when it was finished and I cleared off every single resource from this location. This was going to be a giant tree farm, but I wasn't going to set up tappers for these trees. I was just going to cut them all down if I needed extra wood going forward, because I was going to need thousands of kegs if I was going to get this golden clock later on in our 100-day perfection series run. So 3 fertilizers today. Going to grow up all these trees super fast. Then we're going to cut them all down. I also went over to Ginger Island. So the goal today in Ginger Island was to get enough golden walnuts to get into the house so we could sleep over here. So I'm just going to show you very quick highlights of myself getting all of the golden walnuts so I could hopefully make it into the house today. And these golden walnuts are hidden all over the place, but if you look very carefully, you'll actually see signs of places you can get them. For example, you might see a circle of stones, you know, so it's worth holding the centre of that to get one out of. You might see rough patches of dirt. You might see things that seem a bit out of place. Anything like that, normally you're going to get something decent inside them. Most of the golden walnuts in the starter zone aren't that hidden, so you would find them occasionally. So it was getting late and I wasn't too sure if I was going to unlock the house by the end of today, because I didn't come here in the morning time. I actually came here in the afternoon. When I got access to this zone, which is the farm zone, or you could also call it the west zone of Ginger Island, I needed to locate 20 golden walnuts in total so I could get the parrots to fix up the house so I could sleep there. So I was really rushing against the clock. Fortunately, from doing this so many times, I knew where all the golden walnuts were, and I knew from counting off the top of my head that there weren't enough golden walnuts around these parts in order for me to assemble to get into the house before the day was finished. So this was golden walnut number 20, just up here, and that was it. Got the parrots to fix up the house. It was 1:30, so I did it by literally the skin of my teeth. What a day it was. Finally, we're on to day number 90, so I spent a good portion of today getting rid of all the resources on the farm, because I wanted to turn this Ginger Island farm into an actual crop farm, because I could put sprinklers down in Ginger Island at work. I then went into the volcano to get some more goodies, more golden walnuts, more resources, more materials of course. I got a dwarf hammer there as well, that'll sell for a couple of 100 gold. It was 150, didn't have time to get the prismatic shard, so instead I ran out to the entrance, pulled the switch, opened the gate and passed out in style. That means when I come back here the next time, I can just go through that door and get access to the forge area straight away and get the free prismatic shard. Caroline's birthday today, gave her a rabbit's foot. She was super happy with that. She was going to relax today, which is good. Went to the desert trader as well. It was time to get more staircases with all the jades I had accumulated. 41 staircases today. It was gearing up for the big skull cavern run. Also pulled the void salmon out of the water here, which I needed for the fish collection. We also need the void salmon for the missing bundle at the end as well. I gave the henchman here some void mayonnaise. That got him to move straight away down into the witch's hut here, and I got the magical ink, which means I can now access the wizard's magical terminal to make more advanced items. The only problem is that I was a good bit off affording any of these items. The gold clock, for example, 10 million gold. No idea how I was going to get that. So I went on day 92 to this event. I purchased the snowman rare crow and I did the fishing event. I actually won that event, which was pretty cool. As a reward, I got a huge assortment of different fishing tackles, which of course I would sell to make some decent money. So this event was actually worth going to. I also got a sailor's cap as well, which was cool. It was time to do another quest. This time we'll go with Robin's Resource Rush to collect 1,000 pieces of stone in a week. This is now super simple to do because the volcano dungeon gives you tons of stone. On floor 2 I got a super rare mushroom floor, followed up by a dwarf dagger. I'll sell that for some money as well. That sell for 550 gold. Made it up to the forge area again for my prismatic shard. It was time to enchant my weapon. What enchant was I going to get? I was hoping for the Crusader enchant, because that's one of the better ones, especially with the mummies and a lot of the undead monsters in the game. Got the Crusader enchant, I was super happy with that. I then decided to free Professor Snail just to open up his artifact hunting quest on Ginger Island, which would give me access to more golden walnuts, because I wanted to get into Key's golden walnut room, you know, as quickly as possible so I can get those key quests, get the key gems and start getting some really cool items from those. Spent the rest of the day running around Ginger Island getting more golden walnuts. Headed back home too because it was Sebastian's birthday. I made some sashimi, kept that to him because he loves that, and that got his heart up a good bit. I also went to the greenhouse as well. The starfruits are ready to go. I harvested all the starfruits and I was going to put all these into kegs to make starfruit wine. Now that will take a good few days, but hopefully it will be worth it. I gotta get Clint to upgrade my axe to a gold axe so I can be more efficient at cutting down trees. I also went to Sandy today to purchase as much starfruit as possible. Unfortunately, all I could afford was 49 starfruits because I didn't have a whole lot of money. I did do another Skull Cavern run today and I got super lucky. I got an auto grabber. So happy with that. Didn't have to milk the cows again or share the weird looking blue sheep. I could just let them be. I also got a lucky ring from a crate. Unfortunately, I didn't have my recording active when it popped out. So you're just going to have to trust me that it did come out of a crate. It didn't actually spawn one in, I swear on my life. That did come out of a crate, 200%, I promise you. I did get a crystallarium as well for 48. It was a super lucky day today, you know. Look at all the iridium ores I'm going to get right now. There was iridium ores everywhere today. I got down super deep. I also killed the last rock crab needed for another monster eradication goal. Super happy with that. I smelted all these lovely iridium ores into iridium bars. I'm going to sell all these bars to make loads of money. So it was a great day. So we are nearing the end of our first 100 days. I will be doing a 200 day and a 300 day of this challenge to see if I can actually get perfection using some of the hardest settings in the game. The discount rate of 25%, it makes life so difficult. And then 96, we're back on Ginger Island, and I got really lucky here. 2 golden walnuts from those clams. You can get 5 golden walnuts in total from those. I started merging rings together. I merged together the lucky ring along with the burglar ring, and I also merged together the phoenix ring along with the slime charmer ring. I was hoping for a hot java ring, but I just haven't gotten that yet. It's one of the more rare rings to get. I did make loads of iridium sprinklers as well. I'm going to set those up over on Ginger Island. And I also sold tons of weapons here to Marlin as well that I got from my travels in Skull Cavern, the regular mines and the volcano dungeon. I got the crab shell ring off Gil, sold that for 1,000 gold. I was super happy with that. That me put right back up to over 10,000 gold. Got my gold axe off Clint as well on day 97. And I used mega bombs to blow open all of the trees in the quarry to get tons of wood and sap from this. So it was a time of gathering resources. Went to Gus, and the reason I went to Gus was to purchase a coffee. And the reason for that was that it was Harvey's birthday and he loves coffee. So it was a coffee for Harvey. If I had any brain in my head, I would have just made a coffee using the hundreds and hundreds of coffee beans that I had. But I just didn't think of it. My bad. I did get a pearl, however, and that was really cool. I also got a quality bobber, which I would sell, of course. So I had some taro tubers to plant. I also had some pineapple seeds from slain enemies in the volcano dungeon. I also got the parrots on day 99 to fix up the beach area here. This gave me access to a new zone, which in hand gave me access to more golden walnuts. 3 to be exact. One sneaky one down there, of course. I could also fish up stingrays there too if I wanted. So I made 52 kegs today. It was time to get the ball rolling on starfruit wines. It was day 99. Look at all our lovely kegs. I will build a shed eventually when I can properly afford it. Sheds are very expensive in this game. So I figured out the code, got myself a pearl here from the mermaid show. And I wanted to get the special submarine fish today. So I got the blobfish, followed by the spookfish, followed by the midnight squid. So all I needed now is just a legend fish to more or less complete the fishing collection there with Willy, along with the stingray and a few other fish as well. I bought 237 starfruit off Sandy, so I set up the greenhouse with those, and any excess starfruit I had would go over to Ginger Island. It was time for the rock rejuvenation quest today that I got for Emily, and I had all those minerals on hand inside a chest, and I got 1,000 gold for completing that quest. Over to Ginger Island on day 100, I filled it up with starfruit. There's a lot more space to take up, but for now this would have to do. Day 101, it is the wizard's birthday. Let's give him a lovely void essence, and that's going to get him a lot of friendship points. 9 out of 10 hearts, we're almost there with the wizard. So it's going to be a big boost for these 100 days to max out all of the relationships with all of the NPCs. I also needed just a few fish left to get to capture all the fish in the game. So I headed down into the caves, got the stonefish, the ghost fish, also fished up the ice pip as well. That was quite the challenge. And I also got myself a lava eel. That was all of the fish in the mines out of the way. I also gave Clint the iron bar he was looking for. That completes another daily quest for us. That was 500 gold in the bag. So if you're new to this series, just so you know, the discount rate is set at 25%, meaning we're not going to get a whole lot of money anytime soon. However, fishing tackles such as the treasure hunter here will sell for full price, so we will try to abuse that to the best of our abilities. 250 gold per treasure hunter. On day 102, we get a letter from Mayor Lewis in regards to the upcoming Winter Star event. The person we got to gift this time around is Lewis himself. Fortunately, we do have a few things lying around the old farm that we can gift Lewis to get those lovely friendship points. Another help wanted quest today. Willie was looking for a pike, 300 gold. We absolutely were not going to pass that up. So I got a pike, gave that to Willie straight away, and that got some extra friendship points with Willie as well. So we were one step closer to maxing out friendship with Willie. So we headed on over to Ginger Island. We just needed a few more fish to get all of the fish in the game. So started with the lionfish there. I also got the stingray. I then started looking for artifacts for Professor Snail's archaeology quest. I got the mummified frog there from just whacking open the grass. A lot more artifacts to find here, including the fossilized legs that we can get from breaking open these bone nodes. And the bone fragments are also a huge bonus because later on we get the bone mills. They're going to save us so much money. Also hold up a golden walnut there as well that I missed the last time around. Inside Professor Snail's hut there was a survey we could do that had 2 questions. The first was purple flowers on the island, so that gave us a handy golden walnut, and the second was to survey the starfish around the island, purple starfish, and that got us another handy golden walnut as well. It was then time to take on the Nightmare Pylon puzzle, and you actually would not believe that I managed to do this on my first attempt. I just got a real easy combination of colours to choose from. I was so happy with this. Normally it takes me a full day to do this. Sometimes if I get desperate I take out my phone and record it, but first attempt, 3 golden walnuts in the bag. It was then off into the mines the next day, and this is one of the best places in the game you can go and get stone in my opinion. So much stone to be had, but more importantly, really nice rings and weapons to be had inside the volcano dungeon. I also got the fossilized tail later on that day, just from panning up some stuff out of the water. And there was a lot more artifacts I had to get. Fished up the fossilized spine here as well, so I was well on my way to completing Professor Snail's archaeology quests. I was getting a little bit worried about Rasmodius here. He wanted to study the arcane properties of a coconut. You know, first it was Willie with the copper ores, now I'm beginning to think Rasmodius might have some issues as well. But we did go to Clint and he did give us another archaeology piece from cracking open those golden coconuts. I also gave Evelyn a birthday gift today that was at more friendship points with her. That pushed her right up to 5 hearts out of 10. I then gave Rasmodius the coconut that he wanted. He gave me a nice reward, but more importantly I got friendship points with him as well. I also gave him a gift, but I didn't realise they gave him 2 gifts this week, so he would have to wait until tomorrow for fresh gifts. I also had a lovely resin farm here, and I had exactly 100 trees planted. That's 100 oak resins every couple of days I could amass. Now I have been amassing those for quite some time. I do have hundreds and hundreds of oak resins at the moment. Went inside the secret woods as well, just to farm more hardwood. So I finally got the star drop off Haley, just for getting her hearts up. And that is another star drop added to the bag, just a few star drops left to go. So I got a quest here from Robin. She wanted some hardwood. I said no problem at all, she'll get that eventually. I also got some crystallariums here as well, generating jades, and these are great for staircases that we trade in every Sunday. So I went to Professor Snail, completed the first of many archaeology quests, and I also had a few other bits and bobs to give him too. I also had taro tubers planted, and the reason why I planted those was to get more golden walnuts, just the farming aspect of it. Traded in my jades for staircases, and I spent the rest of the day just cutting down trees because I needed a lot more wood because I wanted to make a lot more kegs. It was time to harvest the lovely starfruit wine. Now with a 25% discount, the starfruit wine obviously isn't as potent as it usually is, but it's still good enough for us. Gave Robin the hardwood, she was super happy with that. More friendship points with Robin, and more importantly, more money in our pocket. A lovely 500 gold, thank you very much. The gains are small at the moment, but things will pick up later on in the video. It was time for another quest. It was Clint again, wanted to look at more copper ores. I was really worried about Clint. I thought about it for a while and if I should accept the quest or not. Eventually, I came to the conclusion of why not. I get to keep the ores myself. I didn't need them to make kegs anyway, so I might as well just pick up the money as well. So it was time for another quest. I went with community cleanup straight away. Fiber seeds are just way too overpowered to pass up. So I had 7 days to fish up some trash and I got to work on that immediately. Went straight down to floor 100 here. This is one of the best floors you can go to get trash. Lots of trash to be had. Completed that after the day. And that was another quest done for Linus, and as a reward he would give me the recipe to make fiber seeds, and they are just so handy. The 500 gold isn't the true reward, the true reward is the fiber seeds, trust me on that. You'll never need fiber again. So I visited Robin today and gave her some goat's cheese because it was her birthday, and she was super happy with that. That was at more friendship points with her, pushing her right up to 5 hearts out of 8. I then went down to the mines to do Clint's quest. So I was just breaking open some copper nodes here. I got loads of copper in no time at all. Having the extra perks, you know, for the +1 ore per vein helps as well. So I showed Clint the ores. Maybe this time he'll be happy with the geology of the mines and he'll just let it be, you know. Day 108, we finally get the fiber seed recipe. This makes getting fiber just way too easy. All you need are mixed seeds, sap and clay. What's going to hold you back there now are the mixed seeds, but you can accumulate those if you just farm the weeds on the ground with the scythe all the time. So I decided to hoe up some ground here, or I suppose blow up some ground, just to save myself from hoeing a load of spots up. And I put down a load of fiber seeds that I made, and these don't even have to be watered. And I'll be able to harvest these in a couple of days. I will have hundreds and hundreds of fiber afterwards. I also went back to Ginger Island and completed the mermaid puzzle. And I also got a ruby there from, that was the east bird, so that went into the east pedestal. I had enough golden walnuts to get another upgrade done, so I decided to get the warp obelisk back to the farm. This would save me a little bit of time when I needed to go back to the farm to do some stuff back there. So I spent the rest of the day cutting down more trees because I needed thousands and thousands of wood for all of the kegs that I will be building later on in the game. I also got some ginger there as well because ginger ale is really nice. Day 109, I gave Lewis a hot pepper. He was super happy with that. You get a lot of friendship points with the NPCs when you give them gifts during the Winter Star event. I got the lovely Marnie for my secret gift giver. She gave me 12 eggs. I wasn't actually too upset with that. That was pretty good. Another day, another quest. 6 red slimes to kill, 750 gold as a reward. I wasn't turning that down at all. It was also Clint's birthday today, so I gave him an aquamarine. That got me a lot of friendship points with Clint, pushing him right up to 8 out of 10 hearts. So I'm getting there now with most of the NPCs. I'm back down into the mines now, and I'm actually farming for more copper ores to smelt into copper bars because I wanted to make more fishing tackles. So after a good few hours of farming copper, I smelted all those ores into bars to make trap bobbers. I just needed copper bars and sap to make these, and these trap bobbers sell for a few hundred gold a piece, and because I can make so many, it's a viable way to make money. Because the crops aren't going to do it for me right now. And once I ran out of sap, I just used up iron bars then to make spinners. They sold for a few hundred gold as well. And I also made cork bobbers using wood, hardwood and slime, because all these fishing tackles sell for the full price, which is amazing. So if I'm going to get anywhere with this playthrough, if I'm going to make some serious progress, a lot of it is going to come down to selling tons and tons of fishing tackles. So the next day I went back into the mines to complete that quest I got from the Help Wanted poster. I just had to kill 6 of these red slimes, and if I saw gold ore I would have grabbed that as well. So I spoke to Lewis, that was another quest complete, more money in my pocket and more friendship points towards Lewis. The more friendship points I can accumulate now the better. 750 gold, nice. So I was up at 48,000 gold now at the moment, but I'm saving up you see for upgrades, that's why I haven't spent the gold yet. So I did another quest here now to kill some rock crabs. The great thing about these quests is that they also count towards monster eradication goals. So everything I'm doing here will accumulate. Day 113, the first day of spring, and new NPC visits. Stardew Valley, Kent is his name, and we had to get him right up to 10 hearts as well. So we had to plan ahead with Kent. So what I wanted to do was, and do it as quickly as possible, is get the theatre up and running. But to do that I needed the final house upgrade, so I needed 100,000 gold to access the cellar to get the Silver Star wine from a cask. The greenhouse was also complete here now, full of starfruit. Gonna harvest all this starfruit. That will be all turned into starfruit wine, and that is being slowly accumulated at the moment. I'm hoping to get a good few million from that when I have enough. So I went to Robin today. It was time for another house upgrade. 50,000 gold and 150 pieces of hardwood. That put me right back down to 165 gold. I was poor yet again. I did go for the island ingredients quest here to ship 100 pineapples, because I actually had pineapples growing on the farm now at the moment, and I would get the solar panel for completing that quest as well, which I needed in order to get perfection. So I needed to sell some stuff to Willie to be able to afford a ticket over to Ginger Island, so I met some treasure hunters and I foraged some stuff off the beach. That got me up to 3,000 gold. The melon was also ready and the frog inspected that. He will give me 5 golden walnuts for the inspection of that melon. He'll also give me 5 additional golden walnuts for the inspection of the wheat. And he will give me 5 more down the road when I eventually get my hands on a garlic. And I can actually get my hands on that now because it's year 2. So the rest of the day was just spent doing work on the farm. I also got level 10 farming. I'm going with the shepherd here because I want my sheep to produce wool faster, and also I want higher quality wool as well. So it was time to pull up more starfruits, and I was also getting some golden walnuts from this too. You get a total of 5 golden walnuts from farming on Ginger Island. It's broken down into various categories. I also went into Key's secret walnut room and I decided to go with the Key's crop. This will be our first key quest that we're going to do for this series. So the reason why I didn't go with the other one is because I suck at Junimo Cart and it was 100 key gems as a reward for just 500 key fruit. That quest originally used to be 1,000 key fruits, but it was nerfed down to 500 because 1,000 was a bit too hard. Still doable, but very difficult. Key beans can be gotten all over the place. Gus was also on the island today and I decided to get a tropical curry recipe off him because this recipe can be extremely frustrating to get, because you're not guaranteed Gus to visit Ginger Island on, specific days. It's totally random. Also completed that quest there with the gems and I got more golden walnuts. Key beans can also be got from treasure chests, which is really nice. You can put them straight out of the water as well. You can get them from trees. You can get them from blown open nodes such as this. It's got a key bean there. I'm also pretty sure you can get it from killing enemies as well, and they also pop out of chests just like this. So you can get key beans all over the place. You don't actually have to fish for the whole day to get them. Just play as you normally would and you will come across lovely key beans. Because it was raining back on Stardew Valley, I got the scene here of the Joja Mart getting blown open there. And that will activate the last bundle that we need to complete in order to unlock the theatre. It was also Ken's birthday, so I gave him a golden pumpkin and I got a few friendship points from there, which was nice. It was now time to catch the legend. This was the last fish I needed to get the master angler. It took me a few goes to get the legend. It's a very difficult catch, but I got it eventually. And that's all fish now caught in the game, and that will reward me with a star drop off Willy later on. The fibre seeds also grew up into lovely fibre, so I'm going to scythe all those away. The next day I finally get a star drop off Willy for catching all the fish in the game. That was another star drop added to the bag. We are getting closer to perfection. But the main challenge was going to be the golden clock for 10 million gold. That is going to be ferociously hard with the discount rate set to only 25%. So I went into the coop today, lots of stuff on the ground to pick up. I needed to get an auto grabber for that coop, but I just didn't want to pay 25,000 gold for it. I decided to wait until I got one up from the Skull Cavern. I also spoke to Birdie today. She gave me a quest to do. It starts with Kent, who gives you a gourmet tomato salt. You just give that to Gus, he'll give you the Stardew Valley Rose. You go all the way to the desert with that, give that to Sandy and you get the advanced TV remote. You give the TV remote to George and he will give you the Arctic Shard. You then go all the way down to the Wizard's Tower with the Arctic Shard and he will give you a wriggling worm. And you then finish up by giving the wriggling worm to Willy, who will give you the Pirate's Locket. And all you do then is bring that back to Birdie and she will reward you with some golden walnuts and a recipe to make fairy dust, which is an absolutely amazing recipe, and it will save us a ton of time when it comes to getting the Silver Star wine later on from one of the casks. I also got the frog scene here too. He just expected some of the garlics that I put down and he was happy enough with those. 5 more golden walnuts from the frog, so we're definitely getting there with the owl golden walnuts. So this is the first batch of key fruit that I grew. I'm going to get all these key fruits, put them into seed makers and just replant, and I will rinse and repeat until I've got 500 planted. And that'll be the quest done over the next couple of days. So that took me most of the day because I only had a few seed makers to work with. I really needed to make a lot more seed makers to make this quest and future quests go a lot faster. It was that time of the week again. The starfruit has emerged from the kegs. It was time to fill all the kegs back up with more starfruit. That starfruit wine is going to come in super handy later on. But if we want to get the 10 million gold, we have to think bigger. Much bigger. So we need to at least get probably 500 to 600 more kegs. So it was Sunday. That means staircases for us because the crystallariums generate shades all the time. And it was collecting the oak resins from the tappers as well. We had quite the amount of oak resins now inside the chest. Went down through the Skull Caverns today. I got myself some iridium sprinklers. I was pretty happy with that. I was primarily looking for resources so I could make more crystallariums. I got some key beans too from blowing up with some nose, which was cool. I made it to floor 100 and I drank some iridium snake milk, and that gave me a permanent health increase of 25, which was fabulous. Spent the rest of the day just going through the Skull Cavern. The deeper I got, the better. I got lots of iridium ores, lots of gold ores, lots of stone. I got lots of everything, which was great. So it was time to check out the hidden bundle. And I had most of the stuff there needed. I had the caviar, I had that from ages ago from putting the sturgeon into the fish pond. Had a prismatic shard. I actually had the dinosaur mayonnaise back at home. I just needed to fish up a void salmon, and I also needed to get a silver star wine, and that bundle was as good as complete. It was time for another special orders quest. I'm going to go with a quest called the strong stuff for Pam. So I just needed to get some potatoes for that and just put those potatoes into kegs, and that was another easy quest done. So I purchased 12 potatoes there in total, and I'll just put those down in the greenhouse because there was actually nothing in the greenhouse at the moment. Now eventually that greenhouse will be filled up with other stuff, but for now it was barren, so I just used it for the potatoes. Back to Ginger Island, pulling up more pineapples because I still have the other special orders quest to do for Caroline to ship off 100 pineapples. I did however convert all these ones into pineapple seeds to increase pineapple capacity, and I made sure I had enough time to get that done as well. I also pulled up more key fruit, and this was quite the number of key fruits that I was going to pull up here, and all these key fruits will be converted back into key beans and they will replant it as per usual. That took up a huge amount of time, but it will be worth it because the reward will be 100 key gems. It was time for another key quest. I'll go to extended family. I'll just pull up the fish again. A nice handy dandy 20 key gems for that. It was also Vincent's birthday. Gave him a snail that I had in a chest from ages ago. That was Vincent up to 7 out of 10 hearts. So I pulled up the Glacier Fish Jr. later on that day. That was one of the legendary fish done. I went home and Haley asked me should we have a baby. I said of course. The next day I pulled up the Legend 2. And I just continued on and pulled up the rest of the legendary fish throughout the day, such as the radioactive carp and the son of the crimson fish. And of course we finished up with Miss Angler, and that was the quest complete. More key gems for us in the bag. So this time it was back to the wizard, and I gave him another item that he wanted for a quest. That was an aquamarine that he wanted. That was more gold for us, and it was also the wizard up on 10 hearts. So you're probably going to see a trend form here now where I'm going to the mines a lot to smelt bars. The reason why I smelt so many bars is because I have to make so many things. I need to make tons of kegs, I need to make tons of crystallariums, and that requires tons and tons of bars. So I took a break today. I did the old Easter event, got 1,000 gold for winning that event. I was super happy with that because I already got the straw hat from the year previous. And that night, more lovely starfruit wine was ready to be harvested, so I filled up all the kegs again with starfruit. So the next day it was off to Sandy and needed to buy more starfruit seeds, 100 gold per seed, but it was worth it because the profit I was getting back was pretty good. I was making over 700 gold per wine. So I would get there eventually by just having stacks upon stacks of starfruit wine. That was the overall plan in order to get the golden clock, along with using fishing tackle to get the odd upgrade here and there. But the starfruit wine is more than likely the crop that will do it for us eventually. So I had no money left. I had to sell Willie from Tackles to afford a ticket back over to Ginger Island again. The 1,000 gold for those tickets were killing me, but there was nothing I could do about it at the moment. It was time to harvest more key fruit. The usual story, of course, convert it all back into key beans, plant it, and sell the excess amount. So I now had enough planted so that the next time I harvested, the quest would be complete. Thank God. I hope to never do that quest again. The potatoes were also ready, day 127 now, so we're getting there. And I was going to convert all these potatoes into potato juice, and hopefully that will keep Pam happy for a while. More importantly, it'll give a lot of friendship points towards Pam and a lot of money in our pocket. So because I was using the copper bars and the iron bars to constantly make fishing tackles, I wasn't making as many kegs as I should have been making. And because of that, I had an over accumulation of oak resins. So I actually ended up selling some of the oak resins because I just had hundreds and hundreds of them just sitting there. It was time for another special orders quest. We had a choice for gifts for George or Robin's project. Went with Robin's project because I actually had some hardwood trees grown on the farm, so I cut down all those hardwood trees. That was going to be another easy quest done for the lovely Robin. 80 hardwood, you're welcome. And as a reward, I managed to get 2,000 gold, which was pretty nice indeed. So those special community quests were actually helping a lot in terms of making progress here and there. I also made a couple of looms as well, just so I could get the ball rolling with cloth, because I wanted to mass produce dressed spinners, and to make those you needed lots of iron bars and cloth. I also put a void salmon and I also put a dinosaur mayonnaise into the hidden bundle, just needed a silver star wine next. So I put some void eggs into a chest here for Krobus, he loves void eggs. We would use the void eggs to get Krobus' friendship right up to 10 out of 10 eventually. The void eggs is a cheap and cheerful way to do it. So I gave Evelyn a leek here, she wanted it for George, that was another quest complete. More importantly, it was friendship points towards Evelyn, and that's what we're all about at the moment, it's friendship points. It was time for another key quest, so we're going to go for Danger in the Deep. This will give us access to the hardened version of the mines. It will also give us access to the lovely radioactive bar. Before I went in, it was time to do some weapon upgrades. I put 3 rubies into the Galaxy Sword just to make it a bit stronger, and then it was time to head into the dangerous version of the mines. Made it down to floor 26, passed out, but I got a good bit ways down, so I was happy enough with that. It was Pam's birthday, of course. Give her a cactus fruit, she was delighted. 10 out of 10 hearts with Pam, didn't have to give her any more gifts. Lovely stuff. Back down into the hardened versions of the mines. I was going through the middle tier at the moment, which is one of the more difficult tiers. I got straight down to the 70 floors. I was fighting skeletons, and these were actually dropping lots of bone fragments for me, which was great. And I actually got down into the 90s as well, and I was fighting regular void enemies here. I was getting lots of gold ores, lots of stone. Made it down to floor 120 eventually. Got some key gems as my reward. It was time to head back out onwards to the next day. And as per usual, we have kegs filled up with more starfruit wine. So the trend continues. We're harvesting wine, we're smelting bars, making tackles. Basically, we're just trying to get as much money going as possible. I also got the potato juices for Pam. She'll be super happy with those as well. And it was time for another help wanted quest. It was the golden quest. Harvey this time wanted a diamond. 2,250 gold. That is by far the best quest you can get. Put the potato juice in the fridge for Pam, and as a reward I got 3,000 gold for that, and it was straight after Harvey to get another 2,000 gold for giving him a diamond. So today was an absolutely magnificent day for money. 3,000 off Pam, 2,000 off Harvey. What more could I have asked for? So it was Shane's birthday today. Give him a beer. He was super happy with that. He was up now with 7 out of 8 hearts. I almost had Shane maxed out. It was then back to Ginger Island to pull up the remaining key fruit, and this was going to be the last harvest of key fruit I had to do. This would complete the quest, awarding me 100 key gems in total, which is absolutely fantastic. So when all the key fruit was pulled up, I just replaced it with star fruit, using the Ginger Island farm to its maximum abilities. This is how we're going to get the golden clock. We're just going to have to sell tons and tons of wine along with fishing tackles. So I purchased 3 Galaxy Souls the next day with all of the key gems I had accumulated. I also got key to the town, making access to the NPCs a little bit easier. I did eye up Pierre's missing stock list, but didn't have enough for it at the moment. Also got a banana, finally, off the fully grown banana tree. Gave that to the gorilla, he was super happy with that. As a reward, he gave me 3 more golden walnuts. So I went back into the volcano dungeon today. I came across these strange looking mushroom type enemies, but every time I killed one of these enemies, they dropped magma caps, which is an amazingly good food that you can eat. I also upgraded my Galaxy Sword to an Infinity Blade, super happy with that. And it was time for another special orders quest. This time I'm going for a curious substance, because I wanted to get the monster musk off the wizard to make life much easier for me on the road. I also went with Skull Cavern Invasion for the key quest because it was awarding 40 key gems and I had staircases to burn. Because I had the Crusader enchant, these mummies died in literally 2 hits. They also dropped tons and tons of cloth for me, which was magnificent. So I was making it down to the floors and I got to floor 100, got some quality sprinklers, happy days. The next day gave the wizard the ectoplasm he wanted, and I was rewarded with 2,500 gold, but more importantly, he'll send me the recipe for monster musk the next day. Back into the mines and we're smelting bars. We're going with iron bars this time, of course, for kegs, for fishing tackles. We needed tons and tons of iron bars. I made some bone mills as well actually. It was time to get the ball rolling with those. And it was time to start working on Leo. He loves duck feathers. He had 0 out of 10 hearts at the moment because I've been neglecting him. But it was time to make an effort now with Leo. So with the key gems I had, I started off with getting Pierre's missing stock list. This would give me access to all the crops in the game through Pierre, and the rest of the crops through Sandy. I also got a deconstructor as well with the remaining amount. Deconstructor will come in super handy later on. The mold mills are serving me well. What I was looking for here was quality fertilizers, tree fertilizers, and deluxe speed grow. They're all amazing items, and it means I don't have to buy them and waste money. I can just get them off the bone mills because there's tons of bone fragments that you can get from the dig site on Ginger Island. So I went to the flower dance today. Asked Marta to dance with me because I needed to get friendship points with her. I'm sure Hayley won't mind, of course, you know, especially with having the baby and everything. It was time for another dance off. What I love about this event is that it's one of the best events out there to get hearts up with people. That night, Hayley gave birth to a baby boy. What are we going to call it? We're going to call it Garfunkel. Go Garfunkel! I also completed the Island of Greetings quest, 3,750 gold in the bag. Thank you very much. Spoke to Hayley. She was super excited about the baby, but I was super concerned because I couldn't see an actual viable way to get access to the baby without moving some furniture around. I also got some tea leaves from Caroline's sunroom, put those into a keg to get green tea to sell that, because in order to get perfection you had to sell one of each item in the game, or one of most of the item types in the game. I also had lots of Omni Geodes, got Clint to break open all those, because I needed to collect all of the minerals in the game. Best way to do that is to get Clint to break open all the Omni Geodes. So I got tons of minerals from that, and as a reward I got a crystallarium. I was super happy with that. It was also after Desert Trader. Today was Thursday, which means magic rock candy for me. I had the prismatic shards to spare, so I said why not. I also went back into the coop today to collect a huge amount of items that were just left on the ground. I really needed an auto grabber badly, but I didn't want to pay 25,000 gold to get one, so I kept on waiting out for the chances to pick one up in the Skull Cavern. It was also Pierre's birthday today. Gave him a fried calamari. He was super happy with that because he loves that. That got him up to 8 out of 10 hearts, which was great. I made tons of dressed spinners today using iron bars and cloth. I had tons of cloth to spare. The problem was actually iron and bars. Needed to farm a lot more iron. Those dressed spinners will however sell for 500 gold a pop. I also activated the Shrine of Challenge, which will now turn the mines into the hardened versions of the mines, which means I can farm radioactive bars. I also went back to the volcano cave today because I wanted to get the ginger ale recipe and the warp totem to the island recipe. This would save me a ton of gold going forward because I already had lots of resources to make warp totems to Ginger Island. So I also went through the rest of the volcano cave, enchanted my pickaxe, got the swift enchant, which means the pickaxe will now swing a lot faster, and I got the shaving enchant for the gold axe, which means I get a lot more wood from the trees now when I cut down the trees. It was then back to the greenhouse to farm more starfruit. So as you can see here now, there's basically a trend of constantly farming starfruit, convert that into starfruit wine, go to the mines, do the quests, accumulate money, and we're just going to keep on accumulating more and more money all the time because we need to in order to get that golden clock. So I tried a tactic now today. I literally spent almost the whole day going up and down into floor 1, literally farming radioactive ores to turn into radioactive bars. Even with 25% discount, these bars should sell for over 1,000 gold a piece, and that was nothing to sniff at. So it was also Emily's birthday today. Gave her the ruby, she was super happy with that, and that was Emily maxed out with 8 out of 8 hearts, one step closer to maxing out all of the friendships in the valley. So this time I decided to put down some ancient seeds inside the greenhouse. These ancient seeds will accumulate and accumulate over time. Also got some battery packs too today from the electrical pylons, which will come in super handy for making more crystallariums later on in the game, because we're going to need hundreds of crystallariums to achieve perfection. So I got lots of radioactive bars today from smelting open the ores. I'm going to sell all those. I also got an ostrich egg over on Ginger Island because I found a letter that showed me the location of one. And I'll be able to hatch an ostrich with that and then sell future ostrich eggs, which is needed for perfection. Finally got forage level 10. Went with botanist of course, which means every time I pick up an item it's going to be of iridium quality. Look at all the money I get for the mining stuff here. 33, almost 34,000 gold. Iridium bars are going for 1,125 gold per bar. That was absolutely amazing. Time for another special orders quest. This time we're actually going to go with Pierre's Prime Produce, and we're going to try to get 25 gold star vegetables. I felt like I could easily get that because I had lots of quality fertilizer from the bone mills. So I purchased 100 red cabbages, also accepted another Skull Cavern invasion quest, super lucky there. 40 more key gems in the bag because I had loads of jades, loads of staircases. Planted the red cabbages, I also put down quality fertilizers to ensure that I get gold star red cabbages because I need 25 in total to complete that quest. Spent the rest of the day cutting down trees to accumulate more wood because I wanted to make more kegs. So it was a day of tree cutting for day 142. I also went back into the volcano dungeon here and I was farming magma sprites, magma sparkers, because I wanted to get all of the monster eradication golds. I also got a protection ring too from the chest, which I'll sell later on to Marilyn. I gave Jess a pearl today for her birthday. That got her to 5 out of 10 hearts. Jess was super happy. I made 56 more kegs today because I accumulated enough resources to do so. And by that I mean cutting down a ton of trees. Put the kegs down. I really needed a shed, but the shed cost 15,000 gold. I had to hold off for now. I needed to make a lot more gold, so I basically sold all of the excess stuff that was lying around. I sold unprocessed stuff such as milk and wool. I sold 465 oak resins. Sure, I could have kept them and made more kegs, but they were just over accumulating all the time, so I just said I'd sell them. I had a tree farm set up with 100 tappers, so I know I would get back the oak resins eventually anyway. Made 35,000 gold from all that stuff today. That got me up over 100,000 gold, which means I could finally get the last house upgrade that cost 100,000 gold. I needed that to access the casks, to access the Silver Star wines, to get the movie theatre. So it was basically a huge plan in motion. Look at all the lovely star fruit today. I was going to harvest all this and the whole lot was going to go inside kegs for more starfruit wine. I haven't sold any starfruit wine yet. It's accumulating at the moment. When I do decide to sell it, I will respec into the artisan profession, so it'll be worth 40% more. So we're back to Ginger Island again, planted more starfruit seeds, and this time it was back down into the Skull Cavern, but this time it was the hardened version of Skull Cavern, so I had to have my wits about me. The good thing about the hardened version of Skull Cavern is that you can also get radioactive ore down here as well. I was also hunting pepper Rexes because I needed to kill those for monster eradication goal, so pepper Rexes were high on the priority list. I didn't do too well that day, didn't make it down to floor 100, but the next day was Sunday, so I traded up, got my staircases and went for another attempt. And today I got down to floor 100 no problem at all. I got a crystallarium on floor 13, an autograbber on floor 36, prismatic shard on floor 56. I was getting great treasures today. Another crystallarium a few floors later. It was just a great day. Anytime I saw huge floors like this with loads of zombies or mummies, I just killed them straight away because I wanted the cloth, and sometimes they dropped between 2 and even 3 pieces of cloth upon death. 65 pieces of cloth, an auto petter, 2 crystallariums, an auto grabber. It was an absolutely marvellous day I had in the Skull Cavern. So the house was finally upgraded, and I'm going to fill up all these casks with starfruit wine, and what I'll do is I will wait until they all are of iridium quality, but once the first one reaches Silver Star, I'll take that one out to get the theatre. So I'm going to go over the Juicy Bugs Wanted quest, which is just 100 pieces of bug meat. This will be done very quickly because I have the burglaring. It was also time to give Gus an orange today, just to get friendship points up with him. That was Gus maxed out, 10 out of 10 hearts. Today was of course Monday, which meant another key quest. I had a choice of keys, prismatic range or extended family. I went with extended family and just pulled up more fish for an easy 20 key gems. So I spent a great deal of time today trying to get these fish. The glacier fish didn't give me an easy time today. It took me a few attempts to get that. I did however one-shot the radioactive carp, one-shotted the son of the crimson fish, and it took me a few attempts to get the legend too. Eventually it decided to take it easy on me and I managed to pull that up out of the water. And we finished up with Miss Angler giving us 20 more key gems in the bag. So Sandy wanted a tuna and she got just that. I didn't have a whole lot of friendship points accumulated with Sandy, so I had to work extra hard with her. Back to the regular mines, collecting iridium bars this time, and smelting copper bars. Why are we smelting copper bars? Because we want more kegs, of course. So it was Maru's birthday today. I gave her a battery pack. She was super happy with that. I also spoke with her after so to get more friendship points, and that would push her to almost 8 hearts. I also snuck beside Demetrius to give his wife a lovely peach. That's right, Demetrius, go to the bed. I'm busy here talking to your wife. back down into the mines. We are killing bugs to get bug meat. I needed 100 in total, of course. But if I saw copper ores and other stuff, I'd get those as well. If I saw slimes, I'd kill those for slime. Once the quest was done, I put the 100 meat into a container here, and as a reward, I came out with 3,000 gold. I was so happy with that. I went to the luau today as well, put in a gold star sturgeon. I did this because you get a lot of friendship points if you do really well in the luau. The government, of course, was very happy with my sacrifice. So it was time to get more jades from the crystallariums and fill up the kegs with more starfruit. It was just another day on the beach farm, of course. It was back to Ginger Island. The red cabbages were finally ready. Going to harvest all these lovely red cabbages. I also got my first snake vertebrate today. This is just a super rare artifact that's needed to complete Professor Snail's archaeology quest. I needed one more snake vertebrate. Clint wanted more copper ores. It was becoming a big problem. I decided not to take this quest because I was really worried about Clint and his obsession with copper ores. I did, however, complete the quest for 25 gold star red cabbages, and I got 2,500 gold as a reward. Went to the Statue of Uncertainty, 10,000 gold to swap over a profession, so I had to be really careful about using this feature. I decided to respec into Artisan because I wanted to sell some starfruit wines just to get some upgrades done and dusted. So it was Alex's birthday today. I just gave him a rabbit's foot because my rabbit was kind enough to amputate its foot, but not to worry. Rabbits in this game are magical and they will regenerate their limbs no problem at all. I purchased a load of sheep off Marnie just to increase my wool production so I can get more cloth so I can make more dressed spinner tackle. I was running really low on hay, so I just ran around here just to cut away some grass to get some hay. And what I'm doing here is I'm cutting very specifically so that it will grow back a lot faster because there's grass on all sides. Later on that day I made a lot more crystallariums and I decided to just do up the farm a little bit, put down some pathways, change some things around and put down the crystallariums in a better fashion so I can just harvest them a lot more efficiently. I made 447,000 gold today, primarily from selling starfruit wine. 787 gold for a starfruit wine. I know it's not much with the 25% discount, but that's the best we're going to do, and that's what we're going to have to do in order to get things like the golden clock and the warp obelisks. Now we will use tackle as well, but the starfruit wine is going to come in fierce handy. It was time to change out professions again. Now that I sold my starfruit wine, I was going to re-spec into shepherd again. I also used a fairy dust here just so I can get the silver star wine, and now I can get access to the theatre. This was the last item I needed to finish off the missing bundle. So using the theatre, I'll be able to get friendship points up with people a lot easier. Now you can only use the theatre once a week, but it will be so worth it. I can focus on people that I don't have a whole lot of friendship points with, bring them into the theatre and get the hearts up very quickly with them. So we're going back into shepherd. Sheep produce wool faster, befriend barn animals quicker. Bear in mind too that with this profession combined with a sheep that has maxed out hearts, a sheep will produce one wool every single day, which is amazing. Also, an iridium star wool has a 66% chance to get you back 2 pieces of cloth. We're going cave patrol, slay 50 grubs for Clint. That will pay well, and we'll also get bug meat along the way, so why not? This time we're going to go with Key's Prismatic Grange. I actually had a lot of items lying around the farm, so I felt confident I could do that quest without spending too much money, because money was super important to us at the moment. So to complete the quest I had a huge assortment of different blue items. I also had the usual cherry bombs, copper ores, fibre, sap, white essences. They're all super easy to get. I also had a load of blue items here as well, such as Georgia Colas, Crystal Flute, blueberries, aquamarines. That was another easy key quest done. So using the reward that I got, I decided to purchase up as much recipes as I could, because I'm going to have to make all these recipes at least once to complete certain achievements in this game in order to get perfection, such as craft all items in this game. So I got my gold pickaxe off Clint. It was time to get him to upgrade more stuff, so using the money that I currently had, I was basically going to get Clint to upgrade all of my tools to iridium quality just to get that done and dusted. You don't need to have all the tools upgraded to get perfection. It just makes life a lot easier when it comes to general progression later on. 6,000 gold for completing the Cave Patrol Special Orders quest. It was so worth doing. So it was Sam's birthday today. Gave him a cactus fruit, and that is Sam maxed out. 8 out of 8 hearts. Done and dusted. So it was time to get more recipes today. Banana pudding for 30 bone fragments, and of course the deluxe retaining soil for 50 cinder shards. that retaining soil is something I might consider later on in the game. Robin also had a huge amount of recipes that I could get, such as flooring and blaziers, of course. Now I did have to go out and back into our inventory a few times to get all the blaziers, but I got them all in no time at all. I also got a crafting bench offer as well and some mini fridges. So I got my copper watering can off Clint. It was time to give him another tool to upgrade. This time we'll give him the pickaxe and we'll just finish it off with an iridium pickaxe. Back to Ginger Island, of course the trend continues. We're pulling up more starfruits from the ground. This run is a very grindy run, but there isn't really a choice. If we want to get the golden clock, we have to grind it out. We just gotta bite the bullet and get it done. Back on my regular farm, I was going to put all the starfruit into kegs. The reason why I had all the kegs on the regular farm and not Ginger Island was because I needed the space on Ginger Island to grow the crops. So we're off to Robin's today and we're going to get her to construct a building for us. And what we're going for here is basically a slime hutch. Reason being, to get tons of slime. If I want to mass produce sturdy rings in the future, this would make it a lot more viable, of course. It was then down to the usual processing of wool into cloth. Back to Clint, of course, got my iridium pickaxe, super happy with that. It was time to upgrade another tool. This time we'll give him the axe, finish that off, upgrade it to the iridium axe, which is going to make life way easier in terms of cutting down trees. So I decided to experiment a bit, swapping out the jades with quartz because I can trade quartz in for bombs and deconstruct bombs into iron ores, smelt those into iron bars so I can mass produce dress spinners. I also got the snake vertebrae, that was the second one. Praise the Lord, it took me so long to get those, but now I can finally complete Professor Snail's archaeology side quests, which will award me with the rest of the golden walnuts. But that won't be all of the golden walnuts, there was still a few left to get via the dart minigame, which I'll do in a couple of days as well. But as a bonus reward, Professor Snail will also give me the recipe to make an ostrich incubator, which we need to hatch a lovely ostrich into our lovely farm, which will generate ostrich eggs, which we can sell to get us one step closer to perfection. So I pulled up some ancient fruits today. All of that will go into the seed makers, and those seeds will be put back down into the greenhouse. Eventually this greenhouse will be an ancient fruit greenhouse. After that, Ginger Island will slowly but surely become an ancient fruit Ginger Island farm. And ancient fruit will then be converted into ancient fruit wine. So we will converge from starfruit to ancient fruit. So I placed down my lovely ostrich incubator, put the ostrich egg inside. That's going to take roughly 9 days for that to hatch, but we're very patient people. It was off to the desert trader. I had a couple of jades left over, so I traded up to 152 staircases. That'll keep me going for a while, hopefully. I also hoed up a strange doll from the ground, which I needed to give to Gunter to get the artifact done. It was back to the Stardew Valley farm. This time we were getting battery packs, and all these battery packs would be used, of course, for crystallariums later on. It was also the dwarf's birthday, so I gave him a gift there. I got some nice friendship points with the dwarf, 8 out of 10 hearts, so we're almost there with the dwarf. I also got my iridium axe back off Clint. It was time to give him another tool to upgrade. This time we'll go with a steel watering can upgrade. And of course it was time for another key quest, another Skull Cavern invasion. I was blessed with Skull Cavern invasions. It's one of the best quests you can get because of the natural resources you can get in the Skull Cavern is just amazing. It was time to get the last few golden walnuts by playing the dart game. The dart game gets harder each time because you get less and less darts to use to get the score down to 0, but it's absolutely not impossible, and it is quite fun to play as well. Once I got those 3 golden walnuts, I then had all 120 golden walnuts, gotten one step closer to perfection. So I purchased all the bombs today by trading in quartz. I just had one deconstructor at the moment, so it wasn't very viable right now to spend days deconstructing these bombs into iron ores. I would have to get a lot more deconstructors to make the tactic a lot more viable to use and to profit from. So I saw Leo walking down the path today. I decided to give him a duck feather. That's more friendship points with him. I also gave Clint an amethyst, which is what he was exactly looking for. That was Clint maxed out, absolutely fabulous. Gave Shane a bear, that was Shane maxed out. Gave Pamela a bear, that was Pamela maxed out. I gave Gus an orange because why not, everyone else is getting gifts, even though he was already maxed out. I didn't want to leave him out of this lovely gift giving event. And I gave Emily an amethyst, that was Emily maxed out. So I left one happy saloon. So I started killing pepper rexes today. I finally got the monster eradication goal for pepper rexes. All that was left was the magma enemies inside the volcano dungeon. I also made it down to floor 100 in the Skull Cavern, completing another key quest, awarding me with more key gems. And of course the trend continues we are filling up kegs and harvesting kegs with starfruit. I also gave the mayor a truffle oil today because it was a quest that I had. I won't ask him what he wants to do with that, but I will certainly take his money and his friendship. 750 gold in the bag, and that was Mayor Lewis maxed out. An achievement there called the Beloved Farmer, but we still had other NPCs to work on before we maxed out all friendships in the game. I got my steel watering can off Clint. I gave him the can straight back to upgrade to a gold watering can, which will be a great help later on. I then went to Robin and got her to build a shed for me so I can fill it up with more processing machines, but more importantly, I can save some space on the farm. It was then back to Krobus, gave him another void egg. He was super happy with that. With all the money I had, I decided to treat myself to a lovely star drop. This was another star drop in the bag. I actually forgot about this star drop and only found it when I was going through Krobus' inventory. I was under the impression I got it in the last video, but obviously I didn't. I purchased another rare seed because I needed to sell the sweet gemberry for an achievement to get perfection, because the other sweet gemberry was given to the statue to get a star drop. Went back to Ginger Island. I was blown up nodes to get more bone fragments because I wanted to get more lovely items from the bone mills, such as fertilizers and speed grows. Back into the barn, it was time to get more cloth because I wanted to make more dress spinners, of course. I wanted to accumulate hundreds of cloth. So I used deluxe speed grow on all of the fresh ancient fruits here because I wanted them to grow a lot faster because time was of the essence. I also started the chain quest to get access to the casino to get the alien rare crow. So I needed a rainbow shell for the next part, got that off the beach. Actually got 2 rainbow shells so I can sell one. I went to Robin the next day and I got her to upgrade a shed to the big shed. I had lots of money at the moment, so why not? Might as well spend it all and get as much upgrades as possible. Later on in the day I continued with the chain quest for Mr. Key, but what was holding me back now was the 10 beets I needed to place inside Mayor Lewis's fridge. So I had to buy some beet seeds from Sandy, and they were going to take a few days to grow, 6 days in total, but I might be able to speed that up a little bit if I use speed grows, and I had hundreds of speed grows. I got my gold watering can off Clint, and it was time to get it upgraded again, but this time I was going to go with the hoe because I didn't have Iridium bars on me at the moment. I also made some warp totems to Ginger Island, which is going to save me a ton of money because I just didn't want to pay 1,000 gold for a ticket anymore. Once that magma sparker died, that was all of the monster eradication goals completed, one step closer to perfection, and we finished off summer with the lovely Moonlight Jellies event with my lovely wife Hayley. I don't know where the baby went, but I'm sure the baby is okay because it's just a pixelated game. It was time for a help wanted quest with Kent. He wanted an aquamarine to put under his pillow. I really needed the friendship points with Kent, so I took up the quest straight away and gave him that aquamarine along with an egg because he likes eggs. I didn't have any loved gifts for him at the time, so you're just going to have to take the eggs off me. It was time for another special orders quest. We're going to go with the crop order. Ship off 100 pumpkins, and this will give us a lot more money from Mayor Lewis. It was time for another key quest. It was another Skull Cavern invasion. I mean, they just kept popping up every single week. Super lucky, of course. It was also time to buy the last recipe I needed, Hyper Speed Grow. And with the remaining golden walnuts, I just purchased some key gems. With the rest of the key gems, I purchased 2 deconstructors. Super happy with that. So I got flounder roe today because I got rid of the sturgeon and I put in flounders into the pool because I needed to get aged roe to get one step closer to perfection. I also gave Abigail here a ticket to see Mysterium, and this will get friendship points up with Abigail because I wanted to max her out as quickly as possible. I also went back to Clint. I got my copper pickaxe. It was time for another tool upgrade, but I didn't have any bars on me right now, so I'd have to go back to him later on. So it was Penny's birthday. She got a melon from myself. She was super happy with that, and that maxed out Penny. 8 out of 8 hearts. Super happy with that. So day 170, we're almost there. I planted 100 pumpkin seeds on my Ginger Island farm, and I also went back to my regular farm and I picked up these ancient fruit, and these will be converted into seeds and they will be replanted back down on the greenhouse. Eventually the greenhouse will be filled up to the top with ancient fruit. So I visited Gus today, purchased the triple shot espresso recipe because I needed that for perfection, and I also gave some gifts as well. Emily finally got the apricot. She's been asking for almost a year, but I didn't have an apricot tree on the farm. So finally the tree fully grew inside the greenhouse. I was able to finish off that quest for Emily. 600 gold in the bag. Back to my lovely barn to get more cloth, and then back down to the Skull Cavern to get radioactive ores, but more importantly to make it down to floor 100 to get those lovely key gems that I needed for progression. When I got to floor 70 I got a crystallarium. Super happy with that. Crystallarium is probably one of the most important processing machines that I need in order to complete this challenge. Will I complete this challenge within the 200 days? No. Will I complete it within 300 days? I don't know. I'll let you know next week though. I purchased 551 starfruit seeds off Sandy, planted those on Ginger Island. I had to water some because I had to make some extra ground with the hoe. Day 173, we are smelting copper bars because I need to make more kegs, a lot more kegs. Once all the copper bars have been smelted, I made 61 more kegs to put into that lovely shed that has just been built. So this shed will be filled up to the top with kegs. I also have lots of kegs outside as well that can go inside. So I filled up all these kegs with more starfruit because I had an overabundance of starfruit that I had to get through. I also gave Elliot a duck feather for his birthday, that maxed out Elliot. Clint wanted 45 more copper ores. Absolutely not, Clint. I'm sorry, but you need to give it up. I'm worried about you, Clint. Just take up some other hobby. Ask Emily out on a date, why don't you? So I get Robin to make me a stable, and the reason why I wanted Robin to make me the stable is because it allows me to transverse the map more quickly, saving more time, getting more stuff done. I also paid Clint a visit, got him to upgrade my hoe to a steel hoe. I'll have that done in a few days. Back to the regular mines, and we are getting iron bars, so I'm constantly smelting bars, as you can see. This has to be done so I can just keep making processing machines and I can keep making fishing tackles. Smelting iridium bars now. I'm gearing up to get more crystallariums later. Went to Gil here. I got a napalm ring, super good, and I got some cool hats. Decided to put on the arcane hat and change up my character a bit. And look at me now, I was styling with my new arcane hat. I was ready for action. I got super lucky as well. Super rare event here. The strange capsule landed on my farm. I'll put this inside the house. Something does break out of that eventually, so it's really cool when it happens. I also put the 10 beats inside Mary Lewis's fridge. That continued on the chain quest to get into the casino. And I put a solar essence into the skeleton's mouth there, which apparently is a sand dragon. And I finally got the club card just outside my house. So now I can access the casino and get the goodies that lie within. I also spent some time today pulling up fish because I needed certain fish to get certain recipes done. I needed to think about cooking up recipes now. I also named my horse Chuck because my dog in real life is named Chuck and he's an awesome dog. So let's go Chuck. Let's get perfection together. So back to the mines today. We're getting more bars, iridium bars. This time lots of them. Went back to Clint, got my steel hoe, and it was time to upgrade it to a gold hoe. And then after that it'll be upgraded to an iridium hoe. That'll be all the tools upgraded then, except of course the bin. Finally fished up a salmon, needed that to make the salmon dinner recipe. And I also fished up some sea cucumbers here, needed those to make lucky lunches. And I also needed the eel as well to make spicy eel. So I was now just accumulating specific kinds of fish for those recipes. I also went with another special orders quest today. This time we were going with Gus's famous omelette. This will be a super easy quest. I've got loads of chickens that are just too happy to lay eggs for me. It was time for, yes you guessed it, another Skull Cavern invasion. We weren't going to play Junimo Kart. Absolutely not. I'm just too bad at it. I apologise. 40 key gems for Skull Cavern invasion. Back into the barn. We are getting cloth. We're getting cheese. We're making money. Back to the greenhouse. We're putting up ancient fruit. Convert those into seeds. Plant them back down in the greenhouse. Our ancient fruit farm continues to grow. We get the gold hoe off Clint. We're going to give that straight back to him. Upgrade that to an iridium hoe. Thank you very much, Clint. I finally made it to the casino. I played some card games, went double or nothing a few times so I could afford the alien rarecrow, which was one of the last rarecrows I needed in order to get access to the deluxe rarecrow, which we need in order to get perfection. So I left the casino. I'm probably never going to go back there, of course. Back to the farm, and we were getting more starfruit wines. So we had hundreds and hundreds of starfruit wines collected at this stage of the game. So it was Jodie's birthday. Gave her a diamond, more friendship points with Jodie, 9 out of 10 hearts, so we're almost there with Jodie. Purchased the magic rock candy, that was the second one. So today I took the magic rock candy, went down through the hardened version of Skull Cavern, and I've got some real good stuff in the treasure rooms. 10 bombs, wow. The real prize for me was getting rooms like this filled up to the top with mummies because they die so easily and they give so much cloth. It was a cloth paradise. I visited my lovely pet slimes today in the slime hutch. I put a slime egg into the incubator there and there was a few slime balls that I could harvest. I decided to leave it off though and I'd harvest them later when more slime balls accumulated. I also finished off Gus's quest today by putting some eggs into his fridge. That awarded me with 3,000 gold. I was super happy with that. Back to Desert Trader today, of course, and this time I had tons of quartz, almost 1,000 pieces of quartz. I got back 192 bombs, and the plan was to deconstruct these bombs to get tons of iron ores. I still didn't have enough deconstructors to make this tactic truly good, but I could make lots of dress spinners out of the resources I used today. So much so that I ended up getting loads of money from selling the fishing tackles today. Each dress spinner was sold for 500 gold. This gave me a total of almost 33,000 gold from selling dressed spinners. Who thought the day would come where you had to sell tackle to make a living in this game? It was Abigail's birthday today. Give her an amethyst. Just pushed her right up to 7 out of 8 hearts. So I was almost there with Abigail. And it was like this for a lot of the NPCs now. Almost had them all maxed out. Got my iridium hoe back off Clint. That was all of my primary tools fully upgraded, except for, of course, the watering can, which Clint will upgrade right now. So it was now time to buy the warp totem recipe off the Desert Trader, followed by a lovely cozy visit to Robin's house where I gave her a peach, maxing out her friendship 10 out of 10 with Robin. I also maxed out Linus by giving him a coconut. He was super happy with that. Give Alex a rabbit's foot. He was almost there, just one more heart to go with him. Sam got a cactus fruit, that pushed him up to 8 out of 8 hearts. Fabulous. Sebastian got a sashimi, 5 out of 8 hearts with Sebastian. There was a bit of work left to do with him, but we'll get there. The next day it was time to pick up some truffles, pet our lovely ostrich. Look at it go. That will eventually start laying ostrich eggs. I can sell that egg then and be one step closer to achieving perfection. It was usual story today, so we're going to fill up the rest of the greenhouse now with these ancient seeds. And then the ancient seeds we get going forward will make their way over to Ginger Island, and that will slowly but surely become an ancient fruit farm as well. And that's going to mean lots of extra money for us. So I got another shed off Robin today. I'll just put that down beside this shed for now. I will move them around eventually, make the farm look a bit nicer. Went to the quarry today. I spent the whole day in the quarry just doing up this place. I got rid of all resources here, and I'm going to put down trees, and I'm going to put tree fertilizer on all of these trees to make them grow super fast. Then I will cut down these trees to get an absolute ton of wood. Finally got my iridium watering can back off Clint. That was all primary tools upgraded, except for the trash can of course, but we can come back to the trash can later on. Today it was time for another special orders quest. We're going to go with Cave Patrol with Clint, and we're going to kill 50 bats if we come across them of course. So the pumpkins were finally ready over on Ginger Island. They're going to harvest all these pumpkins and then ship them off, and that'll be another special orders quest completed. The pumpkins will now be replaced with lovely ancient seeds, and those ancient seeds will continue to grow and spread. So we have a choice now for key quests: 4 precious stones or Skull Cavern Invasion. I went with 4 precious stones because I had prismatic shards to burn, and it was an easy 40 key gems just to get that done as well. So I teleported back off to Ginger Island with my prismatic shards. That was probably the fastest key quest that I've done to date. That rewarded me with 40 more key gems. I also got 4,000 gold for the crop order for the pumpkins, and I decided to buy a full stack of starfruit this time from Sandy, just to save myself from going back and forth all the time getting starfruit. It was very cheap, I had lots of money, so why not? So I went back to the quarry today. I decided to put down a path, making it super easy to replenish these trees later on when they get cut down with more tree seeds. It'll save me so much time to do so. So I spent the rest of the day just putting down a path, making sure that I do it correctly, so that future generations of tree farms will be super easy to make. These trees will be fully grown in a few days, so I'm looking forward to cutting all those down. Back to Ginger Island, and we have a lot more starfruit here that we can harvest, and all these starfruit of course will be processed into starfruit wine. So I swapped out the quartz again with jades, and the reason why I done this is because I just didn't have enough deconstructors to make my quartz tactic for iron bars that efficient just yet, but I will swap back eventually when I have a lot more deconstructors to play around with. For now, it was going to be jades, it was going to be staircases, it was going to be skull cavern runs for tons of resources. Went to Robin as well. We're going to upgrade a shed to another big shed. That'll be the second big shed we have on the farm. We're smelting gold bars today, and we're also going to get the weathered floor recipe off the dwarf. We're also going to get the final rare crow that we needed in order to get the deluxe rare crow. So it was Marnie's birthday today. Gave her the diamond. Marnie maxed out. Happy days. I also had a look at the quest. Sebastian wanted a cave card, 75 gold. It wasn't about the gold though. It was about friendship points towards Sebastian. Gave him the cave card straight away. That followed a sashimi, hoping it would be enough to max out his friendship. Not quite, still 7 out of 8 hearts, so I had a normal conversation with him, and that was enough. That's why it's so important to always just have random conversations with the NPCs. I put a slime jack into the fish pond just to shake things up a bit. Slime jacks do have a chance to give back slime on occasion. I also went into my slime hutch and I got all the lovely slime balls. This was going to get me a lot more slime to play around with, so I can make sturdy rings if I wanted to. So back outside after this with the slime I had accumulated, gave that to the Slime Jack fish pond. 20 slimes in total, that is the first quest completed with them. I had over 200 Omni Geodes here for Clint to break open, which should finish out the mineral artifacts, and it did. Once I gave Gunther all of the mineral artifacts, it was then a matter of getting all of the other regular artifacts. So all of the minerals were done. Let's have a look at the other artifacts here. And I was missing quite a few. So what I done was I went back to the desert trader with the Omni Geodes and I traded up for artifact troves. Now it was 5 Omni Geodes per artifact trove, but it was worth it because I got 30 artifact troves right there. I'll get Clint to break open all these and hopefully I'll get the bulk of what I need out of it. You can also get other very interesting things such as golden pumpkins and pearls from these artifact troves, and they make for the best love gifts in the game. I also got some treasure chests, but because of the 25% discount rate, it was only worth 1,250 gold instead of the usual 5,000 gold. That was unfortunate. I also hauled up a strange doll as well, which I needed, and it was time to give more artifacts in to Gunther. Did I have all the artifacts needed to get another star drop? I didn't. I did, however, get a magic rock candy. Super happy with that. Just a few artifacts to go, however, so I should have that done eventually. Back over on Ginger Island, I was looking for more bone fragments, so I was just blowing up some more stuff again, because I wanted to get more tree fertilizers, speed grows, and quality fertilizers for future crops and whatnot. So I was filling up the bone mills here. These bone mills are just so overpowered. They were saving me a fortune on resources to make more money. I also went to the desert trader and I traded up 106 jades for 106 staircases, thank you very much. But this time I was going to deconstruct these staircases into stone. The reason why I needed so much stone is because I wanted to make more crystallariums, and a crystallarium requires 100 stone each. I made 7 crystallariums there. I ran out of stone, but I did have a lot of iridium bars and gold bars, so the deconstructor now means that I will never have issues again in terms of generating stone. So it was back to the greenhouse, pulling up more ancient fruit. These of course will all be turned into seeds and they'll go over to Ginger Island. So for the second big shed, I filled it up with crystallariums. All of these will be generating jades of course, for staircases and for stone. I also pulled up the sweet gem berry over on Ginger Island as well, and I'm going to ship that off. And that was the last thing I needed to ship off in order to get the achievement for shipping everything off in the game. So there was a choice here of Keys Cuisine and Keys Prismatic Grange. There was no way I was going to do Keys Cuisine, not with a 25% discount rate, not with the money I currently had. So I went with Keys Prismatic Grange again. This time though, it was super easy to do because I had all the resources prepared for it in case it happened again. I also went with Robin's Resource Rush. She wanted 1,000 pieces of stone. That was going to be super simple. I just had to collect it from the deconstructors and that quest was going to be done in no time at all. As we can see, 594 stone collected already from the deconstructors. I just had to do one more round of deconstructing and that quest was in the bag. As we can see, the quest was good as done. I get to keep the stone of course, and I get 2500 gold from Robin. Back to Key's secret walnut room with all of the items needed to complete the quest. What were we going to do with our hard earned key gems? So we had a choice between the horse flute and more deconstructors. I was going to go with the horse flute this time because summoning the horse on Ginger Island, it means a lot more time can be saved, a lot more resources can be gathered. I also purchased some key seasonings to make some elite food in the future if I wanted to, and I also got some magic bait if I needed certain types of fish to make certain types of recipes. If I was out of season, it didn't matter with the magic bait. So today was another day of just collecting resources. I got all the jades here from the crystallariums and I filled up the other crystallariums with those jades that were just generated. I also gave Pierre a rabbit's foot. That maxed out his friendship, which was great. I also gave Evelyn a diamond. Now this almost maxed out her friendship. One more gift with her should do the job. Vincent was also in the same boat. He was 9 out of 10 hearts, so one more gift with him should do the job as well. Leo was also in the same boat. I made a great comeback with Leo here. He was also 9 out of 10 hearts, so we'd have him done very quickly as well. Leah was also in the same boat. Very, very close to maxing her out. And we're also very close to maxing Kent out as well. So there was just a handful of Stardew Valley villagers that were very close to being maxed out. I also got the full shipment achievement, which is needed for perfection. The sweet gem berry sealed the deal for us there. So that is one step closer to getting perfection in this game. But the massive hurdle will of course be the golden clock. 10 million gold with a 25% discount rate. Of course it will take another 100 days to do that, but honestly I don't know if it can be achieved with just another 100 days, but it will be very interesting to find out. Back to the quarry today, all of the trees have grown. I couldn't blow these trees up, of course, I would destroy the pathway I made. I had to use my axe, cut down these trees manually. I did however have the shaving enchant with an iridium axe, so it only took a few swings and I was getting a lot more wood than these trees would normally give. So it was basically a whole day of cutting down trees and then replanting these slots with seeds. Look how easy it is to put down the seeds now that I have a pathway set up. It took me no time at all to get those seeds put down. I also gave Jess a pink cake, 9 out of 10 hearts with her. We got Krobus, maxed out friendship, absolutely delighted with that. We also give Leo another duck feather today, that maxed out his friendship, which was absolutely fantastic. Just a few NPCs to go. That was Leo in the bag. So, I went to the event tonight. I got the rare crow that I couldn't afford during the last playthrough. I made sure I got it this time, and that was actually the last rare crow that I needed to finally get the deluxe rare crow. The deluxe rare crow covers twice the tiles of a regular rare crow or scarecrow, so it's definitely something that you should make. It's something that every crop farmer should have in terms of saving tile space. We're back in the greenhouse, of course, putting up ancient fruit, convert those into seeds and bring them over to Ginger Island. So I gave Jess a golden pumpkin today that maxed her out, of course. Another NPC in the bag with max of friendship. Give Leah another salad. This finally maxed out Leah, so we were finished with talking to Leah for good. We could move on with other stuff. It was time to check out the daily quests, and Clint was at it again. He wanted more copper ores. Clint had a serious problem, so we didn't want to feed his addiction by doing that quest, so we decided to ignore it. We did, however, give Evelyn a lovely pearl, and that maxed out friendship with her. It was time to go to Kent at this time. I had a golden pumpkin for him, gave him that. That put him right up to 9 out of 10 hearts. The rest of the day was spent crafting some items, so I had enough resources gathered to craft all of the items on the first crafting list here. And I would have to craft all the items in the game, of course, to reach closer to perfection. But I would get there eventually. So I gave Clint a cinema ticket today. He said he'd go. That should get him the last heart that I needed, and that would then complete another quest to maximize friendship with all of the NPCs in Stardew Valley, getting us one step closer to perfection. So we went and saw the Miracle at Cold Star Ranch together, and he loved the popcorn I gave him as well. And when we came out, he had the lovely star underneath his portrait. That was Kent maxed out. So I now had a 10 max friendship with all of the NPCs, except Garfunkel, but we would get there with the baby one day. Time for another quest, Skull Cavern Invasion or Keys Hungry Challenge. They're both more or less the same in essence, where you're going down with staircases, so we might as well go with Skull Cavern Invasion because it gives more key gems. It was time to put more bone fragments into the bone mills and upgrade the watering can to give the efficient enchant. I didn't want that. I will come back eventually and try to get something better. For example, reaching to give more tile space with it, or to give it an unlimited supply of water. For the rest of the day, I just put some ancient seeds down in the Ginger Island farm. I had over 200 ancient seeds to use, so I used them all up, and that was a good portion of the Ginger Island farm covered. For the rest of the available slots, I just filled them up with starfruit, and then used my deluxe speed grow that I've been getting from the bone mills to speed up the growth rate for the ancient seeds. So it was time to go back to the regular farm and look at all this lovely starfruit wine that I was getting. I also put some kegs down in the cellar as well, and it was time to reform the farming profession. This time we were going for agriculturist to get the 10% growth rate on the crops, so the ancient fruits would grow faster. Look at all the lovely slime balls I can get today. This was going to get me back hundreds of slime, over 700 slime right there, and that was just all in a couple of days, which was great. Back to Robin, of course. It was time to construct another building. This time we were going to go with another shed. We had the money, so why not? We needed the storage space. I could put kegs in other places, but I had a lot of space to use up on the beach farm. So we finally made it to day 200. What a challenge this was. I just spent today just doing the Skull Cavern Invasion, got down to floor 100, got the iridium sprinklers, I got some other good stuff as well. Day 201, we're going to visit the wizard here, give him an iridium bar. This completes a nice quest for him, and the reward, of course, is 5,000 gold. That's really nice money there, especially with a discount rate of just 25%. We are then going to visit the quarry, and we're going to cut down all these trees because we are going to need thousands and thousands of wood to make thousands of kegs. We are going to need so many kegs in order for us to get the golden clock. We had to start now. So we are going to pay the desert trader a visit today. We're going to get artifact droves because we want to get all of the artifacts unlocked in this game to unlock another star drop. So we're going to get Clint to break open all these artifact droves, and we're going to donate all of them now to Gunther, and that is another achievement complete. One step closer to perfection. That is another star drop in the bag for us. The real challenge in this video will be trying to achieve 10 million gold to obtain the gold clock. That's going to be the killer challenge here. So we're going to visit Robin. We're going to upgrade a shed to a big shed. We are going to go for plenty of sheds in this video and fill them all up with kegs and crystallariums. So I made 40 kegs right there. I just had some materials lying around the place and I'll put those inside the shed. I'm also going to make one of each item here to get the craft all achievement. This is needed to get perfection. Now I don't actually have enough resources to craft all of the items in the game at the moment. I do run out of fiber. I also need some coal as well, and eventually I do end up running out of hardwood, so I just have to do a little bit more grinding to get that. I do however go back to the desert shed today because it's a Sunday, and I end up getting a whopping 401 staircases, trivializing any sort of future Skull Cavern run. I also spend the rest of the day just cutting down some trees. I start with the desert here, because I need a lot more wood to make a lot more kegs. So I ended up wiping out all of the trees over on Ginger Island as well. The hardwood is definitely appreciated. Ginger Island has loads of hardwood trees ready to be cut down. Hardwood is needed to craft all of the items in the game. So the greenhouse is ready with another batch of ancient fruit. At the moment the ancient fruit growth rate in the greenhouse is staggering. So what I might do is I might just leave it a few days so that when I go into the greenhouse I can harvest it all in one fell swoop. So for the rest of the day I decided to go to the event, and I actually got 2,000 gold for fishing up the most fish. It was nice. Last year I got fishing tackle, but I won't say no to any sort of money at this rate. It was time to get organised, so I'm going to pickaxe up all of these kegs and these will all be moved into sheds. And I also got lovely iridium starfruit wine from those casks as well. I was super happy with that. And the huge massive grind starts of putting starfruit into kegs. Eventually it'll be ancient fruit into kegs to get back wines, and the wines will more than likely do the trick for us when it comes to getting the golden clock. So it was time for the key quest. We'll go with Skull Cavern Invasion. 40 key gems, easy enough there, especially because we have so many staircases. We just have hundreds and hundreds of staircases. If I see radioactive ores or any sort of ores, I'll take them straight away, because I need tons of ores still to make tons of really cool stuff to make my journey that little bit easier. Gold ores, iron ores, copper ores are all on the table for fast progression. If I'm going to make the 10 million gold, I was going to have to use everything at my disposal. Smelted some iridium ores here into iridium bars, and once this is all done, we're then going to craft some hyper speed grows. Now the reason for hyper speed grows is that we're going to put these on the beach farm so that the future ancient fruits will grow a lot faster, because we're going to grow thousands of ancient fruits come spring, so it's all about getting prepared for spring to come. Best place for bone fragments and of course for clay is the dig site by far. So I'm just going to speed it up here. I literally go here every couple of days once all the resources have replenished, and I just harvest all those resources. I also got 4 deconstructors. I'm going to be utilising a new tactic in this video to make money, and the trick is going to be using deconstructors. So as we can see there, I just put a few staircases into the deconstructors to get back some stone. I will be selling stone in this video. I also purchased the magic rock candy because it was Thursday. As we can see, 1 jade converts into a staircase, and a staircase gives back 99 stone. That is 99 gold. That is almost doubling the value of a jade. So it might seem very small at the moment, but with a huge array of deconstructors that are on, it does become quite an effective method to get bursts of cash every now and again, especially when you have a shed filled up to the top of crystallariums and you can get hundreds and hundreds of staircases every single week. So it was time to make more items from the crafting bench. I needed iron bars primarily, so it was back to the mines and we were smelting iron ores into iron bars. We could try to finish off that craft all achievement, which means we're one step closer to perfection. So I went into my slime hutch today and there was loads of slime balls to be harvested, and all this slime will come in super handy later on in the game, especially when it comes to making cork bobbers and sturdy rings. This slime was going to come in so handy. Speaking of which, it was time to make an absolute ton of cork bobbers. All I needed to make these was wood, hardwood and slime, and I had tons of each resource. These cork bobbers sold for 250 gold a pop. On a small scale they wouldn't get you much, but making hundreds and hundreds of these would surely make a little bit of a difference. It was back to the crafting bench to craft more items. I was getting closer and closer all of the time to crafting all of the items in the game. What was really letting me down at the moment, believe it or not, was hardwood. I needed a lot more hardwood to finish off this achievement, so I needed to make the mini obelisk there. I also needed to make the solar panel, which required refined quartz. I also fished up a squid because I had to start looking at fish needed to craft all of the cooking recipes in the game as well. So this is my shed at the moment, filled up with some crystallariums. I will be making more crystallariums as the days go on. The more crystallariums I have, the more jades I can generate, the more staircases and stone I can get. So I made some deluxe retaining soil here, and this has a 100% chance to irrigate crops every single day, so that when I start putting some of the ancient fruit onto the beach farm, I won't need sprinklers at all. So I'm putting down mahogany seeds here for hardwood later on, because we're going to need tons of hardwood later on for various projects. And it was collecting more oak resins from these trees as well, because I needed to make a lot more cakes. I needed thousands of cakes. The Ginger Island farm was coming on quite nicely. It was more or less 50-50 at the moment between starfruit and ancient fruit. It was time to say goodbye to our lovely oak resin farm. We're going to use this space for crops instead come spring, so I just wanted to get it prepped now for ancient fruit, because the goal to getting the golden clock was going to be thousands and thousands of ancient fruit. So Haley wanted to have a baby. I said yes, of course, the more the merrier. Back into the greenhouse here, and it was time to harvest more ancient fruit. All of these ancient fruits will be converted back into ancient fruit seeds, because I wanted to literally fill up the beach farm with ancient fruits come spring. So all of the ancient fruits we get at the moment, they'll be converted back into seeds. All of these star fruits that are being picked up now at the moment won't be replanted back down. Instead, ancient fruits will take their place. Once all of Ginger Island has been covered with ancient fruits, we will then save all of the future seeds to go onto the beach farm. So we're going to need hyper speed grows, we're going to need deluxe retaining soils to make sure our lives are a little bit easier. So this is the last batch of starfruit that are going into the cakes. I'm also putting down hyper speed grow here on the Ginger Island farm so these ancient fruits will grow a lot faster. It was time for another key quest. I wasn't going to do Key's Cuisine because that's just impossible with a 25% discount rate. So we were going to go with Key's Prismatic Grange. So a few in-game hours later, I managed to complete that quest. I had most of the materials lying around, so it was a very quick quest to do. With the key gems I had at the moment, I decided to buy 2 batches of pressure nozzles. This would increase the range of sprinklers. This would also mean I can plant more ancient fruit seeds on the beach farm. So I checked out the auto grabber inside the coop, and I had an overwhelming amount of eggs, duck feathers, wool, and I wasn't really processing any of these items because I was just so busy doing other stuff. So I decided to just start processing some of these eggs to see if I can make some extra profit, because every single piece of gold was going to be necessary to get this gold clock by the end of the video. I took the Cave Patrol Special Orders quest here, so it was time to kill some lovely dust sprites. I took a monster musk. I had the quest done in no time at all. This was super beneficial as well because I was getting lots of coal from killing the dust sprites, and I needed tons of coal still to smelt tons of ores into bars. This is probably one of the most effective methods in the game when it comes to farming coal. There are certain ring combinations I could take to optimize this, but for now I was just happy with the monster musk. 6,000 gold for completing that quest. That was absolutely welcome, and I was closer to getting the gold clock. I had 55,000 gold. I needed 10 million. All of the mahogany trees had fully grown. It was time to cut them all down and stock up on an absolute ton of hardwood. It was then back to the crafting bench, and it was time to finish out the last few items I needed. Upon making the mini obelisk, I got the Craft Master achievement. We are now one step closer to perfection. It was time to visit Marnie. I had to buy some hay because I was running out of hay very quickly. So I just purchased 377 pieces there and just throw it into the mill. I decided to just sell all of the coop products before they were processed because I just wasn't going to have the time to keep processing them all. I didn't want to go farm more crystals either for mayonnaise machines, so I just sold them all as is. Went back to the mines, collected iridium bars. I was also collecting gold bars as well. I could sell all these too for loads of money, and if I had copper or iron, that was primarily going to go towards cakes. I also started to deconstruct more staircases because I wanted to get more stone so I could sell the stone as well. And bear in mind that 999 pieces of stone would give me 999 gold. But more importantly, I wanted to make more crystallariums. You need a lot of stone to make a lot of crystallariums. So these deconstructors were an absolute game changer for me. So it was back to my big shed where all my crystallariums were. I had 56 new crystallariums ready to go. So eventually we were going to have a shed filled up with crystallariums, generating jades. It was also back to Ginger Island, pulling up more ancient fruit from the ground here, and that would all be converted back into ancient fruit seeds. And I then went back to the Desert Trader, day 217 now, so we're getting there. 531 staircases. So we were doing really well with staircases. Because I had a slime hutch maxed out with slimes, slime ball generation was also really good as well. Every few days I could go into the slime hutch here and get tons of slime. I made 51 more kegs by the end of the day just to increase my wine output. So I had loads of kegs here now at the moment, but I still needed a lot more shades and I still needed a lot more Asian fruit seeds. Day 218, it was time for another special orders quest. This time Clint wanted me to kill 50 bats and I'll do that for him, no problem. It was also time for another key quest. We'll do extended family because there wasn't a hope we were going to play the Junimo Kart game. I'm just so bad at Junimo Kart. But I wouldn't have any problem at all fishing up those legendary fish, especially with all of the gear that I could access now because I was in the end game. It was also time to start filling up all these kegs with more starfruit for more starfruit wine. And we're finishing up today by starting our quest to get some of the legendary fish, starting with the Glacierfish Jr. Very difficult catch indeed. Then we go down to the sewers, get the radioactive carp. The next day the greenhouse is ready to go again with more ancient fruit, so we're going to pick all those up. We're also going to pick up all the ones in Ginger Island as well, and we'll harvest those back into seeds for the lovely beach farm come spring. We're now closing in on spring, just a few days to go. So we're going to end up with over 1,000 ancient fruit seeds ready to go for the beach farm, so it'll be a real nice spring setup for us. We also had a shed now filled up to the top of crystallariums. I also went to Pierre and I decided to purchase 5 of every single crop that he had to prepare myself for crafting all of the cooking recipes in the game. I didn't need to purchase 5 of each crop, but I didn't know which ones I needed and which ones I didn't, so I just purchased 5 of everything just to be safe. I also went to Sandy as well and purchased more starfruit, rhubarb and beets. Didn't need to purchase the cactus seeds because you can just pick those up in the desert easy enough. So I also went to the winter star event here. I gave Leo some cheese. I was hoping for a tea set, which is why I went to this event. I already had all of the relationships maxed out. I got a pink cake off Maru, not too bad at all, but I'll just end up selling that. I also gave Gus a coconut here as well. This completes another quest, and this awards me with 600 gold. So I still wasn't going to turn down any quest that I got, unless of course Clint was looking for copper ores. That was a huge no. Give Willie a link cut here as well. 550 gold in the bag, thank you very much Willie. So it was back to run into the mines. The goal was 50 bats. If I saw iron ores or anything else along the way, I would get those as well. Killing 50 bats is quite easy, especially using a monster musk, and the reward is always going to be quite good. Any sort of reward that you get from Clint when it comes to slaying monsters is always a good reward. 6,000 gold, which was great. So you're probably wondering why I haven't sold any of the wines yet. It's because I do not currently possess the artisan perk for the farming profession. I will eventually switch over to that perk later on and I will sell all those wines because they will be worth 40% more. And that is a staggering amount, especially with the 25% discount rate. I need all the money I can get, so I need to maximise all the perks that my character can attain. It was back to the quarry now again. All the trees have fully grown back. Having the path down makes it super easy to replant seeds and to put tree fertilizers on those as well. During the night, Haley gave birth to a baby girl. I called it Rory because I thought it was a boy, so I just slipped up there a little bit. Grandpa also visited me in my dreams and he was so proud of the job that I'd done on the farm. As a reward, I got a statue of perfection, and this little beauty generates iridium ore every single day. We were now in spring. It was time to put all of our lovely ancient fruit seeds down on the farm. So these ones were going to get hyper speed grows because I could use sprinklers with these ones, and the rest of the seeds then planted elsewhere on the beach farm would get the deluxe retaining soil. Having the iridium tools made it super easy to cultivate up the land and to get all these seeds planted before the day ended. I also activated rain totems as well, so I wouldn't have the water crops that I just didn't have enough deluxe retaining soil for. So I had enough truffle oils to make tons and tons of rain totems going forward, which was great. Even if I didn't have the rain totems, I did have an iridium watering can, so watering up the rest of the crops down there wouldn't be too much of a hassle anyway. The Ginger Island farm is now full to the top with ancient fruit as well, so things were looking good. It's time for another key quest. So I was looking at the key crops. 100 key gems was difficult to pass down. I said I'd take on the quest. Key's kindness would still be very difficult, as I didn't have a whole lot of items on hand for loved gifts. So I spent a great portion of the day just fishing up key beans. I also had a new big shed filled up to the top with kegs, ready to process my lovely ancient fruit into ancient fruit wine. So we are going to be looking at thousands upon thousands of ancient fruit wine by the time we get to the end of this video. It was also back to the greenhouse to harvest all of the ancient fruit in here as well, and this ancient fruit would not be converted into seeds, it would just be converted into wine instead. It was time to go to Robin and get her to build another shed. Then it was down to the Skull Cavern to get some resources. I needed iridium, I needed gold, I needed iron, I needed copper, I basically needed everything. Iridium still had some value when it comes to selling it. Iridium bars with the blacksmith perk, even with a 25% discount rate, still weren't too shabby at all. So, day 229, Gifts for George was the quest of the day for us, and we just had to give a dozen leeks to Evelyn to complete that quest. I got really lucky here. Just north of the farm there was 3 leeks on the ground. Unfortunately, the Gatherer perk didn't activate and I didn't get any double leeks there. It was also back to our lovely slime hutch to harvest all of the slime balls and get a lot more slime so we can make some great stuff going forward. So, day 230, it was time to harvest the first batch of key fruit. And all this key fruit was going to be put into seed makers to make more key beans, and this process would be repeated until I had enough key seeds to plant on the ground to finish off the quest. In terms of all of the key quests that are available to you, I find that this one is definitely the longest and most difficult to do because of the fact that it takes constant grinding to actually find these key beans in the first place, but it's always worth it because 100 key gems is absolutely nothing to snuff at. 99 more kegs were created today. They will go into a shed and they would process ancient fruit into ancient fruit wine. It was back to Robin, of course, and it was time to upgrade another regular shed into a big shed, so we would have Robin primarily working around the clock. I also came across the trash bear. He wanted a daffodil, gave him that straight away. I do attempt to do his chain quest so he cleans up the beach. You don't need it for perfection, but it was extra content for this video because I suppose the last thing you want to see me do is just sleep, harvest ancient fruit and just sleep all over again. Because once we finish all these other achievements, that's what it turns into. So it was time to finally craft all of the food items in the game. All the crops I purchased have been fully grown, so I have harvested all those. I had all the fish needed and I just got the Gourmet Chef achievement there, one step closer to perfection. So we now had all items crafted, we had all recipes made. There was only a few things left for us to do to get perfection. Another key quest for precious stones. We had prismatic shards to burn. Let's have a look at the perfection tracker. 86% at the moment. All we needed now was the gold clock and the 4 obelisks on the farm. So these requirements required money. So what you're going to see going forward is a huge grind fest of me trying to assemble 10+ million gold to afford the gold obelisks and to afford the gold clock. And the main tactic we're going to use to achieve this is ancient fruit converted into ancient fruit wine, and eventually we'll sell all the wine with the artisan perk to obtain millions of gold. At the moment we had a lot of kegs on the farm, so it did take the majority of the day to replenish the stocks in these kegs and to harvest all of the current ancient fruit wines. The hardest part about the challenge now was finding the willpower to constantly grind out the ancient fruits on the farm and put them into the kegs every couple of days. Now it did take over 6 days for the keg to process the ancient fruit, so it would basically be a weekly activity where 1 day per week it would take almost a whole day to replenish the wines in those kegs. So it was back to getting key fruit, converting them back into key beans, planting those on the farm. All future key gems that I was going to get now were going to go into deconstructors, so my goal was to literally have a house filled up to the top with deconstructors so I could process tons of staircases into stone and sell the stone for a decent profit. So I was back to the greenhouse, and what's happened now is that all of the ancient fruits are ready because I left the greenhouse a few days, so I would only have to go in there kind of once a week to harvest all of the ancient fruit. I also picked up the last leek I needed for the special orders quest. I gave 12 leeks into Evelyn. She was super happy with that, 2,000 gold in the bag, but Evelyn will also send me a special item the next day that I can add to my farm as well. Special item being a coffee machine. So I went with Gus's famous omelets, just needed to get 24 eggs to complete that quest. That would be super easy to do. Back into regular mines, I was looking for copper ore badly. Needed copper to make more kegs. I had lots of iron and I had lots of oak resins and lots of wood. Copper was the resource that was letting me down at the moment. Copper is one of those resources where if you're at the very beginning of the game or the very end of the game, it's something you always seem to need because kegs are something you always seem to need if you want to make the big money. So it was back into the Skull Cavern. I was farming ores of all types. I was getting some key beans too from blowing open some of the nodes, which was good. I actually come out of here with tons of key beans that I can actually plant on the farm, which was quite useful. Day 237. It is time to harvest all these key fruit. I would have to make extra space in the farm to put down the rest of the key beans once all these seed makers were finished, but I did have an iridium hoe and an iridium watering can, so it wasn't too much of a challenge at all to quickly make more space for all these key fruit to be planted. We also had to think about maximum output capacity when it came to converting ancient fruit into wine, and Robin was going to help us with that. It was time to finally get another shed put on the farm. It was also time to go back to the quarry and to get all the wood off these trees, so we're just going to rinse and repeat the tactic here of cutting down all the trees, replanting the seeds, and then using tree fertilizer so that the trees will grow back very quickly. So it was time for another key quest. The weeks are coming around super fast. We're going to go with 4 precious stones again because we had so many prismatic shards it wasn't even funny. It was also time for another special orders quest. This time we're going to go with Robin's Resource Rush. Collect 1,000 pieces of stone. Deconstructors will trivialize that quest altogether. So I put the prismatic shards into the box there and I got more key gems back as a reward. I also went into my coop here and more eggs had generated for the Gust quest. So I grabbed all those, I'll give those to Gust later on. It was also time to use my deconstructors and to deconstruct some staircases back into stone, completing Robin's Resource Rush super fast. That was 2,500 gold in the bag. So I had 24 eggs in total. I went into the saloon here, put these into Gus's fridge, and that was another quest completed for Gus, awarding me with a lovely 3,000 gold, so that was more money in the pocket for us. So these gold gains were very small, but they do help in the long run, and when it comes to the end, when it comes to the crunch, all these quests do, as a matter of fact, make a huge difference. So I sold some key fruit today, and with the rest of the key beans that I had, I just planted those on the farm. The reason why I'm getting so many rainy days is because I keep activating rain totems. I still had plenty of rain totems left. And it was time to finally harvest all of the ancient fruit wine from the kegs, which basically takes a whole day. The next day, look at all these ancient fruits. We had tons of them on the beach farm. I was able to harvest this batch right now because I used Hyper Speed Grow. All of the other ancient fruits, or most of them, are using Deluxe Retaining Soil, so I would have to wait a few more days before I could get my hands on those. I also had a shed here filled up to the top with jades, so I was going to harvest all these lovely jades. The Ginger Island farm was also filled up to the top with ancient fruits ready to be harvested as well. So we are going to have hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient fruits to be converted into wine by the time this day is out. So I started looking into other ways to make money. I had a huge amount of cloth here. I started putting those into looms. I also made tons of cork bobbers because I just had so much slime, hardwood and regular wood. And I just sold all of the cork bobbers. I do sell quite the amount of cork bobbers, which makes a difference. It was also time to go back to Robin as well. It was time to upgrade the shed she built a few days ago into another big shed. So the trend continues. It was also back down into Skull Cavern. Got 2 rain totems here from a chest. Activated one straight away, which means I wouldn't have to water crops tomorrow. So that was super handy. And I also spent the rest of the day just getting more materials from the Skull Cavern so I can make more kegs and other bits and bobs. So it was back to the quarry to get more wood because I needed to make even more kegs. You're not going to believe the amount of kegs that we're going to have by the time we get to the end of this challenge. I also had tons of slime balls to harvest to get loads of slime. So if I wanted to make more cock bobbers down the road, I could do that no problem at all. I filled up a big shed with kegs and I had still over 100 kegs left over from the huge amount of kegs that I made. So I placed those outside the farm. I also put down a path as well just to add some sort of structure to the farm. It would also mean that I wouldn't have to worry about debris damaging the kegs or the crops going forward. Once all the kegs were down, it was time to go into day number 245, so we're almost halfway there. These key fruits will be the last key fruits I needed in order to complete the key crop quest. This will give me 100 key gems in total, which means I can get loads of deconstructors from this. I also went to the desert trader and I got over 1,000 staircases because so much jades had accumulated. To be exact, almost 1,458 staircases added to my lovely inventory. It was time to pick up another key quest. Of course, we do Danger in the Deep because that was going for 50 key gems and I could just staircase my way down to the bottom within a few in-game hours anyway, so it's no problem at all. This time I purchased a whopping 9 deconstructors. It was time to drastically increase the output of my lovely precious stone and I could sell that for loads of money. So, day 246, it was down into the hardened versions of the mines. I got down very quickly because I had staircases to burn, activated the shrine, completed the quest, got my key gems, left the mines. It was time to deconstruct more staircases back into stone. Eventually I end up selling hundreds and hundreds of full stacks of stone, and you'd actually be quite surprised how much money this will actually net me. So the more deconstructors I can amass, the more money I can make on a daily basis, because I had hundreds of staircases to work with. So it was time to fill up another big shed with more ancient fruit. It was also time to fill up all these kegs as well. So what we're going to see now is every 6 to 7 days, we're going to see a huge wine harvest that's literally going to take the whole day to pull off. We're going to go with Robin's Resource Rush again because it was just so easy to do. It was more or less free money because we got to keep the stone as well, so we could sell the stone for extra profit. Look at all the deconstructors I had now. 2500 gold in the bag. We're doing pretty well at the moment. But the big question remains, can we get the gold clock by day 300? That's going to be the big challenge. So we spent the majority of today just harvesting up all of the ancient fruit. As we can see, we have tons and tons of ancient fruit, so it does take the bulk of today to get that done. So I made a tough decision. I decided to sell my animals. I wasn't really using them anymore. And I got 20k plus for some of these animals, which was really good. So they were worth quite a lot of money because most of them were on maximum hearts. Some of them were almost on maximum hearts. I then went to Robin and it was time to demolish some buildings to make room for more sheds. So I got rid of the coop, the mill, the barn, and I also got rid of the fishing pond as well. They did of course serve us well, but it was time to industrialise this farm a little bit more to maximise profits. I also got the golden daily quest. Gus wanted a diamond, 2250 gold. So I done that straight away. I had diamonds to burn as well. I had so much materials locked away in the chest, it was just insane. So that was more money added to my wallet, and I just spent the rest of the day going through Socialite Forest, cutting down some trees here, assembling more wood because the grind for wood never ends. Needed wood to make more kegs, needed wood to make cork bobbers and things like that. So I spent a great portion of today just putting staircases into the deconstructors, getting back stone. I also had a lot of copper bars to work with here as well, so keg production could be continued easy enough. It was time to harvest more ancient fruit. Look at all this lovely fruit that we're going to pick up. All this will go into kegs of course the next day. I'm just going to quickly show you what I have in my chest at the moment. I had well over 1,000 pieces of ancient fruit there, close to 1,500 actually. So what was happening now was that I needed more kegs badly. I was actually losing out on money by not having those inside kegs. As a result, it was time to go to Robin and upgrade a shed to another big shed. Back to the deconstructors. You will be seeing lots of this because all of this stone that I do sell, it pays off greatly in the long run. It does accumulate. I dare say I could potentially make almost 1 million gold just from selling all of the stone that I sold for these 100 days. Now I didn't add it up, but I'm pretty sure I came close because each stone is worth 1 gold. And when you have all those deconstructors, it does accumulate quite fast. Back to the desert trader, 580 more staircases. This of course trivializes the skull cavern, and it also means that I can get more stone to sell as well. Look at all this lovely stone that I'm going to sell. I do spend enormous amounts of time deconstructing staircases into stone because I'm just waiting on the ancient fruit and waiting on the cake. So in my spare time, that is the primary tactic I'm using to make money. Look at all the gold that I'm getting for all the stone that I from the staircases that I deconstructed. Just tons of it. It was time for another key quest. This time we're going with Keys Hungry Challenge because it awarded more key gems. 25 key gems for doing that, and all I needed was staircases to trivialize that challenge. So back into the skull cavern, and when I got down to floor 100 I got some bombs. Not bad, there's always a need for bombs of course. Spent the rest of the day just doing the usual farming for resources. If I saw barrels as well, I always prioritised the barrels. I whacked them up because there's always a chance I can get another lucky ring from a barrel. So I only have 1 lucky ring still at the moment. It would be really nice to get a second one before I achieve perfection. That is of course if I can achieve perfection on this run. Let's take a look at all of these kegs filled up to the top with ancient fruit wine. There is just hundreds of it here. Eventually I'll end up coming out with over 1,000 ancient fruit wines every single week, and you might think to yourself, you'll reach perfection in no time, but because the discount rate is so low, it hits hard every single time you sell it, making perfection extremely difficult to get. So we're going to go back to Robin, build another shed, then upgrade that to a large shed. The trend continues of course. I put more kegs down on the Ginger Island farmhouse here as well, just to fill up more space. It does take the majority of the day now, if not the whole day, to fill up all these kegs with ancient fruit. I also went into the volcano dungeon today, just for a break from the usual hustle and bustle of the usual daily activities. I was hoping for a hot Java ring, but the game just refuses to give me one. So, day 256, a time for another special orders quest. We're going to go with Gus's famous omelette. I make a huge mistake by selecting that quest because I sold all of my coop critters. I couldn't actually do that quest. I also get Robin to upgrade my shed to a big shed, and of course it was back to the slime hutch as well, to harvest all of the slime balls into slime. So as you can see, a trend has occurred where I'm following a very specific roadmap every single week to try to maximize my profits. So I decided to harvest some bug meat today. I used monster musk, I also used a napalm ring to maximize bug meat collection. So I found an infested floor here, but it was floor 24, which means I couldn't spam this floor over and over, but I did have staircases to burn, so I could technically spam this floor over and over for the whole day to get tons of bug meat. The reason why I wanted tons of bug meat was so I could make tons of sturdy rings, as those rings sold for 750 gold a pop, and that was a lot of money per item with the challenge that I was doing at the moment. So I literally spent the whole day inside the mines just slaying bugs. So day 258, look at all of the ancient fruit. It was all ready to be harvested. It was going to take me the whole day to harvest all of these ancient fruits, but it would be worth it, because once they're all harvested I could then put them into the kegs the next day, which also takes a whole day because I had so many kegs built. Speaking of kegs built, another shed was fully upgraded. It was time to fill it up to the top with kegs. Once this was achieved, it was then back to Robin for the usual story. It was to get Robin to build, yes, another shed. We're going to put that right on the farm, and that will be upgraded to a big shed as well. I'm going to put it over here where I demolished all of the animal buildings, and I'll also put some kegs over there as well to have them on the outside. Back down into the mines, looking for bug meat. We're also looking for copper ores. I find a nice mound of it here, which is really nice because I still needed a lot more resources to make a lot more kegs. I also got an infested floor on floor 28, which was nice, so if I wanted to, I could spam that floor for the whole day to get tons of bug meat. Day 260 was basically a day of filling up kegs with more ancient fruit to make ancient fruit wine. That's all I done on day 260. It now requires a full day to get this done because there's just so many kegs on the farm. The next day, it was time for another key quest. We're going to go with Skull Cavern Invasion. Of course, 40 key gems, easy enough. That means more deconstructors for us. When I went down into the Skull Caverns, I always stop on a floor like this when it's just filled up to the top with lovely, valuable resources. It never gets old, in my opinion, where you just blow open a ton of ores to get loads of resources. The casks were also finished. It was time to get Iridium Starfruit Wine, so that'll sell for nice money indeed. So it was time to get 4 more deconstructors. I'm going to put those back in the farmhouse over in Stardew Valley. That means my lovely stone farming tactic will become even more lucrative. Who would have thought that I would rely on stone so much to try to get 10 million gold? Never would have guessed it in a million years, unless of course I did the challenge. So this is all the stone I sold, and this is basically 2 days worth of accumulating stone using deconstructors. And as we can see, there's a lot of stone there. Back to the mines to get more copper. It was always copper I needed. I seemed to have enough iron. Copper was always the crux though. It was always copper. Story of my life, farming copper. It doesn't matter what challenge I do, doesn't matter what 100th video it is, it comes down to copper ores. I did however make tons of sturdy rings, and I could sell those directly to Marlon, 750 gold for each one. So once this was done, it was time to go to the Statue of Uncertainty and switch up my professions. I wanted to sell the wine that I had currently accumulated to see how far off I was from making the 10 million gold to get the gold clock. So I switched up a few professions here. I'm going to start with foraging because I wanted to get more wood from the trees, and of course farming to get the artisan so the wine sold for 40% more. So I went with forester there too, and lumberjack. So that's more wood and hardwood for me, which means I can make more tackles and other stuff like that. This is all the wine I currently had accumulated, so I'm going to sell all that, and it'll be interesting to see just how much gold I get from all that wine. So it took a serious effort to grind all that out, but we were just getting started, folks. So that netted me 4.6 million, not even halfway there to get this gold clock. At this moment in time, I just couldn't even fathom getting the gold clock, you know, within these 300 days. I thought to myself I would more than likely need another 100 days of content to actually get it, but we will find out towards the end of the video. So, day 266, and it was the usual picking up all of the ancient fruit. This took the majority of the day because we had to pick it up inside the greenhouse, inside the Stardew Valley farm, and over on Ginger Island. The next day it was the same. We had to fill up all the kegs, and we had kegs in so many sheds now. We had kegs on the Stardew Valley farm, and we had kegs over on Ginger Island. It literally took the whole day to get this job done, but it was going to be worth it. And if we wanted to get the gold clock, this is what we had to do. Of course, we're going to go with more key quests, another Skull Cavern Invasion. I couldn't believe the luck I was getting with Skull Cavern Invasion because it meant more radioactive ores, and they sell for 1,000 gold a bar. So any time I got a quest like that, I was just really happy about it. If I saw radioactive ores, I would always prioritise them because 1,000 gold per bar is absolutely nothing to snuff at. So at this stage of the game, I was getting quite bored in terms of just grinding because there was nothing else to do. All I was doing was basically just picking up the ancient fruit, doing key quests, filling up the kegs, and that was it. And all I could do to shorten that time span down was to just make more kegs. Because I had so much ancient fruit that I could just keep making more and more kegs all the time. So I put some kegs down in the cellar there, as you saw, and I had a lot of mahogany trees that fully grown on the Stardew Valley farm, so I spent a good portion of the day cutting down those and massing more hardwood so I could make more cork bobbers and whatnot down the road. I also found a little secret area here, and I fished up a real cool painting of a boat. You can only get this on the beach farm, so it's a nice painting. I put that inside the house. The kids might appreciate it. It was back to the usual deconstructing staircases into stone because the stone tactic was actually working for me. It might be hard to see it because I needed so much money for the gold clock, but the little gains here and there would certainly pay off towards the end. So, day 273, the weeks are coming around real fast now because there isn't much I can do during each day. I'm just harvesting more ancient fruit. Back over to Ginger Island, we're going to harvest all this ancient fruit as well, and then we're going to put all this into the kegs the next day. So the trend continues. Basically, it'll be utilising this tactic until I have enough money to get the golden clock. The big question is, how long is that going to take? Will I be able to do it within 300 days? We're actually going to find out very soon because we're now on day 275, so we're almost there. Time for another key quest. We're going to do Keys Hungry Challenge. That's another run to the Skull Cavern, which is nice. There's always room in our inventory for lovely ores. Now, I have been letting those iridium ores accumulate. Eventually, I will end up selling tons of iridium bars. So by the end of the day, I'm at 155,000 gold, and this was mostly because of the ancient fruit that had over-accumulated. I just didn't have enough kegs right now to keep up with the ancient fruit demand that was happening on the farm, but that's something we might try to remedy down the road. Back to the slime hutch, of course. We were getting more slime balls. It's just so satisfying breaking open those slime balls. Then it was back to Marlin, of course. I was making more sturdy rings to sell to him, because 750 gold for a ring is pretty good, and I just really wanted to get this gold clock. So I was using every method at my disposal. If it came to making rings, I would absolutely do that. Fishing tackle was also on the line as well. So I fished up another decorative item today. This one was a decorative trash can. Now, it doesn't actually function as a trash can, but it was a nice decoration to be put on the farm. I decided to go to the trash bear as well. He wanted an octopus, and I thought my fishing days were over, so I went down to the beach, tried to get an octopus for him later on. It was time for another Robin's Resource Rush. I was so happy from getting these quests all the time. That was going to be another easy 1,000 stone collected and money from Robin in the bag. So I attempted to get the octopus today. I managed to actually get it on my first attempt. I was quite surprised because I hadn't fished in quite some time at all. So I was going to give this to the trash bear. Then I realised he doesn't actually appear on rainy days. I'd have to go to him on a non-rainy day to give him that octopus to complete his quest. It was time to deconstruct more staircases back into stone. What else was I going to do with my time, you know? That was Robin's Resource Rush quest completed. That was more money in the bag for me. So that was another 2,500 gold from Robin's Resource Rush. And after deconstructing tons of staircases, I had tons of stone to sell. Each stack of stone was bringing in almost 1,000 gold, so it was worth the time effort. So I made tons of money today from selling primarily iridium bars. They accumulated over the past season. 249,000 gold. I was super happy with that. Mining really came true for me. I also started pulling up more secret items from the game. I got the solid gold Lewis statue there. Then I went up behind the community centre and I got the Junimo statue from there as well. There was still other collectibles I had to get, so we'll get those systematically over the next few days. I didn't need those for perfection, I just wanted other stuff to do. So I decided to enchant my fishing rod. I wanted the master enchant, and it took a few goes to get it. The reason why I wanted master is so that I didn't have to get a key seasoned seafoam pudding to get the iridium crobus later on. I also filled up the physics 101 from the volcano. That was another nice picture I could add to my house to make it beautiful. I did have a seafoam pudding lying around in the fridge, so I ate that, and it was time to fish up one of my most favourite decorative items in the game, the iridium crobus. It did take a while for the line to actually activate to pull it up, but I got it eventually, and that was another nice collectible. So I gave the bear an octopus today, but he still wasn't happy. He demanded that I bring him more items, so I clicked on him after giving the octopus, and what he was looking for here was actually a mushroom dish. I thought it was a carp surprise, but it was actually a fried mushroom he wanted. So I made the fried mushrooms from ingredients I had lying around the house. I also made a carp surprise because they looked, in all fairness, quite similar, but it was the fried mushrooms he wanted. That was another quest done for the trash bear. Then he wanted, I believe, an artichoke dip, and I needed milk to make this recipe. I sold all my cows, I didn't have milk, so I couldn't actually continue that quest chain. I also got the Junimo plush from the bush since it was the last day of the season, 12 o'clock, get it from the bush there. I spent the rest of the day doing what I normally do on Ancient Fruit Day, and that's pull up Ancient Fruit out of the ground like a pro. And this would have taken the whole day because there's so many Ancient Fruit. The next day was just filling up all the kegs with new Ancient Fruits. We now had less than 20 days to go to see if I could get enough money together to get the gold clock before the 300 days. It's going to be very exciting to see if I can actually pull that off, if I can get the gold clock within 300 days of playing this game, if I can get perfection. I also had to bear in mind that the obelisks were going to come in at a total of 2 million as well, because the 2 obelisks were worth 500,000 and the 2 others were worth 1 million each. So I started with some of the basic obelisks, 500,000 gold for each one. It was time to start putting these on the farm. I didn't actually have enough resources to make the obelisk to Ginger Island, so I had to go farm dragon's teeth to actually make that. I needed 10 dragon's teeth in total. I did have a lot of dragon's teeth, but I used them all up to make warp totems so that I could get to Ginger Island without paying Willy that ferocious 1,000 gold that he charges. So I spent the whole day inside the volcano dungeon trying to get the dragon's teeth. When I had them, I went straight back to the wizard, and that was the final obelisk I needed. One step closer to perfection. What I needed now was 1 million gold for the gold clock. Those obelisks did put me back to 2.8 million, but it had to be done sooner rather than later, so I might as well do it sooner and get it out of the way. I should have actually done it earlier to make progression a little bit faster, because those warp points would have come in fierce handy and they would have saved me resources. It was time to sell a couple of more batches of ancient fruit wines. Let's see how much money I'm going to get from these. 3.3 million gold. Is it enough to get the gold clock? It is not. I needed a good few more stacks to actually get it. I had 6.2 million gold at the moment. It was time for another key quest. I did look at the key crops. I said no, couldn't bring myself to doing that again. So I just went with 4 precious stones. Just had to get 4 prismatic shards. I had about 20 of them, so it's going to be no problem getting those. Put those into the box. More key gems for me, and that means more deconstructors, which means more stone, bigger profits. Once these deconstructors were purchased, it was time to look for more secret collectibles in the game. There was an actual really cool print here called a foliage print that I fished up from the waters in Ginger Island. That would make another nice real cool picture to be added to my lovely Stardew Valley farmhouse. I then headed on over to the desert and I fished up the pyramid eagle here, which is another really cool picture that I can add to the farmhouse. So because there was no ancient fruit to pull up out of the ground or kegs to put ancient fruit into, it was back to using the deconstructors, putting the staircases into them, getting back stone, selling the stone for even more money. It was going to be very, very tight in terms of if I was going to be able to get this gold clock or not. I have to admit, I actually totally forgot about giving the rabbit's foot to this driver here to get the lucky charm. I've only got around to doing it now and I'm on day 286. I feel really embarrassed about it, but it totally slipped my mind because I was so focused on making money. To be honest, I just totally forgot about it. It did, however, give me a full wallet, so I had all of the wallet items finally achieved. I could have gotten that lucky charm ages ago. I easily could have gotten it during the first 100 day video. It just totally slipped my mind. I also fished up a necklace from the bathhouse area. Give that to Abigail. You can also give it to Caroline for different dialogue as well, but I gave it to Abigail because I was in a generous mood. Abigail did lose it after all, so I done her a massive favour. I also, at 20 to 1, clicked on the bush here and I got a really funny scene of Mayor Lewis and Marnie jumping out of the bush and running away. What were they up to in that bush? Let's leave it up to the imagination. Day 287. It was time to pick up all of the ancient fruit. This, of course, was going to take us the whole day to do. Day 288. It was time to get all of that lovely ancient fruit and put it into the kegs. I did forget to fill up these kegs initially, so it was another big mistake on my part, but I'll do it now anyway. It was now quite a challenge to fill up all of the kegs within the day that I was given. I was always cutting it close. It's 1 now at the moment, and look at all the kegs I still have to get through. So I did try to the best of my abilities to get all of these ancient fruit into the kegs before the timer hit 2 o'clock. I did actually get all of the ancient fruit in there. I just didn't have enough time to actually harvest all of the kegs, but that didn't really matter because I could just harvest those kegs the next day. The main thing was that I got all of the ancient fruit in there to maximize ancient fruit wine profits. So we are now on day 289. It was time for another key quest. So we're going to go with Keys Hungry Challenge, stay away from the key crops. We've done that twice now, you know, we've worn the t-shirt. 25 key gems, easy enough with that one. We'll just use some staircases. I also spent a good portion of today watering these crops because I kind of ran out of rain totems, so I had to use the iridium watering can. But later on that day I did go back down to the Skull Cavern, completed the challenge, no bother at all. I got a lucky ring here from a barrel. I actually could not believe it. The amount of barrels that I had to smash open to get that second lucky ring was staggering. But I was super happy with that. I finally got my second lucky ring. Super chuffed. Will I use that ring? We'll find out very shortly. There's only a few days left to go for this challenge video. So I decided to sell all of the rings that I had accumulated over the past few hundred days to Barista because I wasn't really using them. Some of these rings were really good, but I just wanted to get extra money. So everything I had that I didn't need, it was sold basically. I did think about selling the lucky ring or not, or should I use it. To be honest, I just sold it because the challenge was almost finished. It wasn't going to make much of a difference, and it was 100 gold in my pocket. I did go to Willie's boat area here and I fished up another really cool decoration called the Lifesaver, and you can hang this up inside your house as well. It makes for another really cool decoration. So it was back to putting staircases into the deconstructors, story of my life, getting back stone, selling the stone. We all know how it goes at this stage. Then I went to the quarry, and this time I decided to blow up all the trees because I didn't really need much wood anymore. This was greatly satisfying. You just can't beat going into a condensed area like this with mega bombs and just laying siege to the entire area. Look at all these resources I was picking up. All of those stone walkway floors sell for 1 gold a pop, including the sap and the wood. It would all be sold. Some of it would be processed into other items. For example, the iron bars I was going to process into spinners. They sell for 250 gold a pop, so that was going to make me a nice profit there. And once all these spinners were sold, it was then time to see how much money I made. 1.1 million gold. Now, that was primarily from selling ancient fruit wines as well. But was that enough on day 291? No, 7.6 million. I was getting close, but it was going to be very hard to see if I had enough money to make it to the gold clock by day 300. I did spend the rest of the day using up the rest of my bombs, just blowing open trees to get wood. To be honest, I had nothing else to do. I could have put staircases into deconstructors, but my willpower to do that was more or less down to 0. So I decided to have a little bit of fun instead and just blow up Cindersap Forest and collect all that lovely wood in the process, and sap and everything else. With the sap that I actually accumulated, I made some trap bobbers, and I sold those for 200 gold a pop. So that was more fishing tackles I was going to sell as well. This was only going to make a dent in the gold that I had, but all these dents add up over the hundreds and hundreds of days that you play the game, so it was still important to maximize the resources that I had and to process them into items that would have given me much greater value. Of course, I was deconstructing more staircases back into stone. 84,000 gold there, primarily from selling stone and a few other bits and bobs like slime and things like that. The 294 begins with me kissing my wife to the point where she spins around a few times. It must have been one hell of a kiss. And then the rest of the day is spent picking up all of this ancient fruit. The question is though, will we have enough time to get the last batch of wines we need to get the gold clock by day 300? At this moment in time, I had absolutely no idea. So all I could do was just keep getting on with it and just grinding away. The grind was almost finished. I did decide to go to the Stardew Valley Fair today to change it up a bit, and I did give Mayor Lewis a nice surprise. Look at all the lucky shorts and the truffle oil to top it all off inside my Grange display. Mayor Lewis was not impressed at all. He did, however, give me 750 star tokens to get rid of all that as quickly as possible. But I decided not to. I decided to leave it there and let the town know just what kind of a man Mayor Lewis is. With the 750 star tokens I got, I did go to the shop here, purchased a few nice things. I got the dried sunflowers, they make for a nice decoration. And I also got the fedora hat as well. And I left in style without collecting my Grange display items, so everyone can see Mayor Lewis's purple shorts and the truffle oil that he also asked for. Day 297. It is time for another key quest. keys hungry challenge is on the list, of course. We had staircases to burn, 25 key gems, so why not? Back down into Skull Cavern. I got a seed maker here, and seed makers are actually really nice. Now, not so much at the moment, but if I got it 100 days ago, it would have been great. I did spend my key gems on another deconstructor, and now I had a room filled up to the top with deconstructors, so I could now deconstruct more staircases for more stone to make more money. I did the same on day 298. I didn't know what else to do. I was so close to getting 10 million gold, so close. I literally spent the whole day just deconstructing staircases. This was the best method I had to get the most out of a day in terms of making money. 48,000 gold today from selling stone. Have you ever saw so much stone in your life? Let me know in the comments. I haven't. Back to the slime hutch to get more slime. Wasn't a whole lot of slime balls at the moment, but it was better than nothing. Probably guess what I did after this. Yeah, you guessed correctly. It was deconstructing more staircases back into stone to maximize the profits of today. Was this enough to get me the 1.2 million gold I so desperately needed to get the gold clock by day 300? Unfortunately, it wasn't. So it was day 300. There was only one day left on the ancient fruit, which was a total bummer. If that ancient fruit had grown, I could have potentially gotten the gold clock today, which meant I would have completed the gold clock by day 300, but I did not. I did grab these battery packs though, and I'll sell these because why not? What else am I going to use them for? So, day 300, we didn't get the gold clock, but what a challenge it was. So I'm going to leave the video there. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll upload the next Stardew Valley video in the next couple of days, so stay tuned for that. I know what you're thinking at the moment. Why not play the next 1 or 2 days to achieve perfection? It's because it's a 300 day video. So there you go, folks. 300 days done. And that is actually a joke. We are actually going to continue until we achieve perfection. If you doubted me for any moment that I would actually stop the video there so close to perfection, shame on you. You can, however, make it up to me by subscribing to the channel and helping my channel grow. Day 301, we are pulling ancient fruit up from the ground. This will be the last time we have to do this. Praise the Lord. The kegs were also finished as well. So I'm going to get all of these lovely ancient fruit wines out of these kegs, sell everything, and make a total of 1.2 million gold. Is that enough to get the gold clock? Let's find out. Day 302, what do we have? Enough to get the gold clock. Yes, 10 million gold. Straight into the wizard's house. The gold clock for 10 million gold. Yes, please. Where are we going to put this magnificent structure and finally attain perfection? We'll just slap it down there, just over where the slime hutch is. Ah, there we go. That just felt so good. You have no idea how good that felt. Let's have a look at the perfection tracker. 100% complete. Perfection has been attained. All produce and forage shipped. Obelisks on farm, gold clock on farm, monster slayer hero, great friends, farm level maxed out, all star jobs, cooking recipes made, crafting recipes made, all fish caught, all golden walnuts found. We have attained perfection. We finally did it. It took us 302 days. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it in 300 days, but in all fairness, I think 302 days isn't too shabby to attain perfection with just a discount rate of 25%. It was time to ascend the steps and go up into the summit where we get the official ending of Stardew Valley. The game doesn't technically end, but this is more or less an ending scene. I kiss my lovely wife Hayley, who has been with me through these troubling times of relentless grinding, and we get to enjoy a lovely cutscene. What a challenge this was. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my lovely community for your support. Without you, this video never would have been made, so thanks very much for that. Go back up to the volcano area, you will get that hat I currently have equipped to my character from a monkey you can talk to. You can also purchase a golden egg from Marnie for the 100,000 gold. You can also get it for the 100 key gems as well from Key's Secret Walnut Room if you want golden chickens on your farm, which are one of the most profitable animals in the game. So we are now officially going to leave it there. I really hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you enjoyed this series. More 100 day videos to come. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley as a socialite. A socialite is someone who loves the social scene, but I have made the social scene very difficult because of the challenges imposed in this video. This video took me multiple attempts and it took a lot of hours to make because of the challenges that I've implemented, but it was worth it in the end. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, then hit that subscribe button and help GamerGar grow. The more subscribers I get, the more motivation I get to make more 100-day challenge videos. Let's jump into the challenges. Challenge number 1. To attain max hearts with every NPC in the game, excluding Kent as he only appears in year 2. Challenge number 2. We can only give loved gifts to NPCs. This includes universal loved gifts, and we can also do quests as well. Challenge number 3. We need to find a partner for the Spring Flower Dance event. Challenge number 4. We have to marry at least 5 NPCs in the game. And the last challenge is to complete all birthday requests within the 100 days. It's day 1, we got our lovely free parsnip seeds, so we're going to plant those. We're also going to scourge the map for lovely forageables, and we're going to meet as many of the NPCs as possible. So we just met Haley and Shen today with a good few others, and the reason why we want to talk to all these NPCs is we got friendship points just for talking to them. Day number 2, we're going to make lovely spring seeds from all the forageables we've gathered. We're also going to pick up the fishing rod that Willie gave us, and we're trying to get as much fish as possible so we can start unlocking some of the endgame content to access other NPCs. Gus has a lovely rotating stock here, so we're going to get the Autumn's Bounty, which is going to come in real handy for Mary Lewis's birthday in a couple of days. I went back down to the beach and I continued to fish up as many fish as possible. I got a really nice treasure chest here, and inside I got a dried starfish which I give to Gunther just so I can complete a quest and get a nice 250 gold. It's a nice piece of money to start the game, certainly nothing to sniff at. On day 3 we get the rainy day, so we spent today getting as much catfish as possible. Catfish is a loved item for Willie, but we can also sell it to make some nice money. The problem at the moment is our inventory slots are very limited, so we try to get a backpack upgrade as quickly as possible. When I've caught enough fish, I run down to Willie and get the lovely fiberglass rod, and I also give him a catfish while I'm here because he loves this. On day number 4 we head up into the lake area and we get more fish up here. I also check Gus's rotating stock, and he has pancakes, which is a great love gift for Jodie. I also do the help wanted quests because they're a great way to get friendship points with the NPCs around Stardew Valley too. I speak to Pierre today, finishing off the introduction quest, and I gift Jodie the pancakes, which she totally loves. She calls me a sweetheart. On day 5 I go down into the mines here. I'm going to try to get as many ores as possible so I can start make some furnaces and I can make some bars so I can upgrade some tools. It's also worth noting too that you can get diamonds and jades and all sorts of minerals down here that a lot of the NPCs love. Day number 6 here, I'm going to put down some crab pots because I want to get some snails as they're a loved gift for Vincent. So we're just going to use snails for Vincent for the majority of the playthrough. Day 7, it's Mary Lewis's birthday. We give him the Autumn's Bounty and he's very happy with that. We get huge friendship multipliers and we give people loved gifts on their birthdays, so we can expect to get between 2 and 3 hearts with them. I cut down trees today just so I can make more chests. I do a help wanted quest today. Linus just wants a quartz, that'll be easy to do. I also got a snail here from one of the crab pots, so I can give that to Vincent. So I give Linus his quartz. That's another quest completed and he's really happy. I'm going to get Robin to build me a coop today because I want to get rabbits as quickly as possible for the rabbit's foots. On day 8 I have a bit of money, so I purchased tons of tulips off Pierre. And day number 9 the forageables have grown, so I'm going to harvest all these and make even more spring seeds. And they're going to come in real handy later on. I got super lucky in the treasure chest on day 9, and I got a treasure chest for 5,000 gold we can sell that for. It was Vincent's birthday on the 10th, so we're going to give him a snail. More fishing. Got pieces of wood. I'll take anything I can get, to be honest. It's all going to contribute. Give Robin her last axe for more friendship points, and I treat myself to a lovely backpack upgrade for 2,000 gold. It's definitely worth it. Give Vincent another snail on the 11th, and I purchase some salads off Gus. We can give those to Leah, and we can give spaghetti to Robin. And I give Clint here an aquamarine because he loves those. Willie another catfish. We give Pam a parsnip, and we give Emily an amethyst. We purchase a few more supplies off Gus, and we find Abigail here and we give her an amethyst, and we give Leah a nice salad, and we give Shane a bear because we all know Shane loves his bears. On the 12th, I get a pink cake from Gus's rotating stock, and I also get level 10 fishing. So I sell all the fish that I've accumulated and make a huge amount of money, almost 38,000 gold from all the fish that I've got. Demetrius visits me and I select the Bat's Cave because the bats can generate oranges, which is a loved gift for Gus. So it's strawberry day today. I'm going to get as many strawberries as possible. And we're going to put the strawberries into a greenhouse, so we're not going to plant them straight away. We're going to use our lovely greenhouse tactic. And if you've watched my previous videos, you know at this rate how effective the strawberry greenhouse tactic can be. So it's Haley's birthday. We give her the pink cake we got from Gus's rotating stock, and we give Evelyn a tulip. I also get the George membership here, and I show Clint some copper ores just to complete a help wanted quest. He's very happy with that. So the quests are a great way to get the friendship points up. We get a rainy day on the 15th, so it's back to getting catfish. We'll keep some and we'll sell some. Time for the first upgrade. We're going to go with the greenhouse so we can get those strawberries put down as quickly as possible, and that'll be our main source of income for the game. I get the legend also today on the 15th because it's rained and I maxed out my fishing, so I said why not, let's take it on. I plant my strawberries on the 16th, and this is going to make for a magnificent money maker for the entirety of the game. This is going to pay for all the items we need from Gus, so we can give loads of love gifts to people. So on the 17th here I got a fried eel from Gus's trash can. It's rare when it happens, but it's so great when it does. So I give anchovies here to Willie as a help wanted quest to get more friendship points with him. I also talked to him a few times for some more, and I get my pickaxe upgraded with Clint. I also go into the George Marathon and I give Jodie the fried eel that I got, and she's very happy with that. So Jodie is very hard when it comes to loved gifts, so if I see things in Gus's rotating stock, I pick them up straight away. I buy a couple of more beers, a couple of more salads, I get a couple of spaghettis as well from Gus. We're also going to pick up some coffees because Harvey loves coffee. And he also has a rhubarb pie for his rotating stock today, so we're going to get that. We'll give Jodie the rhubarb pie because she loves that. We'll give Shane a bear. He is working, but sure, look, what Morris doesn't see won't hurt. We also give Pam a bear because she loves bear. We give Robin a spaghetti, and we give Leah a salad. And she's very happy with that. We're also going to go to Clint today, and we're going to get our copper pickaxe off him so we can ascend more into the mines. And we're going to give him the axe to upgrade to the copper axe, because we want to get the axe upgraded as quickly as possible as well. Back down into the mines here on the 19th, and I get really lucky and I find some nice diamond veins which I harvest, and I'm going to give Sebastian there a frozen tear because he loves that, which I got from the mines. Harvey a coffee, Shane a beer, and we give the wizard a solar essence. The wizard loves solar essences and void essences, so they're really easy to get down in the mines. So I make my way to the mines now here on day 20, and I gave Sam a smallmouth bass because he wanted one there for the help wanted quest. I also got a Neptune's glaive out of the treasure chest, so I'm just using that now at the moment. We'll try to upgrade that soon though, because it's not too great when it comes to the end game enemies. I got down to floor 100 and I got my first lovely star drop, which increases my maximum energy. Another diamond vein, so we'll absolutely welcome that. A second diamond vein today on the 22nd, super lucky today. Certain people do love diamonds, so we won't sell the diamonds or give them to Gunther. Instead, we'll gift them to NPCs who love them. Jordy loves diamonds. So, again, it's back to gifting. Story of my life. So, as you can see here, I just got level 5 foraging. We're going to go with the gatherer profession. And the strawberries can be harvested, so we're going to collect all the strawberries today on the 24th. I also went to the flower dance event and I asked Shane to dance with me because I have the most hearts with him. He said yes, which is great. So not only is that the first challenge completed in this video, but we're also going to get additional hearts with Shane because we danced with him during this event, which is great. Level 5 farming at the end of today and we get the tiller, so crops are worth more. Back to the Georgia Mart, we're going to get the bus upgrade so we can go to the desert and access the Skull Cavern and also access Sandy, who is an NPC out in the desert that we can befriend. I also going to get a coop upgrade here. So that's the second coop upgrade, one more to go, and I also treat myself to a nice backpack upgrade to unlock all the inventory slots. So I give George a leek and I'm going to give Sandy here a daffodil. back down into the mines, and this time it's the Skull Cavern, so I'm just going to try to get some rabbit's foots, and I got really lucky in the Skull Cavern, so we gave a rabbit's foot to Pierre on his birthday today, and I also gave Linus a nice coconut, and I got some crag cakes to give to Elliot. So I'm in the saloon here on a Friday afternoon, and it's a great way to kind of catch up with all the NPCs because a lot of them go to the saloon on a Friday. The next day there was a dispute between Emily and Haley, and I kind of took Emily's side and I said, Haley, why not have this be your one weekly job? Because Haley is a tad bit lazy. I did make it up to her, however, and I gave her the pink cake afterwards. I gave Emily a ruby for her birthday. She was very happy with that. And I gave Sandy a daffodil. I purchased some cactus seeds because cactuses are loved by Sam and they're also loved by Linus. So I'm going to make some garden pots and I'm going to grow some cactuses inside the greenhouse just to make those NPCs easy. So we hand Sebastian a nice pumpkin soup, which we got from Gus's rotating stock, and then we get a cool scene with Shane here, where we get to have a nice couple of cold ones by the lake area. Shane is a real interesting NPC because he starts out as a bit of an alcoholic and a bit of a waster, but he really comes out of his shell and tries to be better. So we have just entered summer and we're going to jump on this opportunity by purchasing lots of spangle seeds. We can gift those to Caroline, and pepper seeds. We can use peppers for Mayor Lewis. So that is going to be 2 NPCs made very easy to maximise the hearts with. I also get a sashimi here from Gus, and I purchased sunflower seeds in the Georgia Mart because they're a lot cheaper to purchase here than they are off Pierre. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the sunflowers to gift to Haley because she absolutely loves sunflowers. We get another scene with Shane, and he's in a real bad way at the moment. He's after drinking a bit too much and he's on the ground here in pain. So we bring him to Harvey, and hopefully Harvey will be able to fix him up for us. Into the Skull Cavern, and I got some diamonds, which is really nice. The next day Shane visited me, and he's just saying thanks very much for looking out for me, and he's going to take things a little more serious from now on, which is great. He doesn't want to be a burden to anyone. So this is kind of when Shane starts to get better, which is great. I make some quality sprinklers here for the crops on the farm, and we do a help wanted quest here for Pierre. He wants a largemouth bass. I also get a lobster here from a crab pot, so I can give that to Elliot. And I also give Pierre his largemouth bass just for the help wanted quest, so we get some money for that, and we also get some nice friendship points. I have a ton of geodes saved up, so I'm going to get Clint to break them all open, and we're going to give all the artifacts and minerals to Gunther because we need to get down to Krobus as quickly as possible to start getting his affinity up with us. I also have enough resources and gold gathered to finally upgrade the coop to the deluxe coop so we can start getting those rabbits. 3 pink cakes we can get from Gus's rotating stock today, and which really works out for me because I was able to give Jas a nice birthday present. Gunther visits me the next day and he's going to give me the key to the sewers. I then went up to visit Maru, and I get a very interesting cutscene here between myself, Maru and Demetrius. So Demetrius basically has a little chat with me, and he says, you know, he doesn't want me messing up Maru's future, and we take offence to that. So we're going to tell Maru the truth and say, actually your dad was being a bit weird, Maru. So Demetrius isn't too impressed with that, but it's good to be honest, right? Plus I don't like Demetrius that much. So I'm going to put down a chest in Sandy's little shop here. I'm going to fill him up with daffodils. That way every time I go down to visit Sandy, her love gifts will be right beside her in a chest. I also fish up some sandfish because Penny absolutely loves sandfish and they're very easy to get in the desert. So the hot peppers have finally come to fruition. We're going to harvest all these, and that is basically Mayor Lewis in the bag. I put another chest down in the stores here where Krobus is, and I'm going to put wild horseradishes into this chest because Krobus absolutely loves wild horseradishes. And that's why it's so important to get the spring seeds as many as you can in spring, because Krobus loves the wild horseradishes, you know, Sandy loves the daffodils, and George loves the leeks. So I got a rabbit here, I'm going to call it Lucky Roo. Hopefully he's going to give me many rabbit's foots. I also picked up Mayor Lewis's shorts. And if we talk to Marnie with the shorts, she doesn't know what they are. So I give the shorts back to Mayor Lewis for some more friendship points, and we're going to get a nice bit of gold as well from completing that quest. So it's a nice bit of comedy to have in the game. I'm going to put a chest here beside the dwarf. I'm going to fill it up with topazes that I got from the Skull Cavern and from the mines because the dwarf loves topazes. I'm also going to get Robin to build a fish pond, and I'm going to fill this up with catfish, and that will basically make Willy a lot easier to gift because he loves catfishes. A help wanted quest here for Sandy, so we'll take that. And we also give Leah a salad today. We're going to give Sam a pizza, and we're going to top it off by giving Vincent a nice snail. So I got the sashimi cooking recipe from Linus, and that means I can mass produce sashimi, but I need to upgrade my house first so I can cook it, and then Sebastian is going to be in the bag for us. So it's Gus's birthday today. We're going to give him an orange we got from the Batcave, and we also upgrade the minecarts. So that is going to be some nice fast travel for us. The next day was a major harvest day, so we have the lovely hot peppers, the sunflowers, and the lovely spangles. So that's going to be tons of loved gifts for everyone. So I put a chest in Haley and Emily's house, and I filled it up with sunflowers. I also go to Clint, and I want him to upgrade my axe to a steel axe so I can start cutting down those big hardwood logs. So I give Maru a strawberry. Demetrius also loves the strawberries as well, so they're very easy to get the hearts up with. We're going to go with the bridge upgrade today in the Georgia Mart so we can get that lovely golden sight. Off to the luau, and we put in a gold cauliflower, and this is going to give us lots of hearts with loads of the NPCs. So this is a must go to event if you want to build up relationships very quickly with a lot of the NPCs around Stardew Valley. A gold cauliflower is one of the best things you can put into that soup. We're going to get the last upgrade today, which is panning, and that is going to complete all of the lovely development bundles. We get our steel axe back, and a new adventure now begins where we need to fix up the boat to get to Ginger Island as quickly as possible. I got really lucky today, and I got a rabbit's foot, which is absolutely amazing luck. And I'm just going to show you here all the money I made, and this is primarily from selling peppers, strawberries, and cactus fruit, because I have so much of all those items already. I can just sell the ones I don't need. So the catfish wanted copper bars, they got just that. Today was Alex's birthday, and we give him a rabbit's foot. So lots of extra friendship with Alex. So I purchased a duck today and a couple of rabbits, and the reason why I purchased the duck is because Leo loves duck feathers. So we're just getting set up in advance. I purchased lots of hay from Marnie because the animals now are increasing exponentially. We need to keep them fed, we need to keep them happy. Another help wanted quest for Sam, he wants a green algae, and I give Harvey a nice coffee. I also put a chest inside Caroline's kitchen here with spangles, just to make gifting her much easier. I also go to Clint and I get back my lovely steel pickaxe, and I go into the quarry cave and I get the lovely golden sight. The quarry cave is also a great way to try to get magic rock candies and rings from the haunted skulls. So Morris chose a little bit of a celebration for me because we completed all of his lovely bundles, and I also got a bouquet from Pierre which I gave to Shane because I'm going to marry Shane first. I also got Robin to upgrade my house so Shane can move in. So I'm going to gift the dwarf a nice topaz today to make him happy, and I give Penny an iron bar as a help wanted quest. We're also going to give her a sandfish because she loves those. I got a nice prismatic shard today in the Skull Cavern, but we're not going to get the Galaxy Sword. We're going to use that instead as a loved gift for someone. It's back to Gus, and we're going to stock up on lovely spaghettis, coffee, pizza, and beer, and salads of course, just so we can gift other NPCs. I've acquired all the mats to repair the boat, I got iridium bars, I got the battery packs, and I even got the hardwood so we can get down to Ginger Island and we can meet Leo, which we also need to max out with a friendship. And that is one of the biggest challenges of this run, was to get to Ginger Island to max out Leo. Let's see if we can max him out. Sam is inviting me to see his band play in Zuzu City, so that's very exciting indeed. And we just get the boat down here to Ginger Island as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to very quickly pick up a few golden walnuts and unlock the farm over here, just to make the island a little bit more accessible when it comes to talking to Leo. So there's a few golden walnuts around, they're very easy to get. I'm not going to show them all, just going to show a few. So the first three here are very simple to get. We'll give one to the parrot here, and this is going to give us access to Leo, so we can start gifting him some goodies. There are golden walnuts hidden all over Ginger Island. You can hoe a lot of them up out of the ground. There's also puzzles you can do as well that will give you golden walnuts. There's an X there, you can get a golden walnut from that. So I get the parrots to upgrade my house here to a livable house so we can sleep here. I'm going to give Leo a rabbit's foot the next day, which makes him really happy. So he loves a few things. He loves duck feathers, but we don't have a duck feather just yet, so I had to give him the rabbit's foot just to get started on him. So it's Demetrius' birthday today, and even though we don't like Demetrius, we have to complete the challenge to give every single, person a birthday gift when it's their birthday. So I'm going to say, how would you classify a tomato? We're going to go with vegetable. I honestly think it's the vegetable, not a fruit. That's just my opinion though. Demetrius doesn't like that too much, but you know what? He's welcome to his opinion. We give Leo a prismatic shard, and I made it to level 10 in the forge, and I get another prismatic shard. We're not going to upgrade that to an infinity sword. Instead, we're going to give that to someone. Some lucky NPC. Except Haley, she doesn't like prismatic shards at all. I also got a secret note, so I was able to hoe up a lovely pearl, which is another universal loved gift, so I can give that to someone too. I accumulated enough friendship with Caroline, so she now invites me into her lovely green tea room, and she's going to give me the recipe to make green tea. We won't be making green tea because we have spangles and said that we can just give it to Caroline. So I'm going to say her room is very beautiful, which it is. It's a nice aesthetic to the game. I get a cool cutscene here with Elliot. We're going to have a couple of drinks, and I'm going to say to our friendship, that's a great idea. Here's to us. So Elliot orders his finest ales from Gus. We're going to have a couple of drinks. We're going to have a great day. Very strong stuff indeed, Elliot. Elliot's a great NPC. I love his character progression. So we're going to give Krobus another wild horseradish today. And Leah brought me a gift the next day. It's a sculpture she's been working on. It's actually a really cool sculpture. So we're going to place that in our farm for all to see. Thank you very much, Leah. So that is Leah's sculpture received. And I'll probably place it beside the chest there. We go back to the dwarf today, and today's his birthday, but there was an error with the footage, so I couldn't actually show myself giving him a birthday gift. But just so you know, he absolutely got a topaz. Later on that day, we went to a concert to see Sam play, and he's in a band here with Abigail and Sebastian, and they're called the Pelicans. The Pelicans from Pelican Town. And if you look to the right, you'll actually see Linus rooting through a bin. The next day, we took a couple of pictures with Haley, and things got a bit out of hand. She jumped on the cow, but she fell off into the dirt. How is Haley going to respond to that? Oh no, Haley. She actually responds quite well, and she giggles, and she has a great time. And this is what I love about Haley. She starts off a little bit stuck up, but when you get to know her, she really turns it around, and she turns into, for me anyway, a very lovable character of Stardew Valley. So we give Willie another catfish today, and we're getting the hearts up with him. We should have him maxed out fairly soon because we have an abundance of catfish. We also talk to him as well. It's a rainy day, so I go into the secret woods to get even more catfish just to keep on top of Willie. We go to Marnie today. We're going to purchase a couple of more animals. We're going to get more rabbits to get more rabbits' foots. So we're going to get a Rartany. That's what the rabbit was called. And I'm going to purchase some more hay off Marnie as well, just to keep everything fed. Now there is plenty of grass outside the farm, but I get hay just in case. So I'm going to purchase a mermaid's pendant here. Guess which NPC we are going to give it to. We'll find out in a few seconds. First, we're going to go to Leo and give him a birthday gift. We're going to give him a duck's feather. And we are going to give Shane the mermaid pendant. Yes, we are going to marry Shane, everybody. And we just go to Sandy here as well. We're going to give her a nice daffodil just to get the hearts up with her today. So we're getting through summer fairly quickly. So I visit the H.M.S today, and I'm going to purchase a nice cool cap for myself, just so I can look a little bit better for the wedding that's coming up with myself and Shane. So exciting times lie ahead. So the event we go to here is the one at the end of summer. It's called the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, and it's a very nice visual event, but you can also pick up a seafoam pudding here if you want that extra perk for fishing. So this marks more or less the end of summer. The next day, the wedding finally takes place, and we get married to Shane. And he's going to be the first NPC that we're going to marry in this game, but not the last. For the honeymoon we go and watch the Tunnelers play, and they scored a goal, so it was a good honeymoon that we had. So we finally get access to the special orders quests. We're going to go with Pierre's Prime Produce, 25 gold star vegetables. One of the best ways to do this one is to just get cheap vegetables. Eggplant seeds are the perfect choice as they regrow all the time. Ross going to give Penny a lovely birthday gift. We're going to give her a sandfish. That's another birthday done and dusted. Ross going to visit Leo today on Ginger Island. And we're going to give him a lovely duck feather to increase friendship with him. So that is Leo sorted. Another help wanted quest, 40 copper ores for Clint. 420 gold on delivery, but more importantly, it's going to make Clint happy. So we're going to go down to the mines today, just the regular mines, and we're going to farm some copper ores, just so we can hand those into Clint. Willie also gives us a quest to fish up 4 albacore, so we'll do that as well. We're also going to give Elliot a birthday gift today. We're going to give him a lobster because he loves those. So the crab pots are really paying off for us with Elliot. Fished up a couple of albacores today to complete the quest for Willie. And our eggplants have finally come to fruition. So we're going to harvest all those. I got 25 gold ones. I'm going to put those in Pierre's bin. And we're going to get 2,500 gold for that. But more importantly, we're going to get friendship points from Pierre. I got a pink cake from a big red slime here in the regular mine, so that was rare. It's also very nice though. And I get some nice rabbit's foot as well for my rabbits, which we give to Alex. Alex is one of the hardest NPCs to get loved gifts for. I haven't got anything from Gus's rotating stock yet, so if I get prismatic shards or rabbit's foots, they have to go to Alex. I get a star drop off Shane for accumulating extra hearts with him. Thank you very much, Shane. Picked up a few more picked up a duck feather and a rabbit's foot again today, so the rabbits are really, really paying off. I'm going to go with the juicy bugs wanted just to maximise more hearts with Willie. And I get a cool cutscene here with Penny where she makes a dish for me. It's not the best tasting dish, but I'm going to lie and say that was delicious. Take my advice, if someone ever makes you food, tell them it was the best food you ever had. Otherwise they won't make you food anymore. And I tell you that from experience. So Penny is going to name the dish after me. Thank you very much, Penny. Chili the GamerGar. Some of the scenes in this game are so funny. So how about we watch a movie or something? Sure, Penny, let's put on Netflix. So we're going down into the mines today, and we're just trying to get as much bug meat as possible so we can complete that special orders quest. I also went into the mutated bug lair to slay more bugs. We give Linus his basket that he's missing. And we're also going to surprise him with a cactus fruit because he loves those. So today, Elliot finally finished his book and he's going to read it out. And it's a real cool book that he's going to read. So he looks around the room and most of the NPCs have gathered to hear what he has to say. So let's see what he's going to read. Chapter 1. Commander Yutkin stepped through the golden archway as the airlock snapped shut behind him. Today was his first day on planet Yazo, and all 14 of the Alliance delegates had been summoned to the Grand Spire. Very interesting sci-fi book indeed. Just a few people left though, and as the 7th moon descended beneath the horizon, the planet Yazo would begin its sinister transformation, an event from which Commander Yutkin was completely unprepared. And there is your story time from GamerGar. So I complete the Juicy Bugs Wanted Special Orders quest. I get more money and more friendship points from Willie. And we give Leo another feather. So as we can see, we get lovely more fairy roses today. And we're going to give fairy roses to Jazz because she absolutely loves those. We're going to give a diamond to Jodie here too because we got some diamonds from going down into the mines. Leo another duck feather. And that's primarily what we're going to give Leo all the time. So I'm going to put fairy roses into a chest here near Marnie's house because Jazz always seems to be playing outside. So I'm getting low on catfish, so I'm just going to pull a few out of the fishing pond. I get 3 complete breakfasts from Gus, praise the Lord. We can give those to Alex to get his hearts up. Shane has somehow managed to find a way past my furnaces, and he seems to be doing squats with a chicken. But look, who am I to say that's strange? we get a really cool cutscene here where Willie invites Linus over to try to persuade Leo to come back to Stardew Valley. Linus makes a couple of cool bird sounds. Leo finds it a bit weird, but imitates. And we're going to ask him to come back and move into Stardew Valley with us. This is actually a hilarious scene once you accumulate enough hearts with Leo. Hello, Leo. My name's Linus. I've heard all about you and your parrot family. It's really something special. So, long story short, Leo comes back and the parrots build him a cool treehouse where he can live in Stardew Valley. And it's right beside Linus's tent. So we're going to take the prismatic jelly quest today because we need to get a couple of more hearts with the wizard, and this is a great way to do it. So I'm going to give a fairy rose to Jess today just to get the hearts up with her, and we're going to talk to her a few times as well to get those extra friendship points. It's back to the desert and it's more daffodils for Sandy, and it's more spangles for Caroline, just so we get the hearts up with her too. So we're going to go to the Stardew Valley Fair today, and I wasn't prepared for it at all, so I got second place. I was very surprised. I literally just put stuff that I got from Gus into the shelf. I did, however, get the star drop while I was here, and I spammed floor 5 until the prismatic slime appeared. It took a long time for it to pop up, but we got it eventually. It has quite a lot of HP, so it did take a while for me to kill it. So that is the prismatic jelly we can hand into the wizard. And that's going to get us a lot of friendship points with him. And it's going to get us some nice money as well. So we get 5,000 gold for doing that one. That was definitely worth it. As a reward, we get the Monster Musk, which is a great way to farm monster parts. I'm going to purchase loads of bouquets from Pierre, and we are going to give them to all of the single NPCs in the game. So things are going to get very interesting. So we're going to give one to Abigail here. I didn't know how you felt this way. Last night she had a dream that her left hand turned into an elf. That's great, Abigail. You just do you. I'm going to give one to Maru. Oh, we're going to give one to Harvey as well. Yes, Harvey, we want to get more serious. We're going to give one to Haley. She'll accept. Thank you very much. We're going to give one to Penny. We're going to give one to Leah. We're also going to give one to Emily. And we're going to give one to lovely Sam. Oh, look at him blush. We're going to give Marnie a diamond because she loves those. Oh, we won't forget Sebastian. We give him one as well. And we're going to give one to Elliot. So we get a cool scene here with Maru and her robot that she made. But the robot doesn't want to serve Demetrius and Robin. Instead, it wants its own freedom. So it blasts off into space, never to be seen again. So we get a really cool scene here of the robot just taking off into the unknown. We also get a really cool scene here with Penny, and she says, do you know why I asked you here tonight? I'm going to say, you wanted to see me in my bathing suit. She says, no. But then she turns around again, and she says, how do I say this? I've been meaning to tell you for a while now about how I feel. I can't stop thinking about you. I've never felt this way about anyone. So I'm going to say, I feel the same way about you, just to add a little bit of spice to our 100-day playthrough here. I'll always remember this night. And the game then cuts short because, obviously it's a family game. The next day we're going to give Robin here some spaghetti just to get the hearts up, and we max out her hearts because we see the star on her portrait. Leah here surprises us with a nice meal, so there's a battle going on here between the single NPCs to get married to us next. Kel comes out of nowhere and tries to ruin my day, so we're going to punch Kel in the face because I never did that before. Normally I select the peaceful option. Leah says, oh my god, and she looks at him for a second, then she says, let's get out of here. I don't think Kel will be bothering us anymore. It's very cold from Leah there. Elliot fixes up a boat that was outside of his cabin, and we go out into the sea where Elliot expresses his feelings for us, and we give him a nice big kiss, because why not? GamerGar, you're trembling, and we're going to say, I am happy. And he says, I was worried you might not feel this way about another man. And that's the beauty of Stardew Valley. Total freedom. So we give Alex a bouquet today, and I think that's all of the NPCs that you can give bouquets to in the game. So next up we get a really funny scene here with Jodie, and she said she thought she heard some weird noises. Sam says, "No mum, I was just doing push-ups. I want to beat Dad at arm wrestling someday." And when he says Dad, he's talking about Kent, who actually comes in here too. Jodie giggles and says, "Okay, well good luck, I'll see you in the morning." I wonder, does Jodie really know what's going on? Sam says, "Good night, mum." So then Sam turns around and he looks at us, he says, "Whew, that was close." Then he says, "GamerGar, and I have an option here, get out of bed or stay put." I decided to stay put because I'm nice and cozy in his bed at the moment. And then Sam gets into the bed too, and we cuddle up for the night. I always knew there was something special between us. Ah, thanks Sam. After that, we do a cool camp out with Emily, and a bear comes out of nowhere, which frightens the absolute death out of us. So we run into the tent, and the bear then starts sniffing around, and Emily is terrified. Then the bear backs away, and Emily then will tell us that the sleeping bag was left outside, so there's only one sleeping bag in the tent. So Emily says, "A bear, I hope he's not hungry." Yeah, I hope so too, Emily, because I'd be throwing you outside if he was. Or we could just give him some maple syrup as well, because he loves maple syrup. We find that out later on, that the bear loves maple syrup. So we're rummaging around the tent looking for that sleeping bag. She says, "Oh, the other sleeping bag is still outside. No way am I going back out there." GamerGar, you don't mind sharing a sleeping bag with me, do you? So we'll probably get a couple of options here now that we can select once the tent stops shaking. Oh, we don't actually get options. I suppose we just go with the flow. So we're going to give Leo a few more gifts today, and we max out his hearts. And we get a really cool scene here now with Haley, where we get to kiss her inside her cool photo room, which is located at the back of their house. Oh, GamerGar, I've been waiting so long for you to do that. If Haley only knew that I'm such a player and I'm doing this with all of the single NPCs. Then she says, "One moment," and she's going to dim down the lights a little bit, just to give us a bit of privacy. And that is another cool event. So we're going to file a divorce here, 50,000 gold to divorce someone in the game. But we have to do it so we can get the challenge underway. We're going to give George a lovely leak, and that maxes out his friendship because he has a nice iridium star on his portrait. I try to confront Shane here and tell him that I'm sorry about the divorce, but he says leave me alone. And that's really sad because I was hoping we could at least be friends. So that's quite unfortunate. And now I have to watch as Shane moves on with his life as he goes back to work in the Georgia Mart. Poor Shane. Let's all wish him the best. Stardew Valley can be tough sometimes. But anyways, back to the old marina here. We're going to purchase a mermaid's pendant. Who is the next NPC that we're going to marry? Yes, it is Maru, one of the most intelligent NPCs in the game. We are going to marry Maru next. So she's going to set up the wedding in 3 days, which is great. And the reason why I chose Mario next is because I just wanted to get a one-up on Demetrius. I'm going to take his daughter away. Back into the Skull Cavern for some resources. I'm looking for diamonds. But I get an auto grabber out of a chest, which is really nice. That means now that I don't have to keep collecting the wool and the duck feathers and the rabbit's foots. The auto grabber will just do that for me. I also get a nice golden pumpkin, which is a universal loved gift. And the day after, we get married to Maru, which is absolutely fantastic. She says the wedding was wonderful, but we can't forget about the farm. Time to get to work, and I give her a nice kiss. I also go down to my best bro Krobus. I give him a nice wild horseradish, which he loves. So on the day of the wedding, we're going to file another divorce because I'm just not feeling it with Maru at the moment. A few minutes with her was okay with myself. It's time to move on and explore other options. Krobus says Krobus means bridge crosser in their language, which is really interesting. And we get a real cool scene here with Leo, where Linus is teaching him how to cook food. Penny is also educating him, and Willie is teaching him to fish, which is really cool. I like that all of the NPCs kind of chip in and teach him their skills. What I don't like here is that he's stalking Jas a bit and he runs off because he's really shy. But then he goes back into his little house and he says, "It's a beautiful world, friends." And it is an absolutely, Stardew Valley is a beautiful world, and I'm glad to be part of it. So really nice dialogue there. On the same day, we get to go into a hot air balloon here with Harvey, and Harvey is absolutely terrified of heights. So it's really impressive to see Harvey try to conquer his fears. And we hug each other then in the balloon, and we get a cool scene here with the birds flying past. So it's back to Alex. We're trying to maximize his hearts, so I give him that golden pumpkin that I got. Back to the old marina. We're going to pay 5,000 gold for another mermaid pendant. Who are we going to marry next in the game? Let's go with Sebastian. We might as well get through one family at a time, I say. So it's Sebastian next. We'll have the ceremony in 3 days. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be a great wedding, a day to remember. Into Linus's tent here. We're going to give him a nice cactus fruit as a birthday gift. He's very happy with that. So that is another birthday out of the way with Linus. On to the next day. Just going to give you a quick overview as to how we're doing. So we have most of the NPCs maxed out. There's just a few NPCs to go at the bottom here. So we basically have Leo, Caroline and Alex. And they were the hardest NPCs to do because Leo was late game. Alex is just so hard to do with loved gifts. And Caroline, we had to wait until summer to get those spangles. So we almost have that challenge completed to max out all of the NPCs. So today was another big day. We had the wedding with Sebastian. Maru, for some strange reason, wasn't there, being his sister and all, which was unfortunate. The wedding was wonderful, wasn't it there? Oh, it was absolutely magnificent, Sebastian. Well, we can't forget about the farm. Time to get to work. And I did get to work by going back to Merluce's house and filing the divorce paper. 50,000 gold. Getting divorced is so expensive. Back to the old marina, and you've probably noticed too that it's raining in winter. This is because I'm activating rain totems that I got in Skull Cavern. Just to point that out if you're wondering. Next up, we're gonna marry Emily. I have a real good vibe with Emily. I like her character. I also like her parrot. So we're going to marry her and invite her into the farm to live with us. So that's something to look forward to. We're also going to gift Caroline a spangle today, and we get the Iridium Heart 10 out of 10 friendship with Caroline. Excellent. That is another NPC ticked off the list. So just a quick overview now. We just have Alex and Leo to go for the challenge to be completed to max out all of the NPCs' hearts in the game. We're going to go back to Alex there with a rabbit's foot that I got from one of my rabbits. God bless him. Rabbits in this game seem to have an unlimited amount of foots. Super regenerative abilities. We maxed out Alex there. I gave Leo a gift, but it wasn't enough. But I did talk to him. And the very, very few friendship points you get from talking to NPCs paid off. And it maxed out Leo. And that's all of the NPCs in the game fully maxed out. Excellent. That is the big challenge for this 100-day playthrough of Stardew Valley completed. What an adventure. But the fun doesn't end here. We still have weddings to get on with. So I went to a cool event today, the fishing event, and I spoke to Shane to see if he had a change of heart, but he didn't. He doesn't want to talk to me. What about Sebastian? He says, why do you keep bothering me? I just want to forget about you. Very, very harsh words from Sebastian. Let's go over to Maru. She seems to be having fun here with the snowman. We have nothing to say to each other. Oh, Maru, that's so sad. So today was a real sad day for me. Lots of exes around. Lots of divorcees. As a result, I didn't win the fishing event. Willie actually won because my heart just wasn't in it because of what everyone said to me. So I blame those NPCs for losing the event today. But the marriage the next day made up for all that. I got married to lovely Emily. It was missing a few people, but we'll get over that. And then Emily says, we can't forget about the farm. Time to get to work. Yes, Emily, I'm going to get to work by visiting Mayor Lewis's office and finding divorce papers. 50,000 gold. We're almost broke from divorcing people. But hey, that's the challenge, folks. So I paid 50,000 gold. I went to the Dark Shrine of Memory. I paid a further 30,000 gold. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to give Sebastian a gift on his birthday, which would have meant that I wouldn't have been able to complete the challenge to give everyone a loved gift on their birthday. There we go. You remember my birthday. I'm impressed. Thanks. Yes, Sebastian, and thank God you didn't remember what I done to you a few days ago. If you aren't busy, I don't mind if you stick around. Trust me, Sebastian, you don't want me sticking around, buddy. So it's another rainy day. Back to the old marina to buy another mermaid pendant. Who are we going to give this to? We are going to go to Haley this time. And this will be another family that we've married. So we've went through Maru, Sebastian, Emily, and now Haley. And of course, we can't forget lovely Shane. So that is Haley in the bag. We also get a really cool cutscene here with Alex, and he tells us how he feels. I tell him I feel the same way, and then he enjoys his lovely steak. He says, the steak is outstanding. Can't you smell that fragrant sauce? I actually had a steak a few days ago in a restaurant in Limerick. It was lovely. I couldn't really do anything today, so I decided to play Junimo Kart. I got to the 3rd level. See if you can beat the 3rd level. Emma Lucian. Shout out to Emma Lucian. Watch her videos if you haven't. They're amazing. She does really cool streams. So I got married to Haley today. The wedding was wonderful, wasn't it, dear? Yes, it was. Well, we can't forget about the farm. Time to get to work. And we're going to get to work all right by going back to Mayor Lewis's house and filing divorce papers. 50,000 gold. We are now officially broke with only 2,500 gold left. So instead of buying another mermaid's pendant, we're going to get the Void Ghost pendant, and we are going to give this to Krobus. We're going to get lovely Krobus to move in with us instead. A Void Ghost pendant. How did you? Oh wow. GamerGar, yes, I'll come live with you if you like, but we have to keep it a secret from everyone. I'll be at your house in a few days. GamerGar, I'm afraid we'll have to keep this a secret. Neither my people nor yours would accept us living together. So, Krobus, best buds for life, and to celebrate, we're going to give him another lovely wild horseradish for him to enjoy. We're also going to go to Harvey here because it's his birthday today. We're going to give him a lovely coffee, and Harvey's really happy with that. So on the next day here, there wasn't much to do, so I just went down to this special event here, the night market. Emily wasn't too impressed to see me, unfortunately, so I ended up getting a free coffee, and then that made things a little bit better. So that is a nice free coffee in the bag. We'll drink that to warm the bones, and we're going to call it a day. So we finally made it to day 100, and we've basically maxed out every single NPC in the game. Well, in year 1 we couldn't get Kent because Kent is year 2, but we got every single other NPC, including Leo. So that was the big challenge completed. We also got all the birthdays, which was great as well. What an amazing adventure. I'm just going to show you a bonus day, day 101. Krobus moves into the house. He gives us a strange bun. He says he tries to make human food. You can eat it later. Thanks, Krobus. And we hug each other. You can't beat a nice bro hug. For today's video, I played 100 days of Stardew Valley, but on a tiny farm. Let's get into the challenges for this video. The first challenge is to make 1 million gold by the end of the 100 days. The second challenge is to unlock all the warp obelisks, excluding the Ginger Island warp obelisks, as we won't be going to Ginger Island. The third challenge is to turn the tiny farm into a beautiful tiny farm. The fourth challenge is to complete the community centre, and the final challenge is to complete the final bundle, unlocking the cinema and using the cinema within the 100 days. This video took me approximately 100 hours to make, so show GamerGar some love by subscribing to the channel and hitting that notification bell icon so that when future Stardew Valley videos are created, you will be notified. So let's jump into the video, let's see how we done with the challenges, and let's have some fun. I hope you enjoy the video. On day 1 we begin with clearing all the debris from our farm because we need to make as much space as possible. So any rocks on the ground, pieces of wood, grass, all need to be harvested. We find Caroline and immediately give her a daffodil because Caroline loves daffodils. We also go down to the beach in search of forageable items and artifacts. We get a trilobite here from the sand, which is really nice. We can give that into Gunther to complete a quest, which will give us a nice portion of gold for the start of the game, 250 gold in the bag. The next thing we're going to do here now is we're going to run around the map and we're going to collect as much forageables as possible because we want to reach 2 hearts with Caroline so we can learn the tea sapling to make lots of money. By the end of day 1 we make level 1 foraging. We're going to put that level to the test right away and make spring wild seeds. We're also going to go to Pierre, we're going to purchase a bean, a cauliflower and a potato because we're going to be going the community centre route for this challenge. I also get the lovely rod off Willie, so we're going to spend a good portion of today fishing because we want to get the fiberglass rod as quickly as possible so we can get our hands on that lovely loot from the treasure chests. Day number 3 we get our usual rainy day and we capitalise on this by trying to fish up as many catfish as possible. The reason why we go for catfish is because you get lots of gold for catfish. You get a lot more gold than you do any other fish except for the legend of course in spring. Day number 4 we're going to cut down tons of trees because we need wood to make tea saplings. We also need fibre as well to make them, so wood and fibre are priorities at the moment. Getting the forage skill up too is also very important. So I got a quest here to give Demetrius a sunfish. We're going to work on Demetrius because if you make good enough friends with him, he can send you a knotless shell in the mail, which you need for one of the community centre bundles. Day number 5, the parsnips are ready to be harvested, so we're going to harvest all the parsnips and we're going to go down to the mines here as well to make some progress. So I bring a chest with me to the mines just so that I can put loot into the chest and save inventory space every time I get down a couple of levels. So for the first day we didn't do too bad in the mines. If I see copper I'm going to get that because we need copper bars to make kegs later on in the game. We also need copper bars to upgrade tools, etc. I make it down to the dark floors, floor 30, and I decided to call it a day. So I'm going to head back up and go to sleep for the night. And we got level 1 farming, which is great, so we can now make the scarecrow. And I got a level in combat too, which was nice. So I made the scarecrow to prevent those pesky crows from stealing my crops. And as you can see here, I'm using the UI info suite, so it's really easy to put down the scarecrows in strategic locations. Day number 6, I got down to floor 40, and I stop at floor 40 until I get the copper pickaxe. We're going to give Caroline more daffodils, and we completed a quest there on how to win friends. We got another nice 100 gold. So as you can see, the farm is really small and it's already now becoming a challenge when it comes to space and what we're going to plant on the farm. That's the biggest challenge that comes with this video. Day number 7, we're going to go to the museum and we're going to donate a couple of artifacts to Gunther here. If we give him enough artifacts, he will give us 9 cauliflower seeds for free, which is really nice. So we're going to get those and plant those straight away. We also need to give Gunther a lot of artifacts so we can get access to the stores that are on in the game. Down to Clint, we're going to upgrade our pickaxe to a copper pickaxe, and we got really lucky too on day 7 here. It's a rainy day, so we're going to spend today fishing up lots of catfish to get more money. We get fishing level 5 at the end of today, so we're going to go with the perk to increase the price of fish. So I went into the community centre today, but I can't use the bundles just yet. We have to do a little quest where we talk to the wizard to get that ability. I cut down a couple of trees here to get more wood, because wood is something that we're going to need a lot of. So the more wood we have, the better, especially for building upgrades later on. By the end of day number 8, I sell some fish. I make a nice 8,700 gold from fish. Day 9, I visit the wizard for the chat, and he gives us the ability to now read the bundles so we can start completing those. I also treat myself to a backpack upgrade because I find myself throwing away a lot of valuable loot because I only have so few inventory slots. So I'm going to go down here now to the crafts room, and we're going to complete the first bundle, which is the spring forageable bundle. And for completing this bundle, we get awarded with more spring wild seeds, and these are absolutely magnificent because we can plant these to get even more spring forageables. We get our copper pickaxe, so we go back down into the mines. If I see iron ores like this, we're absolutely going to get as much of those as possible because we need copper and iron to make kegs for later on. I go back to Clint. I want him to upgrade my pickaxe again to a steel pickaxe, so he'll do that now in the next few days for us. The next thing now I'm going to do is I'm going to run around the map and gather as much fibre as possible because I'm really lacking on fibre, and if I can get more fibre I can make more tea saplings. I do a little bit of fishing as well today, just so I can get more money via the fish, because I need to get certain upgrades done. We're going to work on Caroline again by giving her more daffodils to get her hearts up. We need to get Caroline to 2 hearts, so she can give us the tea sapling recipe. So I also get Robin's Lost Axe because it's a nice easy quest to do, and when you complete this quest you get a nice bit of gold from Robin. If I see any trees around, especially in the starter zone, I'm going to cut those down to get more wood. So there's Robin out for the stroll. We're going to give her the axe, and that's going to give us a nice 250 gold for completing that quest. And 250 gold is nice at the start of the game. We get the travelling cart woman today, and she's selling a truffle for 3,125 gold. I'm going to purchase this truffle because this means I won't have to purchase pigs later on in the game. I was going to get the walleye, but I decided not to because I can get that in the next few seasons. I got the rare trash hat today, so I equipped that and throw away my cool hat because I think the trash hat is cooler. I get the steel pickaxe off Clint, so we can now go back to the mines and we can make our way down to the bottom. I do a bit more fishing today because I need more money, and I get some nice gold ore in the treasure chest, which is nice. Any ores I get is certainly welcome. Back to the farm, and now because I have my steel pickaxe I can break open these big rocks. That's why we had to prioritise the pickaxe, because these big rocks are going to give me an extra 8 tiles in total for planting crops. It's day 13, so I'm going to purchase a few strawberries. I can't purchase too many unfortunately because the farm is so small, but I purchased enough to make a sizable profit. So the next day we're going to go to the travelling cart lady again, and she's actually selling a summer spangle, so I purchased that straight away because Caroline loves summer spangles and it's a great way to get her up to 2 hearts very quickly. Back down to the mines with my new upgraded pickaxe, so we get more iron ores here, but we're also trying to make our way down now as quickly as possible to get that nice star drop. Into the community centre, we're going to complete the spring crops bundle here by putting in the crops that we grew in the farm. That's another bundle completed. And for completing that bundle we get 20 speed grow, which is really nice. I made it down to floor 80 here today, and I get the Firewalker boots, which is a nice armour upgrade for me. So I'm going to equip those boots and take away the Tundra boots. There's still better boots we can get, but for now the Firewalker boots will do just fine. Now it's only 9 o'clock, so I might go a bit further. I killed a Shadow Walker today and I got a prismatic shard, super lucky. So we're going to store that away and we'll use that once we get to the desert to get a galaxy sword. So I made it down to floor 100 today and we get our first star drop of the challenge, and this increases our maximum energy. The great thing about star drops as well is that they also fill up your energy if it's low. So day number 17, I'm going to go down to the boiler room here and complete all of the boiler room bundles, which it's very easy to complete these. You just need a couple of resources from the mines. This will unlock the minecart for us, which means we have fast travel all over the map. This will save us an absolute ton of time when we're transversing the game. So that is the boiler room complete, and the Junimos are super happy. I also fixed the bridge here that connects one side of the beach to the other, just so I can get access to the additional forageables on that side of the beach. We're going to go back to Clint and get him to upgrade the axe this time because we want to get access to the secret woods for hardwood. I also get level 5 in combat, so go with the fighter perk. I complete the crab pot bundle by just getting forageables on the beach, and I get awarded with a couple of crab pots. I finally get 2 hearts with Caroline, so I go into her lovely sunroom here, and she is going to give me the tea sapling recipe. On day 18 here we make it down to floor 110 and we get the space boots, and these are going to be the best boots that we're going to get for the whole challenge, because we're not going to be going to Ginger Island. We also make it down to floor 120 and we get the Skull Key, so we can now go to Skull Cavern once we unlock the desert. Demetrius pays us a visit and we're going to go with the Bats Cave because I find when you choose the bats it's easier to complete certain community centre bundles. Back to the travelling cart lady, she's selling a red cabbage which we need for a bundle, so I purchased that straight away and I can use that to finish out the dye bundle later on. So this time we're going to go to Robin and we're going to get a coop. Now before I get to coop I have to move around a few things so I have room to place the coop down. So I'm thinking of putting the coop in the top right hand side of the farm there, just so we can get in some chickens because we need eggs to complete certain bundles. We also need fried eggs as well for the chef's bundle. So I'm going to cut down a few more trees here to get the foraging level up and to get my hands on some handy wood. I get foraging level 5 today. We're going to go with gatherer for double foraging. I also complete the construction bundle as well. So we're going to get a nice charcoal kennel for that, and that's a really nice item if you need coal. I give Demetrius an amethyst today for a quest just to get hearts up with him. and I give Jody a nice cauliflower to complete that quest as well to get more money. I cut down loads of trees today because I need loads of wood to make loads of tea saplings. We're going to get tons of money soon from selling tea saplings. The strawberries have come to fruition, so we're going to harvest all these, get some valuable farming XP. Because the farm is so small, we're not going to get loads of farming XP, so it is quite a challenge to max out farming. We do a bit of fishing today, we get some bubbles, so we take full advantage of the bubbles and we try to catch as much fish as possible because I want to max out fishing as quickly as possible so we can get a go off the legend fish. So I go back to Clint's now today and we get the steel pickaxe, which is a nice upgrade. We can now access the secret woods. So I'm going to cut away this huge tree stump, go into the secret woods and get all the lovely resources the secret woods has to offer. The tree stumps in the secret woods respawn every day. We take full advantage of the rain on day 23 and we go for an eel and we catch that no problem because we need that for the community bundle. Day 24, more parsnips have come to fruition, so we're going to harvest all those. I also go to the flower dance. Unfortunately, I can't dance with anyone because I haven't been working on the friendship at all, but I do purchase a nice rare crow for the farm, which will change things up a bit. I go back to the secret woods in day 25 and I cut down more stumps to get more hardwood because I need loads of hardwood for the next house upgrade. I think I need about 100 hardwood in total. We're going to go to Marnie's, we're going to purchase some chickens. We're going to put those in our newly built coop, thanks to Robin of course. And the reason why we need chickens is because we need a large white egg and a large brown egg. So I'm going to pet the chickens, give them some food to make sure they're nice and cozy in the farm. Back to the travelling cart lady. And today I'm going to purchase a sturgeon for one of the bundles that I need. I also purchase a honey for another bundle and a rare seed, so I get my hands on a star drop in fall. I complete another fishing bundle today, which is the lake fish bundle. And I'm also going to upgrade the coop to a big coop, which means I have a lot more space to work with. So because the farm is so small, it's definitely worth our while to upgrade all these buildings for more space inside. We get fishing level 10 today, so we can sell lots of fish. And we also harvest lots of lovely forageables here as well. And we're going to turn all these into spring wild seeds to make loads of money. So I'm going to plant loads of hardwood trees here because I still need lots and lots of hardwood. The secret woods just isn't doing it for me at the moment. I need hundreds of hardwood for what I want to do, especially for the house upgrade. If I want to get a stable later on, if I want to fix Willie's boat to go to Ginger Island. There's loads of reasons why I need tons of hardwood. So it's the last day of spring. I go to Willie, I'm going to purchase an iridium rod. I'm also going to purchase a trap bobber. And I'm also going to purchase a trout suit because we are going to be going for the legend today. And we're going to need all the fishing perks that we can muster in order to catch the legend, because it is one of the hardest fish to catch in the game. And I'm also going to purchase some bait to increase the bite rate also. So we are now going to go for the legend catch. This is the first attempt, and I actually got it on my first attempt, which was great. It did put up quite a battle, but we got it nonetheless. We also got a treasure chest, and we get some nice rice shoots and coal, but more importantly, we get a gold star legend fish worth 11,000 gold, and that is going to sell for a nice chunk of money. We go back to the travelling cart lady today and I purchase a large milk from her, which means I don't have to get cows, which is absolutely magnificent. So now I have the truffle and I have the large milk, which means no pigs and no cows. I also purchase another rare seed. Even though the rare seed costs 1,000 gold, you make that back so much when you sell those rare gem berries later on. I make lots of money today from selling the legend and other items. A nice almost 15,000 gold by the end of day spring. So it's the first day of summer, and as we can see, I've re-hoed the ground and I'm going to plant tons of melons. Unfortunately, I couldn't get into the desert because the farm wasn't big enough to make a big enough profit, so we're going to have to go with melons in summer. We're also going to purchase a few more things too, just for community center bundles. So I made a mistake here by purchasing a sunflower seed for 200 gold. I should have went to the Joja Mart and got it for 100 gold, but 100 gold won't kill us. I also got lots and lots of melons as well, just so we can fill up the farm with crops. We also need 5 gold star melons for the quality crops bundle inside the community centre. I go for another legendary fish today, the crimson fish, and we pulled that one up so we can sell that for a couple of 1,000 gold, which is really nice. And we also get a treasure chest with that one. Not the best of treasure, but still, we won't say no. So by the end of today, we finally get foraging level 7. That means we can make the tree fertilizer. And the tree fertilizer is a very cheap resource to make. We can now spam trees all over the map if we need wood. So the need of wood has dramatically come down because we have the overpowered tree fertilizer. So on day 30, I'm going to make as much tree fertilizer as possible using fiber and stone. And I'm going to use this on all the trees I planted just outside the farm here. The reason why I'm doing it outside the farm is because there's just no room inside the farm to plant these trees. So we have to plant them out here in the dirt patches where we can plant the trees. So as we can see, I've put down a lot of seeds and I'll be able to cut down these trees in a few days. We're going to go for a house upgrade. And that's going to be the first house upgrade that we've done. We still need a few more house upgrades if we want to complete all the bundles the game has to offer. So I'm going to purchase a duck here, and the reason why I need a duck is because I need a duck egg for one of the community center bundles. Ducks also are very profitable when it comes to duck mayonnaise. I get some more hay off Marnie just to keep our chickens and our ducks fed so that they're happy. I make loads of tea saplings today, 22 in total, and I'm going to sell those now for lots of money. So we're going to get 11,000 gold for those. So I complete another bundle today, which is the summer foraging bundle, and as a reward we get nice summer wild seeds. So that is another bundle done. So we're one step closer to completing the community centre, and at the end of today we make a nice profit from selling those tea saplings. They sell for 11,000 gold, so we're going to take all that money, and right now we're saving up to get access to the desert. So we have 11,000 at the moment. So the chickens are now starting to lay some eggs, so we're going to pick up all these eggs. I'm just going to sell these, but I might make some mayonnaise machines later on to convert these into mayonnaise. And I'm going to put some more hay down there to keep the chickens fed. So I'm going to plant an extraordinary amount of seeds today up north of the bat house area, because this area is just opened up, so we're going to make use of all the space up here. And I'm going to put tree fertilizer on all of these seeds. And when all these trees fully grow up, we'll cut down some and we will attach tappers to others. So I'm going to purchase peppers, blueberries and tomatoes off Pierre for community centre bundles. And we're also going to put down some mayonnaise machines here as well inside the coop so we can convert some eggs to mayo. I get farmer level 5. We're going to go with the tiller perk, so crops are worth 10% more because we're selling an awful lot of crops at the moment. So day number 34, our house is now a lot bigger. We can make fried eggs, which is great. We need that for a community centre bundle, for the chef's bundle I think it is. So we went back into our coop and a new baby chicken has hatched, which is great. It just saves me from purchasing a chicken. I can just put eggs into the incubator and increase the chicken population inside this coop, no problem. So we're going to pet all our chickens, we're going to give them more hay, and we're going to put the eggs that we got into the mayonnaise machines. So we're going to just give Gunther a few more artifacts here that we've gotten from opening up geodes with Clint, etc. I purchased an apple and a pomegranate sapling just for community centre bundles because I don't know if the bats will find those items. I also purchased a caviar from the Wandering Cat Lady for the final bundle that we need to unlock the cinema at the end of the game. It's 2,000 gold, but we're going to get it because it saves me from putting a fish pond down. So I sell a load of stuff here to Pierre, including the seeds, because I need money to get into the desert to get my hands on more items. So I go to Gus today and I purchased the Mackie roll recipe because I need to make a Mackie roll in order to complete a community centre bundle. We go back to Pierre here as well, and I'm going to purchase some rice off Pierre because we need that to make the Mackie roll. We also need any sort of fish and we need seaweed, and I have all those items already. So that is the Mackie roll made for the community centre bundle. Day number 36, I'm just going to do more fishing just to get my hands on some more money. If I get some nice things out of the treasure chests like emeralds for example, we'll just sell those. We're going to upgrade our house again to the next tier, so it's 150 pieces of hardwood, but we have that from going farming the secret woods on a daily basis. So that is the next house upgrade in the bag. We're going to finish the ocean fish bundle by putting in a tilapia and a red snapper, and that is going to get us a nice warp totem to the beach, and they're actually really handy if you don't have a whole lot of time and you want to get to the beach very quickly. So I get a sunflower there now today, and we harvest that. I'm also going to water these crops. I haven't been showing a whole lot of crop watering because who wants to see that? But just so you know, I just wanted to show you this because the farm is so small. You can only put so many crops on the farm. Watering isn't really a big deal. The challenge is space. So I accept the quest there from Pam because it's going to net me 750 gold. I do more fishing today, and a ferocious battle is taking place at the moment between myself and an octopus, but I do win in the end and I fish up a nice octopus. This isn't needed for any bundles, however, the octopus does sell for quite a lot of gold. I do need the pufferfish, however, so that's the reason why I was fishing down in the beach there today. A lot of trees have grown, so I'm going to cut down the ones that have grown for wood, and I'll leave the smaller ones and attach tappers to those ones when they've fully grown. So what's great about this is that I'm going to get tons of wood, plus I'm going to get syrups in the future to make kegs, etc. I cut down more trees today to get more wood because we need to make more tea saplings. Day 39 the house as went through another upgrade, so it's now much bigger. I also go down into the mines today to get my hands on more fibre, and if I see bugs I'll kill those as well to get the combat level up. I make 40 tea saplings today and I sell those to make a huge profit of 23,000 gold. And I probably have enough money now to go into to open up the desert and to do a few skull cavern runs and things like that. I also have a prismatic shard so I can get the galaxy sword straight away. So I'm on 46,000 gold at the moment, so I'm saving up to get into that desert. Day 40 we're just going to pet the chickens and turn eggs into mayonnaise. We're not going to sell much of the mayonnaise. We could wait to get the artisan profession then sell it, but if I'm really stuck on money I'll sell it no problem at all because there isn't much of a difference. I get an ancient seed from killing all the bugs, and I'm going to plant the ancient seed down in the farm. I need 5 gold star ancient fruit to complete the last bundle in the game, so getting ancient seeds is very important. I get Clint to break open more geodes today because I need to give Gunther more artifacts to get down into the sewers, so I can do the quest chain later on for the wizard. And also Krobus can give us a star drop for 20,000 gold. So any artifacts Gunther doesn't have, we'll give them to Gunther. If Gunther does have those artifacts, we'll just sell them back to Clint and make a nice profit. So as we can see, the farm is coming along nicely. We've got our coop. We're also going to make some more space here to put down some ancient seeds. So I've got 2 ancient seeds in total. I'm also going to go to the community centre today and we're going to complete some bundles now. We're going to buy all these bundles which will unlock the desert, and these bundles give you really nice rewards, including a crystallarium that we're going to put a jade into, and that's going to generate jades all the time so we can eventually trade those in for staircases for more effective skull cavern runs. We also get nice quality fertilizer chocolate cake that we won't say no to. Once we complete the bundle to unlock the desert, the Junimals will appear. I also got a duck feather so I could complete another bundle in the community centre. That's the dye bundle completed. That rewards us with a seed maker. Seed makers are really handy, especially for rare crops. So day 41 we get a rainy day, but more importantly the melons can be harvested. So we're going to harvest all the melons. Then we're going to go to the desert with our prismatic shard, and this is going to get us the lovely galaxy sword, one of the strongest weapons in the game, pre 1.5 update of course. But when it comes to the vanilla game, the main game, this is one of the strongest weapons you can get your hands on. You just have to decide if you're a sword person or a hammer person. I'm also going to purchase some starfruit because I have enough time in summer to grow some starfruit and turn that into wine. So I fished up a sandfish also, which completes another bundle, and that's going to get me Dish of the Seas plus 3 fishing. We will use that wisely of course. I also completed another bundle as well for bridge repair because I was able to get cactus fruit and coconuts in the desert. So that is another bundle done. So we're getting one step closer again to completing the community centre. We get level 6 farming now so we can make quality sprinklers. It took us a long time to get level 6 because the farm is so small. I got really lucky in the Skull Cavern today and I got 2 iridium sprinklers from a chest, which is great. And I also got some diamonds and I got my hands on some iridium ore as well. Not a whole lot of iridium ore, but enough to make a couple of bars that we can use to either upgrade a tool or we can just sell it and make really nice profits. So we will do a few Skull Cavern runs in this challenge. The next day we get a rainy day, but I also get a battery pack from the power pylon that I put down. And we've got lots of star fruit planted here and some melons as well. I finally get the large brown and white egg from the chicken, so we complete yet another bundle, and we get the cheese press as a reward. We don't actually use the cheese press because we don't get cows or goats in this challenge because we already got the items we needed for the community centre bundle off the travelling cart lady. Day number 45, the sprinklers are in full motion, so we don't have to water the crops anymore in this game, thank God. We do, however, get 10,000 gold from Key for making it past floor 25 in the Skull Cavern, so we will absolutely take that money. Back into the coop, we're gonna pet all our lovely chickens, pick up their eggs, and convert the eggs into lovely mayonnaise that we can sell for a nice profit. If I can get an auto petter now, it'll be nicer because I won't have to pet the chickens all the time. So as we can see, the hearts are increasing with the duck. The higher the hearts on the duck, the more likely it'll generate duck feathers, which sell for a nice amount of money. Day 45, it's back into the cave to get more fibre because we want to make more tea saplings. We also get an ancient seed, so we'll use that and plant another ancient fruit. Day 46, it's the same tactic. We're down into the mines, we're getting fibre. If we see bugs, we'll kill them. If they drop ancient seeds, then it's a bonus for us. So that's all I do in day 45 and 46. So I sell more items today and I make a nice 10,000 gold, primarily from the tea saplings. That was 20 more tea saplings there. So day 47, we're going to harvest all our lovely melons to try to get that farming XP up. We're just going to sell the melons, of course, because we haven't reached level 8 farming yet, so we can't make the kegs, unfortunately. We do, however, complete a bundle here, which is the summer crops bundle, and that awards us with a quality sprinkler that isn't very useful at the moment because we already have made tons of sprinklers. We get a rare event here, and a train passes through Stardew Valley, and we get coal from that. I have gotten better things, but we won't say no to the coal, of course. I do more fishing today, and I fish up a puffer fish along with other stuff to get more money. We're going to spend a great portion of today smelting bars. So I've got lots of gold ores at the moment. We're going to convert those into gold bars. We need lots of gold bars to make lots of kegs. I also have some iridium bars there too that I might sell as well for some nice profit. The iridium bars at the moment go for 1,000 gold a piece, but if I get level 10 mining, they can sell for 1,500 gold a piece if I go into the blacksmith perk. Back down into the Skull Cavern today, and I get my hands on some iridium ores as well. We'll break those open. There is a 5% chance those ores can give me a prismatic shard, so we're on the lookout for prismatic shards also, because I need one prismatic shard for the final bundle to unlock the cinema. Back to Gunther, and I'm just going to give him more items here on day 50. The more artifacts we give him, the closer we are for him to give us the key to the source. So I'm going to make more wild summer forageables today, summer seeds, and we're going to make more tea saplings from those seeds. I make lots of tea saplings today, 50 in total, and that is going to net us a real handy profit of 25,000 gold for tea saplings. I sell loads of items today. I make a huge profit of 52,000 gold. That's a combination of mining, so iridium bars and gold bars, and it's also tea saplings as well. Gunther finally gives us the key to the source, and on day 52 we're going to go to Robin here, and we're going to get Robin to upgrade our house. This is the final upgrade for the 100,000 gold, which will give us access to the basement so we can put wines into kegs to make an item that we need for the final bundle, so we can unlock the cinema. I get a prismatic shard today in the Skull Cavern, so that is another item I need for the final bundle. And if I see any other iridium nodes too, we're going to blow those up, and we get another prismatic shard. Down the hall we go, and we find a treasure room. What do we get inside? We get an auto petter. Praise the Lord. We don't have to pet the chickens anymore. This is a huge upgrade for the farm. So I got lots of iridium ores that day. We're going to smelt all those into iridium bars. I'm also going to go down to the regular version of the mines just to get some more fibre to increase my mining skill and to increase my combat skill. It was a bad luck day, so I didn't want to spend money to go to the Skull Cavern. I get level 10 mining, we go with the blacksmith perk. We are going to make even more iridium bars, and we are going to sell these to make tons of money. One of the challenges in this video, of course, is to make all of the warp obelisks. To make those, we're going to need millions of gold. I get Robin to do a house renovation, and I get her to unlock more rooms for free, which is really nice. We're going to go with a deluxe coop because it's going to give us a lot more space, which means we can purchase more chickens for more profit, but more importantly, we're going to have more space in that coop to put down a lot more mayonnaise machines. 42,000 gold from mining. Mining is one of the best profitable professions in the game. Day 54, we get a rainy day. The starfruit has grown. We're going to harvest all the starfruit, but we're not going to sell the starfruit. We're going to store it away, and we're going to turn it into wine once we get the ability to make kegs. The oak resins have finally come to fruition. We're going to get all the oak resins and we're going to store those away as well so we can make kegs when we get that farming level. I put down tons of wheat today as a placeholder so I don't have to re-hoe the ground and water the ground, because wheat will survive when you go from summer into fall. It's a really nice tactic to prevent you from re-hoeing the ground. We finally get farming level 8. That means we can make kegs. So we're going to make loads of kegs, of course. I sell more iridium bars today. I make 23,000 gold. Day 55. It is a new day. The problem now is that the coop is stopping our tree from growing. So I moved the coop just a little bit so that the apple tree could grow again. I also purchased a silo. Now here's the problem. Because I put the silo down next to the coop, the apple tree won't grow anymore. So I need to move things around in order to make the apple tree grow again. So I'm going to wait for the wheat to grow. Then I need to sacrifice a few hoed tiles, put the coop at the bottom of the farm, and then move the silo so the apple tree can grow again, because I need apples to complete the community centre bundle. I make loads of kegs today, and I'm going to put starfruit into the kegs to make starfruit wine. We're going to go to Marnie. We're going to purchase more hay because we're running low on hay again. And I'm going to purchase a few more chickens. Back to the mines today. We're going to smelt a lot more bars today so we can make more kegs. So I got lots of copper bars now because we need copper bars to make kegs. We're going to smelt even more copper bars. We also need iron bars as well. So I'm going to run around the map now. It's the 1st of fall. New forageables have spawned into the maps. We're going to get all those to complete the fall foraging bundle. So I just picked up a common mushroom there. So I go back to the community centre, go to the fall foraging bundle, and we're going to complete that. One step closer to bridge repair. As a reward, we get 30 fall seeds, which is absolutely magnificent. We can use the fall seeds to make tea saplings. We're not going to plant the fall seeds because we simply don't have the space on the farm to do so. I do, however, fish up the legendary anglerfish, and we're going to sell that for more money. So the wheat has fully grown. We're going to harvest that with our scythe, and once we're finished, we need to make some serious alterations to the farm. So we're going to go with the Juicy Bugs Wanted Special Orders quest for Willy, because he gives you a nice amount of money for completing that quest. I'm going to purchase some pumpkins off Pierre, some eggplants, some corn, and some yams for the community centre bundle. So now I'm going to put the coop at the bottom left hand side of the farm. That means the apple tree can grow again. I also want to put a barn down, but I don't know if I have the space for the barn just yet. It looks like I don't. So I think I need to hold off on the barn for the moment. And I think I need to maybe sacrifice a few more tile spots, or maybe cut down a tree when I'm finished with it, so I can move the silo, so I can put the barn at the top right hand side of the farm. So again, because the farm is so small, it's going to be very difficult to put down extra buildings. We don't have a whole lot of space to work with. I do fish up the walleye though on day 58 because it was a rainy day, and now I can complete the riverfish bundle by putting in a tiger trout. And I can also complete the nightfish bundle because I just got my hands on the walleye, and that completes all of the fishing bundles. So that is another huge project in the community centre completed. The Junimos are really happy. We're going to go back to the mines today, and we're farming insects for bug meat because we need that to complete a special orders quest. But if we see fibre, we're going to grab that. The insects could also drop agent seeds, so if they drop those, it's a super bonus. So there's loads of reasons why we want to come down here and farm these bugs for the whole day. So day 61, we've completed the quest. We put 100 bug meat into Willy's container. We get back some gold. I also make more tea saplings today, just so we can sell those and make a nice profit. I have lots of gold at the moment, but there isn't much I can do with it because the farm is so small. I can't invest it into crops. I can't put down a ton of buildings. So it's going to be a huge challenge to make millions of gold, in this video, because you just don't have the space for it. That's why it's very important to upgrade all the buildings you do have, so you can maximize the space that you got by filling it up with processors, machines, and items that can make you huge profits. So I'm going to harvest the starfruit wine today. I'm not going to sell that straight away. I'm going to wait for the artisan perk. Once I get my farmer level at 10, then I will sell it. I will however sacrifice one starfruit wine for the Enchanter's bundle in the community centre. So I'm after getting a fully grown tree. The pomegranate tree has grown. 3 days left for the apple tree to grow. So we will be able to get our pomegranate tomorrow. So day 62, we're going to pet our chickens, we're going to pick up their eggs, and we're going to convert the eggs into mayonnaise. And we're saving that mayonnaise at the moment for farmer level 10. So there is the pomegranate that I got from the tree that I've been growing, and the starfruit wine. That is the Enchanter's bundle completed. So we're another step closer to the community centre completion. So I'm going to cut down the pomegranate tree because unfortunately I need the space to put down a barn. We're also going to move the scarecrow to another location. And we're also going to mine away that piece of rock. And I'm probably going to move the silo down there, just like that. And now I might have enough space to place a barn. Let's see if we have the space. We also need to be wary that there's enough space around the apple tree for it to grow. So let's put the coop up there for now. That does look a lot tidier. But we're not going to get the barn right now because I feel like we just don't have the space. Once the apple tree fully grows, we might be able to put the barn down then. So I just gave Clint my pickaxe to upgrade to a gold pickaxe. We also have the blackberries here that can be harvested off the bushes. So I spend a great portion of time today running around the map finding bushes with blackberries, because blackberries is one of the prime ingredients needed to make fall wild seeds. So if I see a blackberry bush, I harvest it. Day number 65, we are going to finally construct a farm building. This time, we're going to just place our coop right down at the bottom of the farm here. Because the apple tree has now grown, we can place a barn right beside it. It won't interfere with the fruit generation on the apple tree, which is super important for us. So now we can finally make our barn, so we can put more animals into the barn and we can make bigger profits. And we just have enough space to put the barn down in the farm, so we're going to do just that. And Robin will have that barn made 3 days from now, which is absolutely magnificent. So that is the barn added to the farm. Back to Clint on day 65, we're going to get our gold pickaxe. So that is the second best pickaxe you can get in the game. We're also going to get him to upgrade our axe to a gold axe, just so we can cut down trees faster. I also go to the Special Orders quest board today, and we're going to do aquatic overpopulation. I was going to go with cave patrol, but I feel like I've been in the caves long enough. So we're going to do a bit of fishing, and we're going to fish up 10 albacore to get some nice money off Demetrius. It also increases friendship points with Demetrius to increase the chances of him sending a Nautilus shell in the mail for us, so we can complete a bundle early. If he doesn't send a shell in the mail, it's no problem. We can always just get it in winter down by the beach. You can just pick it up off the ground. That night we get a super rare event. We get the fairy. So it basically increases the growth rate of a few of our crops, which means we'll be able to harvest a couple of pumpkins on the 11th, which is really nice. And we do just that. Day number 67, we harvest all of our pumpkins. Well, the pumpkins that the fairy enhanced. I also get some apples from our fruit tree, and we're just going to sell all those. Now, I will convert the pumpkins into pumpkin juice, but I will use the apples for the fodder bundle, thus completing another bundle for the community centre. So we're one step closer again to completing all of the community centre bundles. We go down into the stores today, and this is the first time we actually went to the stores. We pay Krobus a visit. I spent 20,000 gold, and I just purchased a star drop from him. I also tried to fish up the mutant carp, which is another legendary fish, and we got our hands on that no problem, so we'll sell that for some extra profit. We also pay Sandy a visit today to purchase some deluxe speed grow. The reason why I just buy a few is because I need to use it on the rare seeds in order for them to grow into sweet gem berries by the end of fall. If I don't use deluxe speed grow, they simply just won't grow on time, because I planted them a little bit later than usual. Because I actually forgot about them. But I will save myself by using deluxe speed grow. I eat pepper poppers today that I got from Shane, and this gives me an increased farming level. So I harvest the ancient fruit. I get super lucky. I get 2 gold star ancient fruit. I need 5 in total for that final bundle to unlock the cinema later on. I also got my gold axe back off Clint on day 68 here, so we can use that to cut down trees a lot faster. So I spend a great portion of today cutting down more trees to make more tea saplings, but I also need wood as well, so I can do barn upgrades. I need lots of wood. The tappers are ready again, so we're going to get more oak resins off these tappers if I want to make more kegs to increase my processing rates. Back to Robin now again, and what we're going to do this time is we're going to upgrade our barn to a big barn. And what we're aiming for is the deluxe barn because I want to get sheep, and sheep are one of the best money making animals in the game, believe it or not. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the skull cavern now, and we're just going to see if we can get a lot more iridium ore. We do get lucky, we do get a few treasure rooms, we get cherry bombs in that one, and we also get some really nice rain totems in this one, and the rain totems will come in handy in winter because we need it to rain so we can get access to the last bundle. But we'll talk more about that when we get to winter, but rain totems are super important to complete one of the main challenges in this video. So I got some dinosaur eggs from the skull cavern, and on day number 70 here I put those into the mayonnaise machines to make dinosaur mayonnaise. I need 1 dinosaur mayonnaise for the final bundle in this game, so I got really lucky with that. As we can see, the mayonnaise is accumulating. When I do sell it, I should get a very nice profit. I moved the furnaces out of the mines into my house just to use up this space I have in this house. So we're going to do all our smelting here from now on, and we're going to get lots of iridium bars from that. So the next thing we're going to do on day 71 is we're going to harvest all of the pumpkins that have come into fruition. And once I harvest all these pumpkins, I'm going to go to Robin now, and we're going to get another upgrade for our barn. We're going to go with deluxe barn this time. We have enough wood and stone and gold, of course, to make this upgrade happen. So Robin is going to get to work on that for us today. And once that has been completed, we can go straight down to Marnie's and we can purchase 12 sheep to fill that barn up with. We're also going to go to Pierre today, and we're just going to purchase more pumpkins from Pierre so we can plant those and we can convert those into pumpkin juice then during winter. So the more pumpkins we get now, the better. I can't get too many pumpkins, unfortunately, because the farm is so small. So we go to the Stardew Valley Fair today. I bring my prismatic shards, I bring my iridium bars, and I bring my batteries. I don't know if it's good enough for first place, but we should hopefully get at least second place. We got second place, so we get 500 star tokens. So we're going to gamble those. I always go with green because I find green is the most common colour the arrow lands on. And when I accumulate enough star tokens, I'll then purchase a star drop for myself, and I'll also get a few more goodies as well. So I just got the star drop there, but we'll also get the rare crow, and we might get ourselves a hat as well because the trash can hat is getting a bit stale. So I complete a few bundles today. This unlocks the greenhouse, but here's the thing. Because the farm is so small, I don't know if the greenhouse will spawn into the farm or not. I don't know if the farm will become bigger, and if we can access the greenhouse. There is a chance we won't be able to use the greenhouse at all, but we'll know in the next day when the Junimos fix up the greenhouse for us. So I sold loads of iridium bars today, and I also sold some tea saplings, making 99,000 gold. The Junimos did fix up the greenhouse, but unfortunately we cannot access the greenhouse because the farm is too small. So we can't use the greenhouse in this challenge, which is a huge disadvantage to us because I was going to fill it up with starfruit to increase our profit margin. I do, however, purchase a stables off Robin so we can get our hands on a horse, and there's a lovely spot right down there at the bottom of the farm where we can put our stables. The pumpkin juice is ready to be harvested on day 75. So we grab all the pumpkin juice, we're going to go down to Marnie, and we're also going to purchase lots and lots of sheep from Marnie because the deluxe barn has been fully upgraded. So we're going to fill this up to the top with sheep. So I purchased a total of 12 sheep, and we now have to pet all these sheep, and I also purchased a shears from Marnie so we can share the sheep to get wool. It's also worth noting too that a sheep with max out friendship, and if you're spec'd into the shepherd profession, you get 1 wool from a sheep every single day, making sheep extremely profitable. I harvest more ancient fruit today, and we're going to call our lovely Pegasus horse here Sunny. Unfortunately, the farm is so small, the sprinklers got in the way, and I can't actually use the horse yet, so I need to get creative. I might need to sacrifice a few spots so I can actually use the horse to get around faster around the map, but for now I can't use the horse. Thus the challenges the tiny farm comes with. I take my frustration out on a couple of trees here, so we're going to knock all these down. We're going to get more wood, and I think about what I can do in order to use that horse. So I came to the realization that I can move my scarecrow, I can put that in a different location, and that might give me the space I need to get out of the bottom right hand corner of the farm with the horse and explore Stardew Valley. And it worked. We can get out with the horse, we can now go on adventures, no problem at all. And the reason why you want to get your hands on the horse as quickly as possible is that it increases your movement speed dramatically, meaning you can get more done in a single day. So I sold a few more barrels today, netted myself a 25,000 gold profit. Day number 77, we complete Gus's omelette request, we give him 2 dozen eggs, and we get some nice gold for that. So on day number 78, Evelyn finally visits us. She is going to give us the garden pot, and we are going to use the garden pot to maximum effect. So Evelyn looks around the farm, she says the farm looks good. Thanks very much, Evelyn. I had lots of clay stored away from hoeing the ground and from going into the mines. So I'm going to go to Pierre, I'm going to purchase cranberry seeds because this is a regrowable crop, and I'm going to fill up all my in-house garden pots with cranberry seeds to make huge profits later on in the game. I purchased 76 cranberry seeds because I have 76 garden pots, and this is going to make for really nice profits later on. So day 79, I water all the pots. There's only 79 pots to water, so it doesn't take that long. The sheep can be shared, so I put down a little chest here. I'm going to take out my shears and I'm going to share all the sheep. And the great thing about shared sheep is not only do you get farming XP for petting your animals, but you also get farming XP for sharing the sheep, which is great. I do another special orders quest today. We're going to go with Robin's project to get 80 hardwood, because I actually have some hardwood trees grown just to the south of Marnie's, so that'll be a nice easy completion there. I get Clint to break open a few more geodes so I can give Gunther a few more artifacts. If we give all the artifacts to Gunther, we can get a star drop, but I don't know if we're going to get all the artifacts in this challenge. Back to the coop today, and I'm going to fill up all these mayonnaise machines with eggs. As you can see, I've made a lot more mayonnaise machines to increase output capacity. So it's day 80, it's raining, we cut down all the hardwood trees, we give Robin the hardwood she wanted for her quest, and we get 2,000 gold for completion. But more importantly, we also get friendship points with Robin. We finally get level 10 farming, we're going to go with Artisan. I can now finally sell all the mayonnaise, I can finally sell all of the wines, so the starfruit wine, the pumpkin juice, we can sell all that to make huge profits. Let's see how much money we're going to get by selling all these items. Huge profits indeed. So we're going to make a total of 331,000 gold. Excellent. Then this is accumulation of mayonnaise, honeys, pumpkin juices and starfruit wines. Absolutely amazing. So I'm going to give the statue in the Secret Woods a rare gem berry, and this is going to award us with a starfruit. So just have to click on the statue here, and that is another starfruit in the bag. So I believe that is the 4th starfruit, because we got one from the mines, one from the fair, we got one from Krobus, and this is the 4th one. So we're going to go back to Marnie today, we're going to purchase an auto grabber, and the reason why auto grabbers are so handy is because you don't have to share sheep anymore, and we won't have to pick up eggs from the chickens. The auto grabbers will do just that, and the auto grabber will even give you the XP that you get from sharing the sheep. So that's the last time I'll have to share the sheep. I get an ancient fruit wine here, and I sell that for nice profits. I also go to the Halloween event and I get the golden pumpkin. And what we're going to do with the golden pumpkin is we're going to sell it, because I don't really have any friends in the game at the moment to give it to. So at the moment my best friend is my wallet. We're going to sell it, make 2,500 gold, just so we can progress faster in the game, because we still need millions of gold to make those warp obelisks. 2,300 gold for ancient fruit wine, which is really nice. So it's the last day of fall, so we're going to get the last harvest of pumpkins, and we're going to convert all these pumpkins into pumpkin juice to make even more money. There isn't a whole lot of space left to put down any more buildings, so if we do want to put down more buildings, we're going to have to get very, very creative with the farm. The cranberries are ready to go as well, so we're going to harvest all the cranberries. And we're now in winter, so I'm going to take up all these sprinklers, because we don't need these sprinklers anymore because it's winter. We do the little Krobus quest chain here as well, and we get the magnifying glass. We can now find secret letters on the ground. Some of the secret letters are really good. I also complete the winter foraging bundle, and that completes the bridge repair. So we can now access the quarry cave if we so wish, and we now have the quarry to use as well if we want to make tree farms or if we want to make another large processing area. I sell loads of items today, including some sprinklers, and I make 36,000 gold. I also get the Nautilus shell on the beach, and I believe this is the last item we needed to complete the community center bundle. So we just put the Nautilus shell in there, and that is the field research bundle completed. And as a reward, we get the recycling machine. Not a bad processing machine at all. The recycling machine is really handy when it comes to recycling all those items that you more or less throw away, such as the trash. So the Junimos are really happy. They said that that was the last bundle. Farewell. The Junimos are, however, wrong. There is a missing bundle that we're going to get to now in the next few days. Day 87, we get the cutscene for the community centre. Marty is really happy, and Mayor Lewis, of course, that we have completed all of the bundles. Now we are going to do the wizard quest chain. So we're just going to get the Dark Talisman here, so we can get the magical ink for the wizard. We're going to give the henchman here, I call him the goblin henchman, we're going to give him a void mayonnaise that we fished up so we can get access to his house. We also fish up a void salmon, and we need this for the final bundle to unlock the cinema. So I just got the magic ink there so I can make obelisks with the wizard. The pumpkin juice is ready to be harvested, so we're going to harvest all that lovely pumpkin juice, and we're going to take another special orders quest. We're going to go with rock rejuvenation because we actually have all the minerals needed to complete that quest straight away for Emily. So the amethyst was the last mineral I had to give Emily, and she's really happy about that. So we're going to get a nice bit of gold now for completing that quest. We get 1,000 gold in total, but more importantly, we're going to get a sewing machine from Emily. So we got a rainy day. I had to use a rain totem to get a rainy day so that this event would activate. Lightning strikes the broken down Georgia Mart, and that would give us access to a room to complete the missing bundle. I sold all of the pumpkin juice, and I made a nice 53,000 gold from that. So I'm aiming for 500,000 gold to get the first obelisk. So this is the missing bundle. So we need a silver star, wine, dino mayonnaise, caviar, void salmon, 5 aged fruit wine to complete that bundle. We get a cool cutscene where the Junimo says all the others made it back except me, the poor little purple Junimo. Now I can go home too. Thank you. So the Junimo is really happy. And now he waves out. I think it's really cute, and the reason why I left in this scene is because it's not something I put into my videos a whole lot, so I thought it would be cool just to show you the scene you get when you unlock the cinema in Stardew Valley. So he teleports away, we get loads of stars, and we get a little message saying something good will happen soon, and something good does happen. We get access to the cinema. So day 90, I purchased a movie ticket. So this time I'm just going to go in myself, and you can actually play a really cool game in the cinema called the Crane game, and you can get really nice items for your farm. So we're going to go in here to watch a movie, and it's really nice to see that Alex took his grandmother and grandfather to see a movie. I thought that was really nice of Alex, and we watched The Miracle of Cold Star Reg. I go into the quarry cave today to get the golden sight, and this is a big improvement from the regular sight, as this gives you a much wider range of gathering, and it also increased the odds of you getting more mixed seeds. I fix up Willie's board today on day number 91. So that is a nice upgrade right there for us. Now we can access Ginger Island, but we won't be going to Ginger Island on this challenge because this challenge was all about how to use the tiny farm. I also build a cabin, and as you can see to the right there, we have an obelisk put down that teleports us to the beach. So this is our new winter tiny farm. I hope you like the layout. We just get a cutscene here now of Willie and Robin repairing the boat. The next day we go to the Festival of Ice event, and I purchased the cool Rarecrow, but I also purchased the Tree of the Winter Star because I think it would make for a great decoration for the tiny farm layout. So I pull up a couple of fish here, and I actually end up winning this event, which is really nice. And when you win this event, you get a really cool hat, but Willie also rewards you with lots of tackles that you can use on your fishing rod. But we'll probably just sell those tackles because there isn't really a whole lot of fishing left to do in this game. So as you can see there, we get the cool fishing hat and the tackles, and that will conclude the event for today. So the next day what I did was I went to the cinema to play the crane game because I wanted to get more decorations for the farm to make it look nice. So there's 2 trees over there in the corner, and so the first thing I did was I picked up these trees and I got those. And if you can pick up those trees just right, if you just get it in the center there, you can actually get them into your shipping bin in one go so they don't fall off the actual crane. The last item I wanted was a Junimo, and I wanted to get all the color Junimo, so that was the yellow one. I think I ended up getting a green one and a pink one as well, or maybe a green one and a blue one, but we'll see that around in the video. So that was the small Junimo plush, and they are the exotic tree decorations. I also picked up another quest here called Community Cleanup for Linus, and this is one of the best special order quests you can get. It's also one of the easiest to complete. You just have to fish up 20 pieces of trash, and you can do that very easily by fishing in your own farm. But more importantly, when you complete this quest, Linus will give you fiber seeds, and that basically makes getting fiber super easy for the rest of the game. So if you combine the fiber seeds with the fertilizer, that's wood and fiber in the bag for you all the time. So day number 94 here, we go for the glacier fish, legendary fish catch. We get that no problem. It is one of the harder catches to do, but we got it. We also went to the coop here day 95, and we just started processing all the eggs. Quite a lot of eggs to get through, but I needed to make a lot more money, so I spent the day processing all these eggs, turning them into mayonnaise. At the end of the day, I sold everything to make 46,000 gold. So day 96, it was more wool. I'm going to process this into cloth, and we're going to sell all that cloth to make even more money. Because we have the artisan perk in farming, we can make extra money from the cloth, no problem. I also went down to the beach here on a Friday, and I picked up all the forageables the beach had to offer to sell these to make even more money. And I also played Junimo kart as well, just to see how far I could get, because there wasn't really anything else to do in the 100-day challenge, because we're kind of waiting for winter to end. If it was a 200-day challenge, of course I'd be setting up more goals, but I played Junimo Kart during the last 100-day challenge too, and I just wanted to show you how hard Junimo Kart actually is. So this is the 3rd level of Junimo Kart, and unfortunately I couldn't get past the whale boss. On day 97, the cranberry wine was ready to go, so we get all the cranberry wine, we get all of the wool that the sheep are making for us, and we're going to sell all this then to make huge profits. So what I'm trying to do is, obviously I'm not going to make enough money to get all the warp obelisks on the farm. I tried to get enough money to make a 2nd obelisk, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. Because the farm was so small, I just didn't have enough resources to process to make the huge amounts of money. Just to show you how powerful the cinema can be, I purchased a coffee. Today is Harvey's birthday. We're going to go to the cinema with Harvey. We're going to purchase apple slices, which are Harvey's favourite. And we're going to see the miracle of Coastar Ranch again, because that is the show that you can see on Winter in the Cinema. And this will give you a huge friendship bonus, especially on their birthday. So as you can see there, after all that, I've now got 3 hearts with Harvey out of 8 hearts. So if you're looking to get hearts up with someone very quickly, just bring them to the cinema, especially if it's their birthday. So on day 99, I went down into the night market. I purchased a painting so that I could put into the house. I also purchased a stone frog statue that we can put outside, and I also did the fishing minigame just to fish up the spookfish, the midnight squid, and the blobfish, because you can only get those during this minigame. And if I want to do a 200-day challenge, then you know I'd have those fish already in the bag. So it's day 100. That concludes the video. Let me know in the comments if you liked it. Let me know if you want to see a 200-day video. For today's video, I played 100 days of Stardew Valley Expanded. These 100 days are an accumulation of the 1-year anniversary stream that took place last week. So if you're looking for raw footage of this challenge, just check out the playlists in my own channel and you will find them all there. The stream is called I Played 100 Days of Stardew Valley Expanded. There's over 30 hours of content to watch. So let's jump into this video and let's see how well we did in the first 100 days of Stardew Valley Expanded. Day number 1, and we begin by cutting down some trees, clearing away some of the resources on the ground, and putting on a chest to store our resources. The next thing we do is plant the parsnips and water them up, and we're then going to take a stroll to the village and meet the new Stardew Valley expanded NPCs, starting with Olivia, who is the mother of Victor here. So Victor is actually a pretty intelligent guy. We also meet Sophia, who is terrified of strangers apparently, but she offers really cool services later on, and of course we meet Andy, who is another farmer struggling to survive. We then make our way through West Intercept Forest, which is now a huge forest, and we find an ancient sword. Day number 2, we start the day with fishing. We use the fishing rod Willie gives us, and we pull up a sunfish, which is one of the tutorial fishes of course, followed by a dulse seaweed, which is a new Stardew Valley expanded fish. We then go to Willie and we sell it with whatever stuff we have on day number 3, and we get the fiberglass rod. We then fish for the whole day, and we try to get some catfish. We don't actually end up getting any catfish today, but we do get shads and smallmouth bass and whatnot. Day number 4, we start the day by watering up the crops. Now, when we're finished watering up all these crops, the next thing we do is cut down some more wood, just so I can make a couple of more chests. So I put a chest up here by the lake, so I'm not throwing away stuff all the time, and I'm going to probably spend the day up here fishing to increase my fishing skill. And the reason why I want to get the skill up is so that I can start selling fish. So I get fishing level 5, I'm going to go with the fish worth 25% more. And on day 5 I can now pull up the parsnips, which is great. I get level up in farming there as well. And I go into the mines just to say hi. So I want to make my way down as quickly as possible through the mines to get the lovely star drop and to get access to the resources that the mines have to offer, such as copper, iron and gold ores. So I actually get my way down to the level 30 today, and I stop there. On day 6 I go to Pierre's for the backpack upgrade, needed that badly. And I'm giving Caroline gifts too along the way. I'm just giving her daffodils so I can get into her lovely sunroom. So I also make it down to floor 40 today on day number 6. Then I stop and I start farming some of the copper ore as well, because I need tons of copper for upgrades and whatnot. So I then go to Clint on day 7. I get him to upgrade my pickaxe to a copper pickaxe before I proceed further into the mines. I then find a new area here just to the right of Clint's house. It's a bridge, and there's actually new fish here I can fish up. So the first fish I managed to get my hands on is called a butterfish, and this was a pretty tough catch, but I do get a lot of XP for catching it, and it also sells for quite a lot of money. Now I don't get too many butterfishes today because they're really hard, so I spend the rest of the day just pulling up fish from the lake area up here just to get my fishing XP up. On day number 9 I go to the wizard, who is teleporting Junimos away, which is a really cool scene, but the main reason I went to him was to get access to the community center bundles. So I just finished the spring foraging bundle there, and I got access to some free spring wild seeds, which I planted. I'm going back down into the mines today now, and I'm just blowing open some ores here. Got lots of iron ores there as well. And I also got my my trusty pickaxe ready to go. So on day number 10 it's raining, and I start the day by just collecting some forageables I put down earlier. Morris is actually outside Pierre's wanting people to buy Joja memberships on a rainy day, which I find hilarious. I also try to get some more catfish today because they sell for really nice money, and I end up pulling a few out of the water, which is pretty good. Back down into the mines, day number 11. I get the spiral floor, but I got a staircase. Before I go down, I get those lovely copper ores. I make it down to floor 70 today, and I get the master slingshot, and it's time to farm some skeletons. So the further I can get down here, the better. Now the copper pickaxe is nice, it's just 2 swings to break away the regular geodes, so it goes deep as I can. I make it down to floor 80 and I get the lovely firewalker boots, and I keep going further and I even get a diamond. The great thing about diamonds is you get 150 mining XP when you break open a diamond node. I purchased 110 strawberries today. There's me behind the bunny statue. And I also start the minigame here for the Easter event, and I lose to the kiddos there, Jazz and Vincent, who teamed up and took the prize. It's also worth noting too that when you play Stardew Valley Expanded, the eggs are placed differently during that Easter event, so it was much harder to get them. Day number 14, we're giving Haley a gift, and she really likes that. And I also finished off the Spring Crops bundle too, to try to open up the greenhouse. But we still have a ways to go. Day 15, it's raining, and look at the lovely mist here before we go into the mines for another day of mining. So I actually managed to finish off all of the minecart bundles today, and this is going to give me fast travel, which is going to make life way handier for me because I can now fast travel all over the map. The Junimos are pleased. I also give Olivia a jade today for her birthday, and she was really pleased with that, giving me 2 out of 8 hearts with Olivia. So we now go further down into the mines. I get the obsidian edge, and basically I just throw that away because I have a much better weapon at the moment. So I have a weapon here now called the Slammer, and it is awesome. It makes very short work of the enemies. So we're farming copper again today. I needed to make tappers, needed to upgrade tools, and I also needed to make kegs. So Demetrius visits us and I say I want to go with the Batcave because the Batcave it's a little bit easier to complete the community centre bundles. It's off to Clinton now, we're going to upgrade the axe to a copper axe. So that'll be a few days, and I also do more fishing today. And this time I managed to pull up a puppy fish, which was a new fish that I got. And that also sells for a lot of money, 525 gold for a puppy fish. And you can catch those almost any day. So I made it down to floor 100 in the mines in day 18, and I get a lovely star drop, which increases my maximum energy. The more star drops I can get now, the better. So it was Pam's birthday today. Gave her the bear, she was super impressed, bringing Pam up to 3 hearts. So it was back into the mines, just trying to get down to floor 120 to get the skull key. If I see rooms like this with lots of crates, I of course get them because they can drop really nice stuff. It was also back to Clint to get my copper axe back off him. Now I'm going to give him the axe back straight away because I want the iron axe as soon as possible. I get the space boots too in the mines, there's just 10 levels to go. And I spend the rest of the day trying to get some fish here. I get the ghost fish, which is needed for the fish roster collection. And I also got down to level 120 here on day 20. And I got the skull key, so I can now go into the skull cavern. But before I go into the skull cavern, I needed money to unlock the desert bundles. So it was Shane's birthday, I gave him a bear, he was super happy with that. And I also did a bit of fishing here too, down by Marilyn's boat. But there wasn't any new fish to be gotten. Day 21, I can finally harvest my first batch of strawberries. So I pick up all the strawberries. And I also go to Clint today on day 21 and I get my steel axe back off him. And I purchase an iridium rod off Willy because I want to get more puppy fish. So with the iridium rod I can use a trap bobber, and now I was able to get tons of butterfish and puppy fish. And of course I was going to sell those for tons of money. So we now go to the Gunther twins. That's right, they are Gunther twins in Stardew Valley Expanded. That's actually a joke. The reason why you see double Gunthers is because my interior mod is conflicting with the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. I do fix that later on, but for now we have to put up with twin Gunthers. So we spend the rest of the day fishing, and because it was raining I tried for the eel and I got that. Day 23 I get the copper watering can back off Clint to make my life as a farmer a little bit easier. And I also give Caroline another daffodil, pushing her up to 2 hearts, which means she's now going to give me the recipe for the tea sapling. So it was Andy's birthday today, gave him a butterfish, he was super happy with that. I also made some tea saplings, 29 in total, gonna sell those and make tons of cash. So it was time to stock up on fibre so I could make more tea saplings. So I just ran around the farm today with the site trying to get as much fibre as possible. And I also cut down as much trees as possible to get myself some wood so I could make more tea saplings. So the next thing I'm going to do here now is go to sleep, of course, before the next day starts. As we can see, I made 27,000 gold from selling all those lovely tea saplings. Day 25, more strawberries have emerged. Gonna harvest all those, of course. Probably gonna sell those as well to make some extra money. So I go to Pierre. I'm gonna sell him all the strawberries. I got 54,000 gold there, which is more or less enough now to unlock all of these lovely desert bundles. So when I unlocked all the bundles, the Junimos appeared, as per usual, and they're going to fix up the bus for me, which gives Pam a job, and that means I can now drive to the desert every day just for 500 gold, and I can access the Skull Cavern. I also get Robin to build a coop on the 25th as well. And I get rid of this huge tree stone blocking this shed. And when I go into this shed, I get a cool cutscene here. And what we're looking at here is Grandpa's shed. And what's really cool about this is you can get a quest to do that shed up, and you can use it in the future. So I get a fried calamari off of the traveling cart NPC today, which I can actually give that to Pierre because it's also his birthday, so I got super lucky with that. I also went to the secret woods, and as we can see, it is much bigger because of the expanded mod. That means there's a lot more tree stumps I can break open for hardwood, and I need all the hardwood that I can get for the upcoming quests. So I also go to a new area here to fish, and I pull up a fish here called a king salmon, which sells for a lot of gold. It sells for 687 gold, which was really nice. That is a king salmon in the bag. I also give Pierre the fried calamari for his birthday. That gives me a lovely 3 hearts with Pierre, which is super nice. And I spend the rest of the day just organising the farm, putting down sprinklers. So Robin here goes into the shed that I just opened up, and she says she can refurbish it if I give her the materials. And it's going to be a challenge to do that. And a challenge it is. It is really expensive to finish off the completion of that shed, but it is super worth doing. So the desert is now super big because of the expanded mod, but it's actually really useful because there's a lot more cactus fruit and coconuts for me to pick up. So I spend a great deal of time running around the desert exploring, picking up the cactus fruits and the coconuts. I also find a skull cavern hidden away in the corner, and I try to get down to level 25 today just so I can get 10,000 gold off key in the mail. So I also give Emily a gift because it's her birthday and she's super happy with the mineral that I gave her. And I spend the rest of day 28 in the skull cavern trying to get to level 25. Which I do, which is great. I just got level 25 there. And Key is really happy with that, so he is going to send me 10,000 gold in the mail. So I spend the rest of the day in Skull Cavern just getting iridium, copper, basic resources. The next day I go to Clint to get a backpack upgrade. It's now the first of summer. We start by getting the best backpack upgrade money can buy. I also buy tons of starfruit seeds off Sandy, and I plant those along with other seeds that I got from Pierre that are needed for the community centre bundle, such as the tomato and the corn, of course. So I now get some summer forageables and I complete the summer foraging bundle, which gives me access to free 30 summer seeds, and I'm going to plant those straight away as well. I cut down a couple of trees up here as well, just to clear away some space so I can put down more buildings. I also complete the construction bundle because I had the hardwood for it now that I got the steel axe, and I had the wood and the stone. I'm also going to get Clint to upgrade the hoe to the copper hoe to make my life a little bit easier. I fixed the bridge here too, so I can just head on over here and try to get the crimson fish. And I also get access to some other goodies as well that I can pick up, such as the rainbow shell. I meet Susan, a new NPC who was stuck up in the bathhouse area because of the boulder that fell, caused from Georgia mining around the area. I purchased 2 chickens as well from Marnie that I can put into the coop. I get a white chicken and I also get a brown chicken. And the reason why I get a white and a brown is because I need those for the community centre bundles. I also purchased a silo, and to fix Grandpa's shed I need hardwood, stone, iron bars and battery packs. Tons of battery packs actually. 50 iron bars, 150 hardwood. It was a difficult task, so I decided to start straight away to see what kind of shed I would get in return. Best place to go for hardwood, of course, is the Secret Woods, and because the Secret Woods is much bigger, I can get a lot more hardwood per day. I also go to Jess and give her the pink cake for her birthday, and I go back to Clint to get him to upgrade my pickaxe to a steel pickaxe. So I visit Susan today on her emerald farm. I get a cool cutscene here, and she says if you live by the railroad long enough, nothing wakes you up at night. Poor Susan has to deal with the passing trains all the time. Poor Susan. So the rest of the day is spent just managing the farm, and the next day I go to the Secret Woods. I find this cool little area, and I pick up these forageables called a red boneberry, which I sell. I also spend the rest of the day cutting down trees because I need a lot more wood for upgrades that I want to do on the farm. By the end of the day I make more sprinklers, place those down, which means less watering that I have to do. The next day, it was Martin's birthday. I just gave him a fish. The next thing I did was go back to Clint, got my steel pickaxe, which means I can now be more effective in the Skull Cavern, and I got Clint to break open a ton of geodes. When all those geodes were broken open, I then went to the Gunther twins, and I traded in all of my artifacts to Gunther. I then attempted to catch a legendary fish known as a crimson fish, and I pulled that right up out of the water. I also got awarded with 200 fishing XP, which was super nice. I then decided to get some more fish to add to my fishing roster, and I managed to get a frog here, which was very interesting. That's a Stardew Valley expanded fish. I also purchased some rare seeds off of the travelling cart lady, and I went back into the Secret Woods to farm the lovely tree stumps to get more hardwood. I managed to put up some more fish down in a new area here in Cindersap West. I got a bull trout, and the next day, because we had a stormy day beforehand, I got battery packs. I needed 20 in total for Grandpa's shed, so the more battery packs I got, the better. I also got an orange inside the bat cave here, and I gave that to Gus because it was his birthday, because Gus loves oranges, so that was really lucky as well. Back down to the mines today. I was looking for fibre, I was looking for stone, I was looking for copper ore, I was looking for bug meat for bait, I was looking for loads of stuff. All of course can be gotten in the starter levels of the mines. I gave Maru a battery pack for her birthday. She loves battery packs. That was Maru taken care of. And I spent the rest of the day cutting down more trees to get more wood. So the next day we had the luau, and I actually had a gold star sturgeon for that, which I caught up in the lake. And the governor was super happy with that. It was the best soup he tasted. Spent the rest of the day smelting some bars. Day number 40, we are farming dust sprites because I badly needed coal. I made some more lightning rods to increase my battery pack output, so I put those all over the farm. The more battery packs I got now, the better for Grandpa's shed. I made some tappers as well, actually. And I was going to put those tappers on those trees that I just grew. So 2 trees grew a little bit wonky. I cut those down and that left 18 trees that I could put tappers on. That would be 18 oak resins every couple of days, which is really nice. So when I put the tappers on these trees, I was set to make cakes. All I needed to do was wait for the tappers to produce oak resins. Back to the Gunther twins today, and it was time to donate more stuff to them, so I just gave them a chewing stick and they were super happy with that. I also went up to the boulder here and I got a cool cutscene here from Clint. He says Lewis hired him to get rid of the boulder. It's going to require an explosive that packs a punch. It was also Alex's birthday, so I just gave him a light gift. I got 2 out of 8 hearts there. Now to remove the boulder for Clint, I needed 20 coal and 20 iridium ore. But on day 42, the first set of starfruits are ready to go, so I harvested those and I'm going to keep all those starfruits to put into cakes. I also got tons of melons as well and some coffee beans, which means I can even plant more coffee plants. I just sell the melons because it was the starfruit I wanted to process for the starfruit wine. Back to the travelling cart lady, I buy 5 more rare seeds, which are going to come in super handy in fall. I also got a cutscene here from Andy. Says, would you look at that, all of the farmers of Stardew Valley are here. So we had of course Marnie, Sophia, Susan, Andy and myself. That was a really nice cutscene. So on day 42 I planted more starfruit seeds, and I actually bought a lot of starfruit seeds, so it took me the whole day to reorganise the farm for the extra starfruit seeds that I purchased. On day 43 I went down to the mines and it was farming more dust sprites for coal, because coal was something that I was constantly running out of, so I just needed tons of coal for that. I also started making some more sprinklers, so I just started processing some quartz there into refined quartz. I started checking on the chickens to see if they were going to lay large eggs, but unfortunately not at the moment. The chickens needed to be happier. So that was just the quest there to remove the railroad boulder. I also went down to the desert to get some new fish to add to my roster. I got the scorpion carp today, which I needed, and I also wanted to get a sandfish just so that I would have it for Penny's upcoming birthday, and I did get the sandfish right there. I purchased loads of salad off Gus today because I wanted to get ready for a Skull Cavern run, and I also got a really cool starfish from the beach as well, which is a Stardew Valley expanded fish added to the fishing roster. So today, number 45 was a Skull Cavern run, and I had a lot of stuff gathered for a decent run, so I managed to get down, not to floor 100, but I made it down deep enough where I was able to get some iridium ore. I also got super lucky and I managed to get my first prismatic shard, so I'm super happy about that. If I came across large clusters of ores like that, of course I blew them up with bombs. I got level 10 mining by the end of the day. I went with Prospector, which increased my odds of getting coal. So all the geodes I got from that run, I got Clint to break them all open, back to the Gunther twins, and I gave them everything except the prismatic shard because I wanted to get a galaxy weapon from that. So day number 46 was a day of fishing, and I finally got the puffer fish I needed. I also picked up the tuna, which was also needed for the bundle. I bought an ice cream today off Alex, and the reason why I got an ice cream is because it was Demetrius' birthday. He loves ice cream. I also brought my prismatic shard down into the desert area with the tree obelisks, and I got my new galaxy sword. The galaxy sword is one of the strongest weapons you can get in the game, at the moment of course. So it was back to the Skull Cavern today, and I needed everything. After the Skull Cavern, I just went back to the farm, and it was time to get the oak resins, which means I could make the cakes. So I managed to make 18 cakes. I was going to fill those up to the top with lovely starfruit. I just placed all the cakes over there to the left because I didn't have any shades yet. And all those cakes were going to generate coffee for now, and when the coffee was finished with, I was then going to put the starfruit inside the cakes. So I did a bit more fishing today, got a butterfish, got a puppy fish, and I didn't get any more new fish from that area, but still the butterfish and puppyfish were nice to get because I could sell those for money. Got some iridium bars in day 49, went to Robin too, got her to make another farm building. This time we were going for the barn, because I wanted to get a cow. I also needed some other animals for community centre bundles, so I decided to get the barn. So a really rare event happened today where a train passed. I got loads of regular geodes and some wood from the train. I also got the super rare leprechaun shoes, which I put inside a chest. So I was really happy with that. I also felt really sorry for Susan because she lives right beside the trains, so she had to hear the super noisy train. I also got an apple sapling today, and I also got a pomegranate sapling for community centre bundles, so I just planted those on the farm just to ensure that I completed those bundles this year instead of relying too much on the Batcave. Spent the rest of the day cutting down some trees because I needed more wood for upgrades, such as barn upgrades, coop upgrades, and tappers, and kegs, and things like that. I did a bit more fishing today, and I managed to pull up tilapia, which I needed for another bundle, of course. I got a cool cutscene with Sophia. She wanted to give me a welcoming gift, which is really nice of her, so I followed her into her storage shed. She gave me a free quality sprinkler. I was super happy with that. Sophia is one of my favourite Stardew Valley NPCs. It was Victor's birthday today. I gave him what he loves most, which is a spaghetti that I got from Gus. I also gave Willie a catfish because I was in a gift-giving mood. So that was Willie and Victor taking care of today. I got a cool cutscene with Jazz. She got lost in Cindersap Forest because she was chasing a squirrel. Brought her back to Marnie, and Marnie was really impressed. So she said, get inside. She's going to cook up Jazz her favourite meal. I thought that was a really nice scene. So I said I'd show it in the video. Purchased a cow off Marnie today because I needed a large cow's milk for one of the community centre bundles. So I just called the cow Bobo. I also got a big coop upgrade today from Robin. And I spent the rest of the day fishing to see if I could get some new fish. I got the ice pip there, which I needed for the fish collection. It was another Skull Cavern run today. I got the dark cowboy hat, so I decided to liven things up a bit, and I equipped that instead of my other hat. I also got iridium sprinklers today, followed by a super lucky prismatic shard, so I'm super stoked with that. I also got an auto grabber in the Skull Cavern today, which was really nice. I also decided to make some furnaces, just so I can increase my output when it comes to the bars. So I smelted up some bars on day number 54, iridium bars, and I could sell those later if I needed money. I could also use them on upgrades as well. Got Clint to break open a ton of geodes, back to the Gunther twins of course, and it was time to donate all of the new artifacts that I got. So this time they got lots of new things, including the prismatic shard, because I already had the galaxy sword. Spent the rest of the day cutting down trees to get more wood. The next day, look at all the battery packs I got, but more importantly, Gunther visited me to thank me from, giving him all the artifacts, and I was going to get something in the mail soon from the Artifact Association as a reward. So because we're playing the Stardew Valley Expanded mod, it doesn't give us the sword key, instead we get something different. So I wasn't too sure at that time how to get the key to the swords, but I do find out later, how to get down there. So I put more tappers on trees today, went back down into the mines to get more iron ores and to get more coal so I could smelt more bars. I put down more kegs today as well, just so I could increase my starfruit wine output. Filled up all the kegs with starfruit, and I also got a whopping 40,000 gold in the mail from the Artifact Association, giving Gunther all those artifacts. What did I do with that money? I went to Robin's of course, and I got a barn upgrade. I also got a cool cutscene here of Marlin looking around him before he opened up the entrance to the source and went down. So I figured that if I ended up being good enough friends with Marlin, he might tell me how to get into the source. So I went to a cool event today, the Midnight Jellies, and I got some new dialogue because of the expanded mod. So Andy was lying around. He said he's getting out of there if the jellyfish don't turn up. So that was the end of summer, ended with a really cool scene here with jellyfish. So it was the first day of fall, and we start with hoeing up the farm, watering the ground, and I purchased of course 300 pumpkins, along with some other bits and bobs for community centre bundles. I also went to Sandy, gave her a daffodil, and I also started doing some fishing today as well because it was Penny's birthday and I wanted to get a sandfish for her because she loves sandfish. So it was time for the special orders quests. We were going to go with Robin's project. 80 hardwood was needed, so I do that over the next few days by just going to the secret woods. Gave Penny her sandfish, she was super happy about that, and I just cut down some hardwood. I also did some fishing today as well, and I got the walleye, which was needed for a bundle. Also got the tiger trout, which was also needed for the riverfish bundle. So that was some more bundles completed there inside the community centre. So day 59, back to the secret woods. We were tearing open more wood stumps, getting more hardwood of course for Grandpa's shed. And it was also back to Marnie. This time I purchased a goat and I purchased a duck because we needed more animal products for community centre bundles. So I finished off another bundle today, the exotic foraging bundle and the fall foraging bundle. So I got more rewards from that. And I was one step closer to completing the community centre. Went for the deluxe barn upgrade as well, and I also started giving people coffee to increase friendship with various people around Stardew Valley, because I had coffee in abundance. The next thing to do was to pull up the legendary fish, the angler, and I got that there on the day 61 at night time. I get level 10 fishing, so I go with angler, 50% more for fish, and I made tons of money today from selling starfruit wine, 58,000 gold in total. So it was time to work on friendship with Marlin. Marlin loves life elixirs, so I just started buying life elixirs off the dwarf, gifting them to Marlin. Completed Robin's special orders quest today. I got myself a nice 2,000 gold for that. And day 63, look at all the lovely starfruit wine that I get to collect. This was going to give me a lot more money. Went to Marnie today. I decided to purchase a pig because I needed a truffle for the community centre bundle. And I also got a deluxe coop upgrade as well, so I could get my hands on a rabbit. So I got a cool costume with Victor here, and Victor calls his place Shearwater Bridge, which is a cool name, and he's doing some calculations on the structural integrity of the bridge. Victor says bridges fascinate him, they're so simple, but can have so much impact on the lives of people. And then Victor told me about his dream that one day he wanted to make a bridge. I thought that was really cool. You know, it was a really nice scene with Victor. I spent a great deal of time today to see if I get some new fish from that area, but I didn't. It was just puppy fish and butterfish that I got. I did pull up the sea cucumber though, which was really nice, and I done a special orders quest, this time for the wizard, a curious substance. It was Claire's birthday today. I gave her an energy tonic because she loves those. And I got a cool cutscene with Claire here as well, where she wanted a healthy salad, but Gus increased the price from 200 gold to 220. I of course offered to help her out, and she was impressed with that. And it was back down to the Skull Cavern on day 65. I got super lucky and I got a dinosaur egg in the Skull Cavern. And I also got an energy tonic, which I pick up as well. Started blowing up some iridium ores as well. And I was getting super lucky with the iridium ores. So when the Skull Cavern run finished, I started smelting some iron ores into iron bars. I popped a dinosaur egg into the incubator, just so I could have a dinosaur on the farm for dinosaur mayonnaise and whatnot. And I spent a great deal of time today, day number 66, cutting down trees. Also went to the wizard, gave him an ectoplasm, and he was super happy with that. That was another special orders quest completed. I gave Jodie a rhubarb pie, of course, and I actually got a rhubarb pie out of a trash can a few days ago. Jodie loves those. Gave Sandy a daffodil as well, just working on relationships again with people. And it was time to complete Clint's quest by giving him 20 coal and 20 iridium ore for the railroad boulder. So Clint should blow that up in the next few days for us, giving us access to a new area. Purchased a rabbit off Marley, and I get a cool cutscene here with Marlin. He wants me to come join him by his cool boat. Marlin then showed me to the sewers, unlocked the hatch, and I could meet Krobus. So basically I needed to get 2 hearts with Marlin to get access to the sewers because I was using the expanded mod. Now that I could access the sewers, I could use the Statue of Uncertainty and access Krobus's lovely wares. So Clint blew the boulder away, I got access to the pair, and I also got a thistle and a goldenrod forgeable up here as well, which I thought was really cool. So because we're using the expanded mod, we can get access to the pair a lot earlier. So Martin was up all night playing video games. I know we can all relate to that. Martin was very tired going to work. I also went to Grandpa's shed and I gave the 50 iron bars, the 20 battery packs, the 600 stone, and the 150 hardwood. I also gave Abigail a birthday present, and I also purchased a star drop off Krobus. So today was a super busy day. I got a cool cutscene with Claire. She always wanted to become an actress ever since she was a little girl, and she chases that dream every single day. Day 70, look at all the pumpkins. I spent a good portion of today picking up all these pumpkins, and I'm just going to sell these pumpkins, of course. I also finished the fall crops bundle today, so I'm going to get nice rewards for that too, and I finished the quality crops bundle as well. I also finished the artisan bundle too, which means I'm one step closer to getting into that lovely greenhouse. I get a cake as a reward. I was super happy with that. I spent all my money today on bombs from the dwarf because I wanted to do another Skull Cavern run soon, and I also paid Robin some gold to upgrade my house. So I went to Sandy, gave her a birthday gift. She was super happy with that, and look at my lovely new shed. Look at all the space. What's more important is the first floor of Grandpa's shed is a greenhouse. So I immediately made some iridium sprinklers, set them up in the greenhouse, and I bought loads of cranberry seeds off of Pierre and planted them. I also put down an ancient seed and some strawberry seeds that Andy gifted me. Day 72, it was time for the Stardew Valley Fair, and Andy was around, which was really cool. We also had Susan with her wares as well. It was really nice to see all those people, and we had Sophia with her wares too. I got second place, 500 star tokens, and I of course gambled those by just selecting green all the time. And when I had enough star tokens assembled, I treated myself to a lovely star drop, which is the main reason why I go to the Stardew Valley Fair, because of the star drop that you can get. So that was another star drop in the bag. Back down to the Skull Cavern today, that was my first prismatic shard, followed by a second prismatic shard, followed by a third prismatic shard, which was really nice. I also got a nice blue cowboy hat out of a chest as well, and I got even more prismatic shards. That was the fourth prismatic shard today, which was crazy. Got a fifth prismatic shard a few levels down, followed, you guessed it, by a sixth prismatic shard. 6 prismatic shards I got today in total, which was a great Skull Cavern run. I also got a large goat's milk, finished off the animal bundle, and that was another area in the community centre finished. Gave Marnie a gift today for her birthday. She was super happy about that. You can always count diamonds to make Marnie happy, of course. So today I decided to make the fried egg for another community centre bundle. I also made some triple shot espressos for future Skull Cavern runs. And I also got access to the regular greenhouse on my farm. I used that for coffee beans at the moment. It was time for another special orders quest, day 75. This time I decided to go with Robin's Resource Rush. So she wanted 1,000 pieces of wood, but I could keep the wood myself, so I spent a whole day on the farm cutting down wood. I finally got the red cabbage seed off the travelling cart merchant, planted that in the greenhouse because I needed that for a community centre bundle. So that should be ready in a few days as well. Went to the desert trader, I got some staircases from the jades that I had accumulating inside my farm. Gave Robin a spaghetti today for her birthday present, she was super happy with that. And we also got the mutant carp from the Soars, which was another legendary fish. Went to Clint, it was time to upgrade our pickaxe to a gold pickaxe. He'll have that done in a couple of days. And I got another special orders quest. This time I went with Juicy Bugs Wanted. So it was time to make the Mackie roll, and I made that with some fish and also with some seaweed and rice. Completed another bundle, that was the Enchantress bundle. Also completed the Chef's bundle because I got a truffle from the pig eventually. Made more crystallariums, they would generate more jades. And I put down some kegs in the greenhouse, put some starfruits in those. I got a really sad cutscene here from Victor saying that his cat went missing, and he got Robin to make a really nice grave for the cat because nobody in town could find it. So hopefully the cat does turn up soon for Victor. Went to Willy today, purchased a lot of crab pots because I wasn't getting any luck with the crab pot bundle, so I was going to put all those crab pots down just to get the lobster and the shrimp and the crayfish and all those things. Got a prismatic shard and an Asian seed from a grub today, super lucky on day 79. Also gave George a leek for his birthday, he was super happy with that. Back to Clint on day 80, get our lovely gold pickaxe. It was time to kill more bugs to get more bug meat for Willy's special orders quest. And of course, if I saw doggies or anything else, I'd kill them too for the monster eradication goals, which I just completed there for slaying doggies. So I purchased a magic rock candy today because it was Thursday and I had prismatic shards to spare. Finished up the day by just giving the 100 bug meat Willy wanted. That was another quest done, 3,000 gold in the bag. Day 82, I started by just getting all the hay and the wheat here on the farm for the fodder bundle. And I managed to finish off the crab pot bundle because I got a cockle there out of the crab pot. So that was the aquarium finished inside the community centre. Back to Willy, got my gold axe, super happy about that. Got him to upgrade the pickaxe to an iridium pickaxe this time, just to make my Skull Cavern runs more effective. Went to Pierre, bought some fairy seeds. Gonna put those in the greenhouse because Sophia loves fairy roses. I went to Grandpa's shed today and the cranberries and strawberries were ready to go. So I harvested all those, of course. And I was going to sell all those cranberries for a nice profit. I also got the strawberries, put them into the seed maker to make even more strawberries that I would replace some of the cranberries with. Day 83, it was time to get the rest of the pumpkins, and I was going to sell all those pumpkins as well to make loads of money. Went to Robin, got her to upgrade the house again for the seller for 100,000 gold. Went down to the mines too and I managed to pull up the lav eel, which I needed of course for the fish collection. That was the lav eel added. I also went to the Hollows Eve event, and because we were using the expanded mod, the maze was way bigger and it was way harder, but it was super fun to experience a new type of maze. We also had to sneak around some enemies as well to get at the lovely golden pumpkin. With the golden pumpkin in the bag, it was time to give that to someone for a birthday present. Who better than Susan, of course. Unfortunately, she only liked the golden pumpkin. She didn't love it because we only got 2 hearts out instead of 3 hearts. But Susan still deserves it, of course. I got a cool cutscene here with Susan saying, how do I manage the expensive farm? I told her I just automate it by using sprinklers. Hopefully that'll give Susan an idea so she doesn't have to water her crops every single day. She said she tried to craft some sprinklers, but they were very difficult. I got the iridium pickaxe off Flint today, which was nice. I also made a crystallarium, and I put a fairy stone in it because Sophia loves fairy stones. This is a much easier way to get the hearts up with Sophia, to just have a crystallarium generate a fairy stone every couple of days. I did some more fishing tonight, and I managed to pull up the lovely midnight carp which I needed for the fishing collection. I also went back down to the swords, and I got a new fish today. I got a radioactive bass. It's actually worth quite a lot of money. And I decided to store that away, and I might use that in a fish pan later. It was the 1st of winter, and we started by following Krobus up to a bush. We got a magnifying glass, then we gave him a birthday gift, we gave him a wild horseradish. He was super happy with that. I also got a cool cutscene here with Krobus talking to a Junimo in an area I've never seen before, and the Junimo was nice enough to show Krobus its home. So I wonder will we get to see the Junimo home in a few days? Let's find out. So that was another cool cutscene ended there. I spent the rest of the day pulling up some fish that I needed for the fishing collection. I managed to pull up a squid. And I also managed to pull up another fish here for the fishing collection. I got the perch. I also got the lingcod. I just forgot to show the footage for that. So I put down more coffee beans in the greenhouse today because I wanted a lot more triple shot espressos, especially for future Scott Cavern runs. I also got my iridium axe back off Clint, so I can now cut down trees in just a few swings. Finished off the winter foraging bundle today, and that completes the bridge repair. Also finished off the dye bundle by putting in the red cabbage, and I also finished off the field research bundle by putting in the nautilus shell. Thus, we have now completed the community centre. Later on that day, I managed to pull up the glacier fish after a huge battle that went on for ages. I just showed the end of it there, but it was quite the battle, and I got another legendary fish to the lovely fishing collection. I also put down a load of mahogany seeds, and I put tree fertilizer on those to drastically increase my hardwood intake because I wanted to get access to ginger island as quickly as possible. Changed around my professions and I went with the lore master, so crab pots no longer required bait. It's just because I wanted to get the rest of the crab pot fish added to the fishing collection. For foraging, went with forester so I can get more wood, and I also went with lumberjack, which means regular trees have a chance to drop hardwood. It was Linus's birthday today, so I gave him a lovely coconut. He was super happy with that. So I went to the quarry here, got a prismatic shard from one of those special nodes. I was really happy there. Went into the quarry cave, got myself the golden scythe, so I was super stumped with that. I also got a cool cutscene here where Pierre had a beatdown with Morris, but Pierre managed to get the upper hand and uppercutted Morris straight out of the community centre, which was really funny. Go Pierre. After that, Pierre gave a really cool victory pose. I got a cutscene here too with some light shining down on the bottom left hand corner of the Cindersap forest. I also got a really sad cutscene here with Claire saying no one told her that the Georgia Mart closed, and then I got a new dialogue said I suppose I'll go home now, so I thought that was really sad. Poor Claire doesn't have a job anymore because we went the community centre route. Maybe next time we'll go the Georgia route so we can make Claire happy. So a teleport point appeared in Cindersap Forest, went through the teleport point, and I now got access to the area that Krobus was in a few days ago. This is basically a maze-like area, and I had to navigate it to reach a special area. So I just clicked on a block here and it said follow the mushrooms, and it took me a while to figure it out because there was snow on the mushrooms I needed to kind of go through. But after a while, and thanks to lovely Lionel the Lion, who was on all my live streams, big shout out to you Lionel, I managed to get down to the Junimo Hut area, and each Junimo had a shop down here where they sold a really cool assortment of items. The first Junimo sold decorations, the purple Junimo here sold magic bait and high quality fertilizer, speed grow and retaining soil. It was expensive but still nice to have. The red Junimo sold artifacts, dinosaur eggs, dwarf scrolls, artifacts that I haven't even found yet. And because I got so excited, I decided to purchase a few of those artifacts to speed up my progression with Gunther. I did accidentally purchase the golden relic for 50,000 gold, and after realizing how much it actually cost, it was too late. So I just wasted 50,000 gold there by accident. But at least it would be one less artifact that I'd have to find. The blue Junimo sold legendary fish. He also sold unique, hard to come by fish such as the ice pip, the lava eel and the slime jack. So that was really nice there with that Junimo. And last but certainly not least, the final Junimo sold prismatic shards and rare minerals such as diamonds, fairy stones, star shards. All of these items had great uses. Star shards of course are really nice for crystallariums. He also had emeralds, rubies, topazes, jades, amethysts, granite. It was really cool. I also fished down here as well, and I pulled up a fish called the golden fish, which was a new fish added to the fishing roster. Day 89, I put down some crab pots up here to get some snails for the fishing roster. I then went back to the Junimo area where I tried to get some new fish, and I did. I got a meteor carp, and that was added to the fishing roster. Day number 90, I spent a great deal of time today just swinging my axe, cutting down trees because I needed tons of hardwood to get into Ginger Island to repair the hull of Willie's ship. Thankfully though, the next day, the mahogany seeds, some of them finally grew into mahogany trees. I was able to cut those down, and that actually gave me enough hardwood to go and repair Willie's ship because I already had the battery packs and the iridium bars for the other repairs. So I can now access Ginger Island. So I needed 200 hardwood for the hull, I needed 5 battery packs for the ticket machine, and I needed 5 iridium bars for the iridium anchor. So once I put all those items in, I'd be able to go to Ginger Island the next day. So I thought. I also went to the desert trader and I traded in more jades for staircases. So I went to Marin until I got a cool cutscene, a new NPC by the name of Alicia. And what's really interesting about this NPC is that she claims that she's from a place called Castle Village. So I'm wondering if Castle Village is somewhere I can go in the expanded mod. Marilyn then said that she used to live in Stardew Valley years ago and that she's a talented sniper. I then got a cool cutscene with Victor where he was reading some adventuring books about the Fern Island archipelago, and he said, you may not notice, but the winds down under the sea are full of monsters that never emerge above ground. The next day was an event, so I couldn't go to Ginger Island. Instead, I went to the into the ice event here and I purchased the Rare Crow and the Tree of the Winter Star. And I did, of course, did the mini game where I pulled up the most fish, and I got a nice reward from the mayor for doing that. As a reward, I got some cool fishing tackles as well as the sailor's cap. The next day, however, day 93, was the day we could finally go to Ginger Island. The first thing I did on Ginger Island was fishing, and I managed to get some golden walnuts from fishing too, which is really nice. There's a total of 5 golden walnuts you can get from fishing. I got the cutscene here then with Leo up in his treehouse, saying that he looks at you with curious eyes. But he'll come around eventually once you give the parrots some golden walnuts. Speaking of which, I spent the whole day getting golden walnuts so I could access a new farm on Ginger Island. So I got rid of a turtle there, which means I could access the west side of Ginger Island. There was a lot more golden walnuts to be found here, just hidden all over the place. But because I've done this so many times by now, it didn't take me long to root out all the secret golden walnuts, quickly accumulate 20 that I needed to fix up the house here, and that means I could now sleep here and I could start tomorrow on Ginger Island to get stuff done. So by the end of today, I did some more fishing in the hopes to get more golden walnuts and in the hopes to get some fish. The next day, it was straight down into the volcano and I had 10 levels to go up. When I got to level 5 here, I got a few recipes off the dwarf. I got the ginger ale recipe, of course. I also got the pink bow, and I thought it would just be a nice change if I was to swap out the hat for my character for a nice pink bow. Let me know in the comments what you think of my new look. I got a cool new scene here where this new NPC from Lance appeared, and he said few adventures have made it to the top of the volcano, and also the First Slash sends their regards. I also got a prismatic shard out of the chest, which is really nice, and I also freed Professor Snail from his cave by blowing up the boulder, and this of course will activate Professor Snail's artifact hunt quest. We have to go around and find all these artifacts. So I very quickly got the fossilized leg there, just blown up some of the nodes around the map. I quickly went back to Stardew Valley for Sebastian's birthday gave him a frozen tear. The next day the wizard visited me and said he brings news from the Ferngale Republic Ministry of Magic, and he says that the colleagues have tasked him with teaching me warp magic, which sounded really interesting. So he gave me an elixir here to drink, and once I drank that, a cool cutscene happened where I unlocked my magical potential. A new area opened up here then just north of the farm, and this is basically a warp point that I can use to quickly get to the wizard's tower. There's also a cool tree there as well that do drop berries every couple of days, which are really nice because they give +2 luck, +2 speed, max energy, and +75 magnetism. So when I took the warp point, not only did it bring me to the wizard's tower, but it brought me also to a warp hub. All those other warp points will have a function later on, which means fast travelling becomes even handier in this game. So I got the Gembird Ruby there as well, and I also got the Fish Spine. I also got the Mummified Frog, and by the end of the day on Ginger Island, I managed to pull up a new fish called the Lunaloo, which I never gotten before. I also got the Sea Sponge, which was a cool fish, and I pulled up the Snake Skull, which is what I needed for Professor Snail's artifact quest. The next day, we got the East Gembird, which dropped an Aquamarine, and I went back to the volcano as well, where I picked up the Mummified Bat from blowing open some of the nodes there. I got level 10 combat too. I went with Brute, 15% more damage. Day 97 was spent pulling up trash for Linus's quest because I really wanted those fiber seeds. Now when you complete Linus's quest, you don't get a huge amount of money, but the recipe that you get for completing that quest makes it worth it. I almost unlocked the quest chain, for the magical terminal, so I just got the Dark Talisman there. Also fished up the Slime Jack and a new fish called the Snatcher Worm, which is a Stardew Valley expanded fish. I just fished up the Void Mayonnaise there, gave that to the Goblin, got access to the Witch's Hut where I got the magical ink that I could give to the Wizard, so I can now use his magical terminal for the obelisks and for the Junima Huts, and the Golden Clock of course later on in the game when we get 10 million gold together. So I went to Clint today. It was time to upgrade more tools. This time we're going to give him the watering can for a steel watering can. Harvested the fairy roses because I can give those to Sophia as well in terms of loved gifts. And I also went to Andy where I got a cool scene here. He says cleaned up the house and bought new furniture. Been using Pierre's seeds instead of George's, and as a result I've been earning more, which was great. Then he says want something to eat. Just made a nice farmer's lunch and we ate that together. I also went to Sophia's place and I bought the aged Blue Moon wine, which gives me a whopping +7 luck. I also wanted to see if I could combine that with the Magic Rock Candy for an insane amount of luck. Got a warp point there on my farm, which takes me directly to this warp point here, and I also warped back to the wizard's place too, so the fast traveling was really nice. Then I took another warp point in the wizard's tower, which brings me back to the witch's hut. And it was time to fish up a new fish, and it was by far the hardest fish that I had to catch yet. This fish was the void eel, and it was super hard to catch. Super hard. But we did get it after a few attempts, and we spent the rest of the day then doing the submarine minigame. To get the fish you can only get via this minigame, for example the Midnight Carp, the Spook Fish. I also got a pearl, which is really nice. And finally I got the blobfish. Day 100, and I decided to spend today by doing a Super Skull Cavern run. I was saving up resources for this for ages. I had assembled 100 staircases for accumulating jades all the time. I also had a Magic Rock Candy, and I also had the aged Blue Moon wine. So I started with the Magic Rock Candy, +5 luck. Then I took the Blue Moon wine on top of that, which stacked onto the Magic Rock Candy. So I had +5, also +7 luck, giving me a total of +12 luck. And that luck was worth it because I did get an auto grabber shortly after. Then I nabbed my first prismatic shard, of course. Shortly after, I nabbed my second prismatic shard. Then got a treasure room with a crystallarium. So it was shaping up to be an absolutely marvelous run. The third prismatic shard came just a few floors after that. So again, it's just super lucky. That was a Magic Rock Candy right there. That was the fourth prismatic shard, of course, which means I had a Magic Rock Candy plus a prismatic shard. That was the fifth prismatic shard, followed by the sixth inside this mummy room. Basically, I finished the run with a total of 8 prismatic shards, and that was the 100 days of Stardew Valley Expanded completed. And I played 100 days of Stardew Valley as a barista. A barista is someone that sells tea and coffee related items. Let's have a look at the rules here. I can only make money from tea and coffee, but also I can make money from quests. The goals: max out all skills, make 1,000,000 gold, upgrade all tools to iridium, and complete the community centre. So day 1 begins, and I cut down all the weeds I can find to get as much fibre as possible. I purchase all the spring crops from Pierre so I can complete community centre bundles and give Caroline a nice daffodil because she likes those, and I need to get the tea sapling recipe off her as quickly as possible. By the end of day number 1 I get foraging level 1, and day number 2 I start watering all my crops, and I'm going to get all the lovely spring forageables now and turn them into lovely spring seeds. I'm going to stock up on as many spring seeds as possible, as spring, summer, fall and winter seeds are one of the main ingredients to make tea saplings. I give Caroline another daffodil today, and she's very happy with that. I hand in an artifact into Gunther for a nice 250 gold. I give Robert a gift, but she didn't like it. She doesn't like fish apparently, but I still got gold from completing the quest, so it's a win-win for me. I watered more crops here and I got the exhaustion debuff, but that's okay, because the skill up will nullify that. It's a rainy day day number 3, so I take full advantage of this, and I get the catfish and the eel for the community centre bundles. I also get some other fish too that I put into a chest. I get fishing level 3 today, which is really good, so I'm well on my way to maxing out fishing. I put all my fish into a nice chest, just so I'm organised. On day 4 I make more spring seeds, cut down more trees because we're going to need lots of spring seeds and wood to make lots of tea saplings. Day 5 I got loads of parsnips. The crows did nick a few, but that's alright. We will get a scarecrow very soon. I go into the mines here and I get some copper ore, so I need to make some furnaces as quickly as possible to smelt all these lovely bars. So I make a furnace here, and we're going to be smelting bars constantly, because we want to start upgrading all our tools. I get level 1 farming so I can make the scarecrow. I donate a few more items to Gunther, and I get some nice cauliflower seeds, which will be a big help to me in spring. I purchase more parsnips off Pierre, just to get up the farming levels. So then day number 6, back down to the mines. I made more smelters, just so I can get more copper bars. The smelters come in really handy later on, especially when you're smelting the higher tier bars. I get level 2 mining, on to day number 7, and the quest chain starts to get access to the community centre. Once I get access to the community centre I complete the spring bundle, and I get 30 spring seeds, which is excellent. I got really lucky and I got a coffee bean from a dust sprite, so I can start my coffee farm straight away. So I get lots of skills up here at the end of day number 7, to combat and mining. I give Caroline another gift, and she's really impressed with that by day number 8, but it's still not enough to get into her greenhouse. Back down to the mines, and this time we're mining up iron. And iron come in really handy later on in the game. I fish up a bream here, which I need for the community centre, and we go straight into day number 9, which was a rainy day, which was really nice. So I got loads of spring forageables there, and I make even more spring seeds, and I plant those, and I'm going to get even more forageables from that. As you can see, my farm is getting much bigger, so I cut down more trees to get my foraging skill up, but also to get more wood, as wood is something that we need constantly. Wood, fibre, and the seeds are something we always need. Level 3 foraging, and by day number 10 more parsnips are ready, and this is really good, especially for getting up the foraging skills. I make even more spring seeds from the forageables that I found around the map, and I plant those in the ground. So I make it down to floor 80 here, and I get the nice firewalker boots, which is a nice armour upgrade for me. The more defence the better, it means the more hits I can take. I smelt more bars, and by the end of the day I get level 2 farming, and level 3 combat, and level 4 mining, which is really good. Day 11 I got another rainy day, so luck is on my side for this playthrough, and I picked up more spring forageables. I went to Robin here now, and I gave her last axe, so that got me another 250 gold on day 11. I went back down to the mines, and I picked up a nice weapon upgrade, and I got the tempered broadsword, which is really nice indeed. It's actually better than the obsidian edge that we just get here, but we'll put that in the bin because I prefer the tempered broadsword. It's a bit stronger. Day number 12 we get yet another rainy day, but I made it down to level 100 in the mines, and I get a lovely star drop which increases my maximum energy. By the end of day number 12 we get a level up in foraging, so we can now make summer seeds, which is really good for summer, and we get a level up in combat. I harvest my cauliflowers today, and I finish off the bundles. I get nice speed grow, which we'll also use wisely. I also got access to the minecart bundles, and I completed all those, giving me access to the lovely minecarts, which opens up fast travelling in the game to lots of handy locations. I get nice items for the bundles too, including a furnace and a magnet ring. Day number 14, we get another rainy day. I'm just poxed with rainy day luck at the moment. Pull up the forageables, make more seeds, and we plant those seeds back right down into the ground. So as you can see, our farming patch is going to get bigger and our forageables are going to start multiplying. So we have loads of seeds planted in the ground at the moment. Day number 15, the bushes are ripe with salmon berries, so we take full advantage of that. And we get all the salmon berries we can get our hands on, which is really good for energy. If I also see forageables on the ground, we'll also pick those up. Caroline finally lets us into the room. We say it's very beautiful indeed. And now Caroline is going to send us a lovely recipe for the tea sapling, which is going to make this run very interesting once we start making hundreds and thousands of tea saplings. I complete more bundles, and it's day number 16, and look at all the forageables that I get to pick up. There's an absolute ton of forageables here at the moment. I get the recipe from Caroline for the tea sapling, so I'm really happy with that. And I make a few tea saplings now just to get myself some money so I can start getting some upgrades. So I sell my tea saplings tip here and I get a well-earned backpack upgrade. I purchase more parsnip seeds because I need 5 gold star parsnips for one of the community centre bundles. By the end of the day I make more tea saplings and I sell those. I get level 5 foraging, and the gatherer is a no-brainer because picking up double foraging is something essential to the success of this run. So I make 10 grand, easy peasy. Day 17, more forageables I can pick up on the farm. And I go to Clint and it's time to start upgrading tools. I give him my axe because I tend to be cutting down a lot of trees, and a higher tier axe means less energy. I make more spring seeds at the end of the day and convert those into more tea saplings, and I'll sell those. I also got a fairy which speeds up some of the crop growth, which is really nice. By the end of day 17 I made 25,000 gold. Demetrius visited me because I met the gold threshold. I told him I wanted the bat cave. The reason why I took the bat cave was because it makes the community centre route easier, especially when you're looking at the artisan bundle. You need lots of items you can get from the bats. It saves me from purchasing saplings from Pierre to grow fruits. I get the Spacewalker boots, which is probably the best armour I'm going to get on this run, and I also get the skeleton key, which means I can go into the skull cavern later on. I get level 3 farm, which is really nice, and I also get level 5 mining, so I get the +1 ore per vein. 500 gold in the mail, which is really nice, and I get my copper pick off Clint. We're going to give him another tool straight away, and we're going to give him back the axe to upgrade it to a steel axe. I get Robin to build a silo, because we're going to be looking at animals shortly. I make more wild spring seeds from all the forageables that I get, and I convert those into more tea saplings, and these tea saplings are so overpowered. Day 19 we go into the mines here and we start farming fibre because we're using up a lot of fibre making the tea saplings. By the end of day number 19 we make a handy dandy 20,000 gold from the tea saplings. Day 20 all of our parsnips have fully matured, so we're going to loot all these, and this will complete the bundle as we got lots of 5-star parsnips. I also went down to the mines to try to get some dwarfish scrolls and other artifacts to give to Gunther so I can get access to the dwarf as quickly as possible. By the end of day 20 we got level 4 in farming, which is really nice. Day 21 more forageables have spawned, so we're going to loot those. We're going to make wild seeds, and you can guess what we're going to do with those. We're going to convert all those into tea saplings. So we've got tons of tea saplings here now at the moment. I went to the cart woman and she had a large white egg. I purchased that straight away because it saves me from purchasing a white chicken. I got a steel axe from Clint, and we're going to give her another tool, and we're going to upgrade the axe right up to the gold axe. The next backpack upgrade, which gives us 24 slots. We sell the saplings to Pierre, which gives us a total of 86,000 gold, and we unlock all the vault bundles here so we can access the desert on day number 21. Into the mines, we smelt more bars so we can upgrade more tools. Junimos are going to fix up the bus for us now, and this means we can access the desert. Day 22, more forageables have spawned so we can harvest those, and we also got our first couple of coffee beans which we're going to plant straight back down again because we want the coffee to multiply as quickly as possible. I got really lucky in the mines in day 22 and got more coffee beans after the dust sprites. I also mined some more ores. On day 23, more forageables have spawned thanks to the lovely wild seeds. So we're going to do the usual story here and convert them into wild seeds and convert those into tea saplings once we get the required mats. I get the gold axe off Clint, day number 23 here now, and we're going to give him the pickaxe to upgrade so we can progress further in the skull cavern. Cut down more trees here to get more wood, because we need lots and lots of wood. I also broke open the big stump here so I can get access to the secret woods, which have even more forageables. Level 7 foraging, we can now make tree fertilizer, which is great. Into the caves, far more fibre. Day 25, and we're back with even more forageables again. So I got all the dwarfish scrolls. Now we can get the dwarfish translation guide, and now we can talk to dwarf and we can purchase hundreds of bombs if we wish. More lovely rewards from Gunther that we can actually use. I'm going to make more wild seeds. I've got hundreds of wild seeds at the moment, but the challenge now is converting them into tea saplings. So the big challenge of this video is to get our hands on thousands of fibre and wood. I saw some saplings appear, and I got my copper pickaxe off Clint. Day 25. Give him another tool to upgrade, and this time we're going to upgrade the watering can, because we're going to do a lot more watering when we get into the later part of the challenge. I also made some tree fertilizers, and I actually made a huge mistake with the tree fertilizers, and I actually planted a lot of trees near the water, and I ended up getting no wood when I cut them all down. So I made more tree saplings here now, and I got level 8 foraging at the end of day number 25. I made a huge profit here of 41,000 gold, so I purchased a coop from Robin. She'll have that built in a few days. I planted loads of trees here. I'm going to put tappers on later on, and I put tree fertilizer on those as well so they grow quickly. I cut down other straggler trees on the farm just to get my hands on more wood. Day number 27, the rest of the spring forageables have grown, so we're going to harvest all those. I checked the forecast, it's going to rain all day tomorrow, so we're going to take full advantage of that and upgrade our watering can again. So this time we're going to get a steel watering can. Fix the bridge down the beach so I can get access to even more forageables down here, just to get the foraging level up, because we want to get that to level 10 as quickly as possible, as one of the main challenges to max with all the skills. Completed a couple of bundles here from going down to the beach. I managed to complete the crab pot bundle without actually using crab pots. Day 27 we're cutting down more trees, and day 28 we get a rainy day and more coffee beans have spawned, so we're going to multiply our coffee farm again. Into the desert, I'm going to pick up a cactus fruit and a coconut to complete some more bundles. Get a nice autumn's bounty dish there, which gives +2 to foraging, which is really nice. And into the mines we go, and we're going to collect ores and get fibre. So the mines is the place we go at the moment to get these things, because I've exhausted all the other resources around the map. I make a lot more tea saplings here at the end of day 28 with all the fibre and wood that I've grinded out. And we make a huge profit by the end of spring of 92,500. Day number 29. It's the start of summer. I get my steel watering can off Clint, and I purchased loads of crops here from Pierre because we want to complete the community centre bundles for summer. So I purchased lots of crops here now to make sure that we get everything sorted, including the poppy. So I purchased lots of melons because I believe we need Ghost Star melons, 5 of them, for one bundle. So I use my lovely steel watering can here, and it makes watering a lot easier. I put down some fertilizer here to increase the odds of myself to getting gold star melons. So day 30 here now, I get more coffee beans. I also purchased a fiberglass rod off Willy, and I fished up a tuna which I need for one of the community centre bundles. So I just finished another bundle there now. And we get some nice warp totems at the beach, which I never actually end up using. We get level 4 fishing, and we get a rainy day number 31, so we get the wood skip and we get the sturgeon, which means that we can complete more bundles. Off the Marnies here now, we purchase a heater and we purchase a chicken Ken over. We're going to call the chicken Ken for short. It's a brown chicken because we need a large brown egg for one of the community centre bundles. So I feed the chicken, pet him, and we're also going to upgrade the coop again using Robin to a big coop. That means we'll be able to get a duck once the coop is fully upgraded. And when it's upgraded to the maximum coop, then the deluxe coop, we can get a rabbit. So I made loads of tappers here, day 31, put them on the trees, fished up a sandfish for the community centre bundle, and I also got a ghost fish as well, down in the mines. Day 32, more coffee has spawned on the farm, so we're going to harvest all that, and we're going to plant even more coffee. So basically we're going to end up with thousands and thousands of coffee beans. I get my steel pickaxe off Clint, give him another tool to upgrade, and this time we're going to give him back the pickaxe to get a gold one. I get the pufferfish too on day 32, which is great. So that's another bundle completed. 2 bundles completed, which is really nice. So we're almost there. with completing another room. Into the back cave here, and we pick up loads of items that we need for the artisan bundle. We get level 5 fishing, we go with the trapper. Doesn't really matter what we pick anyway with the fishing, because you know we're not going the fishing route. More trees up here since this area is open, so we're going to cut down all these trees, get all these resources. Go to Robin, upgrade our coop to a deluxe coop, and now we can go to Marnie. We can get the duck, because the coop is on the second tier coop at the moment. I get a red cabbage from the travelling cart lady for the community centre, and I purchased tons of bombs off the dwarf at day 33 here that we're going to use in Skull Cavern. I plant more trees in the desert here because we're going to need lots of wood later on, so it's always nice to prepare early. Wood is something that we need lots of, thousands upon thousands of wood. I purchased a triple shot espresso recipe from Gus because we'll be making triple shot espressos later on in the video. So we get more coffee here now in day number 34, which is great. Off to Clint, we get the gold pickaxe, so we'll give him something else here now to upgrade. So this time we're going to give Clint the hoe, because we're not going to be hoeing much at the moment. Into the Skull Cavern just to wet our feet, and we're just fending off the enemies here. Now these enemies do hit quite hard because their combat level is also, we got to be careful. Picked up a prismatic shard, which means we can get our lovely galaxy weapon. I go with the fighter perk because more attack power is always good. I also purchased a few extra boon items here from the desert trader, and I hand in my prismatic shard to get my galaxy sword, and this is the main weapon we'll be using for the rest of the game. So it's a really good weapon before we get to Ginger Island, probably one of the strongest weapons. Day 35, back into the mines. We need to farm more fibre. We need hundreds and hundreds of fibre to make more tea saplings. Day 36, we get yet another rainy day. I'm just blessed with rainy days. And look at all the coffee we're going to get here. Lots and lots of coffee beans. So we get 10,000 gold from Key because we made it down to floor 25 in the Skull Cavern, which is really nice. So thank you very much, Key. So we're going to purchase a barn here now because we have to get a cow, because we need a large cow's milk for the community centre bundle. So we're just going to, we're also going to purchase a rabbit here too off Marnie, because we now have the fully upgraded coop, because we need a rabbit's foot for a community centre bundle. I start making some preserve jars now because we're going to need a jelly for a community centre bundle as well. So I get farming level 5 here, and I decided to go with the rancher, and the reason why I'm going this road is because I want to increase the friendship with the animals as quickly as possible. So I make 10 more furnaces here. I get my copper hoe off Clint, day number 38 here now. And we'll give Clint another item to upgrade, which is the steel hoe. So Clint continuously upgrades items for us. We make loads more tea saplings because our funds are getting a bit low, and we're going to sell all those by the end of today. Back down into the mines to farm more fibre. Now, getting our hands on fibre later on in the video becomes easier, but for now, you know, the cave is your best bet. We get a huge ton of money here for selling those tea saplings, putting us right back up to 91,000. More coffee beans. We go to the luau today, and we put in a gold cauliflower, which is one of the best things you can put into the luau, which gives us loads of friendship points with the villagers. So it's day 40 here now, and we're going to get our lovely oak resins, and we got some forage res as well. We also got a steel hoe off Clint, and this is our new farm layout. As you can see, the blueberries have matured, so we're going to get lots of farming XP for that. I'm going to give Clint the gold hoe now to upgrade. We're going to cut down some trees in the desert here to get some wood. Day 41, we're smelting bars, and we're finishing bundles. So I planted a few bombs here in the farm just to blow up all this debris, just to get all these lovely resources, because stone and wood, we won't say no to that. Level 7 mining. We got a giant melon, which is really rare, so we'll take it. Harvest more blueberries, just for the farming XP. More animals in the barns, so we put a goat inside there, and we're going to upgrade that barn there now again to another barn. So we purchased the melon into the bundle, make more tea saplings, and we're doing really well at the moment with the bundles and with money. Level 6 farming, we can now make quality sprinklers, praise the Lord. Now we also get level 7 farming as well, which is great. At the end of day number 14, we make another profit of 17,500 gold. I make loads of quality sprinklers. Now this isn't enough, so we do come back later and make more. I get my gold hoe off Clint, which is great. And this time we're going to get him to upgrade our trash can, because the trash can is also a tool. So that's going to be an iridium trash can later. Day 44, we're getting more materials to make more sprinklers. We also pick up some forageables in the farm. We Day number 45 here as well. We got our trash can back off Clint. Upgrade more tools. We're going to give him the gold watering can there. So we farm more fibre. Day 46 we got an absolute ton of forageables that we're going to get. We're going to put those into summer wild seeds, and they will be converted eventually into tea saplings. We purchased a goat here now, and we're going to put that in the barn. So it was actually a cow we purchased originally, not a goat. I said a goat, but it was actually a cow. So we just got our gold watering can there off Clint. And we just gave him more tools to upgrade. So we're going to upgrade the barn again and make more tea saplings. So it's a big rush now at the moment. Now I purchased the apple sapling because the apple is very rare and it doesn't spawn much in the cave. Not for me anyway. Huge mistake here, and I put fertilizer on these trees that all fall into the water. Back to the desert. Cut down more trees in day 48 to get even more wood. Oh, the wood is needed for this challenge. Thankfully, the desert is a lovely spacious place to get us lots of wood. So as you can see here now, lots of trees have respawned, and we're going to cut all these trees down, and we're going to collect as much wood as possible. We get level 8 farming, so we can now make the keg, which is great. We can start converting our coffee beans into coffee. I also get the sunflower, which is needed for the community centre bundle, and I get Robin to upgrade my house so I can access the cooker. I get an iridium pickaxe off Clint, which is great, on day 49, and now we'll get him to upgrade our trash can to a steel trash can. I get a large brown egg off our lovely brown chicken, and I cut down more trees here at the end of day 49 to get even more wood. So day 50 we're back down in the mines and we're smelting more bars. So any ores we have, we're converting them into bars because we're always seem to be using the bars to make all manner of stuff. Day 51, more summer forageables have spawned, so we're going to get all these, convert them into wild seeds, and we're gonna replant those. Back to Clint, we got our steel trash can upgrade, so we're going to give him another tool here now to upgrade as well. So this time he's going to upgrade our trash can to the gold trash can. I get a duck feather here now after duck, which is great, and I make lots of kegs that I'm going to put into the house so we can start grinding out our lovely coffees. I get a rabbit's foot off a serpent here, which makes the rabbit I purchased a little bit redundant, but we're going to keep him because we're not cruel. I get an auto pet, which makes life a little bit easier, and level 8 mining. Day 52 we're going to purchase the pig because we need a truffle to complete one of the bundles. So as you can see here now, I'm just going to start converting my coffee beans into coffee, and after I've accumulated enough coffee, then we'll start turning them to Troubleshot Espressos. I also made a fried egg from a regular egg that I got for one of the community centre bundles. Day 53 we got tons of summer forageables, we made tons of summer wild seeds. I also purchased wheat, and wheat is basically going to be a placeholder that's going to save me from rehoeing up the farm when we come into fall. So now we're going to upgrade our axe, and we're going to get Clint to give us an iridium axe in a few days. Day 53 here, we're processing more coffee in our kegs, and we finally get level 10 foraging. I'm going to go with the botanist, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. We get a large milk from the cow, which means we can complete yet another bundle, so we're doing really well with the bundles. And we got ourselves a lovely cheese press, which we don't use. Day 54 here now, we're converting our lovely coffee beans into more coffee. We get an iridium axe off Clint, which is really good. So now we can cut down trees in just a few swings. And now we're going to get Clint to upgrade our watering cans to an iridium watering can. I also purchased our rice here so I can make a Mackie roll, which I need for another community centre bundle. So I went to the desert today to put down tree fertilizer, and day 56 then I'm going to purchase literally thousands of wood off Robin, and so I can make more tea saplings. So I can sell those and make even more money because my funds got really low because I purchased lots of wood. Back up to 100 grand. So I'm going to scythe away some wheat here just to make space for some forageables I'm going to put down. We're in fall now, so we're getting through it. We get our lovely iridium watering can. So watering is now a lot easier. But we have sprinkles, so you know, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Clint will now upgrade our hoe to an iridium hoe, and we purchased lots of seeds off Pierre for our fall bundles. This time I actually put down tea saplings, so we're going to grow some tea saplings this season. So we're going to get some nice tea leaves at the end of the season and convert those. We get level 9 farm, and day number 58 we fish up the tiger trout that we needed for the bundle, and we convert more coffee beans into coffee. Day number 59 we get the walleye because we got a rainy day. So that's another bundle that we can complete. We get the iridium hoe off Clint, which is great, and we get him to do the last tool, which is the iridium trash can. So I'll complete a couple of bundles here now, and this might do it. So we get a nice glow ring and we get some bait. I think we're one bundle off completing that room. Oh no, we're not, we've done it, yay. Level 7 fishing, and there's loads of trees here now again in the desert. So we're going to start cutting on all those trees eventually. Day number 60 here. Converted more coffee beans, went to sleep. Went to Clint the next day, day number 61, and I got my lovely iridium trash can. So I'm making wild seeds here now for fall. And back into the mines, day number 61, to farm more fibre, because fibre is something that we always need to make more tea saplings. Converting more coffee again into coffee beans, and on day 62 we finally get a truffle from our lovely piggy, and we can complete yet another bundle. That's the chef's bundle completed. We get nice pink cake, which is a really good item for healing actually. So I fished for the majority of today, and I also went to the desert as well with tree fertilizer on day 63 to grow up more trees. Day 64 we get more forageables. So what I'm going to do is I'll just side away some of the wheat if I need more space. The wheat is really handy as a placeholder. I make more fall seeds, plant those, and I'm just going to do a quest here just to get some extra money. Aquatic overpopulation. I also purchased an iridium rod off Willy, because that is technically a tool upgrade. We get level 8 fishing, and I spend a day fishing up tiger trout. So I get the last tiger trout today in day 65. We go back into the mines to get more fibre, because we need more tea saplings. 66, farming more fibre, story of my life. And we're processing the coffee again into, the coffee beans into coffee. Day 67, we're getting some forageables here. It's nice when you get lots of forageables, and the bushes also have blackberries, which are really good, because blackberries is one of the ingredients to make the fall wild seeds. Day 68, more forageables have spawned, so we're going to harvest all those and make even more wild seeds. So I just got my 5 golden pumpkins there just to finish off that bundle, and we get a preserve jar, which is really nice. Day 68, off the desert to cut down some trees, and we've got tons of trees here that we get to cut down to get thousands of wood. 69, back into the mines to farm some more fibre. Finish off the day with our usual processing of coffee beans into coffee. Day 70, more pumpkins have spawned. We'll harvest those, and we're going to make hundreds of tea saplings now with all the wood that we got from the desert and the fibre that we get from the mines. Day 70, the usual story of farming fibre and processing coffee beans into coffee. We get level 10 farming, and we go with the shepherd. So now what we get here is 173,000 from tea saplings. We convert all our coffee into triple shot espressos, and we'll also sell that. Day 71, we get a huge amount of fall forageables. We make over 500 fall seeds there. That's going to be fun to convert. Back into the mines to get more fibre so we can convert those. 148,350 gold for selling tea saplings and triple shot espressos. Day 72, we go to the Stardew Valley Fair. We get first place, gamble a few of our star tokens, and purchase a lovely star drop to increase our maximum energy. The more star drops we get, the better. We're going to complete more bundles today, and that is basically the pantry completed. So we get a bee house, which is really nice, and that enables the greenhouse, which we're going to use. Back into the mines at 73, we're going to harvest even more fibre. Day 74, we're cutting on all the trees we can see to get more wood. So any trees that have popped up get cut down straight away. Day 74 into the mines. 75, we get an apple, which is great. So now that tree is going to spawn apples every day for us, so we can complete that bundle in a few days. So I start putting coffee beans into the greenhouse, because coffee won't grow in in fall or winter. Into the mines, we're just going to blow up some ores here now, get our hands on some iridium ores, some gold ores, any ores that we can get our hands on, stone, coal, iron, so we can make more processing machines. Preserve jars, for example, require lots of stone and coal, so we're going to set up preserve jars here in the greenhouse, and we can use these to start converting some tea saplings when they mature. So we're getting lovely tea leaves here now, and these are going to give us tea leaves every day for the next few days, and we're going to convert those into pickled tea leaves. Day 78, we get more forageables that we convert into wild seeds. We're going to cut down more trees, and day 79 we get even more tea leaves, which we're going to convert. Now it takes 3 or 4 days to convert those tea leaves into pickled tea leaves, so we do have to make quite a lot of preserve jars. Day 80, and we get more tea leaves again. Make more wild seeds into the skull cavern for about day 81. We get our first set of pickled tea leaves. I get Clint to break open a few geodes here because I want to get the key to the stores so I can change my farming profession to artisan so I can make more money on those pickled tea leaves. Back to the mines on day 81 and I farm for more fibre. And on 82 I make more tea saplings. And I'm going to cut down these trees because I don't need the oak resins anymore. And I purchased thousands of wood off Robin here with all the money that I got. It just saves me time for grinding, you know. So we're back up to 303,000. Day 83, farming for more fibre. Day 84, we get more lovely pickled tea leaves. Back down to the mines to farm for fibre again. It's very boring farming for fibre, but it has to be done. That's the challenge. Day 85, it's winter, and we get the community cleanup from Linus. Thank God. Once we complete this quest, Linus is going to give us the overpowered recipe, the fibre seed. It is one of the most overpowered things in the game, the fibre seed. I get lovely winter seeds here now that I can plant. We also get access to the quarry, which is really cool. I plant more coffee beans in the greenhouse here now. And I get the recipe for the fibre seeds, and I make as many fibre seeds as possible. I need mixed seeds, sap and clay to make fibre seeds, so I plant all those. I purchased lots of coal off Clint because I need to make tons of preserve jars. I get the golden sight here, which is the last tool upgrade that we needed, I believe. That's another challenge done. I blow up the quarry, get all the resources, purchase stone off Robin here, and I make loads of preserve jars. And the reason why I make so many is because I have so many tea leaves and it takes so long to process. I get level 10 mining, and I just go with the prospector, so I get more coal. Level 9 combats are always there with the combat as well. I get a nautilus shell, which means I can complete a bundle. I have 3 apples, so I can complete another bundle as well. Back into the skull cavern. I'm just going to farm some enemies here for ores and for combat XP. Day 90. We're doing really well with harvesting our pickled tea leaves. We're going to sell all these once we get the artisan profession. Day number 90, we've completed the community centre, which is great. That's one of the big challenges done. So I fished up some fish today just to get the fishing levels up, to max that out. I get fishing level 9, so we're almost there. I purchased lots of wood chippers off Robin because I have lots of hardwood, and I'm going to convert the hardwood into regular wood so I can make, you guessed it, more tea saplings. Do more fishing, and I do more converting from hardwood into regular wood. Day 92, winter forageables have formed on the farm here, so we're going to harvest those. We finally get access to the stores, so we go to Krobus. We purchase a star drop off Krobus because why not? I pay 10,000 gold to this lovely statue of uncertainty to change my farming profession so I can choose artisan. I get to re-choose my professions here, so we're going to tiller this time, and now we're going to go with artisan. 40% more for selling our lovely pickled tea leaves. I'm going to get hundreds of fibre here from the fibre seeds. Unfortunately, I can't really make any more fibre seeds because I just don't have the clay for it, or the mixed seeds. So I go to Robin here now. I'm going to purchase more stone from Robin, and the reason why I'm purchasing stone is because I'm going to trade in. I'm going to show you a magnificent tip here if you need fibre. So go to the desert trader on Tuesdays. You can trade in stone for fibre, and because I did that trade, I can make even more tea saplings. Back to into the mines. We're going to slay some enemies. 96,510 gold for those pickled tea leaves. Sorry you can't see it there, but they were pickled tea leaves that I sold. Back into the mines. I got a mushroom flower, which is nice, but we came down here to fight monsters. Level 10 combat. We maxed out all our skills. Now the footage for the level 10 fishing got corrupted, so apologies I couldn't show you that, but I did max that out. So all skills have been maxed out. We're on day 95. I'm going to make more tea saplings. I'm going to sell those to make even more money. We're going to convert the last remaining coffee beans into coffee, and then into triple shot espressos. Day 96, I'm just looking for more forageables. Forageables are really hard to get in winter because you have to hoe them out of the ground, you know. Day 97, I go into the mutated bug lair, which is a great place for fibre. So you just use my golden scythe here to get that. I also do the quest chain for the magic ink because why not? I've nothing else to be doing because I'm just waiting on things being processed. So I go to the greenhouse day 98 and I get all the lovely pickled tea leaves again. More forageables here now. I get some nice crocuses there as well. And having the gatherer profession makes that go better. I fixed the boat here too because I'm a Great Samaritan, so we might as well go to Ginger Island the last day and have a look around. So that's day 99, we fix up the boat, and that will be fixed overnight. Willie and Robin will fix that for us. So I'm just going to sell the triple shot espressos here now as well. Let's see how much money we get. I'm going to convert the rest of our stuff into tea saplings. We're going to sell those day 99. As we can see here now, Willie and Robin are fixing up the boat for us, so we can go over to Ginger Island. Let's see how much money we get. This is the last bit of money we're going to make. 19,950 gold for the pickled tea leaves. A total of 267,000. So we made 1.5 million. So we beat all the challenges that were set out in this video. I probably would have got more money if I planted more tree saplings. So we're just going to get the boat here now down to Ginger Island, where we get to relax on the beach for the job well done for the 100 days. Today I played 100 days of Stardew Valley and tried to collect everything. Let's have a look at the goals for today's video. The first goal is to collect all the rare crows the game has to offer and to make the deluxe scarecrow at the end of the game. The second goal is to get all the star drops in the game. That means we have to collect all the fish that's in the game. We also have to collect all the minerals and artifacts and give them into Gunther. And the last goal we're going to set for today's video is to get the Galaxy Sword and upgrade it to the Infinity Blade. And that means we have to access Ginger Island and unlock the entirety of the island to get into Key's secret walnut room. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do so, because Stardew Valley content is released 3 days per week. Let's get into the video. We kickstart day 1 on the wilderness farm. The reason why I chose the wilderness farm is because enemies spawn at night and you get some decent drops from the enemies. I cut down some trees, make a chest, and I plant the parsnips. I also scurry around the map in search of fibre and mixed seeds, which I also plant later on. Any forageables I get, we're going to pick those up because we're going to convert those later on into lovely wild seeds. Wild seeds are an absolutely great money maker. Day 2, I'm going to water all the crops here, and I also get a fishing rod off Willie, so we spend the day pulling up fish because we're going to want to get to level 2 fishing as quickly as possible for the fiberglass rod upgrade. I cut down more trees in day 2 also to get some more wood. Day number 3, we get a rainy day. You're always guaranteed the rainy day in day 3, which is great. This means we can try to get some catfish here as well. So I'm going to fish up as much catfish as possible. And I go to Willie here and I'm going to sell him some of the fish that I caught. And I'm going to purchase the fiberglass rod because we accumulated enough experience from the catfish and other stuff to get the fiberglass rod off Willie. By the end of day number 3, we get lots of levels in fishing. We get up to level 4, which is really nice. Day number 4, we do even more fishing. I also give Caroline the daffodil to get her hearts up. We want 2 hearts with Caroline so we can get a lovely recipe from her. I also get some nice things in the treasure chest. Level 5 fishing, we're going to go with the Fisher perk, 25% more gold for selling fish, and we also get it up to level 6, which is really nice. Day number 5, we harvest some of the parsnips. That's going to give us a level in farming, and we go down into the mines to see if we can get as deep as possible. I go to Pierre here and now I'm going to set up some parsnips and I'm going to purchase some cauliflowers off him. And the reason why I purchase so many cauliflowers is because they give a lot of farming XP when you harvest them. At the end of day number 5, we get a level 1 in farming, which is really nice, and we also get level 1 in mining and level 7 in fishing. Day number 6, I get great luck and I get lots of copper ores. I also get a nice armor upgrade there. Just see those green shoes, I actually picked those up. Cave cars, we won't say no, and we also won't say no to that hardwood also. So we're going to have to do some quick inventory changes. So I'm making my way down through the mines, going to kill some bugs, get some fibre, and we get level 1 combat, which is really nice. Day 7, we get another rainy day, and I also make a scarecrow so the crows don't start picking off all the valuable crops. I spent today fishing, trying to get as much catfish as possible. I also give Caroline another daffodil today in order to woo her into giving me that lovely tea sapling recipe. So hopefully she's going to give us that recipe soon enough. At the end of day number 7, we get level 2 farming. We can make regular sprinklers, but we're going to wait until level 6 farming so we can get those lovely quality sprinklers. Day number 8, I get the lovely forest sword as a drop, so I'm really happy with that. It's a nice damage increase, and it's going to make very short work of these enemies. I make it down to the middle floors today in day number 8. I get the slingshot, but we'll throw that away because I'm not really a slingshot kind of person. Day number 9, the forageables have grown back, so what we're going to do here is we're going to make wild seeds. I'm going to plant a few, but I'm also going to sell some to Pierre, just to get some money. I also give Caroline another daffodil, just to get the friendship up. I'm going to use my scythe here now and get some unmilled rice. I'll just sell this just to get some money. We get more skill ups today, and we're going to give the pickaxe into Clint to upgrade to a copper pick, because there's no point going further in the mines unless you have the copper pick. At the end of day 10, I get another level up in fishing. Day 11, I purchased the backpack upgrade for myself, which is going to make life a lot easier for me. Day 12, I spend that fishing and I get max out fishing. We're going to get the fish worth 50% more, and now we're going to sell all the lovely fish that we have accumulated to make a lovely 20,000 gold. Thank you very much. Day number 13, we are going to go with the mushroom cave, because mushrooms will give us health, give us energy, and you can sell them for money if we need money. We're also going to buy some strawberry seeds off PR, just enough to fill up greenhouse, because we're going to go with the greenhouse strategy in spring. I repaired a bridge here as well in day number 14, because it just gives me access to the tide pools, which we need to pull up a legendary fish in summer. I purchased a Georgia membership, and the reason why we go to Georgia is because you can get all the upgrades early, as long as you have the money to put it off. I get my pickaxe back off Willy, and I purchased the iridium rod and a trap bobber off Willy as well. Sorry, I get the pickaxe off Clint, not Willy. After a huge battle, I pull up the legend. That was the 5th attempt, I think. It was the whole day trying to fish that thing up out of the water. 11,000 gold for the legend, which is really nice. It's a nice money boost for the legend. Day number 15, we do even more fishing. We're going to take full advantage of this lovely iridium rod, and this is going to give us a lot more gold. Didn't get a whole lot of gold today from the fish. I got a lot of carp, not a whole lot of largemouth bass though. Day number 16, it was more fishing, because we need more money, and the reason why we need more money is because we want to unlock more upgrades from the Georgia Mart. The primary goal here is to get all the upgrades on as quickly as possible so we can get into Ginger Island. Got a dinosaur egg, which is really nice. I'll hand that one into Gunther. By the end of day number 16, I sell a load of stuff here, and I make a nice 9,742 gold from fishing and other stuff. Rainy day 17, we take full advantage of this, and we are going for more catfish. This one here is a pretty easy catfish, but sometimes you can get ferociously hard catfish and you just can't catch them. By the end of day number 17, we get level 3 farming, which is really nice, and we also make a lot more money here from selling some of the cauliflowers that we got, and also from selling some of the fish. Back to the Georgia Mart here now, and we're going to go with another community development. This time we're going to go with the greenhouse, 35,000 gold, but it is so worth it. We're going to make that back tenfold. With the money I had left over, I treated myself to the backpack upgrade on day number 18 here, and that is the deluxe pack obtained. Back down into the mines with my copper pickaxe, and we are mining up iron ores today, and we're also trying to get as deep as possible so we can get our lovely star drop. Level 2 combat, level 3 mining, and we fill up the greenhouse day number 19 with lovely strawberry seeds. These will grow in a couple of days into strawberries, and we can harvest those strawberries then every few days to make loads and loads of money. I make loads of furnaces here, and I put iron ores in there because we want to make quality sprinklers now as quickly as possible once we get that farm level up to 6. Back down to the mines, and I got the Neptune's glaive actually in a treasure chest. I just didn't record it at the time, but that'll be handy for a couple of floors anyway, having the Neptune's glaive out. Day 20, back into the mines again. We're trying to get down here as quickly as possible. If we see skellies, we'll kill them. We won't say no to those lovely bone fragments that we'll need later on in the video. Made it down to the lower tier levels of the mines here now, and we get our hand on nice gold ores that we're going to try to get. Give Caroline another daffodil here now to woo her into giving us that lovely recipe. I also talked to her after I give her a gift, because you get extra friendship points when you talk to the NPCs as well. Caroline led us into her lovely little sunroom, and she gives us the recipe here for the tea saplings, which is really nice. Day number 21, I get the obsidian edge. It's a nice weapon, and we'll make use of that for a while. Level 4 combat, and day 22, finally Caroline gives us the recipe for the tea saplings. We also get to the end of the mines today. Well, we get to level 100 of the mines, we get the lovely star drop. 20 more levels to go, and we get the key to the skull cavern. That is the first star drop that we get, but there's still a long way to go to get the rest of the star drops. The end of day number 22, I just put more gold into the furnaces there to get more gold bars. Level 5 mining, and we're going to go with the +1 ore per vein, which is a no-brainer because the more ores we get, the better. I'm going to make more tea saplings here now with the forageables that I picked up, and I get the space boots on day number 23 here in the mines, which is a nice armor upgrade for us. We pushed on for another 10 levels and we got the Skull Key, which means we can go into the Skull Cavern once we unlock the desert. Level 5 foraging here, and we're going to go with the Gatherer this time, so that we have a chance to get double harvests. We get level 6 mining, which means we can make regular bombs, which is good. Level 5 combat, we're going to go with the Fighter because more attack power is better. Now, I went to the dance today because I needed to get the Rare Crow, because I want to get the Deluxe Rare Crow at the end of the game. I also purchased some daffodils and dandelions, you know, in the hopes to make more spring seeds. We're going to give Clinton the pickaxe to upgrade as well, and we're going to make more tea saplings, 46 in total. We're going to sell those for a huge amount of money. Level 6 foraging, not bad. I can make the lightning rod. I'll need that for battery packs later on, so that's very important. And at the end of day 25, I'm just going to sell a lot of stuff here. Now look how much money we get for the tea saplings, 23,000 gold. Thank you very much. Day 26, back into water all the crops in the greenhouse. The sooner we get level 6 farming, the better. Cut down more trees here to get more wood, because we need lots of wood for tea saplings. We also need lots of wood for the upgrades that we're going to need later on in the game. The strawberries have finally come to fruition. We're going to harvest all these lovely strawberries and sell them for lots of money. Day 27, we got our lovely steel pickaxe off Clint. Thank you very much, Clint. We're going to give him the pickaxe again to upgrade it to a gold pickaxe, because we want to get that ready for Skull Cavern as quickly as possible. Sell all the strawberries to Pierre, and we now have 42,000 gold, right up to 52,000 gold, straight into the Georgia Mart, and we are now going to get, you guessed it, it is going to be the bus, 40,000 gold. That is going to give us access to the desert. That means we can go into the Skull Cavern and start getting some lovely iridium ore. Level 5 farm, which is nice. This time I'm going to go with crops worth 10% more, just so I get more for the strawberries. Day 28, I'm going to go for more fish today in the desert, so I get the scorpion carp here now for my collection, and I also go for the sandfish as well, because I need all the fish to get a star drop. I go down to the mines, I get the goat's fish, I also get the stonefish, and I also get the ice pip, and we go down to floor 100 and we try our luck at the lava eel and we get it on our first attempt. Day 29, we're in summer, we get the Dorota. It took a whole day of fishing to get that Dorota. It's a super rare fish. I got my gold pickaxe, and we also get to go off the legend, the crimson fish here as well. So we're going to sell all those later on. I put a super cucumber into this box to get the first rare collectible, the H.M.GTF statue. That's how I pronounce it. It's a super rare statue that you get. You can only get one of it. So we're going to go with another upgrade today. We're going to go with the minecarts for fast travel, 15,000 gold. Lovely. Day number 30, I'm just going to the Skull Cavern just to wet my feet a bit. I get a prismatic shard. Excellent. That means I can get the galaxy sword. I also get some cactus seeds out of the chest. Now I don't use those cactus seeds. I'm just going to sell those for extra money. Level 7 mining, not bad at all. Level 6 combat and level 8 mining so I can make mega bombs. Day number 31, we are going to process all of our lovely iridium ore into iridium bars. I get back my copper hoe, and we're going to get Clint to break open all these geodes so we can give Gunter even more artifacts. So I don't show the footage of giving him artifacts all the time, otherwise this video will be double the length. So I get lovely Rare Crow off Gunter today, which is great for giving us some artifacts. This time we're going to get the bridge upgrade. This will give us access to the quarry. Level 6 farming, finally, praise the Lord, we can make quality sprinklers. 10,000 gold from Key because we got past level 25 in the Skull Cavern, so it's always nice to get that. I put the sprinklers into the greenhouse, which means it's now fully automated, so I just have to collect strawberries every couple of days. I get Robin to upgrade my house, and I go into the quarry cave and get my lovely golden scythe. The golden scythe is better than the regular scythe because it has a much wider area of effect, and it actually hits enemies harder if you ever had to use it for combat. So we completed all of the Georgia community bundles. We get the lovely George machine, and that means we can now try to get into Ginger Island. On day 33 I get the galaxy sword back into the Skull Cavern. We're going to do a big run today. I got really lucky and I got a lot of holes, so I got down pretty deep, and I also got lots of iridium ores as well today. So we get level 7 combat. So we need 5 iridium bars to fix the anchor. We need 200 pieces of hardwood to fix the hull. That's going to be difficult to get because of my axe hasn't been upgraded yet. And I need 5 battery packs to fix the ticket machine. So the first thing I'm going to do on day 34 is give Clint my axe and upgrade it to a copper axe. That'll be upgraded all the way to a steel axe. Put down some power pylons in order to get some batteries. And I'm going to fish up the pufferfish here as well, and the octopus, because I need those to get my star drop off Willy later on in the game. Day 35, the strawberries have reharvested, which is great. I chose Maru to marry because she loves strawberries, and I get strawberries every couple of days, so Maru is going to be the easiest person to get into the house and to get that star drop. More tea saplings today. Day 35, we're going to sell those. Day 36, we get the copper axe back off Clint. Thank you very much, Clint. And we're going to give him another tool to upgrade. We're going to give him back the axe so we can upgrade it to the steel axe, which means I can start farming hardwood so I can get into Ginger Island as quickly as possible. Level 8 combat by the end of today. We get level 10 mining. We're going to go with the blacksmith so we can sell lovely iridium bars to get loads of money. Got lots of battery packs today. So what I did was I fixed the anchor and I fixed the ticket machine. All I need now is 200 pieces of hardwood and we can go off down to Ginger Island. By the end of day number 37, I got 78,000 gold. That was a combination of iridium bars, 1,500 gold a pop there, which is really nice, and other bits and bobs, including fish. I get the steel axe off Clint, which means we are good to go to cut down all those lovely trees. Straight into the secret woods to get all the hardwood it has to offer, so we're going to come here most days to get the hardwood. There's also lots of big tree stumps on the farm that we get the harvest to get more hardwood, but it's not enough to get the hull fixed, so it's going to be one of those grinds. Day 39, we put the gold cauliflower into the luau to get some hearts up with people. 24,000 gold from selling iridium bars, 15,000 gold for selling the strawberries. I planted some mahogany seeds here and I put some fertilizer on them to get hardwood. Day 40, we get back the iridium pickaxe, which means our pickaxe is now fully upgraded. This time I'm going to hand in the gold axe so I can harvest wood more efficiently. I get more goodies off Gunther from handing in artifacts, but more importantly we get the lovely mouse rare crow. Back to the quarry cave to farm these skulls, because sometimes the skulls can drop really nice items. Processing more resources today to make more sprinklers. And the reason why I've done this at night is because I wanted to show you that monsters do attack you at night in the wilderness farm. Gunther visited me today and gave me the key to the swords, which is great. That means we can now access Krobus. Day 41, we're smelting more gold ores into gold bars using our lovely furnaces. We also go down to the beach here to get our hands on all these lovely forageables, try to get up to forageable XP. Any hoeing spots we see, we're obviously going to tap those because we might get artifacts we don't have yet. Day 42, down into the swords, we're going to say hi to Krobus here, but more importantly, we have lots of money on us, so we're going to purchase a star drop, and this is another star drop in the bag. While we're down here, we decided to fish up the mutant carp, which is another fish that we needed for our fish collection. We're also doing the quest chain to get the magical ink, and I got my gold axe off Clint today as well, and we're going to give him the gold hoe this time, just to upgrade. The more tools we have, upgraded tools we have for Ginger Island, the easier it's going to be. Continue with the quest chain share for the magical ink, and I got that. That means I can make advanced features if I wish. Make more tea saplings today from all of the forageables that I've been collecting, and I'm down to get more hardwood. So I made a lot more gold today now. I made 23,000 gold, primarily from other items, and those other items would have been artifacts that I didn't need. Day number 43, we're giving Mario more strawberries just to get those hearts up. And I give Vincent here, so I'm working on Vincent as well because I need to get access to his room to get another rare collectible, so I'm giving Vincent grapes. I fished up a wall basket and a wood skip in the secret woods today, number 43. That was pretty good. And I also blew up some trees on the farm just to save time and energy using mega bombs. I mean, you still get lots of wood back when you use bombs, so why not? Level 9 farm, and I can make iridium sprinklers. Day 44, I can finally get into Vincent's room and we get the Furagumon statue. Correct me if I'm saying that wrong, but I pronounce it as the Furagumon. I get Clint to break open some more goodies here so that we can give to Gunther. Some of the mahogany trees have grown, so I'm going to cut those down and get the hardwood that I need. I think this is enough hardwood now to fix the hull. Yes, it is. That means we can access Ginger Island, we're only in summer. The fun we are going to have on Ginger Island. There's so much to do in this 100 days. Day 46, we get the boat and we take it straight down to Ginger Island, and our journey begins on this tropical landscape. I need to get 100 golden walnuts to get access to Key's secret walnut room. Thankfully, I know where most of the walnuts are. They're hidden all over the place, but you can actually hoe quite a number of them out of the ground. You can also get them through combat, you can get them through farming, you can get them through mining, you can get them from killing enemies. I make it to the forest here, I get a prismatic shard, and I enchant my watering can in the hopes to get the bottomless enchant, and I got just that. This is going to be so handy when it comes to navigating the volcano cave. So by the end of day 46, I managed to get 20 walnuts in order for me to unlock the farmhouse here. That means I can sleep here. The next day I'm hoeing up some ground here. We're going to plant some melons here on the ground in order to give to the frog to get more golden walnuts. We're also going to plant some wheat, and later on hopefully we might get our hands on some garlic seeds. Spend the rest of the day fishing up fish that I need for my fishing collection, but also to get golden walnuts to unlock more parts of Ginger Island. The more parts we unlock, the more golden walnuts we can get, the closer we get to Key's secret walnut room. I blow open the cave here and I free Professor Snail, which activates his artifact gathering quest. More golden walnuts here to be had. How many purple flowers can be found on the island? 22 will give me a golden walnut. And his second quest, how much starfish can be found, will give you another golden walnut. I donate a mummified bat that I got in the volcano cave, and I donate a couple of fossilized legs here as well. And every time you donate him something, every time you complete something, he gives you golden walnuts. You can actually get quite a lot of golden walnuts off Professor Snail. I got a frog from scything away the grass, and I'm just doing a couple of more puzzles here now today in day number 48 to get more golden walnuts. So I just done the pylon puzzle there. That was a very hard one. I got my slingshot here and I managed to shoot down that golden walnut there, and I hoed up some more out of the ground that were hiding. So I might do a guide after this video on the location of all the golden walnuts. Let me know if you would like to see me craft such a guide for you. Next up, we're going to get the upgrade here so people can visit the island. Sometimes Gus visits too, and you can buy some nice recipes from him as well. Went to the Pirates Cave tonight. I played the Dark game 3 times, so you get a golden walnut each time you win that, up to a maximum of 3 times. Fished out the stingray and the gourmet frog statue, which is a really cool aesthetic for the farm. Fished up the snake skull here in day number 49, and I also panned up the lovely fossilized tail that we also need for Professor Snail. I got the rare mushroom floor in the volcano cave, but we gotta watch out because some of these mushrooms are actually violent mushrooms and they will try to kill you. But these magma caps are absolutely amazing. They're one of the best healable items in the game. I got a dwarven sword out of a chest, and I even got dragon scale boots. Swapped out my boots straight away for dragon scale boots. The extra defense is welcomed. Day number 50, we get a rainy day. I got a snake vertebrae today, which was nice, and I got more golden walnuts so I can unlock the resort trader, and we'll use that trader later on in the video to get our hands on certain items that we need. I also paid 5 golden walnuts to get the lovely parrots to fix up the mailbox for me. So I'm giving Robin hardwood. She likes hardwood. She doesn't love it, she likes it. The reason why I'm giving her hardwood is because I need to get her to 6 hearts, so she'll give me the drum block and the flute block recipes, and I need those in order to complete the mermaid puzzle to get more golden walnuts. I got Clint to break open a golden coconut, and I got a golden walnut inside that. Finished a few more artifact bundles here with the professor, and I got a mango sapling and more golden walnuts that way. Back into the volcano cave, and I got a dwarf hammer. The dwarfen weapons are pretty nice. And I used the hammer for a while, but I switched back to the galaxy sword because I'm just used to using the sword weapon. Level 10 farming, and I'm not going to go with artisan, I'm going to go with crops grow 10% faster. I got this skull from another golden coconut. That finishes off the bundle here for Professor Snail. It finishes off his whole quest chain, so I get a banana sapling, which I need, and I also get golden walnuts. I put deluxe speed grow down on my melons to make them grow faster. I also got lots of taro roots here from putting down taro tubers. I make crab pots, and I go back to the regular island here in Stardew Valley because I need fish from crab pots for the fishing bundle. So I'm just going to put those down now, so I'm not panicking later on in the video, you know, if I'm missing fish. I'm getting lots of trash items, but I might change the professions around later on. I fish up the lifesaver in day 55, which is a cool aesthetic. I go back to Clint, get him to upgrade the watering can to a steel one, just to make it more efficient. I'm going to change my fishing profession here with the Statue of Uncertainty, and I'm going to choose a profession where I don't get trash items from the crab pots anymore. So I'm going to go with Trapper this time, and then I'm going to go with the Mariner. I give Robin more hardwood today in order to get her hearts up. And I also put down more crab pots on day 56 in order to get more of the crab pot fish that I need, so I can get that start drop off Willy. I get some golden walnuts here through farming, which is really nice. And I also give in some artifacts here to Gunther. The more artifacts we give him, the more prizes we get. I'm going to build a coop because I'm just not getting a duck egg from the, from the wandering cart lady, because I need a duck mayonnaise, to get a collectible later on. So I'm just going to get a coop, upgrade it, and I'll get the duck egg eventually. So the melons have grown. The frog checks them out. He's happy with that. He's going to give me some lovely golden walnuts. Thank you very much, Mr. Frog. And he also gives me some more golden walnuts for growing wheat as well. Now, he can actually give more golden walnuts when he needs to grow garlic. You can't get garlic in year 1, but if I'm super lucky, I might get it in a chest in Skull Cavern. I finally get access to Key's Walnut Room, and we're going to go on the extended family quest for 20 key gems. And it just means I have to fish up all the legendary fish again, which I do. And that gives me a nice 20 key gems when I fish all these up. The Legend 2 was extremely hard. It took me a good few attempts to get him, but we got him eventually. I got the Glacierfish Jr. on day number 58. I also got the Island Ingredients Special Orders quest for planting 100 taro tubers and collecting 100 taro roots. I also get some fairy seeds off Pierre as well, because I might go down the route of fairy honey later on. I get more golden walnuts to the Ginger Island, which is great. And what I'm doing here now is I'm collecting loads of bone fragments, because you can trade these in for taro tubers. And I need to plant and harvest 100 to complete the special orders quest that I got from Caroline. So I just planted the taro tubers there now in day 59, and I also spent the rest of the day harvesting the lovely strawberries back on my regular farm. So I'm going to upgrade the coop on day 60 to the big coop so I can get the duck. And I also spent the rest of day 60 trying to get the legendary fish, the angler, which I just pulled up here out of the water. So that's another legendary fish added to the roster. I put some pathways down here in the quarry. I'm going to put maple syrup on these trees so I can make bee houses. The reason why I put down pathways is so that debris doesn't grow between the trees, making the maple syrup easy to harvest later on. So I just put loads of tappers on the trees here in day number 61, just so I can get maple syrups later on. The pineapples have grown, so I'm going to harvest all of these. I'm going to sell these to make more money. So the more money I have now, the better. It just means I can buy more stuff. I finally unlock fast travel in Ginger Island, and this is going to save tons of time later on. I also get Robin to make a deluxe coop, because I might put a dinosaur egg into that coop later on, because a dinosaur is an exotic collectible, and we're all about collecting stuff. I get an autograbber and a heater off Marnie, and I also purchase a duck just so I can get that duck egg so I can make duck mayonnaise, so I can get a lovely collectible later on in the video. Day 62 I get the walleye because it was a rainy day. That's another fish added. And I also harvest all these taro roots to collect a special orders quest that Caroline gave me. And I spend the rest of the day fishing up more fish. I got the midnight carp there tonight. You can only get that in the evening time. So that is another fish added to the roster. And as we can see, I made loads of money from selling the strawberries and the taro roots. And I get the solar panel as a recipe. And the solar panel is really good, especially if you put it in not Ginger Island, but if you put it out in the desert, because you never get rainy days out in the desert. So we're going to do another key quest, and this time we're not going to go with extended family. We are actually going to challenge ourselves and do Key's Hungry Challenge. Make it down to floor 100 without using any consumables. There is a method, an easy way to do this, and I'm going to show you that method now in a second. So I'm going to make staircases with the stone I have accumulated at the moment. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to collect more hardwood here just to get more hearts with Robin. I'm going to complete the quest here, the special hours quest with Robin. That will get even more hearts with her, just so we can get the recipe to turn the flute blocks. I'm going to go into the volcano cave to get more cinder shards, because we want to get more enchantments on our tools. The more enchantments we have, the easier the game becomes. I fished up the rare Physics 101 today in the volcano cave, so that is another rare collectible we can add to our list. I'm going to purchase tons of stone off Robin. I'm going to convert all this stone into staircases, because we are going to spam staircases right down to floor 100 in the Skull Cavern so we can beat Key's Hungry Challenge quest. I'm also going to make ginger ale from the ginger that I've been hoeing up off the ground. We're going to make an iridium band so we get that lovely increased strength and magnetism. I'm also going to craft some bombs as well so we can blow up some iridium nodes. I also go to the dwarf and I purchase a rare crow. I also purchase an Isle of Garlic for defensive purposes. I'm going to make some cherry bombs here as well, and I'm also going to purchase lots of regular bombs. So huge influx of cash spent on the Skull Cavern preparation. Hopefully it's going to pay off. I also purchased the Magic Rock Candy today because it's Thursday, Magic Rock Candy Day. So what I do is I take some consumables before I go into Skull Cavern, and I'm now going to spam some staircases. I also get some treasure rooms as I make my way down. I get the newest blue cowboy hat, which is really nice. I also get the nice purple slime egg, which I can sell for loads of money on day 67 here. So when I get to floor 100 I complete the challenge, but I'm not going to leave the Skull Cavern just yet. I'm going to make the most of it. So I took the Magic Rock Candy and I'm going to spend the rest of the day getting down as deep as possible. I get garlic seeds, which is great. That means I can plant those in Ginger Island. I can get more golden walnuts from the frog. I blow up more iridium ores here. There's plenty of ores now once you get past floor 100. We're going to convert all those ores into bars, and we're going to sell those bars for huge amounts of money. Level 10 combat, I go with the Brute perk, and I also get a sweet gem berry here as well on Ginger Island day number 68, so that's going to be another star drop for us later on. I'm going to plant these lovely garlic seeds. They're going to grow in a few days. That means more golden walnuts for us. So I go to Key's secret walnut room and I'm going to purchase my first galaxy soul for 40 key gems. That's 1 of 3. I need 3 in total to get the infinity blade. I hand in my sweet gem berry here to the statue in the secret woods, and we get rewarded with yet another star drop. Thank you very much. Spend the rest of the day smelting bars into iridium bars. We're going to sell all these for huge amounts of money because we need money at the moment because we spent it all on bombs and stuff. 39,000 gold in total that we got today from selling strawberries, and we sold some slime eggs as well there as well. Prehistoric ribs, life elixirs. So 39,659 gold. So day number 69 we smelt even more iridium bars, and we also give Clint some geodes to break open because we need more artifacts for Gunter to get that star drop. So any geodes I have lying around, Clint can break them open for us. So we get more rewards from Gunter, but more importantly we bring a duck mayonnaise to Gus's bar here, and we get the Pinky Lemon statue, which is not a great aesthetic for the farm. I put the first galaxy soul here into my galaxy sword. Did I say that right? Galaxy soul into galaxy sword, yes. I also give it an enchant, so it gets the Crusader enchant, and I also enchant my pickaxe as well, and that gets the powerful enchant, which means less swings to break open nodes, which saves me energy. The Crusader enchant is super helpful because it's super effective against mummies. It means I don't have to blow them up. I purchased a bouquet here. I'm going to give this to Maru just to get more serious with her, because we want to marry Maru as quickly as possible so we can get that star drop. Day number 70, the frog finally looks at our lovely garlic and he gives us more golden walnuts. Thank you very much, Mr. Frog. We get more iridium bars today to sell, so we're going to get even more money for those. I fished up the decorative trash can from the fountain today, which is another nice rare collectible for us. We get the flute block and the drum block from Robin, so we can do the mermaid puzzle. I do Danger in the Deep key quest today, 50 key gems for completing this one, but it is a challenge to do this one because you have to get down 120 levels to actually get the key gems, and the mines is now much more dangerous, but we can now access the lovely radioactive nodes. And let me tell you folks, radioactive ore sells for thousands of gold. 4,500 gold for one radioactive bar with the blacksmith profession. That is huge. Look at all the money I made today. 153,000 gold by the end of day number 71 from selling iridium bars. Day number 72, we get second place. I was actually surprised. I thought I was going to get first. And we gamble all our star tokens multiple times so we can purchase the star drop that you can get from the fair. We also need star tokens to purchase the super rare crow that this event has to offer. So we get the star drop and we also get the rare crow as well at this event. I was going to get the fedora, but I said no because you know, I just didn't want to gamble any more money. I had to think about it, but I said no. Day number 73, back down into the hardened version of the mines. We're getting loads of radioactive ore, so we'll sell this later on. And the sooner we get down to 120 here now, the better. So lots of radioactive ore here that we get to harvest. And as you can see, I'm in the lower levels, and these enemies are they hit much harder. They're faster, more aggressive, more enemies in total. Sometimes when you kill the enemies, you get key gems, which is really nice as well. I made it down to the bottom and I got those 50 key gems, which is magnificent. That means I can get another lovely Galaxy Soul. 64,500 gold from selling radioactive bars to sell for 4,500 gold a piece, which is really nice. I also sold some other items as well that I'm not going to really use. So day 76, I purchased another Galaxy Soul. That is the second Galaxy Soul we need to fully upgrade our weapon. I completed the flute puzzle here and I got some golden walnuts off of the mermaid, which is great. And I also got the parrots to fix the bridge here in the volcano cave, just to finish off the last few upgrades that we can do in Ginger Island. I fished up the squirrel statue today in day number 76, which is another rare collectible for us. So as you can see, slowly but surely we're stocking up on rare and exotic collectibles, which is the main mechanic of this 100-day challenge. I got the lovely hot Java ring today, which is one of the most overpowered rings in the game, because it means when you slay enemies, you have a chance to get a coffee or a triple shot espresso from that slain enemy. I also enchant my fishing rod today, and I get the lovely master enchant, which adds an extra level onto the fishing rod. This is going to make fishing way easier for me. Day 77, and we finally get to harvest our lovely maple syrups from the maple trees. I make loads of bee houses, so we plant those near the fairy roses. That way we're going to get fairy rose honey, which is another huge money maker in this game. I get the aquatic overpopulation special orders quest here today, number 78. So we're going to fish up as much tiger trout as possible to complete that quest, and that will reward us with the lovely farm computer. So I made a lovely 22,000 gold today. Day 79, we fished up more tiger trout to finish the aquatic overpopulation quest, and we did just that. 1,500 gold in the bag. Today we are going to do Skull Cavern Invasion for a lovely 40 key gems. And this is going to be another spamming staircases till we get down to floor 100. A lizard is hatched today, so we got our first baby dinosaur, which is another lovely collectible that we get to our farm. And he will generate lovely dinosaur eggs every week or so. Day 79, more staircases are made. And I'm going to activate the shrine again, because I want to get access to the radioactive ore so I can farm it. So I get a lovely recipe now, the farm computer of Demetrius, day number 80, thank you very much Demetrius. I spent today going in and out of floor 1, farming radioactive ore. That's all I do for today. This is an absolutely magnificent money maker. The reason why I need money is because I have to buy more stone off Robin to get more staircases, to complete more challenges, to upgrade my lovely infinity blade, or my galaxy sword to the infinity blade. So I make more staircases here with all of the stone I get from Robin. 103 staircases, good to go. Back down into the hardened version of Skull Cavern. And I have the Crusader enchantment, so those zombies don't stand a chance anymore. The slime eggs are welcome, of course. Day 81, I'm going to get all these mangoes and bananas, and I also get to harvest all of the lovely fairy rose honey. I get another galaxy soul. I also get some key seasoning too, so I can make some enhanced recipes that are in the game. I hand in a banana into this monkey here, and he's going to award me with some more golden walnuts. Thank you very much. I get the living hat, which is one of the rarest hats in the game, so I'm going to equip that. And we upgrade our galaxy sword. We now have the lovely infinity blade with the Crusader enchant, but we're not going to stop there, folks. We are going to upgrade our infinity blade further with 3 rubies, increasing its maximum attack power. It now has 104 to 130 damage, plus 4 speed, plus 2 defense, and the Crusader enchant. This thing is now an absolute beast of a weapon. 118,000 gold today. That's from selling strawberries and fairy rose honey and radioactive bars. It's just selling a load of stuff. We're going to respec our mining because we need to get more geodes. So we're going to go with geologist, and then we're going to go with excavator. Chance to find geodes doubled so we can get more artifacts. We're going to build a barn today because I want an ostrich. I want an ostrich as quickly as possible, which is another rare and exotic creature. So it's the Halloween event, and I get another rare crow. I also get the golden pumpkin, which is really nice as well. We'll give that to someone. I purchased another rare crow from the travelling cart lady, and I give Maru another strawberry, maxing out her hearts, which means we can now marry Maru. I get the rare Vista painting from the Bat House, and I also purchased the monster fireplace and fish up the lovely pyramid decal from the desert. So day 85, we're now in winter. We're almost done with the playthrough. I get the magnifying glass and I fish up the legendary glacier fish. One of the harder legendary fish to fish up in my opinion. I also going to go with the tropical fish challenge here for Willy. So we have 7 days to complete tropical fish. We just have to get a few of each of the tropical fish. Stingrays, lionfish and blue discuses. That one's easy enough. So we're going to do another danger in the deep to get 50 key gems because we want to get more lovely exotic goods off of key. I pull up more taro roots today and I'm going to trade those in for the lovely luau skirt, which is another nice item I can put on my character. And I also get a tropical TV as well, which is another nice collectible. Back down into the danger of the deep, and I get down fairly well actually today. I got 103,000 gold just from selling fairy rose honey, strawberries, taro roots and pineapples. I activate her rain totem because it doesn't rain in winter, and you have to activate the rain totem to make the old mariner appear so you can purchase the mermaid pendant off him so I can get married. Back down into the hardened version of the mines today. Day 88, I finally pay 5,000 gold and purchase the mermaid's pendant because we are going to ask Maru to marry us. Let's see if she says yes. Yay, she accepts. We are going to get married. The challenge now is that we only have 12 days or so to reach 2.5 extra hearts with Maru to get that star drop. That's going to be a challenge. We're going to get Clint here to break open loads of treasure troves to get more artifacts so we can hand these into Gunther. We've handed in all the artifacts you can hand into Gunther, and this is going to get us another lovely star drop. Thank you very much. We also get a magic rock candy off Gunther as well, which is really nice. So that is yet another star drop acquired in the game. I think there's 2 star drops left to go. One through marriage and one through Willy from fishing up all the fish. I make an ostrich incubator and I put an ostrich egg into the incubator in order to raise an ostrich. I upgrade the barn to a big barn, and we'll upgrade that again later on to a deluxe barn. Back down into the hardened versions of the mines on day number 88 here, and I just got a triple shot expression there from a ghost, which is really nice. I'm going to get the bear's knowledge here from giving this bear a lovely maple syrup because I've got maple syrups to burn. I give a rabbit's foot I got from killing a serpent here to a judge co-worker, and I get the lovely lucky charm, or the special charm, which permanently increases my luck. So we're going to take all the luck increases that we can. I purchased beet seeds here off Sandy because I need to get access to a rare crow in the casino, so I have to do a quest chain to get into the casino, and I need beets to do that. Day 90, we're in the lower levels of the hardened versions of the mines, so we're trying to get down here now to get more key gems. I also slay enemies here as well because it's just so satisfying, you know, to do it with the Infinity Blade because it's so strong. I make it down to the bottom and I get more key gems. Day 91, we finally get married. And this is a big achievement for me because I never actually got married in year 1 ever in any of the Stardew Valley playthroughs I did. So nice to get it done in year 1. So I activated the quest chain to get into the casino. I put the battery into the wall here to begin a quest chain for Mr. Key. Now I have to put a rainbow shell into a container here up where the trains come, so I get that done. And now I have to wait for the beets to grow on Ginger Island before I can continue the quest chain. So I'm putting furniture down in my house to make it look nicer. I also went up behind the community centre here to get the stone Junimo statue, which is another nice collectible for us to have since we are hardcore collectors. I do a community cleanup quest today for Linus so I can get those lovely fibre seeds, which is another recipe that we want to add to the list. I also get the golden Lewis statue, and I spend the rest of the day fishing up trash so I can get the fibre seeds, you know, from the Special Orders quest. Day 93 we got the fibre seeds, which is absolutely fantastic. I also put the beets inside Mayor Lewis's fridge so we can continue on with the quest chain to get access to the casino. We're now in the casino, and I gambled lots and lots of casino coins so I can purchase the alien rare crow. So I do just that, and that's the last rare crow we needed. I also made a lovely iridium breastplate using an iridium bearing cloth just to upgrade the aesthetic of my character. So that is the final look of my character. Look how pretty I look. I make the deluxe scarecrow on day number 94, completing the rare crow collection, which is another goal completed. I also upgrade the barn to a deluxe barn. I make 100 more staircases here because I want to get back down to floor 100 in the Skull Cavern to get the lovely iridium milk to increase my health. I take a seafoam pudding here and I fish up the super rare iridium crobus, which is one of the coolest looking collectibles in the game, I think. I also go to Ginger Island and fish up the foliage print as well, which is another collectible added to our lovely list of collectibles. I made it down to floor 100 in Skull Cavern today, number 95, and I get a permanent increase to health by 25. I fish up the squid as well in day number 95 because I needed that for my fishing collectible. On day number 96, Maru finally gives me a star drop. She must be stuffed from all of the golden strawberries I've been giving her. So I'm going to do extended family again to get another handy dandy 20 key gems. So I just go around fishing up all the legendary fish again. They're not too bad to fish up, especially if you have fishing buffs and if you have the enchant on the fishing rod. They're not too bad at all. But the legend 2 is still pretty hard, to be honest. He's a hard catch. This time I'm going to upgrade my fishing perks again to the extra money from fishing, and I make 38,000 gold. So I'm going to purchase the key to the town, which is a really nice collectible to have, and I also fish up the frog hat from the pond just up from my Ginger Island farm, which is another nice collectible to have also. So that is the frog hat added to the bag. So I give the frog hat to my lovely sea urchin because I got a deluxe fishing tank off Willie for completing his special orders quest, and our ostrich has been born. I purchased a catalogue from Pierre just so we can add some nice modifications to the house, and this is our lovely collectible farmhouse. Tell me what you think in the comments of the lovely collectible farmhouse. I think I did a good job putting all the collectibles in there, but we're not finished just yet because in day number 99 I get the Red Eagle painting from the famous painter. I also get a pearl from doing the mermaid game, but more importantly I fish up the midnight squid. I also fish up the spookfish, and last but certainly not least I fish up the blobfish, completing the master angler achievement, and that's all the fish got in year 1, and that means on day 100 I'm going to get the last star drop I need to complete the super goal, get all star drops the game has to offer, and we have done just that. What an adventure this 100-day challenge has been. Absolutely incredible. I also put a pearl into the sewing machine here, and I get back a bridal veil, and I didn't know you could get a bridal veil. If I knew I could have got one, I would have used it earlier when I got married, but hey, there you know, you can get a bridal veil in the game. So I am going to leave the video there. I hope you enjoyed it. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Stardew Valley content is released all the time. I will see you in the next video. Goodbye for now, and thanks for watching. Huge thanks to our channel members: Panthox, Bunkers Busy, Lynette Reed, Natasha Smith, Dara Wiseman, Ashley Harris, Leaf Green Cat, and Sarah Kroll. Thanks so much for your support.